Beneath the blazing sun, outside the city of Han, nestled among the towering mountains, lay a crystal-clear lake, its depths visible to the eye. Surrounding this serene body of water were ancient trees, their robust trunks and dense foliage casting a protective canopy above. Suddenly, a chilling sound pierced the tranquility, a roar reminiscent of a colossal beast or a human in agony. Following the source of the cry, a graceful figure clad in a flowing gown of pale green, ethereal and enchanting, stood with her back turned. With calm poise, she raised her delicate, fair hand and, in an instant, unleashed a powerful strike into the grotesque head of a monstrous creature, half wolf, half man. Blood gushed forth as the beast's body convulsed violently before succumbing to stillness. With a resounding thud, the creature's head and body exploded, sending flesh and gore flying in a gruesome display. The figure in the green dress withdrew her hand. Casting a glance at the bloodstains marking her attire, in that moment, she turned, and a gentle breeze swept through, causing her black hair to dance like a waterfall. Strands playfully obscured her exquisite face, with arched brows, mesmerizing eyes akin to autumn waters, and a delicate mouth, all framed by skin as pure as snow. She approached with steady grace, her demeanor calm and composed, a stark contrast to the ferocity she had just displayed. Crossing the path of the ancient tree where Shingchin hung helplessly, she made her way to the enchanting lake. Bending down, she removed her white cloth shoes, revealing her elegant, fair feet and slender calves, and stepped into the moss-laden waters. The hem of her pale green gown floated like a tender lotus upon the surface, the wet fabric accentuating her graceful silhouette as she waded deeper into the lake. Shingchin, awkwardly perched among the branches, hastily averted his gaze, muttering, "One must not gaze upon the unseemly." Yet the sound of water splashing reached his ears, igniting a flush of embarrassment. He could vividly imagine the scene. A beautiful woman, with her delicate hands cupping the clear lake water, pouring it over her smooth shoulders and elegant neck. His heart raced as he contemplated whether to cover his ears. A wave of frustration washed over him. What a predicament! In his past life, he had been an orphan on the verge of graduating from university, poised to embrace a bright future. Yet, in a bustling crowd, without the influence of alcohol, an accident, or a desire to help, he had vanished, as if he were a mere wisp of vapor in the throng. In the next moment, he found himself plummeting through the air, unprepared and nearly petrified with fright. Fortunately, he landed in a dense thicket, his clothing of decent quality allowing him to catch onto a branch, albeit precariously. Alas, misfortune followed. Rather than a soul transfer, he had experienced the most absurd of bodily transpositions, leaving him bereft of knowledge about this new world. From what he had witnessed, it was a realm of extraordinary martial prowess, teeming with powerful monsters and humans endowed with incredible strength. How could a mere university student like him hope to survive in such a realm? As Shingchin grappled with his unsettling thoughts, he suddenly noticed a translucent data panel appearing in the upper left corner of his vision. Name: Shingchin. Proficiency: none. Note: other functions pending development. Please explore independently. This is... Shingchin stood in shock. A system. Elation surged within him, nearly propelling him into the air. As a devoted reader of novels, he was well acquainted with systems. Though his panel was minimalist compared to the extravagant ones wielded by other protagonists, he was not one to be picky. Having a system was better than none. Besides, he had never heard of a useless system. Just then, a crisp sound interrupted his reverie. He turned toward the source, his smile freezing in place. The branch supporting him had begun to splinter under the weight it should not bear. In the next heartbeat, the branch snapped, and he tumbled down with a piercing scream. As he plunged into the lake, the water engulfed him, leaving him gasping for air, his chest feeling as if it had been struck by a hammer. Panic surged within him as he fought to swim upwards, his expression growing increasingly desperate. He had not forgotten the nearly naked beauty in green attire in the lake. Surely, she had noticed the commotion. With a shiver of dread, he recalled her ruthless efficiency in dispatching the monster. In his years of reading novels, he had learned that if a male protagonist inadvertently caught sight of a woman bathing, even if it was a misunderstanding, he would inevitably be pursued relentlessly. But he had just acquired a system, He was far from becoming the powerful hero capable of retaliation. Despair washed over him. Was he destined to be the first among the transmigrators to perish before the third chapter? As he struggled against the water, a firm grip encircled his waist, and he was pulled into a soft embrace. A warm surge of energy coursed through him, alleviating the discomfort from his fall. With a splash, the two figures emerged from the water, Shingchin gasping for breath as his eyes met a breathtaking visage. The beauty before him radiated with ethereal charm, and he couldn't help but think, pure and unadulterated, like a lotus emerging from the water. You need not fear for your life. Since I have taken liberties with you, I shall take responsibility, a gentle yet assertive voice declared. Will you marry me? Shingchin was taken aback, struggling to process her words, his expression betraying his confusion. It seemed his fall into the lake had led to a misunderstanding with this enchanting woman. Marry her? And what was this about taking liberties and responsibility? Though undeniably beautiful, her logic appeared utterly reversed. Seeing his hesitation, the woman furrowed her brow, assuming he was reluctant. After all, he had gone to great lengths to await her in the hunting grounds, risking his life to appear outside the city, even contemplating death moments ago. Could it be a case of feigned withdrawal? As these thoughts crossed her mind, Zhuang Chushue's brows unfurled. Yet a certain perplexity lingered within her. How could her family allow a frail male guest to remain alone outside this perilous city? Did they not fear any unforeseen calamities? It is worth noting that a millennium ago, a catastrophic event led to a drastic decline in the male population. The nation had exhausted various methods to remedy this, such as artificial insemination, yet without exception, all that resulted were female infants. Only through natural conception was there a minuscule chance of begetting a male child. Presently, the gender ratio on Blue Star has reached an astonishing 1 to 10,000, with a continuing trend of decline. Consequently, males have become exceedingly rare and precious, enjoying a lofty societal status, referred to as male guests. To further encourage population growth, the law mandates that upon reaching adulthood, a male guest must establish a household with 10 or more women. Failure to do so by the age of 25 will result in government-mandated pairings with strangers. At that time, no one can predict the attributes of the assigned females, whether they are slender or stout, aged or youthful, beautiful or plain. The only viable solution is to attain the exalted status of a 7th grade master. However, to date, there are fewer than 10,000 masters globally, with a number of males being less than 100. Most males who achieve this milestone do so in middle age, when their youth has already faded. Thus, accomplishing this feat before the age of 25 seems almost impossible. Zhuang Chuxue observed that while this male guest possessed a handsome appearance, he was evidently in his early 20s and exhibited no discernible aura of cultivation. The time before mandatory pairing with a spouse was likely not far off. His audacity and desperate scheme to marry him began to make sense. Yet, she could only hope he harbored no ulterior motives. Otherwise, a flicker of coldness passed through her lowered gaze. Shingchin felt the soft, gentle sensation against his chest, the smoothness of skin brushing against him. Their intertwined breaths were filled with a fragrant allure, causing his cheeks to flush. In this state, he found himself, for the first time in his life, being proposed to by a stunning beauty. He felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as dopamine flooded his brain, almost compelling him to agree without a second thought. Fortunately, a sliver of rationality remained. The ancestors warned that heaven does not bestow free gifts. Who knew if this was a trap? What if it was a scheme to extract his kidneys? He parted his lips, while Zhuang Chushue's beautiful eyes merely gazed at him, awaiting his response. Bathed in sunlight, her skin resembled pure snow, captivating the soul. In that moment, it felt as if an invisible current coursed through Shingchin's entire being. It was overwhelming. But then again, could a beauty truly harbor malevolent intentions? Perhaps. Was he merely following the script of a fantasy tale? Moreover, he did not believe he possessed the right to refuse. Thus, he concluded that I am willing. Upon exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Shingchin stood beside the entrance. The street bustled with activity, yet no men were in sight. Only women clad in revealing and audacious attire. It seemed they had noticed his presence one by one. These women halted, their fiery and unabashed gazes appraising him from head to toe, their bodies restless with anticipation. Shingchin, lost in thought, merely stared at the two red notebooks in his hands. After uttering those three words, Zhuang Chuxue had whisked him away at inhuman pace to the registration office, where, through unknown means, she had seemingly performed magic to finalize his household registration and swiftly obtain their marriage certificate. Now, they were legally husband and wife. The realization prompted Shingchin to pinch his thigh hard, twisting it painfully, eliciting a soft gasp. Was this not a dream? They had truly registered their marriage. In a single day, he had experienced both a fantastical journey and a whirlwind marriage to a woman much younger than himself. His expression became somewhat dazed, causing him to overlook the unusual behavior of the women around him. Where did this man come from? Hith, all alone? How pitiable. Let me take care of you. A flamboyantly made-up woman, scantily clad and flushed, approached him with a teasing gait. Initially, Shingchin paid her little heed, merely stepping back to grant her space. While he might have been cautious around a drunken man, he thought little of a drunken woman. However, in the next moment, the inebriated woman unexpectedly reached out, her red-nailed hand tightly grasping his chin and forcefully turning his face toward her. She leaned in close, her eyes greedily scanning his features, and with a laugh, she murmured, "Today's dream feels so real. I can't let it go to waste." With that, her crimson lips puckered and her eyes closed as she eagerly leaned in for a kiss. This series of actions left Shingchin utterly astounded. What kind of deranged woman was this? He prepared to resist, but found himself seemingly immobilized by an invisible pressure, unable to move. All he could do was stare rigidly at the approaching lips, his nose catching a whiff of alcohol mingled with cheap rose perfume, reeking of decadence and despair. As the woman drew nearer, Shingchin's emotions became a tumultuous mix of surprise, anxiety, and even a hint of anticipation, accompanied by a faint sense of guilt. Having just registered his marriage, engaging with another woman felt rather inappropriate, did it not? Yet he was compelled against his will. He wished to resist, but found himself powerless. It was not his fault. Around them, many women observed this scene with excitement, unable to suppress their temptation, stepping forward to join in. Though they did not know which male guest lacked protection and appeared alone on the street, such a splendid opportunity could not be missed. They approached swiftly, their gazes ignited with fervor, their chests heaving, swallowing hard as though they wished to devour Shingchin whole, just as the situation seemed poised to escalate into something decidedly inappropriate. Bang! Suddenly, a can of beverage was hurled from a distance, crashing forcefully against the side of the drunken woman's head. The impact was tremendous. It left a deep gash in her skull, splattering blood as the can burst, its contents mingling with her blood and trickling down to the ground. The drunken woman became a picture of chaos, her meticulously styled curls plastered to her face, blood smeared across her features. Clutching her head in pain, she surveyed the blood on her hands, her expression gradually contorting into a snarl. Temporarily forgetting Shingchin, she scanned her surroundings and bellowed, "Who the hell threw that? Are you seeking death? Show yourself. Do you know who I am? Dare to strike me? If I find out who you are, I will end you." Shingchin exhaled in relief, discreetly retreating a few steps to distance himself from this madwoman, furrowing his brow. Having been so close, a few droplets of beverage had splattered on his face, now stinging as though he had been slapped. He wiped his face, but the burning sensation persisted. It seems it is not an allergy, but rather a mere brush with a latent power that has caused him harm. When the city gates catch fire, it is the innocent fish that suffer. He cannot help but let out a bitter laugh. His current physical condition truly confirms his frailty. Once he settles into a stable residence, he must urgently seek opportunities to study the system and rapidly grow stronger. Otherwise, given his current physical capabilities, he might as well be comparable to a small child in this world. In the face of adversity, he finds himself lacking even the ability to flee. Ding ding, a striking red sports car, parked by the roadside, suddenly opens its door. Zhuang Chuxue, with a graceful figure, steps out, her beautiful eyes calmly surveying her surroundings. Her formidable presence intimidates the women nearby, causing them to halt in their tracks, jealousy flickering in their gazes. Zhuang Chuxue walks with elegant poise, not even glancing at them. She naturally wraps her arm around Shingchin's, casting a cold glance at the inebriated woman, her voice steady and authoritative. "Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on my man? Are you seeking death?" Under the weight of her commanding aura, the drunken woman cannot help but take a step back. Glancing at the luxurious sports car and noticing Zhuang Chushue's undeniably expensive attire, her eyes dart around, seemingly weighing the disparity between them. Zhuang Chushue allows her scrutiny, turning to Shingchin with a gentle gaze, lightly patting his hand, lowering her voice to a soothing whisper. "Don't worry, there's nothing to fear. I'm here." At this moment, Shingchin also takes note of the other women, their predatory gazes closing in on them. It is not difficult to imagine the scandalous scene he would have faced had Zhuang Chushue not intervened. Although he is not yet terrified, the desperation radiating from these women indeed leaves him somewhat stunned. What manner of world is this? Surely, there must be men here. In broad daylight, they brazenly flirt with respectable married men, and the onlookers do nothing to intervene, even wishing to take turns. Such shamelessness. In his shock, he finds solace in Zhuang Chushue's comforting words. Yet he fails to notice that despite her soft tone, a hint of coldness lurks deep within her gaze. On the way to the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhuang Chushue had already dispatched her subordinates to investigate all information regarding Shingchin. However, all records returned with no results. Throughout the journey, she observed his demeanor and intellect. His naivety and clarity of thought were not traits one would expect from a male slave raised by the powerful. Eliminating this possibility leaves her with two alternatives. Either he is a spy sent by the old men of the capital to monitor and control her, thus concealing his identity, and as long as he does not act out of line, she will not cause him harm. This is a calculated strategy. Or he has recently escaped from Hell Island, born there, and has never been registered. The latter scenario is highly improbable. It is common knowledge that Hell Island's location is erratic. Its exact whereabouts remain unknown to the outside world. However, based on the clues she currently possesses, his activities primarily seem concentrated in the Magic City and the capital. It is nearly impossible that he hails from Han City, thousands of miles away. Moreover, escaping from Hell Island is exceptionally challenging. Thus, Zhuang Chushue has almost concluded that Shingchin belongs to the former category. Nevertheless, if these individuals are desperate enough to send out a precious male guest, she might as well play along and engage in a charade of a false marriage. With this thought in mind, her gaze softens further. The inebriated woman perceives that this young, beautiful girl, claiming to be the male guest woman, undoubtedly hails from a wealthy family. Yet, to accompany such a rare male guest without even a bodyguard suggests she may not wield significant power, perhaps possessing only a modest fortune. Individuals of her ilk would not dare act recklessly in the presence of city guards. Given this, she sees no reason to retreat. In fact, she plans to extort a handsome sum. Clutching her injured head, she grits her teeth and feigns composure, saying, "Who would walk alone, if not a respectable man? Since that is the case, what harm is there in my touching? Moreover, you openly assaulted me within the city, which violates the law. Do not think that wealth grants you immunity. I will call the police and accuse you of intentional harm. You must compensate me with 1 million from medical expenses. What kind of absurd logic is this?" Shingchin is utterly speechless. This is pure extortion, isn't it? Just as he prepares to argue with her, he feels a tightening around his waist. Zhuang Chushue embraces him, her red lips brushing against his ear as she softly murmurs, "Darling, leave this to me." "Darling?" Upon hearing this alluring tone and feeling her warm breath against him, Shingchin feels an involuntary tightening in his lower abdomen. His face instantly flushed as he stands there, dumbfounded at this. Seeing his bewildered expression, Zhuang Chushue cannot suppress a laugh. Stepping forward to block the drunken woman's view, she retrieves a check from her wallet, pinching it between her fingers, and coldly states, "This is a check for 1 million. All you need to do is acknowledge your earlier intentions towards my husband and apologize to him, and it will be yours." The drunken woman, upon seeing the multitude of zeros on the check, suddenly shivers with greed in her eyes. This girl is even more generous than she had anticipated. She had expected to extort only a few tens of thousands at most. 1 million. She would scarcely earn that amount in decades. Without hesitation, she immediately bows before Shingchin, her tone servile. "Esteemed male guest, I sincerely apologize for my earlier offense. I am utterly deserving of death, and I offer my heartfelt apologies. Please, forgive me. Her sincerity is undeniable. Zhuang Chuxue turns to Ji Shingchin, her voice gentle as she inquires. What do you think, darling? Ji Shingchin quickly shakes his head, instantly dismissing the embarrassing incident from earlier. What a joke. This is 1 million after all. Why would he reward her? He rubs his hands together, tentatively suggesting. Chuxue, you don't seem to be in need of this million. If that is the case, rather than giving it to her, why not give it to me? I am far poorer than she is. Zhuang Chuxue, amused, readily hands over the check, saying, What is 1 million to us? We are now husband and wife. Feel free to ask for anything you desire. How can I accept that? While Ji Xingchen protests verbally, his hands instinctively accept the check, his grin widening as he caresses it gently. A true man knows when to yield and when to stand firm. Rather than handing over a check for 1 million to the woman who intended to harass him, it is far better for him to keep it himself. In the past, he would have been fortunate to have 1 or 2,000 in his pocket. 1 million is indeed a fortune. For a moment, he feels as if fortune has smiled upon him. The predecessors who crossed over were not deceiving him. This feeling is indeed quite delightful. Chapter 3 Is She My Wife? The inebriated woman, suddenly shedding her subservient demeanor, placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed with dissatisfaction, I have already apologized. That is my check. Return it to me at once. With that, she boldly attempted to seize it. Her movements were agile and swift. In the blink of an eye, she circumvented Zhuang Chuxue and positioned herself directly in front of Ji Xingchen, poised to take the check from his grasp with a mere extension of her hand. Seeing her success, the drunken woman's eyes glinted with mischief. She decided against retrieving the check, instead pivoting her body to lunge at Ji Xingchen. She had devised a clever scheme. This striking woman appeared to be all show, lacking any real strength, and her approach was remarkably brazen. If she could brazenly seduce her husband in public and subsequently marry him, the mere sum of 1 million would pale in comparison. Moreover, this gentleman was quite handsome. A visage she had only encountered on screen before. She stood to gain immensely, an opportunity presenting itself in twofold. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, the intoxicated woman's eyes sparkled with desire, her blood surging, as she lunged at Ji Xingchen with the ferocity of a ravenous wolf. Oh no, another attempt? This time, Ji Xingchen simply closed his eyes, resigning himself to the situation. Since he could not fight back, he would lie back and enjoy the experience. Zhuang Chuxue's expression remained impassive. She moved lightly, instantly appearing before Ji Xingchen. Raising her leg, her pale green skirt billowed in the wind, her fair skin flickering like a fleeting shadow. Her crimson lips parted, her tone icy. Get lost. With a forceful kick, she struck the drunken woman squarely in the chest. The lascivious grin on the woman's face froze instantly, her eyes bulging, her complexion turning crimson. It was evident that her chest caved in, resembling a half-scooped watermelon. In the next moment, a hidden force propelled her several meters away, landing her in a disheveled heap on the ground, her face pale and unable to utter a word. Only able to cough up blood, flecked with remnants of internal organs. It was clear she had sustained internal injuries. Without a hospital stay of 3 to 4 months, she would be unable to rise. Such was the magnitude of Zhuang Chuxue's strength. Hearing the commotion, Ji Xingchen opened his eyes to witness the inebriated woman soaring through the air, landing several meters away. He widened his eyes in astonishment, giving Zhuang Chuxue a thumbs up, exclaiming, Impressive. That was truly remarkable. Zhuang Chuxue glanced at him with a fond smile, then turned her gaze coldly towards the sprawled, still defiant, drunken woman on the ground. Everything you just did was captured by the miniature camera in the car. You are implicated in the public coercion of a male guest. According to the law, you will face at least a decade in prison. Go home and bid farewell to your family, then await the summons from the Zhuang group. With that, she disregarded the drunken woman, who was now visibly crumbling at the mention of the Zhuang group, and took Ji Xingchen's hand, departing in her sports car. The sports car sped along the road, enveloped in an unusual silence. Ji Xingchen took a moment to admire the scenery and architecture outside, compared to the modern world. The most striking difference was the towering height of everything. The buildings and trees loomed majestically, at least 3 to 4 times taller than those of his previous life. In fact, as he gazed out the window, he could barely see the rooftops of most structures, shrouded completely by thick clouds. Aside from this, he noted no other discrepancies. His interest waned quickly, and he turned to glance at the exquisite profile of Zhuang Chuxue in the driver's seat, hesitating whether to break the silence with a few words. Although they had exchanged friendly remarks prior to visiting the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain their marriage certificate, it felt as though something had shifted afterward. Before he could utter a word, Zhuang Chuxue seemed to catch his gaze, gently adjusting her ring. Suddenly, a vibrant bouquet of roses appeared in her hand. With her focus on driving, she extended the flowers to him, speaking softly, "Darling, I intended to give these to you earlier to commemorate our marriage. As for the ring, I plan to consult with you and your sisters before customizing it. So I haven't purchased it yet. I didn't expect a small hiccup to occur. But now that I'm presenting them, it shouldn't be too late, right?" Although he was puzzled as to why she needed to consult his sisters, Shingchin didn't dwell on it. Instinctively, he accepted the flowers and stared down at the exquisitely wrapped bouquet for a moment, a bemused expression crossing his face. He never anticipated that as a man he would receive flowers from a girl. However, from a different perspective, most boys receive their first bouquet at a grave. If he were to receive flowers before death, it would certainly place him ahead of many. He chuckled and replied, "Thank you, my dear wife. I truly appreciate it." Zhuang Chuxue smiled back. While waiting at a traffic light, she suddenly leaned over and pecked his cheek with her soft, pink lips before returning to her seat, continuing to drive with utmost seriousness. "This is a token of gratitude," she explained playfully, a giggle escaping her lips. Shingchin was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this mischievous side of Zhuang Chuxue. He touched his slightly damp cheek, finally realizing what had changed: the atmosphere. It had transformed into something more intimate and tender, a sentiment reserved for lovers. Half an hour later, Shingchin found himself standing in a magnificent estate, gazing at a stunning young girl before him, her expression tinged with impatience, alongside another girl who appeared youthful, akin to a middle school student, seemingly still underage. These two were also his wives. He stood in disbelief, murmuring, "This world is even more insane than I imagined." Chapter 4. Do not call me husband. In this realm known as Blue Star, a high martial world, men were exceedingly rare, revered as male guests. They are spared from the burdens of work and education, indulging instead in a life of leisure, where even the most mundane tasks such as washing their faces and brushing their teeth are attended to by family members. Upon reaching the age of 16, professional matchmakers are appointed to arrange courtships, with countless women vying for this singular opportunity, making it a rare selection indeed. Should the male guest find favor, the marriage is likely to proceed smoothly. Subsequent arrangements will be managed by the bride, her parents, and the government, leaving the groom to await his bride without concern, as he is assured of marrying at least 10 wives before he turns 25. Typically, to streamline the process, a system of shared spouses among sisters is adopted, where true sisters are those sharing the same parents, while others are merely cousins. Once married, the groom possesses the autonomy to manage all family assets. Before reaching 30, he must ensure that his wives bear him no fewer than 20 children. Otherwise, the government will forcibly assign 5 highly fertile women each year to extract offspring. However, should a son be born at any point, this requirement is rendered void. Thus, it is evident that men on Blue Star lead lives akin to that of the idol, reveling in joy yet steeped in decadence. The striking young woman and the youthful girl before him are the two sisters of Zhuang Chuxue. According to her, they are destined to become his second and third wives. Shingchin's expression was momentarily blank. To be honest, upon receiving this news, a fleeting joy surged within him. Yet, it was soon overshadowed by worry and a chilling apprehension. In his childhood, he had envied the character Wei Xiaobao from the dramas, surrounded by 7 wives. However, that was in a patriarchal society where men could wield power through violence. This world, in stark contrast, is one where women outnumber men and strength reigns supreme. Women possess power that surpasses that of men. It is no longer men who engage in pillage and cruelty, but rather women. Although, under legal frameworks, men enjoy certain privileges, the reality of a society that reveres strength means they inevitably forfeit many freedoms, including autonomy, power, and the right to choose. Shingchin furrowed his brows, his countenance darkening. The more he pondered, the more he felt that his future was shrouded in gloom. Since his arrival, Zhuang Man had been discreetly observing his every move and immediately noticed his dismal expression, which irritated her. Though men are scarce, and thus deemed precious in this world, women are stratified into various tiers, and given their backgrounds and talents, they disdain being subject to a man's whims. Moreover, he was a male guest who, while possessing some charm, was incapable of bearing burdens or wielding strength, his vitality barely surpassing that of a minor. She coldly remarked, "Elder sister, judging by his expression, he seems rather unwilling to marry us. If that is the case, let us not impose upon him. He may leave at once." Her features were exquisitely beautiful, and her captivating phoenix eyes sparkled with brilliance. She possessed an air of cool elegance, her tall and slender figure accentuated by a form-fitting black strap dress. Her voluptuous curves and bare legs glistened enticingly, epitomizing the ideal comic book physique. Even amidst the myriad of beauties on Blue Star, her beauty could undoubtedly be ranked among the finest. Zhuang Chuxue cast a glance at her, her expression neutral. Yet the aura of restrained authority made Zhuang Man's heart tremble with trepidation. After hesitating, she merely turned her head away, choosing silence. Shingchin perceived her lack of welcome towards him, an awkwardness settling in his heart. He understood, however, after all, a stranger had unexpectedly appeared in their home. A future husband she did not even know. It was entirely reasonable for her to feel unwelcoming. At that moment, he too found it difficult to accept the current situation. Perhaps it would be wise to maintain a distance from the beautiful Zhuang Man and consider moving out with Zhuang Chuxue. He silently contemplated how to broach this idea with her. Yet, proposing something akin to a separation so soon after arriving felt rather inappropriate. As for venturing out on his own, he was not inclined to do so at present. Just moments ago, he had narrowly escaped an indecent encounter in public, with other onlookers merely observing, some even glancing with lewd interest, a stark reminder of the dangers a man faces alone in this world. Suddenly, a blur of soft, reckless movement collided with him, causing him to stagger back several steps. He looked down in astonishment at a cherubic face filled with hope, gazing up at him with pursed lips. Zhuang Xiaodai, at 18 years old, sported a wispy fringe and a ponytail, revealing her delicate oval face. Dressed in a sailor-like light blue school uniform, she was undeniably adorable and endearing. Her large eyes sparkled as she spoke. "Husband, I like you. Don't listen to my sister's nonsense. Stay and play with me, okay?" Her body swayed playfully, her little head bobbing as she emitted sounds reminiscent of a small puppy. Goodness, how utterly charming. Shingchin felt overwhelmed by her sudden affection, nearly succumbing to the impulse of ruffling her hair. For the first time, he sensed within himself a peculiar affection for cuteness. "Wait," he quickly corrected, "do not call me husband. I am your brother-in-law." This delightful little girl reminded him of his sister from the orphanage, and the title of husband seemed far too inappropriate. However, as he composed himself, he pondered seriously. Having known them for less than a day and relying on Zhuang Chuxue for food and shelter, despite their marital status, it would be ill-advised to voice opinions too hastily. Yet, a mere cold remark would not deter him. As long as he maintained his composure, it was not a significant concern. Xingchin stated, "Very well, I shall remain." At once, Zhuang Xiaodai beamed with a charming smile, joyfully burying her rosy cheeks into Xingchin's chest, playfully nuzzling against him like a little puppy. "Xiaodai, mind your manners." Zhuang Chuxue interjected coldly, her gaze piercing and fixed upon the intimate display between the two. Zhuang Xiaodai stiffened momentarily, pouting in discontent, yet obediently released her hold, her hand lingering just enough to give Xingchin's firm backside a gentle squeeze before she stepped away. Xingchin felt a sharp pain radiate through him, momentarily taken aback. He glanced at the innocent expression on Zhuang Xiaodai's face, her demeanor exuding pure innocence, causing him to question his own reality. How could someone so endearing behave in such a brazen manner? Surely, it must be an illusion. Yes, undoubtedly. Xingchin rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed by the unexpected encounter. Following this, Zhuang Chuxue instructed her younger sisters to return to their respective rooms, while she led Xingchin to her own chamber. Upon entering the room, adorned with verdant decor, Xingchin suddenly realized that this was likely Zhuang Chushue's bedroom, prompting a flurry of thoughts in his mind. What could Zhuang Chuxue possibly want with him in her room? Surely, although they were married, it was still their first day of acquaintance. Such intimacy felt rather inappropriate. If it were to come to that, wouldn't he need to take a shower first? Unbeknownst to him, Zhuang Chuxue, oblivious to his chaotic thoughts, retrieved a bathrobe and towel, presenting them to Xingchin. With a gentle tone, she spoke, "Husband, I understand you have just escaped from Hell Island and are feeling disoriented. It is perfectly natural to feel some resistance. but I will grant you the time to acclimate. Whenever you feel entirely ready, we can proceed with the registration alongside my sisters." The fanciful notions in Shingchin's heart dissipated, replaced by an unmistakable sense of disappointment. If a woman truly cherished a man, her possessiveness would be undeniably strong. Yet, Zhuang Chuxue displayed such generosity, personally facilitating a union with her sister without a hint of jealousy. It seemed she did not harbor as deep an affection for him as she portrayed. However, he soon reconciled himself to this realization. Having been raised in this world where polygamous relationships were the norm, Zhuang Chuxue viewed such dynamics as entirely acceptable. Yet, her earlier remarks suggested she had mistakenly believed he had merely escaped from Hell Island, thereby facilitating his registration without suspicion. Should she realize he was not from this world, her attitude might shift entirely. Given this understanding, Shingchin decided it would be prudent to go along with the ruse. With this thought, he fell silent, refraining from further discussion. "You shall sleep here for the next few days. I will be in the guest room at the end of the corridor. If you need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Towels, toothbrushes, and bathrobes are all placed in the bathroom for your convenience. In a moment, I shall leave several outfits and some food at the entrance for you to fill your stomach," Zhuang Chuxue meticulously instructed. Before departing, she affectionately placed a kiss on his cheek, and as she stepped back, she whispered playfully in his ear, "Collect a bit of interest, good night." With that, she closed the door behind her, leaving with a smile. Shingchin felt a delightful shiver at her alluring voice, the faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. Watching her graceful silhouette, he nearly succumbed to the urge to call her back, wishing for her to stay. Fortunately, he managed to suppress that impulse. Although he was quite eager for a harmonious union in life, he realized that if things were to escalate, it would more likely be his wife dominating him rather than the other way around, and he might find himself bedridden for days, given the disparity in their physical prowess. Chapter 5. Midnight knocking. In the stillness of the night, a sudden series of knocks reverberated through the quiet manor, echoing ominously in the dimly lit corridor. Shingchin, clad in a white bathrobe, stood outside the door, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety as he glanced around, resembling a thief. Within moments, the lights inside flickered to life. The sound of soft footsteps and slippers approached slowly. With a click, the doorknob turned, and the door swung open, revealing a petite figure standing behind it. Zhuang Xiaodai, dressed in a flowing white spaghetti strap gown, had her long black hair cascading down her delicate shoulders, her feet adorned with pink slippers that accentuated her dainty toes. Bathed in the warm glow of the light behind her, she appeared like a charming little angel, innocent and harmless. At that moment, the little angel displayed a look of surprise, her large eyes sparkling as she tilted her head to gaze at him. "Darling, are you here to sleep with me?" "Sleep?" Shingchin nearly choked on his own saliva, coughing several times before regaining his composure, his face tinged with embarrassment. He was acutely aware that his late-night visit was rather peculiar. In his previous life, such behavior would undoubtedly have branded him as a suspicious figure, prompting an alarm to be raised. It was entirely plausible for Zhuang Xiaodai to misconstrue his intentions. Yet, he genuinely needed her assistance, so he steeled himself and earnestly said, "Xiaodai, I require your help with something. If it's inconvenient, we can discuss it in the living room." At that moment, Shingchin completely forgot that this was not the modern world, but rather a place where women outnumbered men. Thus, he remained blissfully unaware of the potential consequences of knocking on the door of an unfamiliar woman in the middle of the night, even if she appeared to be a harmless young lady barely of age. Zhuang Xiaodai, with her seemingly pure countenance, suddenly broke into a mischievous smile reminiscent of a little imp. Without warning, she swiftly seized Shingchin's hand and, with a firm tug, pulled him into her room. Contrary to her youthful appearance, Zhuang Xiaodai possessed immense strength. Shingchin's eyes widened in surprise as he found himself pulled inside, his neck arched back. The unexpectedness of the situation caused one of his slippers to fall outside, left forlornly on the dimly lit corridor floor. In the next moment, he was enveloped in Zhuang Xiaodai's embrace, pinned against the door. At that instant, they were so close that they could hear each other's hearts racing. Although young, Zhuang Xiaodai was a practitioner of martial arts, and she effortlessly restrained Shingchin's hands as he attempted to push her away. With her delicate lips tinged with urgency, she seemed poised to kiss him directly. Shingchin was taken aback, hastily turning his face to evade her advance. If it had been Zhuang Chuxue, he would have accepted even the most outrageous of actions without a second thought. But this was Zhuang Xiaodai. She was the sister of his wife, effectively his sister. With such a youthful appearance, how could he possibly comply? Realizing this, Shingchin shook his head, dodging her fervent assault, urgently calling out, Zhuang Xiaodai, stop. Don't do anything reckless. I am your brother-in-law. Zhuang Xiaodai, undeterred, lifted her flushed face, pouted her lips, and continued her relentless pecking, her hands becoming increasingly audacious. Brother-in-law? A kiss. The situation was spiraling out of control. In a moment of desperation, Shingchin recalled how Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man had behaved sweetly in front of Zhuang Chuxue earlier that day. He quickly threatened, Zhuang Xiaodai, if you persist, I will inform your sister. She will certainly give you a thorough scolding. Zhuang Xiaodai stiffened, her rosy cheeks paling as her senses returned. She promptly released Shingchin, only to realize that his face bore numerous bruises from her bites, and his bathrobe had been torn open, revealing a chest marred with red marks, presenting him as if he had endured great torment. She was taken aback. Zhuang Xiaodai had not anticipated that her moment of impulsiveness would lead to such recklessness, bullying him into this state. Quickly resorting to her usual tactics, she balled her fists in front of her chest, her large, glistening eyes blinking innocently as she softly pleaded. Husband, I was just overwhelmed with affection for you. It was a moment of folly. Please don't tell my sister, okay? Shingchin immediately adjusted his bathrobe, ensuring it covered him thoroughly, and upon hearing her words, his expression shifted. He hadn't realized how fearful Zhuang Xiaodai was of Zhuang Chuxue. In that case, the matter could be easily resolved. As for her earlier advances, he could simply consider it as being playfully licked by an adorable puppy. I want to tell your sister, but only on the condition that you help me with a small favor. Zhuang Xiaodai's face brightened, eagerly nodding in response. You must have some martial arts manuals, right? Just show me any one of them. After taking a shower, Shingchin promptly sought to investigate the general situation of Blue Star on his computer. Most of the information aligned closely with what Zhuang Chuxue had narrated. Men held a supreme position, yet they were devoid of rights and freedom. Moreover, he was mindful that this was a world steeped in martial prowess, leading him to search extensively for pertinent information on this subject. This realm bore a striking resemblance to the historical trajectory of his previous life, albeit with the addition of martial artists. Every historical figure, including the transformed Ma Jie, Tung Jie, and Xing Jie, was, without exception, a formidable martial artist. Simultaneously, he discovered that becoming a martial artist was an arduous endeavor. Both innate talent and resources were indispensable. Thus, the mainstream of society remained comprised of ordinary individuals, destined to languish in the lower echelons of existence. Only by ascending to the status of a martial artist could one rise above the masses. Even the weakest first-grade martial artist possessed a body impervious to blades and bullets, vastly transcending the capabilities of ordinary people. The more powerful could move mountains and fill seas, soaring through the skies and wielding the might to traverse the void. Beyond the city, ferocious beasts and malevolent entities lurked, eyeing the human realm with predatory intent, presenting extraordinary dangers. In such a grand and perilous world, while men indulged in a hedonistic lifestyle, lavished with the affections of women, the majority lived like caged birds, untrained and confined to their homes, reduced to mere vessels for reproduction. The only path to shatter these shackles was to become a powerful martial artist. Upon comprehending the true circumstances of Blue Star, Shingchin's resolve to grow stronger and break free from constraints intensified. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, he possessed a proficiency system. Having wasted a day, it was time to test the system's functionalities by seeking out a martial arts manual. As for why he did not approach the more familiar Zhuang Chuxue, but instead sought Zhuang Xiaodai, it was due to the information indicating that most formidable women, for safety reasons, did not permit their male companions to train. Although Zhuang Chuxue had proven to be quite understanding, he opted for Zhuang Xiaodai, who appeared harmless. Thinking it prudent to choose the softer option, little did he know that he nearly placed himself in jeopardy. Initially, Zhuang Xiaodai had worn a somewhat anxious expression, concerned that her husband might request something beyond her capabilities. However, upon hearing his words, her tension dissipated instantly, replaced by a radiant smile. That's simple. Our school's textbooks are filled with various martial arts techniques. Just wait, my dear, I will fetch them right away. With that, she joyfully turned and dashed into the room. In no time, she returned, gleefully carrying several thick volumes, lifting them high to present to Shingchin. Her endearing demeanor was utterly charming and innocent, completely contrasting with the anxiousness she had exhibited moments earlier. Shingchin could not help but reach out to tousle her hair before taking the books and approaching the desk, his expression serious as he began to peruse the texts. Zhuang Xiaodai, on the other hand, moved a stool to sit beside him, resting her elbows on the desk and cradling her chin in her hands, gazing at him intently, her expression gradually becoming enamored. Shingchin remained unmoved, completely engrossed in the martial arts manuals before him. Zhuang Xiaodai had brought 3 books in total: Fundamental Qi and Blood Method, Thunderfire Blade, and Ironstone Body. The Fundamental Qi and Blood Method primarily focused on utilizing techniques to strengthen the body and enhance vitality. Meanwhile, Thunderfire Blade emphasized offensive techniques, while Ironstone Body was dedicated to bolstering defensive capabilities. Before long, Shingchin had finished reading all 3 manuals, almost simultaneously. The previously unchanging translucent system panel in the upper left corner began to tremble and convulse. After a considerable time, it finally stabilized, and the content on the panel began to change. Name: Shingchin, Fundamental Qi and Blood Method Proficiency. Level 1, 0-100. Thunderfire Blade Proficiency. Beginner, 0-100. Ironstone Body Proficiency. Beginner, 0-100. Chapter 6. The sisters clash upon observing the changes on the system panel. Shingchin's face lit up with joy. This meant that he merely needed to increase his practice with these 3 martial arts manuals to smoothly reach the beginner level, or even attain a higher echelon. Without further ado, he turned eagerly to Zhuang Xiaodai, ready to seek her guidance. Despite having the manuals, he was still utterly perplexed about the trajectories of the 12 meridians and the structure of the human skeleton. Without these foundational understandings, even possessing the manuals would make successful cultivation exceedingly difficult. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Xiaodai, who had been sitting half a meter away, had quietly inched closer, now merely a fist's distance from him. As he turned, their eyes met, their noses almost touching, nearly leading to an accidental kiss. Zhuang Xiaodai was equally startled by the sudden proximity, her large eyes fluttering before she closed them, a smile gracing her rosy lips as she leaned in slowly. Shingchin was taken aback, instinctively retreating, only to forget that he was seated in a chair. The sudden shift caused him to lean back uncontrollably. Behind him stood an exquisite ceramic jade vessel, undoubtedly worth no less than 10 million. If he were to fall now, he would surely send the vessel crashing to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Realizing his precarious situation, a chilling cry of dismay escaped him. Was he truly about to let the 1 million he had just obtained slip away like this? In a moment of urgency, driven by an insatiable desire for victory and an intense yearning for wealth, he forcefully altered his trajectory, curling his body to evade the exquisite ceramic artifact. Just as he began to breathe a sigh of relief, he found himself face to face with a cactus adorned with menacing thorns. A collision would likely mar his visage. In an instant, his expression contorted further into a grotesque grimace, his cries escalating in volume. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Zhuang Xiaodai extended her hand and grasped him firmly, pulling him back. However, unbeknownst to them, perhaps due to the force of her pull, their balance faltered, and they both tumbled backward. Luckily, there was nothing behind Zhuang Xiaodai, and they fell to the ground in each other's embrace, without harm. Shingchin lay on her chest, still in shock, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Zhuang Xiaodai remained silent, a sly smile gracing her face as she tightened her hold around him. In a room within the estate, Zhuang Man donned a snug athletic outfit that accentuated her firm, smooth muscles, her lustrous black hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of vigor. At that moment, she was in a handstand against the wall, occasionally kicking upward with a speed nearly undetectable to the naked eye, the veins in her arms standing out prominently. Only when she reached her limit did she pause to rest against the wall for a brief moment. Sweat trickled along the contours of her skin, cascading down her elongated neck, dripping from her cheeks and ears onto the floor, saturating the carpet beneath her and deepening its hue compared to the surrounding fibers. Zhuang Man had practiced diligently for 2 continuous hours until her limbs grew weary, and only then did she cease her exertions. She retrieved a clean towel and leisurely began to wipe the sweat from her body. As she was in the midst of drying her firm, glistening thighs, her ears suddenly perked up. She faintly discerned a piercing male scream, seemingly emanating from her younger sister's room. Her brow furrowed in concern, and without a moment to spare, She strode briskly out of her room, arriving at the door of Xiaodia's room, which was merely one room away. Upon seeing a lone man's slipper at the doorway, her expression shifted drastically, panic etched across her stunning features. With no time to knock, she decisively kicked open Zhuang Xiaodia's door. The scene before her instantly drained the color from her face, her eyes ablaze with fury. Shingchin, startled by the resounding crash at the door, awakened and quickly raised his head, immediately meeting Zhuang Man's striking visage, filled with intense anger. He could not overlook the remnants of the shattered titanium alloy door at his feet. His body stiffened, and lowering his gaze, he observed Zhuang Xiaodai beneath him, her expression innocent. He recalled the position he had just occupied, nestled against her chest, although he honestly felt no discomfort. The situation, a man atop a woman, was indeed prone to misinterpretation. Not to mention that the person witnessing this scene was none other than the girl's sister. Shingchin's heart let out a lament. What a predicament! Surely, he wouldn't meet his demise tonight, would he? Without much thought, he hastily rose to his feet, gesturing frantically as he attempted to explain to Zhuang Man, "It is not as you perceive it. Whether you believe me or not, you have truly misunderstood. I had no intention of offending your sister." However, before he could utter more, Zhuang Man had already dragged him behind her. Assuming a protective stance, she swiftly seized Zhuang Xiaodai from the ground, raising her fist as if poised to strike, while reproaching her with palpable disappointment. "Xiaodai, I know you have always been infatuated. And since school has instituted a closed environment, you haven't encountered many men. Thus, I can somewhat comprehend your sudden attraction to a handsome figure. However, I never anticipated that you would engage in such lewd behavior. You have profoundly disappointed me. Today, I must impart a lesson. Or who knows what reckless acts you may commit in the future." Though Zhuang Xiaodai felt intimidated by Zhuang Chuxua, she showed little fear of Zhuang Man. In response to her remarks and actions, she refrained from defending herself and instead provocatively retorted, "Second sister, what I have done pales in comparison to your past exploits. I've heard that a certain male suitor nearly jumped into a river for you, yet you refused him. What does that make my actions?" Zhuang Man's expression turned icy, while Zhuang Xiaodai remained undeterred. It appeared that an old conflict lay between them, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Before long, the two women erupted into a physical altercation. The room was filled with the sound of fists striking flesh, accompanied by muffled grunts. Their fight was fierce, and each blow was aimed at the other's face and vulnerable abdomen. The ferocity of their punches sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Shingchin, who had initially been bewildered, soon wore a frown of exasperation. It seemed that Zhuang Man not only doubted him, but had also begun to question Zhuang Xiaodai. Since his arrival in this world, events had consistently unfolded in unexpected ways. Nevertheless, this situation had arisen due to him, so he stepped forward to intervene, intending to clarify the entire matter. However, the two women were wholly engrossed in their confrontation, ignoring his attempts to mediate. Several times, the sheer force of their punches nearly sent him stumbling to the floor, rendering him unable to intervene. Realizing this, Shingchin ceased to waste his breath, took a seat on a nearby stool, and noticed some snacks on the table. He grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds and sat back, munching while watching the spectacle unfold. Let it be whatever it may. As long as they don't kill each other, it's fine by him. After all, he was not the one being beaten. The sunflower seeds scattered across the ground as Shingchin and the two women finally ceased their brawl, collapsing onto the earth with bruised faces, disheveled hair, and heaving chests. Observing this, he laid down the seeds in his hand and gently brushed off the dust. He proceeded to recount the events to Zhuang Man in detail. Just moments ago, in a fit of emotion, Zhuang Man had instinctively believed that Shingchin was shielding Zhuang Xiaodai. After all, her younger sister, though infatuated, possessed a countenance reminiscent of a first love in the eyes of male patrons, making her quite endearing. The gentleman would naturally believe and defend her, even interceding on her behalf. Even if she had indeed committed some wrongdoing, they would likely dismiss it as inconsequential. However, to engage in inappropriate behavior without considering a man's consent was unequivocally erroneous. She could not permit her sister to partake in such morally reprehensible acts. Yet, observing Shingchin's earnest expression and the mockery etched upon her sister's face nearby, Zhuang Man realized she had misjudged her sibling. A wave of guilt washed over her. However, given their long-standing rivalry, uttering an apology to Xiaodai felt insurmountable. Moreover, considering their entrenched animosity, This incident hardly mattered. With such thoughts in mind, Zhuang Man swiftly cast the matter aside, rising to sit cross-legged and turning to Shingchin with a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What do you intend to do with these martial arts manuals? You are 2 years my senior, your physique has already settled, and you have long surpassed the prime of your training years. It is far too late to embark on cultivation now." She waved her hand dismissively and continued, "It would be best for you to refrain from wasting your efforts and simply remain at home as a sloth." Her words were blunt, devoid of compassion, and carried a hint of disdain for the male patrons. Had any other man from Blue Star heard such a statement, he might have been overwhelmed with shame and burst into tears. As soon as the words left her lips, Zhuang Man realized her candor was excessive, her face betraying a mix of regret and irritation. It was inevitable that he would cry again, and she would have to find a way to console him. How vexatious. It was precisely because these gentlemen tended to blow things out of proportion, creating a plethora of trivial issues and consistently dragging her down, that she had no desire to marry. The man she sought must be one who could stride alongside her, sharing common goals and aspirations, someone powerful. Shingchin, with his lack of cultivation and frail physique, was certainly not among that category. Yet, in the next moment, Shingchin's words and demeanor took her by surprise. Unfazed by her skepticism and prejudice, he earnestly replied, "Destiny resides in the hands of each individual. How could one know without attempting? Moreover, I believe I will surpass the majority, including you. Are there not many in this world who, starting from a disadvantaged position, ultimately rise to prominence? Moreover, although he is merely an ordinary individual, he possesses a system. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is merely a matter of time before he becomes stronger. As a transmigrator with inherent flaws, he harbors this confidence." Upon hearing these words, Zhuang Man's gaze trembled slightly. She lifted her head and for the first time met Shingchin's eyes directly, her expression imbued with scrutiny. In Shingchin's gaze, she discerned earnestness, determination, and an overwhelming confidence that momentarily left her in a daze. For the first time, she realized that this brother-in-law might indeed become the man she would call her husband. He seemed genuinely different from the other men on Blue Star. At that moment, Zhuang Xiaodai also struggled to sit up upon hearing Shingchin's words. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Husband, what you just said is simply incredible." After speaking, she patted her flat chest and earnestly declared, "Rest assured, dear, I will help you realize your dreams. From now on, I shall be your martial arts mentor." Shingchin looked at her, slightly disheveled, yet still adorably charming, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips as he prepared to agree. "No, Xiaodai, I will assist you," Zhuang Man interjected calmly, halting him. Zhuang Xiaodai immediately protested, glaring at her with indignation. "Why can't I? If I can't, then can you? You, the cultivation fanatic, expressionless woman." Zhuang Man stood up, resolutely pulling Shingchin towards the door while stating, "I cannot trust you. Although I misunderstood you earlier, can you genuinely assure me that you are without fault?" At this point, she paused, casting a cryptic glance at Shingchin's chest, which had been exposed during their earlier tussle. The bruises were particularly conspicuous. Shingchin instinctively adjusted his bathrobe, offering an awkward smile. Zhuang Xiaodai continued to protest, her defiance palpable as she stomped her feet. "So what? That was a matter of mutual consent between my husband and me. It is none of your concern." Yet, despite her outcry, she felt a twinge of insecurity and refrained from stepping forward to intervene, helplessly watching as Zhuang Man led her husband away, disappearing from view. Feeling a mix of frustration and dejection, she collapsed onto the pink bed, angrily pounding her stuffed toy. The exhaustion from the earlier confrontation left her weary and in pain. In no time, she succumbed to sleep, her soft snores filling the air. Zhuang Man's room starkly contrasted with those of her two sisters, characterized by a cool color palette, dominated by shades of black and white. In one corner, various exercise equipment hinted at the owner's strict discipline. Shingchin stood in the center of the room, feeling somewhat out of place as he surveyed his surroundings. Zhuang Man paid him no mind, engrossed in setting up a projector to play a film. In an instant, a lifelike male model, completely nude, appeared before their eyes. As the scene zoomed out, a stern female teacher, clad in a fitted uniform and donning gold-rimmed glasses, entered the frame with an air of seriousness. She forcefully snapped her teaching rod against the ground, producing a crisp sound that echoed in the air. The imagery sparked a plethora of thoughts. Shingchin, momentarily bewildered, rubbed his eyes, unsure if he was hallucinating. Once he confirmed his vision was clear, he turned to Zhuang Man with a mix of shock and disbelief. What is happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a lesson on cultivation? How did it suddenly transform into a cosplay film? It was only their first meeting, and they were already watching a film together. Is this world truly so devoid of boundaries? This was not mentioned in the materials provided. Noticing his gaze, Zhuang Man explained with an unwavering demeanor. This is a perfectly normal educational video. The model in the video is a projection designed to give you a more intuitive observation, allowing you to quickly grasp the flow of qi and the anatomy of the human body. I have heard that all male students begin their training with this video, so there is no need for you to feel shy or embarrassed. Ahem, so that's how it is. Shingchin coughed awkwardly. He realized he had overthought the situation. After all, with Zhuang Man's serious and proud nature, how could she possibly take him to watch something inappropriate? It was indeed his own mind that had wandered astray. He promptly averted his gaze, somewhat embarrassed. However, it was not entirely his fault for thinking amiss. Although he had arrived on Blue Star as a naive and unworldly engineering student with little romantic experience, too many events had unfolded that day, causing his thoughts to veer towards the fanciful with an uncontainable momentum. As expected, the subsequent development of the video was quite serious. In fact, it was so rigidly structured that it bordered on tedious. Yet, Shingchin's perspective soon shifted. He found himself blushing uncontrollably. Chapter 8. Testing Qi and Blood Values. Zhuang Man, with an expression of utmost seriousness, diligently followed the content of the video, replacing the long whip with a ruler. While meticulously explaining, she demonstrated on him with the ruler. The sharp edge of the ruler grazed his skin through his robes, producing a tingling sensation. Her voice, cold yet melodious, filled his ears. Shingchin forcibly stifled his errant thoughts and concentrated on her explanation. He followed the basic qi and blood method, allowing his intent to flow through the meridians. Sensing the birth of qi and blood. The human body comprises 12 primary meridians, with a total of 362 acupoints, including both regular and extraordinary points. It is essential to guide the qi and blood through these points and meridians in a specific sequence to achieve the effects of nurturing the acupoints and strengthening the body. Such a multitude of acupoints. It seems that embarking on this initial journey indeed requires considerable effort. Fortunately, although Zhuang Man possesses a reserved demeanor and speaks sparingly, her explanations are thorough and comprehensible. Soon, the dawn light began to illuminate the world outside, and Shingchin's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. Proficiency in Basic Vitality Technique, Level 1, 1100 Success. Observing the changes on the system panel, Shingchin felt an overwhelming surge of elation within. He realized he had finally taken the most challenging first step. A hint of satisfaction graced Zhuang Man's face as she remarked, "In truth, you possess commendable talent, even surpassing many females. Regrettably, you have already missed the optimal time for body refinement, and your foundational abilities have largely solidified. Even if you pursue cultivation now, your future path may not be extensive. Otherwise, you might have been able to participate in the martial arts entrance examination a month from now, with a chance to enroll in a prestigious university, as male candidates receive additional points according to examination policies." The mention of the martial arts entrance examination sparked a glimmer of excitement in Shingchin's eyes. "Thank you for today, Zhuang Man. It's getting late. I shall take my leave," he eagerly expressed, eager to return to his room and research the details regarding the martial arts entrance examination. Zhuang Man momentarily paused, feeling a twinge of melancholy for reasons unbeknownst to her. She placed the ruler aside, maintaining a facade of indifference, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Oblivious to her subtle change in demeanor, Shingchin hastily departed without a backward glance. As he left, Zhuang Man's enchanting visage reflected a complex array of emotions, and she felt an inexplicable discomfort. Why did he leave so swiftly? Was she someone to be avoided? In the dimly lit room, the ethereal blue glow of the computer screen illuminated Shingchin's face, revealing his determined expression. After over an hour of research, he finally grasped the essence of the martial arts entrance examination. Similar to the college entrance examination of his previous life, all students undergo compulsory education, immersing themselves in relevant martial arts cultural courses. However, in the final semester of their senior year, they are divided into two classes, academic and martial. Only students with a vitality level exceeding 100 calories and who have paid the registration fee of 10 yuan can enter the martial science class. Yet, gaining entry to the martial science class does not guarantee admission to a martial arts university. On the contrary, one must exert even greater effort and invest more resources in procuring the flesh of ferocious beasts or elixirs to enhance their strength. Should a student's vitality not reach 130 calories within the semester, the likelihood of failing to gain admission to a martial arts university is high. Conversely, if one achieves a vitality level exceeding 150 calories and completes a bone tempering process, they may aspire to become a first-tier martial artist. Students possessing the prowess of a first-tier martial artist become coveted by various universities, ensuring ample opportunities for acceptance. Certainly, gifted students typically choose to break through to the rank of a martial artist only after reaching a vitality of 180 calories and completing the secondary bone tempering. Some exceptionally talented individuals, brimming with self-confidence, may even opt to ascend after achieving a vitality of 200 calories and undergoing the tertiary bone tempering. The rationale behind the considerable time and effort expended by these prodigies in the early stages is quite straightforward. Only through a profound accumulation in the initial phases can one truly unleash their potential in the later stages, thereby traversing further along the path of martial arts. It is worth noting, however, that these stipulations primarily pertain to female students. Male candidates, being fewer in number, do not attend school from an early age and are instead indulged at home with abundant provisions, lacking any established goals. Consequently, they do not endure the rigors of training, resulting in a significantly inferior physical constitution compared to their female counterparts. This disparity has led to a lowered admission threshold for most universities, where a mere vitality of 100 calories suffices for entry into an ordinary institution, 30 calories less than that required of females. Nevertheless, this is contingent upon the presence of family members. Otherwise, schools do not permit male students to attend classes alone, as even educational institutions cannot guarantee the purity and safety of male students during their time on campus. The enrollment process for male candidates is rather straightforward. They need only fill out their personal information on the official website a week prior to the college entrance examination, and there are no age restrictions. The procedure is quite convenient and can be completed in just a few minutes. Shingchin quickly located the official website and successfully registered, obtaining his examination registration number. All that remained was to await the allocation of examination venues by the relevant authorities and to participate in the test. After noting down the pertinent details and his registration number, he recalled that male candidates required a vitality of 100 calories to gain admission to university. Yet, he was left wondering what his current vitality was, 80 calories? Or perhaps 90 calories. After all, 100 calories merely equated to the vitality of an ordinary adult female from Blue Star. As a robust adult male hailing from modern times, he presumed that his strength would not be lacking. With this thought in mind, he approached a machine in the corner of the room, towering over 2 meters. It resembled a large gravestone, with a 6-inch display screen perched atop. He had noticed this machine long ago and had seen the name displayed on it, Vitality Measurement Device, along with its instructions. However, at the time, he was unaware of its purpose and thus refrained from using it. After conducting some online research, he surmised that it was indeed a device for measuring vitality. With this realization, he followed the instructions on the machine, adopting a horse stance and taking a deep breath. He then clenched his fist tightly and struck the machine with a powerful punch. Bang! His fist impacted the machine, which remained steadfast. The screen gradually illuminated, revealing a number at the top, 1 calorie. Shingchin stared in astonishment at this dismal figure, unable to suppress the twitch of his lips. Although he was aware that Blue Star was a world of extraordinary martial prowess, where humanity possessed astonishing abilities, even the least physically gifted individuals surpassed the champions of modern long-distance running and weightlifting. Yet, who could have foreseen such a vast disparity? It could be likened to the capabilities of a primary school student in this world, or even a child who had yet to enter kindergarten. He even began to suspect that the vitality measuring device displayed a reading of 1 calorie simply because that was the lowest measurable value and could not register anything lower. Shingchin took a deep breath, striving to adjust his mindset. Although the revelation was indeed unexpected, he had prepared himself for such a scenario, as every person he had encountered thus far had been undeniably superior to him. Even more frustrating was the possibility that due to the differences in this world, the density of materials varied as well. A bottle of mineral water that he could once easily twist open now required all his strength to budge, and it was only with Zhuang Man's assistance that he finally succeeded. The memory of her expression, one of disdain towards his ineptitude, felt like a profound humiliation. Moreover, all objects had become considerably heavier. By his estimation, their weight was approximately tenfold compared to his previous life. Therefore, apart from lighter items such as his toothbrush and chopsticks, he found it nearly impossible to lift anything else. He was, quite frankly, a genuine weakling. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that this condition was merely temporary. With the system at his disposal, he was confident that by relentlessly practicing and increasing the frequency of his martial arts training, he would soon transcend this feeble state. Far from feeling disheartened, a flame of determination ignited within him. He discarded the idea of sleeping and instead settled cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and began to circulate the basic vitality technique. As the technique flowed through him, he gradually entered a state of deep focus. With each breath, he could distinctly sense his body growing stronger. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had quietly arrived outside his window. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door, followed by Zhuang Chushue's gentle voice. "Darling, are you awake? It's time to come down for lunch." In Blue Star, men often awoke with a grumpy disposition, typically rising only when their slumber was fully spent. Thus, Zhuang Chushua bypassed breakfast and called Shingchin for lunch instead. "All right, I'll be right there," Shingchin replied, finally opening his eyes. After staying up all night, dark circles were evident beneath his eyes, and his complexion appeared somewhat sallow. Yet, he radiated vitality, his eyes gleaming with energy, entirely devoid of any signs of fatigue. With a swift motion, he sprung from his bed like a carp leaping from the water. He approached the vitality measuring device, assumed a horse stance, and took a deep breath. Then, he unleashed a powerful punch. The result was a meager 2 calories, still a dishearteningly low figure. However, upon seeing this, Shingchin felt no disappointment. Instead, his eyes sparkled with delight. Although 1 calorie seemed insignificant, however, it must be noted that his original vitality was merely at a single card's worth. Remarkably, after just 1 night of cultivation, his vitality doubled. He could distinctly perceive a significant transformation within himself. His muscles had become taut, and his veins appeared more pronounced. When he clenched his fists, he could clearly sense a considerable increase in strength, at least by a factor of 0.5 or more. Even his height seemed to have increased by a few centimeters. A truly astonishing change. The basic vitality technique undoubtedly lived up to its reputation as a remarkable cultivation method in the realm of high martial arts. Shingchin's face radiated astonishment. Yet, as he stroked his chin, a look of confusion crossed his features. The descriptions of other male practitioners' results online did not seem to reflect such pronounced effects. He pondered whether it was due to his initially low baseline or perhaps a consequence of originating from a different world. Regardless, the changes after just 1 night were undeniably impressive. Moreover, this was merely a standard level of cultivation. Once the proficiency of the basic vitality technique reached 100, he could expect further unknown transformations and surprises awaiting him. With this thought in mind, Shingchin straightened his posture and gazed at the system panel. At that moment, it displayed some new changes as well. Name: Shingchin, Basic Vitality Technique Proficiency, Level 1, 6-100. In just 1 night, his proficiency had reached 6. At this rate, it would likely take less than half a month for the basic vitality technique to successfully break through the first level. At that time, his strength would experience its first leap since arriving in this world. Shingchin's expression turned hopeful. Suddenly, a deep rumble emanated from his stomach. A powerful wave of hunger sweeping over him. Almost instantly, he turned pale, breaking into a cold sweat, unable to resist bending over and clutching his abdomen. His face reflected uncertainty. Goodness, why am I suddenly so famished? I feel as though I could devour an entire pig. This intense hunger made it impossible for him to concentrate on anything else. He instinctively wanted to dash out the door and race downstairs to eat, desperate to satiate his ravenous stomach. However, as he approached the door, he inadvertently noticed the full-length mirror hanging on the wall. Glancing at his reflection, he was struck by the sight of his pallid, greasy face from staying up late. With stubble emerging on his chin and even some mysterious yellow discharge at the corners of his eyes, coupled with his hunched posture and hands clutching his belly, he appeared quite disheveled. Shingchin abruptly halted, a conflicted expression on his face. Thinking of the Zhuang family's 3 sisters waiting downstairs for him to join them for a meal, one of whom was his newlywed wife, he hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he turned back, enduring the intense hunger, and swiftly made his way to the bathroom to tidy himself up. After a quick freshening up, he finally burst out of his room. As soon as he stepped outside, in his haste, he collided directly with Zhuang Chuxue, who had been waiting silently at the door. Shingchin had not anticipated that his wife would be there, nor did he foresee such an encounter. Instinctively, he enveloped her tightly in his arms, his hands brushing against her fragrant, silky black hair and delicate shoulders. For a fleeting moment, the air fell into a tranquil silence. The enchanting scent of jasmine wafted from his embrace, seemingly enveloping his entire being in its allure. Zhuang Chuxue blinked a few times, momentarily dazed before regaining her composure. Unable to suppress a light laugh, she boldly reciprocated the embrace, tilting her head to gaze at his slightly embarrassed and flushed face. Her eyes sparkling with tenderness as she spoke. "Good afternoon, darling. In such a hurry to leave. Were you missing me? Being so close." Shingchin dared not meet her luminous gaze, his eyes flitting about in a flustered manner. He inwardly mused that he was grateful for having freshened up just before leaving. Otherwise, he might have turned back in shame, unworthy of such a beautiful woman's affections. Just as he prepared to nod in agreement, a loud rumble erupted from his stomach, echoing even louder than before, breaking the intimate atmosphere. "Let me explain. It's just my stomach growling," Shingchin said, maintaining a facade of calm while internally feeling utterly humiliated. If it had emitted an unpleasant odor, no amount of explanation could suffice, even if he had 10 mouths to speak with. Zhuang Chuxue glanced down at his abdomen and couldn't help but burst into laughter, her beautiful eyes curving into crescent moons. With a teasing tone, she remarked, "It seems that your eagerness to leave is not because you missed me, but rather because you're hungry." She took his hand and led him downstairs, turning back with a radiant smile and saying, "Come on, today I'll be cooking for you. You'll get to experience my culinary skills firsthand. I've learned from the most renowned chefs in 5-star hotels, and I guarantee that once you try my cooking, you will be enchanted and unable to forget it." Seeing that his wife said little more, Shingchin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief while swallowing hard. The prospect of a 5-star chef's cuisine was tantalizing. At the dining table, when Shingchin took his first bite of the exquisitely delicious roasted lamb chops, he could no longer maintain his composure. He dove in with both hands, devouring the meal with unrestrained enthusiasm. In no time, he polished off an amount sufficient to satisfy 10 grown men. Satiated, he patted his round belly and slumped back in his chair, his eyes squinting in bliss. Reluctant to move, seated opposite him, the 3 sisters of the Zhuang family were exquisitely adorned, their hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of grace and elegance, enveloped in a delicate fragrance. Upon witnessing Shingchin's utterly unpretentious manner of eating, they exchanged glances, unable to suppress their laughter. Typically, men from Blue Star consumed their meals with cutlery, taking small bites, often taking an hour or longer to finish a single steak. Even so, the women were left waiting by their sides, wasting precious time that could have been spent in cultivation. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, the Zhuang sisters, fervent practitioners, generally refrained from dining with Blue Star men. This was their first encounter with a man so unconcerned about his image, eating with such naturalness and abandon, not only devouring his meals swiftly but in copious amounts, leaving them both astonished. Chapter 10. Angering Zhuang man. Zhuang Xiaodai propped her elbows on the dining table, resting her chin on her hands, her fingers lightly tapping her delicate cheeks as she flashed a sweet smile and inquired, "Darling, are you full? Would you like to eat a bit more?" Both Zhuang Chuxue and Zhuang Man looked at him with smiles on their faces. "I'm full, truly," Shingchin responded, finally coming to his senses as he observed the radiant and graceful presence of the Zhuang sisters across from him. He quickly shifted from a slouched posture to sitting upright. Looking at the plate that he had nearly emptied, almost cleaner than his own face, he felt a tinge of embarrassment and confessed, "It was simply too delicious. I couldn't resist finishing it all, and you all barely had any." Zhuang Chushue's culinary skills were indeed exceptional, surpassing even those of chefs in 5-star hotels. A true delight to the senses. He would have relished the idea of licking the plate clean. Zhuang Chuxue, her eyes sparkling with joy, waved her hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing. It was prepared especially for you. Seeing you enjoy it so thoroughly makes me happy." Having already arranged the day's itinerary, she continued, "Darling, we don't have any clothes for you at home. Shall we head out to buy some?" Zhuang Xiaodai immediately nodded enthusiastically, and even Zhuang Man couldn't help but glance over with interest. In Blue Star, purchasing for their male companions was a significant source of joy for women, akin to modern women's fondness for acquiring luxury handbags and cosmetics, symbolizing status and dignity. However, this time it shifted from self-indulgence to indulging their male companion. Shingchin nodded in agreement, not wishing to decline. He had no intentions of venturing out alone to shop for clothes. After researching information about this world online the previous night, he had come to understand the maliciousness directed towards innocent men like himself. A single man living alone, lacking adequate strength, would find himself in a perilous world. A mere week could lead to dire consequences, dangers lurking in the shadows, abductions, and confinement. It was an exceedingly treacherous situation. However, it is inconceivable that he could remain in the village for a lifetime, marrying numerous wives and languishing in a confined space, merely subsisting. As a youth of the 21st century, Shingchin, though momentarily compelled by circumstances to accept a life of dependency, would never resign himself to mediocrity. Life, after all, should not merely pass like a white cloth draped over one's face. Rather than drifting aimlessly, it is far more worthwhile to endure hardships and savor the myriad flavors of existence. Even if one were to lead a life as tragic as the protagonist Fu Gui in a story, upon reaching old age, one could still reflect on the tapestry of life with the richness of a fine wine, bittersweet, yet profoundly resonant. Moreover, having traversed into this realm of high martial arts and awakened a system, his life is destined to be grand and extraordinary. As the group stepped out, Zhuang Chuxue produced a white veil adorned with a red rose and attempted to place it upon Shingchin's head. He resolutely declined, jesting that as a man, he would never don such a feminine accessory. Observing his evident aversion, Zhuang Chuxue reluctantly retracted the veil. Upon arriving at the garage, they selected the most striking black convertible and set off towards Chuha Business Street. The convertible zipped through the streets, gliding directly into the designated parking area of the commercial district. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shingchin found himself reclining on a pair of both soft and supple long legs, mouth agape, snoring and drooling, utterly unrefined in his slumber. "Darling, we have arrived. Wake up. Darling, rise and shine. Darling." Faintly hearing these delightful calls, Shingchin furrowed his brow, unwilling to respond. He turned over, caressed the smooth thigh beneath him, and slipped back into a deep sleep. It was only when Zhuang Man nudged him awake that he groggily opened his eyes. Due to his late-night vigil, he had slept soundly throughout the journey, and upon waking, he felt disoriented. Gazing at her exquisitely beautiful yet strikingly dark face, he could not help but chuckle, his mouth racing ahead of his thoughts. "Zhuang Man, have you been caught in a gas explosion? Why are you so black all over? If you were to mine coal now, I fear no one would even recognize you, huh?" Zhuang Man, initially looking down at him with a remarkably lovely face that was rarely soft, instantly turned frigid as she swiftly lifted him off her lap. With a fiery glare, she marched out of the car and slammed the door shut. Only then did Shingchin begin to regain his senses, sitting up and awkwardly removing the sunglasses that he had unknowingly donned. In the front seat, Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Chuxue had witnessed the entire scene unfold, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. Zhuang Xiaodai gazed at the aloof Zhuang Man, who stood with her arms crossed beside the car, and with a hint of schadenfreude, addressed Shingchin, saying, "Darling, my second sister has never had fair skin due to her cultivation, and thus she despises it when others comment on her darkness. What you just said truly struck a nerve with her. Although your words were rather blunt, they hold a kernel of truth." Zhuang Man shot her a frosty glance. Unfazed, Zhuang Xiaodai stuck out her tongue and made a face at her. Shingchin felt a twinge of guilt, having roughly pieced together the situation. It seemed Zhuang Man had been concerned about his eyes being hurt by the glare, which prompted her to kindly give him sunglasses. Ironically, upon awakening, he inadvertently wounded her feelings instead. With this thought in mind, Shingchin exited the car and approached Zhuang Man, scratching his head awkwardly as he spoke. "Zhuang Man, I was still half asleep earlier and wearing sunglasses, which led me to say those things. I assure you, it was not my true sentiment. Trust me, I have never thought of you as dark." After uttering this, he glanced at her sun-kissed skin and muttered under his breath, "Though it's certainly not fair." Initially, upon hearing the first half of his statement, Zhuang Man's icy demeanor began to thaw, but upon hearing the latter words, her expression returned to one of stoicism as she coldly replied, "Heh." Swiftly turning away, she flicked her ponytail, striking Shinchin's bewildered face and leaving a red mark, as she walked away with an air of indifference. Chapter 11. The Women's Covetous Gaze. Chua Commercial Street, the most commercially valuable pedestrian avenue in Han City, boasts a unique blend of Republican and modern retro styles, exuding an alluring charm. Here, one can find an abundance of apparel, culinary delights, and alchemical secrets. The throngs of passers-by create a lively atmosphere. However, at one moment, the women meandering about the street suddenly halted, their gazes collectively drawn toward a single direction. Before them appeared the tall silhouettes of the three Zhuang sisters, gracefully holding black parasols. Each sister possessed her own distinctive beauty. Yet it was not solely their allure that captivated the attention of the women. It was the striking male figure walking amidst them. A man. Upon confirming her observation, the women's eyes sparkled with fervor, abandoning their shopping to fixate on him. Their unabashedly fiery stares seemed poised to pounce, as if they wished to consume him whole. Shingchin sighed, lowering his head to avoid their gaze. Ever since he became acquainted with the background of this world, he found it increasingly difficult to endure the scrutiny of these women. Earlier, at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, he had also noticed many women looking at him. But at that time, he had dismissed it as mere illusion, a common misperception in life. The phone vibrated, and I felt a surge of determination. She harbored affections for me. Coupled with a modicum of self-awareness, his appearance was unremarkable, an utterly commonplace visage, and his stature was rather modest. Even for a lifelong friend amidst a group of 20, it would likely take at least a minute to recognize him. Thus, I did not pay him much heed at the time. However, the situation has changed. His current level of appreciation for companionship is akin to that of a pangolin. If a pangolin were to materialize before you, would you concern yourself with its looks? Of course, there exists a subtle distinction between the two. Most individuals would only dare to admire a pangolin from a distance, perhaps reaching out to touch it. Yet, in this world, women, upon encountering men, often harbor desires to possess them entirely. He sensed that, were it not for the presence of the Zhuang sisters safeguarding him, the moment these women spotted him walking alone on the street, they would likely be unable to contain themselves and would rush towards him. They would not even consider the public setting. After all, according to his online research, Blue Star has a rather peculiar regulation. Women who forcibly take advantage of men face capital punishment. However, there exists an exception. If a woman becomes pregnant as a result, she is deemed innocent, and the law even mandates marriage between the two. Should a male child be born, she is entitled to claim a full 10% of the man's assets. It is thus not difficult to comprehend why these women exhibit such fervor at the mere sight of men. After all, possessing a man signifies not only companionship and progeny, but also the potential for a dramatic ascent in social standing with little effort. Consequently, even a 1 in 1,000 chance compels countless women to take risks. With this in mind, Shingchin prudently donned sunglasses, at least to obscure part of his face. The Zhuang sisters naturally noticed the women's gazes. Zhuang Chuxue maintained her composure, subtly shifting the umbrella to shield her husband from view. Zhuang Xiaodai abandoned her usual frivolity, asserting her claim by linking arms with Shingchin and glaring fiercely at the women. Zhuang Man exuded an icy demeanor, radiating an aura of formidable strength, revealing herself to be a powerful second-tier warrior. The trio's actions effectively intimidated many of the ill-intentioned women. Nevertheless, a majority remained undeterred, rather than brazenly fixating on Shingchin. They quietly trailed the four, pretending to shop while casting covetous glances at his retreating figure. After all, he was a man, and he was surrounded by only 3 protectors, making him seemingly within reach. It is no wonder they were so agitated, despite the gender ratio on Blue Star being 1 male to 10,000 females. It does not imply that in a city like Han City, with over 1 million residents, there are 1,000 men available. Although Seoul is classified as a first-tier city, the majority of men have been sheltered in super first-tier cities with more comprehensive security and stronger individuals, akin to the likes of the capital and the metropolis. Thus, the number of men in Seoul, when tallied, barely reaches 800, a figure that is already remarkable. In cities that do not even qualify as first tier, the number of men is pitifully scarce. Consequently, for these women, the opportunity is indeed rare and must be seized with fervor. They are acutely aware that venturing out without a bodyguard is a bold move, Yet the prowess of the three young women is surely formidable. Nevertheless, with their numbers, how could they possibly be outmatched by a mere trio? Most women cling to this sense of false hope, relentlessly pursuing them. Within a mere 500 meters, the throng trailing behind Shingchin has swelled to over 100, with no signs of abating. Eventually, they no longer bother to conceal themselves, brazenly following with eager eyes. The nearest woman is scarcely 5 meters away, and at their current pace, she could seize Shingchin in the blink of an eye. Shingchin clenches her fists in agitation. "Honey, what do you think of this tie? Do you like it?" Zhuang Chuxue inquires, pointing at a blue tie in the display window, but upon receiving no response, she turns in confusion. It is then that she notices Shingchin's slightly perturbed expression. Pausing momentarily, she glances back at the women who have been tailing them, her gaze turning icy. Grasping Shingchin's tightly clenched hand, she interlaces her fingers with his. In response to his surprised look, she swiftly wraps her arms around his waist and darts towards a very secluded alleyway. The women behind them, their eyes sharpening, immediately give chase. Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai, in perfect synchrony, halt their steps, their energy surging as they unleash a powerful punch, momentarily overwhelming a large group. They have no intent to pursue further, instead opting to follow the direction their elder sister has taken. After several twists and turns, Zhuang Chuxue leads Shingchin and her sisters to an opulent building, distinct from the other ancient-style architecture of the business district, surrounded by lush greenery. This edifice is perfectly concealed. The two female security guards in black uniforms immediately notice their figures and approach with respectful demeanor, bowing slightly as they address her. "Miss Zhuang, you have arrived. Please, come in." They do not spare Shingchin a second glance. Zhuang Chuxue nods, guiding Shingchin and her sisters inside. Before long, the women who had been following them catch up, their gazes filled with uncertainty as they regard the resplendent structure before them. Most of them, having grown up in Seoul, have traversed the Chuha business street countless times, certainly over 100, if not more. Yet, prior to this moment, they had never heard of such an extravagant building appearing on Chuha business street. There are only two possibilities. Either this building has been secretly constructed, or it caters exclusively to a select elite, of which the common populace remains blissfully unaware. Observing the moss sprouting from the base of the walls, the latter possibility seems significantly more plausible. Many women, regaining a semblance of composure, began to harbor thoughts of retreat. Yet, a handful of others, intoxicated by desire, disregarded all caution and sought to charge recklessly inside. The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground reverberated. These women were effortlessly dispatched by two female security guards, sent sprawling as they clutched their painfully throbbing bellies, lying helplessly on the ground. Judging by the formidable aura emanating from the guards, they were undoubtedly powerful second-tier martial artists. Chapter 12. The Appearance of Another Man. Unauthorized personnel, please refrain from entering. The taller of the security guards coldly admonished. The women were taken aback at the sight of her security uniform. A second-tier martial artist deigning to serve as a mere guard? In Han City, even a first-tier martial artist is regarded as a person of considerable stature, often owners of small businesses. Second-tier martial artists, on the other hand, wield immense influence in their respective domains, living lives of unparalleled luxury and ease. Such individuals would never forsake their comfortable existence for the trifling role of a security guard, unless the proposition offered to them was not monetary, but rather a taste of power. As the saying goes, wealth is easily acquired, but power is a rare treasure. The women exchanged hesitant glances, a sense of retreat creeping into their hearts. Only the 5 or 6 women who had just been kicked to the ground remained oblivious to the underlying intricacies, continuing their discontented outcry. After helping one another to their feet, they indignantly pointed fingers at the guards, unleashing a tirade of accusations. One woman, particularly incensed, brandished her phone and began recording, loudly proclaiming her intent to expose the guards online. In response, the two guards exhibited neither anger nor concern, but rather gazed upon them with a mixture of derision and pity. Having witnessed similar scenes of women pursuing men on 1 or 2 occasions, they quickly deduced the unfolding events. The audacity of these women to set their sights on the male guest of the young master of the Zhuang family was utterly reckless. It was as though they were courting disaster. It seemed likely that, after today, many would vanish without a trace in the city once again. With a hint of schadenfreude, the guards contemplated this as they observed the women's lack of response. Outmatched, and ultimately defeated, the women begrudgingly departed, though their minds remained preoccupied with the incident. Unbeknownst to them, a shadow adorned with a peculiar patterned mask had trailed them, lurking in the shadows. From a distance, it resembled a wisp of a ghost, remaining concealed until they reached a desolate and silent area. Suddenly, a figure emerged behind them, the blade gleaming with a blinding light. As the woman's pupils constricted, blood erupted from her throat. A thud resounded as the corpse fell to the ground. Hastily entering the building, Shingchin could not help but glance back. Only when he saw that those women had all been intercepted by the security and were gradually dispersing, did he let out a sigh of relief. As a model youth in the peaceful era of the 21st century, this was his first experience of being followed, especially in such a collaborative manner by multiple women. Some anxiety was inevitable. He decided to dismiss these thoughts and fully immerse himself in shopping. Inside the building, there were only a few dozen stores, yet each offered a diverse array of high-end luxury brands. The prices were exorbitant. A single mobile phone cost hundreds of thousands, and a set of casual sportswear was priced at tens of thousands. The more extravagant items even exceeded several million. Observing this, Shingchin silently withdrew his hand that had been poised to present a 1 million check, swallowing his pride as he accepted this harsh reality. Soon, the group entered a suit store, where Zhuang Xiaodai rushed in first. With enthusiasm, she quickly selected several suits and shoes according to her taste and handed them to Shingchin. Although Zhuang Man was still somewhat displeased, she could not restrain herself from picking out a suit she liked and awkwardly offered it to him, her gaze wandering around the store in search of a more pleasing option. Meanwhile, Zhuang Chuxue remained composed, calmly seated on the store's sofa, smiling as she observed them without moving. After several rounds of shopping, Shingchin had gradually grown accustomed to Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man's fervor for self-adornment. Naturally, he accepted the suits and entered the fitting room. Moments later, he emerged wearing the outfits chosen by Zhuang Xiaodai, which yielded mediocre results. Ultimately, he donned the suit selected by Zhuang Man. The instant he stepped out, both Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man's eyes brightened simultaneously. Zhuang Xiaodai fluttered around him like a butterfly, exuberantly exclaiming, "Wow! You look so handsome, darling. This suit suits you perfectly." Zhuang Man nodded in appreciation, seldom offering her opinion, merely stating, "Not bad." The female sales associate, standing 5 meters away from Shingchin, bowed slightly as she cheerfully introduced, "This suit was just airlifted from the capital yesterday. Crafted from the hide of the 5th-grade ferocious beast, the crimson flame crocodile. It is impervious to fire and water. The price is 13 million, and we have only this one in stock." Initially embarrassed by their compliments, Shingchin could not suppress a sense of pride until he heard the exorbitant price. His eyes widened in disbelief. For merely a suit, charging over 10 million was outrageous. He immediately waved his hand, indicating he would not purchase it. Zhuang Chuxue stood up at this moment, her gaze sweeping over Shingchin with a hint of astonishment, and she directly stated, "Wrap up all the previous sets for me." The female sales assistant's expression brightened immediately as she responded, "Certainly, Miss Zhuang. The total for the 4 sets amounts to 15 million. Will you be taking them with you? Or shall we arrange for delivery? What a foolish expense. Over 10 million for mere clothing. It seems excessive." Shingchin shook his head, preparing to decline. "I want this suit." Just then, a deliberately affected voice, slightly effeminate, rang out from the entrance. The four turned to look. A large group of women had appeared at the doorway, all clad in black uniforms, their expressions cold and apathetic, resembling robots. At the forefront stood a short, rotund man, adorned in extravagant, tight-fitting yellow overalls, with a prominent belly. Beside him was a pure, black-haired beauty dressed in a white cheapao. The duo presented a striking image reminiscent of a CEO and his sweet little secretary. However, in this topsy-turvy world, it was unclear who was the CEO and who was the secretary. Noticing that everyone was looking at him, Wei Ping puffed out his belly and surveyed the surroundings with an air of arrogance. Yet, when his gaze fell upon a graceful figure within the suit shop, his arrogance vanished in an instant. With surprise, he exclaimed, "Sister Xiaoman, what a coincidence, you are also here." As he spoke, he cradled his belly and hurried toward Zhuang Man. However, he soon slowed his pace, seemingly aware of his somewhat crude behavior, lacking the modesty expected of a gentleman. He quickly adjusted to dainty steps, his chubby face flushing slightly. As he cast a shy glance at Zhuang Man, his eyes narrowed in a coy manner. Chapter 13. The peculiar men of Blue Star, Shingchin witnessed this scene and felt a shiver run down his spine, covered in goosebumps. He began to understand why. Since arriving on Blue Star, he had been repeatedly called handsome by women despite his unremarkable appearance. Initially, he thought it was merely a polite formality from the women. However, observing the overly affected mannerisms of the man before him, he surmised that if all men on Blue Star were akin to this one, their compliments of handsome might indeed be sincere. After browsing the store, Zhuang Xiaodai returned with 2 additional suits in hand, her steps light as she approached. Just in time to catch sight of Wei Ping entering. Her eyes sparkled with recognition. Leaning toward Zhuang Man, she nudged her shoulder playfully and teased, "Oh, dear sister, isn't this the one who has been crying and clamoring to be with you, even threatening to jump into the river, the husband of that lord's daughter? How did he suddenly appear here? Could it be for you?" Zhuang Man, with an expression of indifference, coldly retorted, "Close your foul mouth." Zhuang Xiaodai, unfazed, merely smiled slyly. However, considering her husband was present, she wisely refrained from further comment and stood aside, arms crossed, to watch the unfolding drama. Wei Ping approached, taking small, dainty steps. Her bashful smile directed at Zhuang Man. Her originally soft voice now carried a more affected lilt. "Sister Xiaoman, why are you silent? You should speak to Ping Ping." With that, she extended her chubby hand, intending to grasp the edge of Zhuang Man's garment. Zhuang Man promptly stepped back, her voice icy as she admonished, "Wei Ping, my husband is here. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Wei Ping's outstretched finger froze midair, trembling as her voice quivered uncontrollably. She took a few unsteady steps forward. Disbelief etched on her face. "Sister Xiaoman, what did you just say? Husband? You're married? It's impossible. I haven't heard a single thing about this." "Sister Xiaoman, you're teasing Ping Ping, aren't you?" Zhuang Man continued to retreat, shaking her head, calmly stating the facts, "Though we have yet to register our marriage. My husband is indeed wed to my sister. It is merely a matter of time before we obtain our certificate." "No way. I refuse to believe it. It's a lie. All of it is a lie." Wei Ping, unable to accept the truth, covered her ears with her hands, shaking her head wildly. Her portly form staggering backward. She was on the verge of collapsing when, in an instant, the women in black uniforms, who had been quietly waiting at the entrance, suddenly appeared behind her like a mirage, catching her fall. With a resounding thud, Wei Ping collapsed onto the expressionless women, suffering no harm, yet she began to wail uncontrollably. Like a distressed infant, she flailed her limbs, emitting an ear-piercing cry. "Wah! No, I don't want Sister Xiaoman to marry someone else. I don't care. Sister Xiaoman can only be my wife, not anyone else's." Shingchin stood in stunned silence, feeling as though his worldview had been turned upside down. Can you imagine a 200-pound adult male, in a public setting, throwing a tantrum like a child demanding a toy, sobbing uncontrollably? Moreover, the onlookers seemed entirely unperturbed by the spectacle. Aside from Zhuang Man, whose expression showed a hint of irritation, everyone else, including the female sales staff, wore faces that suggested they were accustomed to such antics. The woman in the white qipao displayed a look of sympathy, showing no disdain for Wei Ping's snotty, disheveled appearance. She stepped forward, lifted her from the pile of women, and embraced her, softly whispering words of comfort. There, Ping Ping, don't cry. If she doesn't marry you, it's her lack of discernment. Next time, I shall certainly find you a more suitable partner." Wei Ting, while comforting Wei Ping, cast an apologetic glance towards her friend, Zhuang Man, hoping she would overlook her somewhat inconsiderate remark. Zhuang Man merely shrugged, indifferent. After a considerable amount of time, when Shingchin emerged from the changing room in yet another suit provided by Zhuang Xiaodai, Wei Ping finally ceased his endless wailing, soothed by Wei Ting's persistent reassurances. However, his gaze had shifted from Zhuang Man to Shingchin, his small eyes now brimming with intense hatred. He had come to a realization. It was this despicable man before him who had lured his sister, causing their separation. The thought ignited a fervor within him. He violently pushed Wei Ting aside and stormed towards Shingchin, seething, "You wretched man, I shall kill you. Once you are dead, Sister Xiaoman will be mine," he muttered in a trance-like state, lowering his body and raising his pudgy fist, propelled by a fierce wind, striking heavily towards Shingchin's head. Though his earlier demeanor bore the semblance of a pretender, he was, after all, a human born into a world of martial prowess. Consuming the flesh of ferocious beasts rich in vitality, Even an untrained adult man typically possessed a blood vitality ranging from 30 to 70. Moreover, judging by his physique, it was evident that he did not belong to the category of those entirely devoid of training. His vitality was surely higher. If that punch landed, Shingchin's head would undoubtedly be obliterated, leaving nothing behind. Fortunately, the others were not to be trifled with either. Before Wei Ping could dash very far, he was seized by the straps of his suspenders by Wei Ting, which were of excellent quality, showing no signs of giving way. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not budge an inch. He turned around, shouting angrily, "Sister, what are you doing? Let me go? How dare you entice my woman? I must kill this wretched man." Wei Ting, rarely expressing anger, admonished him sternly, "Ping, enough of this. You have truly gone too far this time. Normally, when you hit and scold women, they are tough enough not to retaliate. But men are different. He clearly appears weaker than you. If you strike him, he might very well end up in the hospital. If a lawsuit follows, you would be sent to the Reproductive Bureau and never return. By then, even a great matriarch would not be able to save you." Upon hearing the words Reproductive Bureau, Wei Ping seemed to recall something, his form halting. The indignation on his face turned pale, and his previously brash demeanor vanished without a trace. However, he was still reluctant to concede that Sister Xiaoman could be taken away by another man. His small eyes darted around, as if struck by inspiration, and an expression of excitement suddenly lit up his face. Did not the internet say that a man's tears are a woman's aphrodisiac? Since the hard approach proved ineffective, he opted for a softer tactic. Chapter 14. A challenge issued. Wei Ping suddenly turned around and embraced Wei Ting's waist. He strained to squeeze out a few tears, lifting his head with a pitiful expression, his voice trembling as he said, "Sister, what should I do? You know how much I adore Sister Xiaoman. The reason I enrolled in the martial arts college entrance exam and have trained so diligently is to be able to attend the same university as Sister Xiaoman. I cannot live without her. Please help me, won't you?" As he spoke, he swayed his body, causing the flesh on him to tremble. Shingchin observed this scene, feeling a visceral discomfort akin to witnessing an inappropriate man in a pink frilly outfit acting coy. It was almost unbearable to watch. Yet, this clumsy display somehow managed to soften Wei Ting's heart. She momentarily forgot her brother's earlier rudeness and glanced at Zhuang Man with a troubled expression, as if seeking her to feign support and comfort Wei Ping. However, Zhuang Man's expression was far from pleasant. In the past, out of respect for Wei Ting's long-standing friendship, she would have likely played along, pretending to console Wei Ping. Yet, having guided Shingchin's training the previous night, she was acutely aware of his frail constitution. He was, in essence, no different from a 3-year-old child. Had there not been others to intervene, or had the intervention been too late, that punch could have resulted in Shingchin's demise. Contemplating such dire consequences, Zhuang Man's demeanor turned icy as she averted her gaze from Wei Ting. Although she held no particular fondness for Shingchin, he was, after all, her future husband. The mere thought of him being harmed ignited her fury. If it weren't for the long-standing relationship between their families, she would have already contacted the authorities to have Wei Ping apprehended. There was no reason for him to continue his tantrum here. Wei Ting furrowed her brow, taken aback by Zhuang Man's apparent lack of consideration, especially given their friendship. Not a single kind word was offered. Could it be that Zhuang Man had genuinely developed feelings for that man named Shingchin? Observing her sister's look of shame and apology alongside Sister Xiaoman's indifferent profile, Wei Ping's hopeful gaze gradually dimmed, his head drooping low, his short and stout figure appearing rather forlorn. In that moment, he pondered many things. Why was Sister Xiaoman so unyielding, unwilling to offer even a word of comfort? Had she truly fallen for that despicable man? On what grounds? After all, I was the one who knew Sister Xiaoman first. With renewed anger, Wei Ping directed an accusatory gaze towards Shingchin, pointing at him, and, with a quivering voice, shouted at Zhuang Man, "Sister Xiaoman, what do you see in him that I lack? Apart from being slightly more handsome, his vitality doesn't surpass mine. His status is inferior, and he lacks my charm and humor. What is it that you find appealing about him? Moreover, was it not you who once claimed to despise weak men? Yet, in the end, you found yourself entangled with the most feeble of them all, revealing yourself to be nothing more than a deceiver, a heart-thieving scoundrel." As he spoke, he could no longer contain his tears and began to weep uncontrollably in his sister's embrace. Wei Ting could only pat his back in a bid to console him, while her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Shingchin. She yearned to discern what sort of man could so thoroughly captivate the most sought-after beauty in the capital, Zhuang man. To her surprise, she met Shingchin's gaze, which was tinged with a hint of anger, his eyes blazing with intensity. Shingchin had to admit that when Wei Ping charged towards him moments ago, he experienced a fleeting moment of fright. It was reminiscent of a time in his past life when he found himself in a narrow, dark alley, suddenly confronted by a towering man, covered in tattoos, with scars adorning his body and a menacing glare. This was unrelated to anything else, merely a consequence of the stark disparity in power, a threat to his very existence. But what of it? He possessed the system, an extraordinary advantage. If not now, then when should he strike? Shingchin took several determined steps forward, fixing Wei Ping with a cold stare as he declared, "You claim I am the weakest? Dare you to face me in a duel at the martial arts examination a month from now?" Silence. When did it become your turn to speak? Wei Ping interrupted angrily, sizing him up with disdain, retorting, "Besides, with your pitiful strength, your vitality must be below 20. Don't come crying to the authorities when I leave you incapacitated. I know all too well the kind of petty man who steals another's woman. Sneaky and treacherous. This can be easily arranged. We can draft a written agreement beforehand, stipulating that once we step onto the arena, it is a fight to the death." Shingchin's expression remained impassive, concerned that Wei Ping might not take the bait. He provocatively added, "Stealing women? I have never possessed one, so how could I steal you?" Wei Ping's face flushed with rage upon hearing the latter part of Shingchin's words. Before he could utter another word, a voice suddenly interjected. "Husband, do not act rashly." Zhuang Chuxue, who had remained silent until now, turned pale upon hearing their exchange and quickly spoke up to intervene. As Shingchin turned to her with a look of confusion, she leaned in close, swiftly explaining, "Husband, you may not be aware, but although Wei Ping is a man of leisure and gluttonous by nature, he hails from the Wei family, one of the top martial arts clans in Longhua. Growing up in such an environment, he has a basic understanding of various martial techniques. Moreover, his vitality is not to be underestimated, likely around 110 among men. He ranks above average. Coupled with his impulsive nature and the hatred he harbors for you at this moment, should you both agree to a life-and-death contest, he will show you no mercy." Shingchin was taken aback. Wei Ping, appearing both portly and rather affected, led him to believe he was merely an ordinary man from Blue Star. According to the information retrieved online, the average male's vitality is capped at approximately 80 units, with many falling as low as 40 or 50. Given his ability to enhance 1 unit of vitality overnight, it stands to reason that, even without the assistance of a system, he could surpass Wei Ping in a month's time. However, to his astonishment, Wei Ping's vitality had reached an astonishing 110 units, coupled with a mastery of various martial techniques. Therefore, to defeat him, one would need a vitality at least 20 units higher, or, if the vitality levels are comparable, a superior proficiency in martial arts. Otherwise, once they step onto the arena, the outcome could prove fatal. Wei Ping, who had been hesitating, observed Shingchin's solemn expression and suddenly nodded in agreement, seemingly eager to prevent Ji from reneging on the deal. "Since you are so adamant, I shall acquiesce. However, I have a condition. If I win, I want you to relinquish Sister Man to me." Chapter 15. Zhuo Man's indifference seeing Wei Ping's impatience and his unmistakable insistence that there be no turning back. Shingchin remained noncommittal. Although Wei Ping's strength was indeed beyond his expectations, he would not back down at this juncture. Moreover, with the system's support, the outcome was still uncertain. He replied, "I agree. However, Zhuo Man is not an object to be given away. If you win, I will distance myself from her. Conversely, you must also pay a price." Wei Ping's expression brightened, and he eagerly asked, "What price?" "If you lose, you can never seek out Zhuo Man again." Wei Ping nodded without hesitation, confident that he would not lose to such a weak opponent. When the day of the competition arrived, he would demonstrate to Sister Man just how effortlessly he could defeat the frail man before him. He aimed to prove that he was the only man worthy of her affection. Perhaps, witnessing his prowess in the arena would prompt Sister Man to pursue him, expressing her feelings openly. As he envisioned this somewhat embarrassing scenario, Wei Ping's previously pale complexion flushed with color. His chubby hands covered his round face, and his legs instinctively pressed together, casting a shy glance at Zhuo Man. Upon seeing her indifferent profile, his expression soured, though he managed to regain some composure. Before departing, He arrogantly threw a parting remark at Shingchin. On the day of the martial arts examination, I hope you won't be too frightened to even step outside. I will be watching you. Wei Ting followed behind him, casting a meaningful glance back at Shingchin. From a perspective hidden from others, her lips parted slightly, and her red tongue flickered briefly, leaving behind a silent message. As she turned, leaving behind a trail of fragrant breeze, a delightful smile graced her lips. This gentleman was indeed intriguing, daring to issue a life-and-death challenge despite his inferior strength. It was uncertain whether this was a display of ignorance or a reliance on some hidden advantage. Wei Ting found herself intrigued, thus she discreetly whispered to him, "See you next time," with a teasing gesture. Although her actions were subtle, the three sisters of the Zhuang family were not oblivious. They sensed her flirtation. Zhuang Chuxue raised an eyebrow, while Zhuang Man furrowed her brow. Zhuang Xiaodai could no longer contain herself and leaned closer to Shingchin, wrapping her arm around his, casually inquiring, "Darling, what did Wei Ting just whisper to you? Why the cloak of mystery? Afraid we might eavesdrop?" "Huh?" Shingchin, looking perplexed, shook his head in confusion. "Did she say something?" Wei Ting had been standing about 5 or 6 meters away when she spoke to him, her head slightly tilted. And as a nearsighted individual unfamiliar with lip-reading, he had not noticed her at all. Zhuang Xiaodai, witnessing his bewildered expression, which seemed genuine, burst into laughter. Haha. It seems Wei Ting's flirtation was in vain. Zhuang Man involuntarily exhaled in relief. However, the next moment, upon realizing her own instinctive reaction, her brow furrowed slightly. Logically, there was nothing wrong with Wei Ting aspiring to marry her husband. In fact, given their long-standing acquaintance, it would foster deeper trust and friendship between their families. Yet, why had she felt relieved? Was it that she had developed feelings for Shingchin? Contemplating this, Zhuang Man cast a complex glance at him. Indeed, he was unlike other gentlemen. He acted decisively and exuded an aura of natural confidence that was hard to resist. Nonetheless, considering his recent wager with Wei Ping, it was evident that Shingchin harbored no feelings for her. She fluttered her eyelashes, forcefully suppressing her chaotic thoughts, and resumed her icy demeanor. At that moment, Zhuang Chuxue approached Shingchin, lightly tapping his forehead in reproach, and said with irritation, "Darling, you were too impulsive just now. With your current vitality, defeating Wei Ping within a month is utterly impossible. What if you get injured when the time comes?" Shingchin rubbed his head and chuckled. Though his actions might seem rash and somewhat foolish to others, he had a system. While he had yet to witness its true potential, he was confident it would surpass his own training capabilities. A full month of preparation was more than sufficient. He refused to believe he could not best Wei Ping. Seeing his foolish expression, Zhuang Chuxue shot him an exasperated glare. After pondering for a few moments with her head bowed, she finally said thoughtfully, "If all else fails, I shall pay a visit to the Wei family myself to explain the matter and annul this wager. Given the long-standing friendship between our families, they are likely to comprehend our situation. There's no need for that." Shingchin quickly interjected, his tone resolute. "Since I have initiated this wager, I shall honor it without fail. Moreover, who shall emerge victorious remains uncertain." Observing his blind confidence, Zhuang Chuxue helplessly pressed her forehead, reluctant to shatter his spirits. If necessary, she would discreetly arrange some preparations in advance. Should Shingchin sustain any injuries, she would instruct the referee to halt the match immediately, particularly his bout against Wei Ping. In this manner, he could participate without incurring serious harm. With this plan in mind, she refrained from saying more. The group continued to browse several shops. Under Shingchin's pained gaze, they extravagantly purchased clothing worth millions. Only then did the three Zhuang sisters leave with satisfaction. After dinner, Shingchin once again accompanied Zhuang Man for training. Although he had nearly mastered the basics of vital energy and could execute a complete cycle, his speed remained rather slow. With Zhuang Man's continuous guidance, many stagnated acupoints were rapidly opened by the vital energy in a remarkable manner. Progress was nearly 20% faster than the previous night. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that Zhuang Man seemed particularly aloof that evening. During breaks, when he occasionally tried to engage her in casual conversation unrelated to their training, Zhuang Man's responses were curt and unusually distant. As this continued, Shingchin gradually lost his desire to converse, preferring not to waste his warmth on her chilling demeanor. Thus, after their lessons concluded, he bid her farewell and retreated to his room to diligently resume his training. Meanwhile, Zhuang Man, as if finally shedding a heavy burden, slumped into a chair. Her long arms hung down, fingertips brushing against the plush carpet as she gazed up at the ceiling, her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts. Chapter 16. Proficiency reaches 100. And so, half a month passed. One morning, Shingchin sat upright in bed, slowly opening his eyes, a spark of brilliance flashing within them. He exhaled deeply, then turned his gaze toward the system panel, his face instantly lighting up with joy. Name: Shingchin, Basic Vitality Technique Proficiency. Level 1, 100-100. Upgrade available: Thunderfire Blade Proficiency, Novice, 50-100. Ironstone Body Proficiency, Novice, 15-100. After diligently cultivating for an extended period, Shingchin's proficiency in the Basic Vitality Technique has finally reached 100, allowing for an upgrade. A sense of inexplicable excitement welled within him. However, before proceeding, he adhered to his customary practice of measuring his vitality. Standing before the vitality measurement device, he assumed a hoarse stance and exhaled deeply. His vitality surged through his body, converging into the meridians of his right arm. In the next moment, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Unlike the previous silence, this time the vitality measurement device emitted a faint sound. The screen gradually displayed a series of numbers, 25 units. Shingchin's face lit up with joy. Just 3 days prior, due to his concurrent training in Ironstone Body and Thunderfire Blade, he had benefited from their refining effects on his vitality. Consequently, his vitality level had risen to 24 units, compared to solely practicing the basic vitality technique. However, after 3 days, his vitality had remained stagnant until today, when it finally increased by 1 unit. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a hint of excitement, he gazed at the system and promptly seated himself on the ground. Simultaneously, he silently chanted, "Basic Vitality Technique, Upgrade." In the next instant, a torrent of overwhelming vitality surged into his dantian. That immense force coursing through every corner of his being, instantaneously shattering the existing meridians and pulverizing them to dust. Astonishingly, a mysterious force seemed to reshape the shattered meridians, rendering them broader and more resilient. The tumultuous transformation within his body caused Shingchin to sweat profusely from the pain, unable to stifle a cry of agony. In the blink of an eye, he collapsed to the ground. Even in unconsciousness, his body continued to convulse. More astonishingly, his originally well-fitted high-end pajamas gradually tightened, revealing a glimpse of his ankles and wrists. His facial features also underwent a transformation, becoming more defined and handsome. In the manor's grand hall, the 3 sisters of the Zhuang family, elegantly attired, sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying their breakfast. The maids stood behind them with bowed heads, refraining from uttering a single sound. The only noise in the otherwise hushed hall was the accidental clinking of chopsticks against the plates. Zhuang Chuxue quickly finished her breakfast, dabbed her lips with a towel, and sat upright in her chair, awaiting the next moment. Shortly thereafter, Zhuang Man also completed her meal and prepared to leave the table. At this moment, Zhuang Chuxue lifted her gaze and addressed her. "Second sister, I have heard that you have been teaching your husband to cultivate. Is that true?" Zhuang Man was just about to rise when her body stiffened momentarily, and she slowly sank back down, nodding in agreement. Zhuang Xiaodai was taken aback, and the spicy stir-fried beef she had intended to eat fell back into her bowl. However, she had no time to dwell on that. Her immediate focus was on Zhuang Man, her expression conveying a silent plea that it wasn't her who had spilled the secret. Zhuang Chuxue twirled the ring on her finger and spoke softly, "I do not oppose this matter, but I have heard that the training intensity of the courses you arranged may be quite demanding, particularly for the physically weaker male guests. To prevent any risk of injury to my husband, I have arranged for a suitable instructor to come to our home. She will carefully devise the relevant courses. Let us entrust this matter to her from now on." Zhuang Man's expression was complex. She felt an urge to refute, as despite not having taught other male guests, she had observed during this period that Shingchin not only adapted well, but also exhibited remarkable progress. There was no basis for the claim that he could not endure. Yet, after a moment of silence, she simply nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Shingchin lay on the floor, groggily opening his eyes. The sunlight streaming through the window enveloped him, its warmth seeming to permeate his skin and merge with his very being. He approached the window and gazed outside, clearly discerning the intricate patterns of a tree trunk several meters away, overhearing the gossip among the servants in the garden, and even catching the rich aroma of the earth. Overwhelmed by this extraordinary transformation, he sprang to his feet, only to discover that his once-fitting pajamas had become significantly shorter, with the top straining at the seams, revealing his firm muscles beneath. He hurried to stand before a mirror, scrutinizing his reflection. After a prolonged moment, he snapped back to reality, astonished as he touched his jawline, which had become sharply defined. Wow, I never imagined that in my lifetime I could look this handsome. In the mirror, although his face remained the same, the dark circles and bags under his eyes from years of late nights had vanished. His once sagging cheeks were now taut, and the myriad of pockmarks on his forehead and cheeks had disappeared, leaving his complexion smooth and poreless. Most astonishingly, his previously flabby physique was now marked with traces of muscle. Indeed, every man is a potential powerhouse. That saying holds true. Unable to suppress his vanity, he admired himself for several minutes before recalling his purpose. He approached the vitality measurement device, focusing his energy in his dantian, gathering it into his fists. With a powerful punch, he struck. This time, the device trembled with unprecedented intensity. Shingchin looked at the screen with eager anticipation. 125 calories. His face lit up with unrestrained joy. His vitality had increased by a full 100 calories, an astounding fourfold growth. Moreover, his vitality had surged past the threshold of 100, which implied that should he participate in the martial arts examination now, he would undoubtedly pass with flying colors and gain admission to a respectable university. Even if he were to confront Wei Ping at this moment, he would likely possess a significant advantage, not to mention that merely half a month had elapsed. With another ample half-month remaining, his vitality would certainly continue to escalate. By the time the exam arrived, Wei Ping would undoubtedly not be his match. Shingchin clenched his fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of formidable power coursing through him. His confidence swelled to unparalleled heights. Subsequently, he glanced at the system panel and discovered that it had undergone yet another transformation. Name: Shingchin. Basic Vitality Technique Proficiency, Second Level, 0500. Thunderfire Blade Proficiency, Beginner, 5100. Iron Body Proficiency, Beginner, 15100. The proficiency of Basic Vitality Technique had ascended to the second level, requiring 500 repetitions for the next upgrade. This number was neither excessive nor insufficient. After all, as his practice sessions increased, the speed of executing the techniques would also accelerate. What once took an entire night to perform 5 to 6 cycles could now reach 10 cycles, or even more. Given his current pace, he would undoubtedly breach the second level within a month. Furthermore, the practice count for the Thunderfire Blade had also reached 50, surpassing the halfway mark. Once he elevated its proficiency, he would fear no adversary in actual combat. Chapter 17. The Three Wives of Wei Ping in the heart of a certain courtyard. The atmosphere was tense. Bang, bang, bang. Wei Ping, with his short and stout physique, nimbly navigated between the swaying wooden posts, his clothes thoroughly drenched in sweat. Each step left a trail of moisture in his wake. It was evident that he was nearing his limits, panting heavily as his once steely gaze began to wane, growing unfocused. Yet, he gritted his teeth and persevered, muttering incessantly to himself, "Sister Xiaoman is my wife. I must prevail." Wei Ting and the wives of Wei Ping, the three daughters of the city lord, stood not far from the wooden posts, their faces etched with concern as they watched him intently. They were poised to intervene at a moment's notice should he falter. However, a quarter of an hour passed, then half an hour, an entire hour elapsed, and Wei Ping showed no sign of stopping. Even as his legs trembled and his body swayed precariously, he instinctively dodged the swiftly approaching wooden posts with remarkable agility. Witnessing this, Wei Ting could not help but exclaim, "While my brother possesses a modicum of talent in martial arts, he has been raised in indulgence, treated like a jewel among stars. Having scarcely endured hardship, one finds their capabilities lacking. Little did I anticipate that, for the sake of someone I hold dear, I would go to such lengths." The eldest daughter of the city lord, Wang Yi, the third wife of Wei Ting, could no longer bear the sight. With eyes brimming with concern, she approached Wei Ping with determined strides, urgently exclaiming, "Ping Ping, you are already exhausted. Please, take a moment to rest. We can practice again tomorrow." The fourth wife, Wang Error, stamped her foot in agreement, anxiously adding, "What my sister says is true. My husband, you must take a break. Your health is paramount. A wife can be replaced, but a damaged body is irreparable." The youngest wife, Wang Shan, barely 18, possessed delicate and somewhat handsome features. With a slightly foolish demeanor, she scratched her buzzed head and chimed in, "Indeed. Husband, as my elder mother said, a man's strength may not be crucial. Yet possessing good health is essential for bearing many children. So, please, do not injure yourself." Wei Ping staggered away from Wang Yi's outstretched arms, resting his hands on his knees as he labored to catch his breath. Raising his sweat-drenched face, he glared at them fiercely, shouting, "What if resting leads to a loss in the competition? If Sister Xiaoman discovers my lack of diligence, she may think my feelings are insincere, and then what? Can you take responsibility for that?" In response to his accusations, Wang Yi did not take offense. Rather, she tenderly embraced his head, wiping the sweat from his brow with her sleeve, her tone affectionate. All right, I will take responsibility. Come, dear husband, let me lead you to rest for a while." At that moment, Wang Error approached, retrieving a bottle of mineral water from her storage ring. She had thoughtfully warmed it with her vital energy before unscrewing the cap and offering it to Wei Ping. "You have perspired so much, dear. Please, take a sip to soothe your throat." After a moment of hesitation, Wei Ping swallowed the dryness in his throat and reluctantly accepted the water, gulping it down eagerly. Only Wang Shan remained in place, rolling her eyes at his words and muttering softly, "I cannot be held responsible. Besides, if she does not care for you, no amount of effort will yield fruitless results." Ultimately, under the urging of Wang Yi and Wang Error, Wei Ping returned to his room to rest. Following this, the two wives took turns kneading his shoulders and massaging his legs. Given Wei Ping's earlier exertion, both his body and mind felt utterly fatigued, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber, snoring soundly. Meanwhile, in the Zhuang family, Shingchin sat cross-legged on the carpet, channeling the fundamental vitality technique. Despite achieving a significant breakthrough in his strength that day, he did not allow himself to become complacent. Adhering to his usual routine, he diligently practiced the basic qi and blood method 3 times, followed by 2 rounds of Thunderfire Blade and 1 session of Ironstone Body. Only after panting heavily did he cease his exertions and retreat to the bathroom to wash away the sweat that clung to him. Just as he emerged, feeling refreshed from his cleansing, a series of rhythmic knocks resonated from outside the door. The cheerful voice of Zhuang Xiaodai soon followed. "Darling, the sun is already shining brightly. Hurry and get up for breakfast. If you don't rise soon, I might just barge in and give you a spank." Upon hearing her playful, yet slightly mischievous remarks, Shingchin helplessly adjusted his collar before stepping forward to open the door. Zhuang Xiaodai, who had been poised to knock again, was taken aback when the door suddenly swung open. The moment she beheld his face, she was struck by a wave of astonishment. Although it was the same visage, the aura he exuded felt markedly different, handsome and brimming with masculine charm. Moreover, having just bathed, Zhuang Xiaodai keenly observed the droplets of moisture glistening on his sun-kissed skin, trickling down his neck and disappearing into his collar, leaving a tantalizing trail that captivated her gaze. For reasons unknown, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly averted her eyes, her breath becoming somewhat labored, even her words faltering. "Darling, how did you open the door so quickly?" Initially, Shingchin had been on guard against her playful advances. However, witnessing her unusually bashful demeanor, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Nevertheless, he found it preferable, as it spared him from unnecessary complications. As he walked past her towards the stairs, he remarked, "What a coincidence that you chose to knock just as I finished my bath." Once his figure vanished from her sight, Zhuang Xiaodai exhaled deeply, her small hands patting her flushed cheeks, pondering the peculiar situation. What had just transpired? It was merely a night apart. Yet how had her husband suddenly transformed into such a striking figure? Her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Oh dear. She tilted her head in contemplation. Could it be that after spending this time together, she had genuinely developed feelings for him? Perhaps it was merely a case of love's enchantment, distorting her perception? Shaking her head to dispel the thoughts, she turned and descended the stairs. "Darling, wait for me." As Shingchin reached the bottom of the staircase, he instantly captivated the attention of all the women in the hall. The maids gazed at him in awe and infatuation, their eyes fixed upon him without a blink. It was only when a disdainful snort, seemingly echoing from the depths of their minds, broke the silence that they were jolted back to reality. Realizing their lapse in composure, they felt a cold sweat bead on their foreheads and quickly lowered their gazes. Chapter 18. A change of teacher. Zhuang Chuxue finally withdrew her gaze, turning her attention to Shingchin, her expression thoughtful. After spending the last fortnight together, it became evident that Shingchin bore no suspicious traits. His every word and action mirrored that of a male guest who had escaped from Hell Island, imbued with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, exhibiting a cautious temperament, and demonstrating a resilience beyond that of the average man. Moreover, she astutely noted Shingchin's now elongated limbs and his strikingly handsome, profound appearance. Yet, more astonishingly, his vitality had remarkably surged to over 100 calories. She distinctly recalled that merely yesterday, his vitality barely reached a meager 30 calories. The abrupt increase within a single night was nothing short of astounding. Either he had consumed some forbidden elixir, or he had concealed his true strength all along. However, the consumption of such illicit substances not only stagnates vitality, but also halts one's cultivation, with the potential to harm one's essence, thereby jeopardizing future progeny. Thus, Zhuang Chuxue leaned towards the latter hypothesis. Yet, she was perplexed. If Shingchin indeed concealed his power, why did he reveal it so conspicuously? At that moment, even Zhuang Chuxue found herself in a state of confusion. With a complex expression, she glanced at Shingchin, who appeared blissfully unaware. For reasons unknown, she refrained from voicing her inner turmoil. Instead, with a smile akin to her usual demeanor, she called out to him, "Darling, come and eat. Today, I prepared your favorite sweet and sour cabbage and sweet and sour ribs." Shingchin swallowed hard, eagerly taking a seat. Even after 2 weeks of Zhuang Chuxue's culinary delights, he found it impossible to resist such delectable fare. As soon as he sat down, he began to eat ravenously. After his morning conversation with his elder sister, Zhuang Man, who had been somewhat reticent, she too noticed him, marveling at his transformation while feeling a twinge of surprise. Clearly, she sensed his sudden surge in vitality. As his martial arts mentor, she visited his room nightly for lessons, thus her awareness of his capabilities was profound. However, recalling the private conversation her sister had later sought with her, Zhuang Man chose not to probe further, instead focusing silently on her own plate. As Shingchin reached the midpoint of his meal and his hunger began to wane, he found himself with the leisure to ponder other matters. Initially, he harbored concerns that they might discover his rapid enhancement in strength and pursue the matter further, contemplating what excuse he might fabricate to deflect their inquiries. Seeing that they said nothing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he understood that evasion would not be feasible. Such instances of swift power elevation were bound to recur in the future. He must devise a credible explanation to navigate through this predicament. While musing over this, he once again picked up a piece of sweet and sour rib, savoring it with a look of sheer enjoyment. After a period of dedicated training and a gradual understanding of martial arts, he has come to realize why he felt such ravenous hunger on the first day of his nocturnal practice. This was due to the absorption of energy from both his body and the external environment while cultivating the fundamental qi and blood method, which transforms this energy into vital essence. Having never consumed the flesh of the ferocious beasts from this world, his internal reserves of qi and blood were insufficient. Consequently, most of the energy absorbed came from his body's original reserves, leading to that overwhelming hunger at noon on that day. However, after several days of meticulous nourishment from Zhuang Chuxue, consisting entirely of high-grade beast meat, his body now harbors ample vital essence, sufficient for a day's worth of qi cultivation. Moreover, the additional 100 units of qi provided by the system are unrelated to his training. As a result, he now only experiences a slight hunger, far from the frenzied state he encountered on the first day. Nevertheless, even in the absence of extreme hunger, the mere thought of the delectable food before him causes saliva to flow uncontrollably, prompting him to indulge heartily. After some time, once he feels a slight fullness in his stomach, his pace of eating gradually slows. "My dear, I have arranged for a dedicated instructor to guide you in your training. You will follow her curriculum from now on." Just as Shingchin set down his chopsticks and reclined in his chair to rest, he instinctively glanced at Zhuang Man, only to find her elegantly and composedly enjoying her steak, her eyelids lowered, displaying no reaction. It then dawned on him that she was aware of this arrangement as well. With that realization, Shingchin nonchalantly nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. However, he soon began to regret his acceptance. The instructor Zhuang Chuxue had engaged was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, with a stern appearance dressed in loose black martial attire, exuding an air of seriousness. Upon their first meeting, Shingchin had initially thought she would be a strict yet reliable teacher, nodding to himself in silent approval. After all, Despite Zhuang Man's rigorous training regime, his strength had indeed increased rapidly. Thus, he felt a sense of anticipation toward this seemingly stern instructor. However, that impression was soon ruthlessly shattered. "Come on, jump with me. Keep your arms straight. Relax your shoulders." Following the enthusiastic teacher Su, Shingchin found himself dancing in the hall to upbeat folk music, resembling the square dances of his past life. His expression one of utter despair as he glanced at Zhuang Chuxua, who was supervising from the side, as if silently asking, "Are you jesting with me?" Yet, it was clear that Zhuang Chuxua did not grasp the sentiment he was trying to convey. She sat comfortably in a recliner, filming the scene with a camera, and upon noticing his gaze, she kindly gave him a thumbs-up gesture. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Zhuang Xiaodai leaned against the railing, wearing an expression of amusement as she occasionally covered her mouth to stifle her laughter. Zhuang Man also stepped out to catch a glimpse. Upon witnessing this seemingly farcical approach to cultivation, a look of incredulity crossed her face. She shook her head and returned to her room without a backward glance. After a grueling 2.5 hours, the ordeal finally came to an end. Shingchin stood resolutely in place, his expression impassive as he bid farewell to teacher Su, who lingered for an additional half hour with a sense of reluctance. Chapter 19. The origins of the Zhuang sisters. Zhuang Chuxua stood beside him, gazing at teacher Su's departing figure, her mood seemingly quite buoyant. Her voice, rarely so light-hearted, rang out, "Darling, what do you think of teacher Su's instruction? After dancing, don't you feel much more comfortable in your body? It's not exhausting, right?" I had already inquired beforehand. Teacher Su is one of the best in the government at gently guiding male guests in their physical training. Moreover, I noticed you were keeping up quite well with the routine. It seems perfectly suited for you. However, if you feel otherwise, I can certainly arrange for another instructor until you're satisfied. Shingchin shook his head, his demeanor serious as he replied, "No need for a change." "Oh, it seems you are quite taken with teacher Su, having made your decision on the very first day," Zhuang Chuxua remarked, a hint of surprise in her tone. Shingchin shook his head once more, turning to regard her exquisite visage, and with an expression of exasperation, he said, "Wife, you need not invite such outlandish figures into our home again. I would prefer to cultivate on my own rather than endure their instruction." Zhuang Chuxua was momentarily taken aback. Her husband had likened teacher Su to a grotesque specter, indicating his profound dissatisfaction. However, she was resolute in her refusal to allow him to practice alone. It is essential to understand that cultivation is no trivial endeavor. On the contrary, it demands meticulous attention to countless details, encompassing acupoints, the meridians, the circulation of qi and blood, and the honing of muscles, an exceedingly intricate process. Additionally, there are invariably slight variances between individuals. Without the supervision of a professional, any misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences, from debilitating injuries to fatality. Moreover, engaging in martial arts without proper control could easily result in dislocation or self-inflicted wounds. These are scenarios Zhuang Chuxua wished to avoid entirely. Thus, she earnestly counseled, "Darling, if you are not fond of teacher Su, I can arrange for another instructor. But I cannot permit you to continue with such high-intensity training. It poses too great a risk of injury." Turning to face Shingchin, she tenderly caressed his cheek with her delicate hand, her eyes brimming with compassion. "Furthermore, for men like you, whether or not you cultivate is of little consequence. It is exhausting and arduous. With us women to protect you, you can blissfully indulge in a life of comfort and joy. Should it be due to the wager established with Wei Ping, I would assist you in resolving it privately. You need not worry in the slightest. You mustn't harm your own body out of frustration with Wei Ping." Upon hearing such sentiments, and despite the condescending gaze of Zhuang Chuxua, Shingchin could not help but shudder. Though he was already aware that the perspectives of women from Blue Star would starkly differ from those of his previous life due to the disparate worlds. It was not until he heard Zhuang Chuxua articulate these thoughts that he comprehended how women from Blue Star regarded men merely as cherished vases. The affection and indulgence they displayed were merely superficial performances. Realizing this, he responded with a somewhat complex question. "Your background is equally esteemed. You could choose to cultivate no further and still live comfortably. If that is the case, why do you exert yourself so fervently in your training?" During this period, although he had seldom ventured out and had only meandered through the estate a few times, he had overheard the gardeners discussing the Zhuang family and the affairs of the three sisters. It was said that they had moved from the capital to Hanqing a year ago, hailing from one of the 10 wealthiest commercial families in Longhua, with Zhuang Qingsheng, a ninth-tier powerhouse, as their legitimate mother. Each sister possessed remarkable talent, particularly Zhuang Chuxue, who was renowned for her exceptional prowess. Even amidst the multitude of prodigies in the capital, she undoubtedly ranked among the top 3 geniuses of her age. Now at the tender age of 23, she was already a formidable 5th-tier martial artist, merely a tier below the Lord of Hanqing. As for the reason why the 3 sisters had condescended to come to Hanqing, some speculated that they were dispatched by Zhuang Qingsheng to hone their commercial acumen, while others conjectured that one of them had incurred Zhuang Qingsheng's ire, crossing a line and being sent to Hanqing for reflection in a fit of anger. In any case, the opinions varied widely. However, it was indisputable that even without the title of a 9th-tier powerhouse mother, Zhuang Chuxue remained a captivating genius. Wherever she went, she was held in high esteem. Moreover, Shingchin noted that although Zhuang Chuxue appeared quite leisurely each day, always by his side, and even preparing delectable meals for him, he inadvertently passed by the training room one day and heard muffled groans of agony emanating from the empty chamber. It seemed she was enduring a harrowing form of training. Even through the thick walls, he could distinctly sense the violent tremors caused by her painful struggles against the walls. It was evident that her formidable cultivation was not solely attributed to talent and resources. The effort and perseverance she exerted were equally formidable. Even Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai, who were preparing for the martial arts college entrance examination and had suspended their studies to train at home, exhibited similar dedication. Aside from mealtimes, they were nearly impossible to spot, as if they had become elusive as dragons. Initially, he had thought they were merely indulging in leisure, perhaps out shopping. One late night, Shingchin encountered the 2 sisters as they wearily returned from the outside. Typically so mindful of their appearance, they now appeared disheveled, covered in blood, their tattered garments revealing numerous bruises and deep gashes left by ferocious beasts. At times, they could barely walk, relying on each other for support. Although they never verbalized the immense sweat and toil they had invested, every gesture and action spoke volumes, and Shingchin observed it all. In his previous life, he had not been particularly industrious, often succumbing to fleeting interests, and sometimes indulging in a certain laziness, spending nights gaming or immersed in novels, lost in his own world. It was no surprise that he ended up attending a mediocre university, despite not being unintelligent, and though his adoptive family's circumstances were modest, they were sufficient for him not to worry about tuition or daily meals. However, upon witnessing the efforts of the Zhuang sisters, he gradually found himself inspired. This was one of the reasons he could persist. During this time, he experienced for the first time the exhilarating feeling of dedicating oneself fully to a task. Yet now, Zhuang Chuxue informed him, "You cannot be lazy and complacent. We will care for and protect you, ensuring you live a life of comfort." This statement struck him as utterly absurd. In this world, where women outnumber men and martial prowess reigns supreme, a good life was confined to the modest confines of the Zhuang estate. Stepping outside meant living in constant fear, where a single individual could extinguish his life as easily as crushing an ant. It seemed to imply that he was merely a puppet maneuvered by the whims of society, with no need to struggle against the shackles of fate. Indeed, he had initially resolved to accept his destiny and live a compliant life. Little did he know that fate would play a jest, bringing him to this world and allowing him to witness such extraordinary sights. It was akin to developing a sore at the corner of one's mouth. If left undisturbed, it might heal, but the urge to touch it is irresistible. Chapter 20. The enigmatic Zhuang Chuxue. Upon hearing his retort, Zhuang Chuxue raised an eyebrow, withdrawing her hand with a hint of impatience. "What sort of question is that? I am a woman, and it is an immutable truth that women should pursue power and strength to protect their men from harm. Can it be the same for you men?" Shinchin's gaze sharpened. "Do not use men as an excuse. This is solely for your own sake. You relish the feeling of having your fate in your own hands, not wanting your actions to be overshadowed by others. You take pleasure in the respect and admiration that strength brings. You also enjoy the superiority that power and wealth afford you. You regard others as mere ants. Thus, you dread the day when you too become an ant in someone else's eyes." Upon hearing his words, Zhuang Chuxue's gaze gradually deepened, and after a prolonged silence, she softly replied, "Perhaps you are right." Shingchin continued, "You know, I share your sentiments." Zhuang Chuxue's eyes trembled as she fixed her gaze upon him, silently scrutinizing. Yet all she could discern was the unwavering determination in his eyes. Instantly, she felt a profound shock within her heart. Shingchin turned to ascend the stairs, leaving behind a final remark. Zhuang Chuxue, my thoughts are not dissimilar to yours. Rather than live an unremarkable existence, I yearn to embrace a brilliant present, even if it means facing a sudden and glorious death. Upon returning to his room, Shingchin retrieved a can of chilled cola from the refrigerator, consuming it in a single breath before accurately tossing it into the trash bin, exhaling a sigh of relief as he emerged from his earlier agitation. Reflecting on his earlier words to his wife, a sense of regret washed over him. Though he did not believe he had erred, his words had indeed been somewhat too fervent. His tendency to make decisions under the guise of altruism, disregarding the wishes of others, ultimately left him, a product of a traditional upbringing, feeling somewhat irked. Tomorrow, he would speak gently to his wife. A true man must know when to bend and when to stand firm. After all, it is quite normal for couples to quarrel, to discuss matters, and sometimes to clash in their worldviews. Their relationship was still in its infancy, lacking the necessary adjustments. He should not have allowed his emotions to escalate to such heights, nor should he have speculated about his wife's thoughts without cause. As for why he did not go to her immediately, Shingchin acknowledged that he too had his pride. A barrier within him had yet to be crossed. He still found it difficult to set aside his vanity. With these thoughts, he made his way to the fitness area within the house. Following the exercise methods taught by Zhuang Man, he began to warm up and prepare for the upcoming training session. Zhuang Chuxue stood silently for a while before slowly making her way to the sofa in the hall, where she gradually sat down. Resting her arms on the armrests and leaning her head back against the sofa, she closed her eyes in contemplation. Suddenly, she inexplicably broke into laughter. Her emotions transitioned from bitterness to excitement, even bordering on madness, as if she had unlocked some peculiar shackle. After some time, her laughter subsided. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze hazy as she stared at the magnificent chandelier, her tongue tracing her lips, leaving a faint sheen of moisture. Under the brilliant light, her pearly white teeth glistened with a fierce radiance, reminiscent of a predator poised to hunt. The very essence of her presence emanated a captivating danger, akin to the infernal flower, the black belladonna, embodying both terror and the aura of darkness and death. It appears that my judgment was indeed flawed. A person of your caliber could never be a mere pawn of another. However, in a sudden burst of laughter, she erupted as if she had just heard an absurd joke, yet her smile bore a trace of bitterness. You claim to be like me, truly like me? I shall see for myself if you truly embody my essence, Zhuang Chuxue whispered dangerously as she turned her gaze toward Shingchin's door. In the next moment, she sprang to her feet barely touching the ground as she soared effortlessly to the threshold of Shingchin's door. Without hesitation, she began to knock. The menacing aura that surrounded her vanished instantaneously, reverting to her previous serene demeanor as she called out, "Darling, it's me. I have something to discuss with you." Inside the room, Shingchin had just completed his warm-up exercises and was preparing to squat with a dumbbell weighing over 1,000 pounds. His previous limit had been performing 1,000 squats with a 300-pound dumbbell in one go. Today, however, he had set himself the ambitious goal of executing 1,000 single-leg squats with the heavier weight. Although his current vitality had quintupled, he felt an undeniable pressure regarding this target. Just as he was about to lift the dumbbell and commence his training, he heard his wife calling out to him from outside, causing him to furrow his brow. A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. Why had his wife suddenly sought him out? Was she still clinging to the hope of persuading him to abandon his pursuits? As this notion took root, his expression darkened. He stood rooted to the spot, unmoving. No matter what, he would not abandon his training. If reason failed him, he would resort to disguising himself as a woman and live independently for a time. Although it would require considerable courage for a man of his stature to don women's attire in public, many action film icons from his past life had done so, often portraying youthful and glamorous characters in short skirts. With that in mind, what was holding him back? Furthermore, during his time with the Zhuang family, he had spent very little. The $1 million check still rested firmly in his grasp. Coupled with his vastly improved abilities, he believed he could maintain his safety in the city as long as he did not reveal his true identity. Of course, he and Zhuang Chuxue were married, and it was unnecessary to let their relationship become overly strained. Once Zhuang Chuxue came to her senses, he would naturally return to the Zhuang household. With this understanding, he felt unencumbered and strode confidently to the door, opening it. Yet, contrary to his expectations of a serious expression, Zhuang Chuxue greeted him with an unprecedentedly warm smile, stepping closer to gently caress his face. Looking up at him from below, her gaze was as gentle as water as she said, "My dear, aren't you supposed to cultivate? May I assist you?" Shingchin was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected gesture and, after a brief hesitation, he nodded slowly. A broader smile instantly illuminated Zhuang Chuxue's face. However, for reasons unknown, Shingchin felt an inexplicable aura of danger, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Chapter 21. The Law of the Jungle on a bright and sunny day. Outside the city of Han, amidst a dense and boundless jungle, two figures darted swiftly through the foliage. Zhuang Chuxue held Shingchin in her embrace, her gaze fixed steadily ahead, her expression tranquil. Shingchin, eyes tightly shut, pressed his terrified face against her soft bosom, his hands clutching her neck with a vice-like grip, his body rigid and motionless. Although he himself felt that his current position was rather effeminate, one could hardly maintain composure in such a precarious situation, suspended dozens of meters above the ground, surrounded by towering trees with trunks as thick as 7 or 8 meters, and devoid of any protective measures, hurtling through the air at a speed of 900 kilometers per hour, akin to that of a fighter jet, in an erratic and rapid manner. Were it not for the significant surge in his vital energy that day, he might have already succumbed to a heart attack or asphyxiation. Even now, he felt the skin on his body stinging from the fierce headwind, coupled with his wife's incessant and swift maneuvers. He felt as though he might vomit at any moment. At that instant, even resting against his beautiful wife's chest, he could not spare a thought for anything else. Fortunately, it was not long before they reached their destination. Standing atop a colossal tree nearly 50 meters high, they gazed downward, the roars of ferocious beasts echoing in their ears. For reasons unknown, thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, of savage creatures had congregated here, and the trees within a 10-mile radius had been severed in half. Amongst the chaos, the sharp reprimands of women could be heard. Unbeknownst to them, Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man had arrived at this location. The two women, with expressions as cold as ice, moved through the frenzied, biting masses of beasts like avenging angels. With swift and decisive strikes, they severed the heads of the beasts with remarkable speed, their eyes unblinking, leaping over the corpses of headless creatures, wielding their long blades. They raced toward the next beast with urgency. In an instant, the overwhelming stench of blood filled the air for miles around. Shingchin watched this scene in shock, his face pale and on the verge of retching. Have you ever witnessed the slaughter of pigs? The agonizing cries can transport one to the depths of hell, leaving one restless and uneasy. Here, it felt as if they were in an even larger abattoir, steeped in blood and despair. This is the most fundamental and routine training method of our Zhuang family, Zhuang Chuxue stated with an expression devoid of emotion. Previously, the tasks assigned by the second sister were merely the fundamental training methods for ordinary individuals. Although they posed a considerable challenge for male guests, for us, they were nothing more than a way to pass the time. You mentioned earlier that you were akin to me. If that is the case, do you now dare to descend and slay a ferocious beast? Shingchin gazed in a daze at the scene unfolding below. The agonizing howls could only be described as horrific, with blood gushing forth like a burst pipe. There were even blue veins and red intestines clinging to the mangled corpses. For someone of modern sensibilities, this sight was indeed shocking. Yet, his gaze soon hardened with resolve, though fear still gripped his heart. He understood that once he embarked on the path of martial arts, facing such horrors was inevitable. Moreover, he was not alone. His wife was by his side. What he confronted was not death itself, but merely the terror of slaughter. Though he had never killed a pig or even a chicken, he had witnessed the wide-eyed fish during the act of slaughter and the crabs struggling to escape before being mercilessly tossed into boiling water. How different was this from the reality of his world? At its core, it was merely the survival of the fittest. With this thought, he tightened his grip on the long knife that Zhuang Chuxue had just handed him and declared with conviction, "I dare." Zhuang Chuxue nodded in affirmation without surprise. In the next moment, without any warning, she suddenly pushed Shingchin with great force, sending him tumbling from the treetop. Damn! The event transpired so abruptly that Shingchin was startled into a piercing scream. It was akin to a traveler in the mountains, admiring the scenery, only to suddenly step into a concealed pit. And upon discovering that this pit was not only deep but also filled with sharp, long wooden stakes, He found himself in a precarious situation. Shingchin flailed his limbs, desperately attempting to stab the long knife into the towering tree in hopes of slowing his descent. Although his vitality far exceeded that of the past, rendering him almost superhuman in the modern world, plummeting from a height of 50 meters without any protective measures was perilous. Even if he did not perish, he would likely sustain severe injuries. To make matters worse, as if sensing the commotion, the ferocious beasts rushed towards him. Drawn by the scent of blood, their mouths agape, revealing rows of sharp teeth, waiting beneath the giant tree. Residual scraps of last night's feast seemed to linger between their teeth. Their mouths opened and closed in anticipation as their bodies leaped with eagerness. A foul stench rising in the air. A sudden dizziness overwhelmed him, nearly robbing him of breath. What on earth should he do? Panic set in, beads of sweat forming on his brow. As his body plummeted rapidly, the long blade in his hand merely grazed the edge of the colossal tree, stripping away mere millimeters of bark, sending sparks flying, yet failing to penetrate the mighty trunk. Below him, a grotesque assembly of ferocious beasts drew ever closer, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Tears of despair threatened to spill forth. He had once been utterly convinced that his wife would never conspire to end his life. However, gazing up at her standing imperiously atop the giant tree, her long black hair billowing in the wind, casting a cold, unyielding gaze upon him, a chill crept into his heart, sowing seeds of doubt. He cast his eyes downward, where a pack of monstrous creatures lurked, now less than 10 meters away. Their crimson, flickering tongues and menacing white fangs glistened ominously in the sunlight, appearing almost within reach. A wave of intense fear surged through him. In this dire moment, Shingchin bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain jolting him into a semblance of calm. With renewed determination, he thrust the long blade desperately into the tree, recalling the technique of the thunderfire blade that Zhuang Man had taught him days prior. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He thrust the blade at the tree from a completely new angle. With a satisfying thud, the blade finally embedded itself into the tree. Yet, at that very instant, the murky eyes of the beasts below lit up with ferocity. They leapt upward with all their might, their gaping jaws poised to snap shut on the delectable legs of the human male that had inadvertently fallen into their grasp. Chapter 22. The Prey, the Unicorn Demon Wolf. Not far away, upon hearing Shingchin's anguished cries, Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai rushed to the scene. Upon witnessing this horrifying sight, they could not suppress their urgent exclamations. However, they were far too distant, and with the relentless onslaught of beasts surrounding them, there was no time for rescue. They could only watch in horror, helpless against the unfolding tragedy. Meanwhile, Zhuang Chuxue, perched in the tree, observed everything with a heavy heart. With a sigh, she prepared to intervene. Yet, at a critical moment, Shingchin's adrenaline surged, and with a surprising display of strength, he grasped the hilt of the knife with one hand and the spine with the other, exerting tremendous force. In a swift motion, he pivoted, positioning himself directly onto the blade. Crouching against the great tree, he steadied himself. In the next heartbeat, a thunderous crack echoed as a beast resembling a lion lunged, its formidable jaws snapping shut just a mere 5 centimeters beneath the blade. Yet it clamped down on nothing but air, its massive crimson eyes glaring at Shingchin with unquenched fury as he descended rapidly. Shaken, Shingchin rose unsteadily, clutching his left chest. I have never felt my heart race so fervently. Fortunately, he had practiced on hurdles during his childhood physical education classes. Later, witnessing the elderly gentleman in the community skillfully maneuvering the hurdles, he often ventured to the park to showcase his own prowess, occasionally engaging in friendly competitions with the old man. Thus, his skills had not diminished significantly. Otherwise, the recent encounter might have proven dire. Grateful to the old man, he felt as though his life had been spared. Yet, the ferocious beasts below remained undeterred, relentlessly snapping their gaping jaws upward. Regrettably, they were merely a few centimeters short each time. Initially, Shingchin was somewhat apprehensive, but as he observed their futile attempts to reach him, he gradually relaxed. The thought of being maimed by their jaws, which could have shattered his happiness for the remainder of his life, ignited a spirit of defiance within him. As the beasts lunged again, he prepared a thick phlegm and, with precise aim, unleashed it in measured portions toward their ravenous mouths. Each beast received its share, yet, disappointingly, they appeared unaffected, savoring the taste before leaping even more aggressively, seemingly awaiting his next act of kindness. Frustrated, Shingchin swallowed hard, staring incredulously at the scene. Fortunately, although he felt powerless against these creatures, his sisters soon arrived to avenge him. With blood splattering and piercing screams filling the air, the ferocious beasts beneath the giant tree were swiftly dispatched by Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai, creating a circle of safety. At this juncture, he drew his long knife and leaped down from a height of 5 meters. The blood on the ground splashed onto him, even staining his face with a few drops of beastly blood. The damp, slick sensation beneath his feet made him frown, but he resisted the urge to wipe it away or move, instead scanning the surroundings for his first prey. Zhuang Man leapt into the air, delivering a fierce command as she unleashed her thunderfire blade, severing the heads of 3 beasts in one fluid motion. This temporarily deterred the relentless onslaught of creatures, keeping them at bay. She then approached Shingchin, her striking almond-shaped eyes scrutinizing him for any injuries. Upon seeing that he bore no visible wounds, she sighed in relief before questioning him with a hint of reproach. Shingchin, how did you end up here? Do you have any idea how perilous the situation was? If you hadn't reacted in time, you could have become permanently disabled. Do you understand? Shingchin had never witnessed Zhuang Man so emotionally charged, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Fortunately, Zhuang Xiaodai, having just dispatched another beast, approached them as well. The once pure and delicate visage was now marred by streaks of blood. Coupled with the lifeless gaze of her large eyes, she resembled a ghastly figure from a horror film, akin to a bloodied Mary. She exhibited a far greater composure than Zhuang Man, who was still rattled. Sister, please remain calm, she began to analyze. I suspect this is the elder sister's idea. After all, her husband was previously unaware of the training grounds. Since it originates from her, she must have her own rationale and will surely maintain a proper balance. There is no need for us to fret. Upon hearing her words, Zhuang Man felt a wave of calm wash over her, recognizing that she had been overly anxious. She glanced at Zhuang Chushua's silhouette, her mind still clouded with confusion. Internally, she pondered, Sister, you explicitly told me to be wary of Shingchin's ambiguous identity and to distance myself from him. Why, then, have you brought him to our training base? What purpose do you have in this? Despite her myriad of uncertainties, the elder sister had always been the emotional anchor for both her and their younger sibling. The decisions made and actions taken by the elder sister had never faltered. Thus, although Zhuang Man felt a twinge of doubt, she continued to adhere unconditionally, as before. The ferocious roars of the beasts erupted once more. Ultimately, they could not resist the allure of human vitality, charging recklessly ahead, undeterred by the peril. Zhuang Man instinctively pulled Shingchin behind her, her expression grave as she admonished, You must stay hidden behind me, maintaining a distance of no more than 10 meters, or I cannot guarantee your safety. At that moment, Zhuang Xiaodai stepped forward, positioning herself beside Zhuang Man. Her usually sweet, childlike voice now bore a somber tone. Darling, we will protect you, so do not fear. Observing their slender and fragile figures standing resolutely before thousands of colossal beasts, Shingchin felt a tumult of emotions. In contemporary society, even the most fiery-tempered girls often appeared weak and vulnerable when confronted with formidable foes, necessitating protection. Thus, he had always associated the image of girls with soft, adorable creatures like rabbits and kittens. Yet, at this moment, they resembled fierce lions or leopards, their claws and fangs bared, or even massive elephants brimming with strength, capable of easily trampling their adversaries. He admired such girls. Yet the sensation of being sheltered behind them felt disconcerting. Shingchin tightened his grip on the long knife in his hand. Through the gaps between the two girls, he fixated intently on a beast lurking behind the others, a creature with sharp horns and a height of approximately 1.5 meters, the uni-horned demon wolf. This was the prey he had chosen for himself. He was resolute in his determination to eliminate this beast. The creatures surged forth relentlessly toward the trio. Particularly, the gaze directed at Shingchin was laden with yearning. It is essential to note that on the blue planet, the imbalance of gender ratios is not confined merely to the realm of humanity. It is mirrored in the ferocious beasts and demons as well. Thus, there exists an instinctual allure towards any male or masculine presence. Even in the absence of mating, there remains a primal urge to consume them whole. Chapter 23. Fainting regrettably. Despite the ferocity of the beast's assaults, they could not breach the defenses of Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai. A few astute creatures attempted to circumvent the two women and launch a surprise attack on Shingchin, but Zhuang Xiaodai quickly discerned their intentions. She swiftly positioned herself behind Shingchin, meticulously hunting the beasts in that vicinity, dispatching those who dared approach him with ruthless efficiency. The movements of her blade were crisp and decisive, devoid of mercy. The one-horned demon wolf, trailing behind the other beasts, inched closer. Nearing a distance of less than 5 meters from Zhuang Man, poised to be struck down. Suddenly, Shingchin interjected, "Zhuang Man, leave that one-horned demon wolf to me." Zhuang Man momentarily paused her attack, altering her strike from a downward slash to a forceful smack that sent the creature flying 3 meters away, stumbling in a chaotic tumble. With a hint of disbelief, she turned to him. "You intend to confront this beast alone?" Upon seeing his nod, and recalling Zhuang Chushua's actions, she swiftly deduced the purpose of their presence, her expression turning serious. "If danger arises, my sister and I may not be able to save you. Are you certain you can handle this?" Shingchin remained fixated on the one-horned demon wolf, which was now roaring and rising to charge once more. He tightened his grip on the long knife and resolutely affirmed, "I am sure." Zhuang Man gazed deeply into his eyes. "Very well. With that." She swung her blade once more at the horde of beasts, cleaving through the 3 other savage creatures that accompanied the one-horned demon wolf, leaving it to breach the protective zone and enter Shinchin's line of sight. The one-horned demon wolf, somewhat bewildered, stepped into the sanctuary, instinctively glancing at Zhuang Man, as if questioning, "What is happening? Why am I not dead?" However, upon beholding Shinchin so close, and sensing his not so powerful but distinctly masculine aura, the demon wolf was overcome with a surge of exhilaration. Saliva flowed profusely from its mouth, dripping onto the blood-soaked ground. Without hesitation, it accelerated, lunging at Shingchin with the ferocity of a famished wolf. Shingchin lowered his body, bending his right leg, the tip of his foot pressing against the ground. His gaze unwaveringly fixed on the one-horned demon wolf, while his grip on the long knife tightened. He had long assumed a stance of aggression, fully prepared to strike at any moment. Thus, he immediately sensed the sudden acceleration of the approaching threat. In the next instant, a colossal shadow loomed over him, blocking out nearly half of the sunlight, evoking a sense of impending doom. All he could see were the fearsome, glistening fangs and the gaping maw capable of devouring him whole. His pupils constricted, and a wave of intense terror washed over him, rendering his mind blank. His grip on the long blade trembled uncontrollably, and his body became paralyzed with fear. "Darling, quickly!" At this critical moment, the voice of Zhuang Xiaodai thundered from behind him, reverberating like a clap of thunder in his ears, jolting him back to awareness. Gazing at the abyssal maw now mere inches away, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and adrenaline surged through his veins. Before he could formulate a coherent thought, his body instinctively reacted. He bent his legs slightly and lunged forward, simultaneously thrusting the long blade upwards. In an instant, the blade pierced through the neck of the unicorn demon wolf, continuing through to its hindquarters. Blood, entrails, and viscera splattered across him, soaking his hair. Overwhelmed by tension, he barely had time to close his mouth or turn his head. With a series of sickening sounds, the unicorn demon wolf collapsed, its eyes wide with disbelief, staring at the crimson sky as if unable to comprehend that such a frail male could have vanquished it. Shingchin found himself kneeling on the ground, the long blade loosely gripped in his hand, blood from the unicorn demon wolf oozing from his mouth and nose. Suddenly, he doubled over, retching violently, even digging into his throat in a desperate attempt to expel the beast's blood and chunks of its entrails. In the end, he vomited until nothing remained, tears streaming down his face as he continued to claw at his throat. At that moment, Zhuang Chushua leaped down from the treetop, her green dress stained with the foul blood. She squatted before him, grasping his sticky, blood-soaked arm and gazing into his eyes with a gentle tone. "Darling, stop clawing at yourself. This is a necessary process. We have all gone through it, and you will adapt." Shingchin ceased his frantic motions, his blood-stained eyes fixed on her. "You did remarkably well this time, entirely beyond my expectations. I admit, I was narrow-minded before." In her soothing presence, his previously taut nerves inexplicably began to relax. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a darkness enveloping him, and amidst a chorus of startled exclamations, his consciousness began to wane. Time slipped away, and when Shingchin finally regained a semblance of awareness, He heard the voices of the Zhuang sisters engaged in a heated argument. "Sister, what on earth are you thinking? Wasn't it you who told me to stay away from him? Why are you acting differently now?" Zhuang Chuxue promptly interjected. "Let's discuss this later. My husband has just faced quite a shock. We should leave him be for a moment to rest." "What do you mean, elder sister, second sister? You're hiding something from me. Please, tell me what it is." The voices of the three women gradually faded into the distance. Shingchin's eyelids fluttered, and his awareness slowly returned. After a considerable pause, he finally managed to open his eyes, gazing up at the green bed curtains above him. He remained in a daze for quite some time before recollecting the events that had transpired. In a moment of despair, he covered his face with one hand, unable to suppress the groans of humiliation that escaped his lips. How utterly disgraceful. Just earlier, he had confidently proclaimed to his wife that he could vanquish a ferocious beast. Yet here he was, having fainted in front of her. His pride was utterly shattered. It was over. His wife must now perceive him as a cowardly man. The formidable image he had painstakingly constructed had crumbled to dust. Shingchin lay on the bed, pallid and defeated, taking a long while to accept this reality. He then recalled the fleeting moments of his disorientation when he overheard the Zhuang sisters' conversation, a flicker of confusion igniting within him. His wife had advised Zhuang Man to keep her distance from him. What could that possibly mean? Was it possible that his wife was feeling jealous? The thought illuminated his eyes with excitement. He remembered how she had looked at midday when she mentioned arranging for him to have another teacher, her smile strained and rigid. Wasn't he that the classic expression of a lover trying to suppress their jealousy before an outburst? The more he thought about it, the more he felt his instincts were correct. A knowing smile crept onto his lips. It seemed he needed to find an opportunity to appease his wife. However, before doing so, Shingchin turned his attention to the system panel, keenly noting its alterations. Name: Shingchin, Basic Vitality Technique Proficiency, Second Layer, 5500. Thunderfire Blade Proficiency, Novice, 53100. Ironstone Body Proficiency, Novice, 17100. Free Attribute 1. The system panel had inexplicably added a free attribute. He surmised that it was likely connected to the ferocious beast he had recently slain. This meant that, in addition to cultivating techniques and martial skills, defeating fierce beasts could also enhance proficiency. He was, however, left pondering the exchange rate between this free attribute and proficiency levels. If it were 11, it would undoubtedly significantly reduce the time required for him to enhance his proficiency. Moreover, an ordinary beast of formidable strength can acquire some free attribute points. Thus, if a beast of even greater power were to be vanquished, would the earned free attribute points be of a higher value? These questions necessitate his continuous exploration in the future. As for the current free attribute points, the proficiency progress of the Thunderfire Blade has already surpassed half, and the time required is considerably longer than that for the basic vitality technique, almost comparable to Iron Body. Therefore, he intends to utilize them first to elevate the Thunderfire Blade, as it presents a more favorable cost-benefit ratio. By expending one free attribute point to enhance the Thunderfire Blade, he soon finds that his proficiency has risen from 53 to 54. Simultaneously, he feels a slight tingling in his arm, and visions of his insights regarding the Thunderfire Blade unfold in his mind, as if projected frame by frame, as though he had personally wielded it. After a brief moment, he regains his composure, a look of delight illuminating his face. The conversion ratio for free attribute points is indeed 11. It seems that as long as he defeats a sufficient number of formidable beasts, his training progress will accelerate significantly, saving him considerable time. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that free attribute points can be rapidly and instantaneously transformed into his own strength. This transformation yields insights and physical refinement that surpasses even his own practice of the Thunderfire Blade. In other words, he can entirely accumulate a substantial number of free attribute points in the early stages for future use, unleashing them at pivotal moments to catch his adversaries off guard. This is truly an essential tool for home use, a cunning disguise, a method of striking without shedding blood. With this thought, he could not help but grin broadly. Filled with enthusiasm, Shingchin rose from his bed, ready to venture outside. As he approached the door, he instinctively cast a glance at his reflection in the full-length mirror, admiring his handsome visage, slightly tilting his face to touch his chiseled jawline. However, he was suddenly struck by a realization, his eyes widening in shock as he looked down. To his astonishment, He was no longer clad in the gray sportswear he had worn earlier in the day, but in a set of silky black pajamas. Instantly, he crossed his arms over his chest, his pupils shimmering and his mind racing. Who had changed his clothes? In this world, where men are exceedingly rare, it could not possibly be a man. Furthermore, given the decorum between genders, the only candidates could be the three sisters of the Zhuang family. Could it be his wife? The thought of his wife's beautiful and gentle face caused a blush to rise on his cheeks. Or perhaps it was Zhuang Man. The image of her icy beauty sent a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Surely it could not be Zhuang Xiaodai. Although Zhuang Chushua's presence made the possibility of this unlikely, what if, due to his lecherous nature, he would undoubtedly take the opportunity to feel himself all over while changing clothes? Would he not notice the peculiarly shaped birthmark on his backside? Shingchin stood at the door, his expression fluctuating. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, he stepped out of his room. Zhuang Xiaodai was the closest to his room, merely separated by a guest room, and she was the person he worried about the most. If it were indeed Zhuang Xiaodai who had assisted him with his clothing, it was likely she would have explored every inch of him, making it almost impossible to conceal the birthmark on his rear. He even had reasonable doubts that if Zhuang Xiaodai were to discover the truth about the birthmark, she might not be able to resist immediately reporting it to Zhuang Man or Zhuang Chushua. With this thought in mind, he was the first to knock on Zhuang Xiaodai's door. In no time, the door swung open. However, to his surprise, it was not Zhuang Xiaodai who answered, but Zhuang Man leaning against the door with her arms crossed. Her coldly beautiful face bore a smile that was more teasing than welcoming. "Darling, are you here looking for Xiaodai again? What brings you here?" Upon hearing the word again, Shingchin's face flushed with embarrassment. Clearly, Zhuang Man had connected this visit to his previous midnight excursion to find Zhuang Xiaodai. Ha ha ha. Yes, I am looking for Xiaodai, he chuckled awkwardly, hastily shifting the topic. What are you doing in Xiaodai's room? Where is she? Seeing his reluctance to answer her question directly, Zhuang Man raised an eyebrow, preparing to press further. Just then, Zhuang Xiaodai, with her hair styled in twin ponytails, emerged from behind her sister. Tilting her head and blinking her large eyes, she greeted him with a sweet smile. "Darling, are you here to play with me again?" Hearing that familiar word again left Shingchin feeling somewhat choked. This sensation intensified when Zhuang Chushua, her expression now calm, also stepped out of the room. The awkwardness reached its zenith. Why did he feel as though he were clandestinely meeting a mistress, only to be caught by yet another? And now, the legitimate wife was about to uncover his secret rendezvous, plunging him into a chaotic four-cornered dilemma. How fortuitous that you are all here. Shingchin managed to muster a stiff smile, raising his hand in greeting. At his words, the three women exchanged knowing glances, their faces suddenly lighting up with smiles. Each of their radiant smiles, unique in beauty, created a picturesque scene of blooming flowers. The awkwardness he felt began to dissipate, his eyes shimmering with admiration. In the next moment, Zhuang Xiaodai mischievously winked at her sisters and suddenly grabbed Shingchin's hand, pulling him into the room with startling force. Zhuang Man, leaning against the door, could only smile helplessly as she closed the door behind them. Chapter 25. The Temptation of the Three Sisters of the Zhuang Family. Shingchin was unexpectedly drawn into the room, leaving him feeling a mix of trepidation as he pressed his body against the door. In her mind, a flurry of thoughts danced about. Under the bright light of day, three women and a man found themselves in the same room, an utterly unsettling scenario. Fortunately, this time, upon bringing Shingchin into the room, Zhuang Xiaodai seemed restrained, perhaps due to Zhuang Chushua's presence, and refrained from being as audacious as before, quickly releasing him. She then leaped onto her soft, delicate bed, rolling around in bliss. This playful act caused her already short pink skirt to flutter slightly, revealing glimpses of her fair, tender thighs. Lying sideways in the center of the bed, she propped her hands behind her head and beckoned him with a playful gesture, teasingly saying, "Darling, don't just stand there like a fool. Come over here. I've saved the spot in the middle just for you, all right?" Seeing this, Zhuang Man and Zhuang Chushua exchanged smiles, far from intervening. Instead, they approached the bed and slowly leaned down, showcasing their alluring waistlines and curvaceous forms. Casting flirtatious glances back at him, Shingchin, captivated by this enchanting spectacle, found himself momentarily frozen, unable to move. Although he had often perused videos of beautiful women online and made cheeky comments about his preferences, the reality of three distinct beauties, each with their unique charms, lying before him was overwhelming. A powerful sensation of desire mixed with trepidation surged within him, even igniting an impulse to flee. He had long refused to acknowledge his own nature, but in that moment, he could no longer deny it. How could an ordinary man navigate such a situation? Surrounded by the rightful wife and her sisters, engaging in such intimate antics? Yet, the three sisters seemed oblivious to his inner turmoil, mistaking his immobility for shyness. Zhuang Chuxue half sat up, took his hand in hers, and gazed at him tenderly, saying, "Darling, there's no need to be shy. From now on, you and our three sisters will be one family. It's perfectly normal to lie on the same bed." As she spoke, she pulled him onto the bed, positioning him in the center of the three women. Shingchin felt his mind completely blank, his hands clasped over his navel, his body rigid, and his eyes fixed on the ceiling, paralyzed with uncertainty. As if to further heighten his bewilderment, Zhuang Chuxue gently placed a hand on his chest, leaning in closer, revealing her soft, alluring cleavage. With her other hand, she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, the delicate fragrance wafting from her hair intoxicating, like an alluring spell that lingered in the air. She chuckled softly and asked, "By the way, dear husband, is there something you wish to discuss with Xiaodai?" Before the still drowsy Shingchin could respond, Zhuang Xiaodai leaned closer, resting her chin on his chest, her soft form nestled against his arm. Tilting her head, she spoke with a somewhat indistinct voice, "Indeed, husband, what is it that you seek from me?" As she spoke, a spark of realization seemed to illuminate her eyes. "Are you perhaps wishing to play that game we last enjoyed together? However, today may not be the most suitable time. Shall we schedule it for tomorrow instead?" Her eyes glimmered with anticipation as she proposed this. "The game we played last time?" A flicker of confusion crossed Shingchin's gaze, followed by a hazy recollection of that evening spent with Zhuang Xiaodai. The memory crystallized into a vivid scene of her playfully pinning him against the door, teasing him unabashedly. His face flushed with embarrassment, and a sense of guilt washed over him as he prepared to divert the conversation. Unbeknownst to him, Zhuang Man had slightly propped herself up. Kneeling on the soft bed, her long black hair cascaded down to her waist. With a gentle tilt of her shoulder, she turned to look at him, each movement imbued with a captivating allure. "What game? If possible, may I join?" Shingchin gazed at the three sisters before him, their enchanting presence rendering him momentarily speechless. Something felt amiss. It was all too peculiar. The moment he stepped out of the room, he felt as though he had been drained of vitality by enchanting spirits. His soul seemingly lost. His feet felt as if they were treading on cotton, forcing him to lean against the wall for support. Stumbling back to his room, he barely managed to close the door before collapsing onto the floor, gasping for breath as he stared at the ceiling. As he reflected on the moments spent with the Zhuang sisters, a hint of nostalgia flickered across his expression. Suddenly, he was jolted by the realization of his thoughts. Swiftly delivering a sharp slap to his own face in an attempt to regain clarity. Internally, he chastised himself, lamenting, "What nonsense am I thinking? They are your sisters-in-law." Yet, the scene from earlier was undeniably intoxicating, almost like a siren's song, tempting one to revel in the pleasures of the night. Who could resist such a lure? Lost in his own emotions, Shingchin completely forgot the purpose of his visit to seek Zhuang Xiaodai. Meanwhile, the Zhuang sisters, having observed his departure, gradually reigned in their previously enchanting demeanor. Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai each claimed a shoulder of Zhuang Chuxue, entwining themselves around her like octopuses. Zhuang Xiaodai playfully twirled a strand of her eldest sister's hair around her fingers, a hint of curiosity in her voice as she questioned, "Elder sister, does the beauty trap truly work? What if husband learns the truth and wishes to leave?" Zhuang Man gently tapped her forehead and, meeting her sister's displeased glare, remarked, "Do not utter such ominous words. Since this is my idea, it surely holds merit. You need only to trust, without doubt." Zhuang Xiaodai feigned a pout of grievance. "I am merely a tad concerned. I harbor no doubts about our eldest sister's intentions. Second sister, you have a knack for misinterpreting my words and delight in teasing me." "Hoo-hoo." Zhuang Man let out a cold chuckle, poised to engage in further banter with her. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhuang Chuxue gently tapped both their shoulders, interrupting their childish squabble. With a hint of exasperation, she said, "Enough, you two. Your bickering is giving me a headache." Upon hearing her voice, Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai exchanged defiant glances, clearly unwilling to concede, yet obediently sealed their lips. Zhuang Chuxue continued, There is no need for excessive contemplation. Simply follow my plan. Starting today, wholeheartedly attract your husband's attention and make him care for you. Simultaneously, disregard any rejections he may express. As the saying goes, a man's words are often deceitful. Just like today, although he verbally declined and demonstrated refusal, the expression on his face as he departed belied enjoyment. Therefore, maintain your course. Over time, once he grows accustomed to our companionship, he shall undoubtedly fall under the sway of the three of us sisters. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xiaodie's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she licked her lips, her expression animated. A glimmer of enthusiasm also shone in Zhuang Man's eyes. Chapter 26. The Zhuang sisters' affectionate overtures. Well before Shingchin knocked on the door, Zhuang Chuxue had confided in her sisters about the pretense of marriage and the rationale behind it. Initially, the two sisters were taken aback. However, after exchanging knowing glances, they unanimously resolved to make every effort to keep their husband and persuade him to expedite the acquisition of a genuine marriage certificate. Through their recent interactions, not only had the flirtatious Zhuang Xiaodai developed feelings for Shingchin, but even the typically aloof Zhuang Man had begun to harbor some affection towards him. Having finally encountered a man who resonated with them, the three sisters were determined not to let him slip away easily. As for why they didn't simply reveal the truth to him, it was because, through their days of interaction, the Zhuang sisters had come to understand Shingchin's stubborn nature. Upon learning of the situation, he would likely be inclined to leave the Zhuang household immediately. At that point, with a pack of predatory wolves lurking outside, their husband would soon find himself utterly consumed, leaving no trace behind. Thus, they resolved to act decisively. First win his heart, then secure his affections. In the ensuing days, Shingchin sensed an unusual shift in the demeanor of the Zhuang sisters, who were excessively attentive. They would personally present slippers to him, feed him during meals, and shower him with extravagant gifts. The physical contact became increasingly frequent, an uncountable multitude of gestures. Embraces, the gentle caress of an arm, and the fleeting touch of fingers are commonplace gestures. In more lascivious moments, there may even be a playful squeeze of the rear or a lingering hand on the thigh or abdominals, leaving him with an incessant sensation of being unduly groped. Naturally, if only Zhuang Xiaodai were to engage in such conduct, he would not find it particularly peculiar. However, even the more serious Zhuang Man and Zhuang Chuxue occasionally partake in these antics, rendering him utterly astonished. What could be the reason behind this? Could it be that the Zhuang sisters have discerned he is not of this realm, leading them to test him through these curious actions? Beyond this possibility, he could conjure no other explanation. Shingchin would not indulge in the vanity of believing that, within the brief span of less than a month, all three Zhuang sisters had fallen for him, thus showering him with attention. Consequently, he became increasingly vigilant about his words and actions, reluctant to let his guard down lest they uncover any hint of his true nature. As for the identity of the person who had assisted him in changing clothes that day, or whether they had glimpsed that peculiar birthmark, Shingchin had subtly inquired among the Zhuang sisters, yet none exhibited any signs of abnormality. He furrowed his brow but chose to dismiss the matter. After all, even if it were seen, it was not a matter of life or death. However, that birthmark was indeed rather strange. It did not resemble a congenital mark but appeared more akin to an ink design. At first glance, it bore a resemblance to a black cat, yet upon closer inspection, it seemed to resemble a hazy female visage. His adoptive mother had mentioned that those who beheld this mark in his childhood claimed that, if stared at for long, the bluish-green eyes appeared to move, as if alive, which was quite unsettling. He scoffed at such tales. Yet he was acutely aware of the black cat-shaped birthmark nestled between his buttocks. A grown man with an adorable black cat birthmark in such a private area might lead the uninformed to speculate about his peculiar inclinations. Following a period of merciless teasing from classmates in his youth, he had insisted that those around him remain tight-lipped about it, and even as he approached graduation from university, few were aware of this detail. Although considerable time had passed, he still held a certain aversion towards the topic. Yet, with no other clues to ascertain whether the Zhuang sisters had indeed seen the birthmark, he had no choice but to set the matter aside for the time being and cease further contemplation. Time flew by. As the third day approached before the martial arts college entrance examination, Shingchin stood alone in a corner of the garden, diligently practicing the thunderfire blade. As the blade flashed, its brilliance was unmistakable. With a single stroke, it sliced through the air like a swift gale. The Thunder Fire Blade consists of 8 forms, of which he had only mastered the first 3. The remaining 5 forms required him to attend university and exchange points at the martial arts library for access, or alternatively, to switch to other sword techniques. At present, he was honing the initial 2 forms, known as Thunder and Blazing Fire. As for the third form's dissolution, one must master the first 2 forms with utmost proficiency, ideally reaching a state of consummate perfection before attempting to cultivate it. Without the foundational knowledge of the initial 2 forms, it is nearly impossible to learn the third. However, achieving such mastery or perfection is an arduous endeavor. Shingchin practiced diligently for over half a month, barely scratching the surface of the first 2 forms, with a significant distance still to traverse before attaining perfection. There remained 2 formidable thresholds, proficiency and mastery. If he were to rely solely on his own efforts, it would require at least 5 months of unwavering dedication. And even then, only under the condition of facing no bottlenecks would there be a chance of success. Fortunately, he had the system. Shingchin executed his final strike, sheathing his sword and standing tall as he exhaled deeply, finally turning his gaze towards the system panel. Name: Shingchin, Basic Vitality Technique Proficiency, Second Layer, 115500. Thunder Fire Blade Proficiency, Entry Level, 100100. Upgradable, Iron Stone Body Proficiency, Entry Level, 70100. Free Attributes, 20, at that moment. The system panel revealed that the proficiency of the Thunder Fire Blade had remarkably reached 100, with the words upgradable appearing beside it. A wave of joy washed over Shingchin. Chapter 27, Another Upgrade. The Thunder Fire Blade could finally be upgraded. Anticipation lit up his face. However, recalling the excruciating pain he endured during the last upgrade of the basic vitality technique, he opted not to upgrade on the spot. Instead, he left the garden and returned to his room, ensuring the door was securely locked before sitting cross-legged on the carpet. He silently chanted the command to upgrade the Thunder Fire Blade. In the next moment, a profound sensation surged through his mind, causing an intense throbbing in his head and the veins on his forehead to pulse. Frames of vivid imagery flooded his consciousness, as if propelled by a hyper-accelerator, making it feel like he had wielded the long blade in frenzied practice for years within mere minutes. Countless insights emerged. Simultaneously, his arms and thighs gradually grew robust, shedding their previous gauntness, resembling the exaggerated musculature of a bodybuilder. Yet, shortly thereafter, for reasons unknown, his muscles solidified at a visible pace, becoming less exaggerated. Nevertheless, they were still considerably thicker than his original limbs. At that moment, he had entirely shed the image of a mere white-chopped chicken. After a considerable time, Shingchin opened his eyes, his gaze sharp and fierce. It seemed he was poised to grasp the long blade at his waist and unleash an unparalleled strike. At that moment, even though the vitality measurement device before him was forged from exquisite steel and exceptionally hard under the force of his strike, it would likely be effortlessly cleaved in two, reduced to mere scrap metal. Fortunately, he managed to suppress this impulse, thus avoiding a disastrous outcome. Subsequently, Shingchin began to organize the gains from this upgrade. After this enhancement, he effortlessly elevated the first 2 forms of the Thunder Fire Blade to a state of perfection. Moreover, he harbored a vague sensation that he could potentially amalgamate these 2 techniques to forge an entirely new form of blade artistry. This feeling was enigmatic and elusive, remaining just beyond his grasp. Shingchin could only commit it to memory, intending to explore it further in the future. With the first 2 forms now perfected, he acquired a fresh perspective on the third form, Crimson Flame. If he commenced his training on this form from this moment onward, it would not be long before he successfully entered its realm and quickly attained mastery. Moreover, after consolidating his recent achievements, Shingchin rose and approached the vitality measurement device. Techniques like the Thunder Fire Blade and Ironstone Body, when cultivated to a certain degree, would invariably enhance one's vitality in return. Having leaped across 4 levels in a single bound, the elevation in his vitality was undoubtedly significant. Contemplating this, he wore an expression of eager anticipation. With a sudden, powerful punch, he struck the device. 152 cards. During this period, he had improved his vitality by 6 cards through his own training. Thus, this upgrade amounted to an impressive increase of 21 cards. Upon seeing this number, Shingchin's face lit up with ecstatic joy. Reaching 150 cards in vitality signified that, provided he successfully refined his bones next, he would smoothly transcend to become a first-grade martial artist. It is worth noting that during the martial arts college entrance examination, even a female achieving 150 cards in vitality and successfully refining her bones to become a first-grade martial artist would attract fierce competition among prestigious universities. As a male contender, his presence would undoubtedly capture the attention of all. However, while attention was one thing for the universities, admitting a strikingly handsome man with exceptional martial talent but lacking a formidable background would pose a considerable burden. His emergence would invariably draw the gaze of many distinguished women, and it was not uncommon for them to fiercely compete for his favor, especially for those possessing substantial wealth and wielding tremendous power, should they take an interest. There was a possibility of him being clandestinely confined, akin to a canary in a gilded cage. Such incidents had occurred frequently in the past, and university leaders could only turn a blind eye, fearing repercussions from those they should not offend. Yet, this often resulted in the ire of many men's families. The women who could secure such husbands were typically not without influence, wealth, or power. Even if such matters were forcibly suppressed by the institution, they would still leave a lingering impact on the school's reputation. In circumstances less than dire, prestigious universities tend to refrain from admitting exceptionally outstanding men, lest they invite trouble upon themselves. Such practices, veiled beneath the surface, belong to the realm of unspoken rules. At this moment, Shingchin remains unaware of these intricacies. He grapples with the decision of whether to immediately consume the bone-refining pill and ascend to the rank of a first-class warrior, or to await a higher level of vitality, reaching perhaps 180 or even 200 units before making that leap. While the latter option would enhance his foundational strength and potentially facilitate future advancements to even greater heights, his current prowess is largely contingent upon the system. As long as he diligently practices his techniques, his strength will naturally augment. Elevating his vitality to 180 or 200 units merely equates to a protraction of time spent. After considerable contemplation, Shingchin resolves to elevate his vitality to 200 units before embarking on his breakthrough. After all, although the system proves advantageous, it remains an external aid. Should it cease to function at some point in the future, he must rely solely upon his own capabilities. During this interim, aside from honing the Thunderfire blade, he has not neglected the Iron Body technique, achieving over half of the proficiency needed for its upgrade. It is likely that he will attain this upgrade in the near future. His free attribute points have also reached 20, a testament to his arduous efforts in slaying 20 fierce beasts. During this time, he has frequently ventured into the hunting grounds with the three sisters of the Zhuang family, progressing from barely defeating one beast a day to now effortlessly hunting 2 or even 3 daily. Shingchin's initial trepidation has evolved into a calm resolve, executing his strikes without hesitation. However, due to the similar strength of the beasts he has hunted, he remains uncertain whether vanquishing more formidable creatures would yield greater free attributes. He can only await further enhancements to his own strength before conducting such verification. Shingchin wipes the sticky sweat from his brow, takes a refreshing shower, and returns to his room to continue his practice of the Iron Body technique. Although he is determined to excel in the martial arts examination scheduled for 3 days hence, this represents merely the first step on his journey to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Future efforts must persist, lest he grow complacent. Within the Wei family courtyard, beneath the sun-dappled trees, Wei Ping reclines comfortably with his legs crossed, lounging on the lap of his third wife, Wang Yi. As he squints his eyes and indulges in peeled grapes offered to him, he revels in the leg massage provided by his fourth wife, Wang Error, basking in the sun with an expression of untroubled contentment. It is a far cry from the fiercely driven and intensely training figure he presented just half a month prior. Chapter 28. The Gaze of Female Students. After enduring relentless brainwashing from his third and fourth wives over the past few days, Wei Ping, having futilely struggled a few times, has once again surrendered to a life of languorous ease, reminiscent of his former existence steeped in blissful oblivion. In this present day, with less than 3 days remaining until the martial arts entrance examination, he leisurely basked in the sun, contemplating the wisdom of his wives. With that delicate frame of Shingchin, seemingly frail and lacking vitality, he mused that despite his utmost efforts over the course of merely 1 month, surpassing himself was an impossibility. Indeed, he had previously indulged in undue worries. Moreover, as Wei Ping tilted her head in thought, She realized that even after just a month apart, the image of Sister Xiaoman had begun to fade from her mind. At that moment, his third wife, Yang Yi, approached with a smile, offering him a grape, which he accepted eagerly. Ah, how delightful! He squinted his eyes in contentment. Wrapping his arms around her slender waist and burying his face in her abdomen, drifting off into a blissful slumber, completely dismissing thoughts of Sister Xiaoman. On the day of the martial arts entrance examination, at the entrance of the prestigious Qinghu Noble Boarding High School, candidates clad in blue skirts, their faces radiant with youth and adorned with what they deemed attractive makeup, stood in clusters with their unusually light backpacks. They exuded an air of youthful exuberance. At that moment, they clasped hands with their friends, nervously glancing around, seemingly searching for something. This day was pivotal, determining their futures. Conventionally, one would expect them to feel anxious or even oppressed. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. They were filled with a long-awaited thrill. For today, they would have the rare fortune to encounter and interact closely with many male guests, a chance too precious to be missed. For most candidates present, such an opportunity might only occur once in a lifetime, hence their palpable excitement. As they awaited eagerly, it wasn't long before 7 black luxury cars appeared on the horizon, eventually halting at the school entrance. The doors swung open, and a cadre of bodyguards, exuding the formidable aura of first-rate martial artists, elegantly descended from the vehicles. They swiftly assembled in an orderly fashion at the center of the convoy, beside the 4th car, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings for any suspicious figures. Such a grand display momentarily stunned the candidates clustered at the entrance, who quickly grasped the significance of the scene. In the next instant, their faces lit up with surprise as they surged toward the luxury cars. The crowd jostled and pushed, creating a chaotic scene. Yet they remained mindful of the nearly 20 bodyguards stationed beside the vehicles. Retaining a sliver of composure, the candidates halted approximately 1 meter from the luxury cars, rising on their toes and craning their necks, eager to glimpse the true countenance of the male guests within. The authorities have established a precautionary line and deployed a security detail to ensure stringent surveillance. It has been explicitly mandated that individuals who are not candidates for the college entrance examination are prohibited from crossing the street to the adjacent school during this period. This measure has been implemented primarily to safeguard the male candidates, preventing any potential opportunists from taking advantage of the situation. However, despite the distance imposed, numerous women have gathered on the opposite side of the security line, some even bringing tents to secure a better vantage point, arriving days or even weeks in advance. It is evident that the majority of these individuals are driven by profit, equipped with cameras and photographic equipment, poised to capture images of the male candidates as they emerge, hoping to upload high-definition close-ups online to garner views. Generally, any video featuring the male candidates tends to attract significant attention should a particularly handsome candidate appear. The footage might even go viral, resulting in substantial earnings. Consequently, many have set their sights on this endeavor. In contrast to the students waiting at the school gate, the area across the street is far more congested. As it seems a male candidate is about to make an appearance, the women are filled with excitement, pushing forward in a frenzy, their faces flushed with anticipation. The cameras they wield resemble cannons, capturing images in a fervor. Amongst the crowd, some women with ulterior motives blend in, their eyes flickering with intent. Yet, upon witnessing the considerable security surrounding the male candidate, their expressions darken, and they can only console themselves with the thought of the next opportunity. However, their chances are dwindling, after several years of failure. This year they must seize a male candidate. Otherwise, they might face dire consequences. The chilling memories of past companions who met tragic fates haunt them, causing involuntary shivers and firming their resolve. Soon, the car door creaks open. The bodyguards simultaneously produce black umbrellas from their storage compartments, creating a shaded path around the man, effectively obstructing the view of both the candidates and the women across the street. The candidates emit a collective sigh of disappointment, fixating their gaze on the gaps between the umbrellas in hopes of catching a glimpse of the proceedings. At that moment, a corpulent figure slowly descends from the vehicle. The nearby female students only catch a fleeting side profile before their vision is entirely obscured by the black umbrellas, leading to a collective droop of their heads in dismay. Following this, 3 impeccably dressed women of notable beauty emerge from the car. 2 of them closely trail the male candidate, ensuring his safety, while the youngest silently blends into the flow of candidates, vanishing from sight under the protection and intimidation of the bodyguards. The male guest, along with his companions, swiftly parted the throngs of people and arrived at the school entrance. He presented an examination permit and 2 accompanying certificates before entering the institution, his figure vanishing before the eyes of the female students. They gazed longingly and sighed at the back of this unknown gentleman. Although he appeared somewhat portly from behind, the internet is replete with images of popular male celebrities who, despite their size, possess strikingly large eyes and prominent noses, garnering immense popularity. Whenever he endorses a product, it is nearly swept off the shelves. Consequently, the candidates unconsciously projected the visage of a renowned star onto him, feeling an insatiable itch within their hearts, as if a feather were teasing them, making it unbearable to not see his face. The women across the street also lowered their cameras, unable to suppress a sigh. Their view was entirely obstructed by the sunshades held aloft by bodyguards, leaving them unable to capture even a single strand of hair. Chapter 29. The exquisite beauty within the confines of the elite Chenghu Academy, an empty dormitory that should have been devoid of life. In a particular room on the highest floor, a breathtaking young lady knelt gracefully on a sofa, clad in a silk white nightgown. She lowered her head, examining a photograph just captured by her specialized camera. In the image, Wei Ping's face, marked by impatience, was nearly fully exposed, save for a small portion obscured by a black umbrella. His already small eyes squinted into mere slits under the sun's glare, rendering his pupils invisible. Upon seeing the photograph, the stunning maiden wrinkled her delicate nose in disdain and muttered, "Isn't this the chubby Wei Ping from the Wei family? What is he doing here? Idly participating in the martial arts entrance exam? What a waste of a film." With a flick of her wrist, she disdainfully tossed the photograph onto the floor. Turning her gaze out the window, camera in hand, she awaited the appearance of the next male guest, murmuring to herself, "I hope this time I can find a suitor of noble lineage, handsome in appearance. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to comply with my grandmother's arrangements and marry the son of the Ping family." As this thought crossed her mind, the exquisite maiden seemed to recall an unpleasant memory, puffing out her cheeks in annoyance, appearing rather endearing. "That detestable Ping Yi, the last time we met. He made me kneel before so many people to tie his shoelaces. Had it not been for his status as the only son of the Ping family, I would have long since dispatched someone to abduct him to my secret lair. I would first pluck his toes one by one, sever his tendons, and then have him endure the company of 100 female beggars, forcing him to live like a dog every single day." As she spoke, a frown creased her lovely nose, hinting at her vexation. Recently, Go, the little darling, seems to have fallen gravely ill. Although precious elixirs have sustained him for a time, the exorbitant costs render it an unwise endeavor, and his days may be numbered. It is indeed a pity, as considerable effort was expended to procure the remedies from the elder sister after much pleading. Shifting her tone, she continued, "If Pinji dares to treat me thus again, I shall have you take over Go's responsibilities." Humph. As she concluded, the stunning young maiden placed her hands on her hips, lifted her delicate chin, and let out a playful yet disdainful snort. To the uninitiated observer, one might perceive her as merely an innocent neighborly beauty. Yet, little could they fathom that her cherry-red lips could utter such venomous words that send chills down one's spine. Following this, several male guests appeared at the school gate, each one vigilantly guarding against any incursion. While their numbers did not match the formidable presence of Wei Ping, they still deployed nearly 10 elite female warriors as bodyguards, encircling the male guests so tightly that not even a fly could approach. Observing this, the women across the street, harboring ulterior motives, displayed visible annoyance. Though fewer in number compared to Wei Ping's retinue, their defenses remained remarkably tight. Nonetheless, opportunities were not entirely absent on several occasions. They were eager to take risks and make a bold move. At a crucial moment, Zhou Jingyan intervened. With her luscious red lips and cascading waves of hair, her sharp, hooked nose lent a somewhat harsh aspect to her otherwise striking features. This year, she was the leader of this group, having orchestrated the entire plan. However, in the past 5 years, the leadership of this small team had changed hands no less than 3 times. Most previous leaders had met their demise due to an inability to capture a sufficient number of male guests or had been apprehended during missions, ultimately falling victim to the organization. Should she fail to accomplish today's task, she would likely meet the same fate. Thus, Zhou Jingyan harbored a sense of urgency greater than anyone else, Yet she understood that haste could lead to folly. Currently, her team, including herself, comprised 15 individuals, all elite warriors of the first rank, almost matching the number of bodyguards for the male guests. However, one must not forget the guards stationed throughout the street, dispersed around the school, with only a few meters separating them from each other. The school gate was particularly well guarded, with 3 guards congregated together. In the event of any incident, the others would undoubtedly rush to provide backup. Thus, it was imperative to abduct the male guests within the shortest possible time. Of course, a significant disparity in strength existed among elite warriors, categorized into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfection. Most of these guards possessed only beginner-level capabilities, while the bodyguards of the male guests predominantly held intermediate-level strength, with only a small fraction boasting advanced abilities. Only Wei Ping's bodyguards exhibited the strongest prowess, with the majority attaining perfection in their skills, clearly indicating their esteemed status. Zhou Xinyan's subordinates were all at the initial and intermediate stages of the first rank, with only 5 possessing advanced first-rank strength. She herself was a formidable warrior, boasting the complete mastery of the first rank. If she truly intended to act, leveraging her full capabilities for a preemptive strike could indeed present an opportunity. However, in previous years, the leaders had also been formidable and had employed similar tactics. Yet most had met with failure, ultimately being apprehended by the guards and silenced within the confines of prison. Therefore, she resolved not to emulate her predecessor's reckless behavior, which had led to their untimely demise. Contemplating her plan, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in her eyes. As time ticked away, with less than an hour remaining before the martial arts examination commenced, 4 luxury vehicles once again arrived at the school gate, drawing the expectant gazes of the crowd. Curiously, the 4 cars exhibited vastly different styles. The foremost was a striking crimson, while the 3 trailing behind were adorned in flamboyant shades of pink, suggesting that they did not belong to the same entourage. Soon, the doors of 2 of the luxury cars swung open, and 10 bodyguards clad in suits descended, positioning themselves before the central vehicle. As its door opened, a lanky young man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with slender limbs and painted pink nails, emerged, clad in off-shoulder denim overalls and sporting an unremarkable visage, all while donning eye-catching pink high-top shoes. The moment he appeared, the surrounding female students erupted into fervent cheers, their faces alight with excitement. His attire, particularly the overalls, bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the hottest male celebrity, Pinji, igniting their enthusiasm further. Moreover, the prior male guests had concealed their appearances, making this their first glimpse of a living male figure, intensifying their exhilaration as they waved their arms wildly in hopes of capturing his attention. Amidst their exuberant shouts, a contrasting male voice suddenly cut through the cacophony. "What the heck? That startled me. What are these girls screaming about so mindlessly? It's deafening," Shingchin grumbled, furrowing his brow as he opened the car door and stepped out. His deep voice resonated clearly amidst the sharp cries of the girls, instantly capturing the attention of all, including that of the lanky young man. They collectively turned their gazes toward him. Unlike the novelty experienced when encountering the slender man previously, at this moment, they were utterly captivated. Even their screams had ceased, leaving them in a state of dazed silence, unable to articulate their thoughts. After a considerable pause, they finally regained their composure. The female students gazed intently at Shingchin, clutching their friend's hands in excitement, their words tumbling out in a jumbled rush, their eyes sparkling with admiration. "My goodness, this young gentleman is extraordinarily handsome. Compared to him, even the renowned star Ping Yi pales in comparison, unworthy of even polishing his shoes, not to mention the slender man standing beside him. I must strive to cultivate myself in order to win his heart one day. I have never encountered a man so strikingly attractive, and he evokes a peculiar sensation within me that I cannot quite articulate. It is simply overwhelming, as if he has instantaneously captured my heart. Oh, indeed, he possesses an alluring charm. Yes, I find him to be incredibly captivating, and yet I adore it. Oh, he is simply too handsome." The female students, in their excitement, spoke in disjointed phrases, bouncing around in a fit of infatuation. The slender man, initially taken aback by the stunning sight, soon noticed that all the female students had shifted their attention entirely to Shingchin. Upon hearing their words, he furrowed his brow, a flicker of jealousy crossing his eyes. At that moment, he astutely observed that Shingchin had arrived in a luxurious car, yet conspicuously lacked even a single bodyguard. His eyes gleamed with a newfound insight as he mockingly called out to Shingchin, "What good is your handsome appearance? Just by looking at you, it's evident that you lack a significant background. You even have to open your own door without a bodyguard in sight. I can assure you, with someone like you, it won't be long before you are captured by some powerful woman and imprisoned, losing your freedom for life," the slender man declared with certainty. While he took delight in observing the reactions of the female students, he had anticipated that upon hearing his words, the female students would feel disheartened, thereby abandoning their aspirations for Shingchin and losing interest. To his surprise, their eyes brightened, their cheeks flushed with excitement, as they gazed at Shingchin with an almost fervent admiration. Unexpectedly, their enthusiasm had only intensified. Initially, they had little hope of being with this young gentleman. However, if he were to be imprisoned by a powerful individual, their prospects might change. Should the affluent captor eventually tire of him and release him, the unidentified young gentleman could very well be taken by the reproductive agency. They could even apply for the chance to become his child's mother. Furthermore, even if the affluent individual never relinquished him, they could still serve as the underlings of that powerful figure. They sought neither fame nor fortune, but merely a chance to partake in the experience, to have a taste of intimacy, perhaps even daring to engage in bolder actions if the captor were amenable. As Shingchin stepped out of the car, he found himself inexplicably cursed, turning to the slender man with a bewildered expression akin to that of a perplexed individual. With his hands sprawled and brow furrowed, he inquired, "Isn't it rather absurd, my friend? This is our first encounter, devoid of any grudges or animosities. And yet you cast such a curse upon me?" The lanky man let out a derisive snort, rather than diminishing the enthusiasm of the female students. His verbal onslaught only intensified their fervor for Shingchin, which left him feeling rather discomfited. Unable to restrain himself, he cast a sidelong glance at Shingchin and coldly mocked, "Stop pretending. I've encountered many men like you, feigning ignorance and indifference while secretly relishing the attention of so many enamored women. Enjoy it while you can. Rest assured, you'll eventually face the consequences of your actions." "What nonsense is this? I haven't done anything. How can I be enjoying myself?" Shingchin retorted, rendered speechless. He began to grasp that in Blue Star, the dynamics between men and women were not only incomprehensible to women, but equally so to men. Turning away, he resolved not to squander any more words. However, noticing his silence, the lanky man couldn't help but lean closer, continuing his scornful tirade. "Why the silence? Have I hit the nail on the head? I knew it. Men of your superficial charm only resort to such despicable tactics." As the man's incessant chatter continued, Shingchin simply turned his back, completely ignoring him. He waited beside the car, occasionally tapping the window to urge the Zhuang sisters to hasten their descent. Meanwhile, Zhou Jingyan and her entourage had also taken note of Shingchin, realizing with astonishment that he was unaccompanied by his suited bodyguards. Their expressions immediately brightened, especially when they caught a glimpse of his profile. Though merely a side view, it left them momentarily entranced. Soon, greedy expressions overtook their faces. Zhou Jingyan's younger sister tugged at her sleeve, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Head, this one is undoubtedly top tier, and without any female bodyguards nearby. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Besides, once we capture him, we can all take turns enjoying his company." Zhou Jingyan, unable to conceal her own excitement, instinctively licked her dry lips. However, noticing the stillness of her phone, she furrowed her brow, suppressing her thoughts and shaking her head. "Let's wait a little longer," she said in a hushed tone. The younger sister, growing increasingly anxious, was about to urge her further when, in the next instant, an eerie ringtone pierced the air. Zhou Jingyan jolted, her gaze fixated greedily on Shingchin's chiseled profile. Suddenly, she shouted, "Sisters, let us move." The women, who had been unable to contain their eagerness, surged forward with unprecedented agility, swiftly overpowering the three guards. They crossed the security line in a rush, making their way across the street without sparing a glance at the lanky man. As if infused with adrenaline, the target was clear, and one charged recklessly towards Shingchin. Meanwhile, Shingchin could hear the incessant prattle of the bamboo pole man behind him, laden with taunts, causing him to furrow his brow in irritation. He contemplated whether to cover his ears or simply give him a good thrashing. Simultaneously, he wondered why Zhuang Shaodai and Zhuang Man had yet to disembark. Were they quarreling again over the morning's uneven seating arrangement, particularly about who occupied the seat to his right? It was merely because he relished napping in the vehicle, habitually leaning towards the right. Indeed, his choice to sit in the passenger seat had proven to be astute. Shingchin nodded in agreement, then shook his head in resignation. Truly, it seemed that disputes arose every few days. It was never satisfying without a bit of bickering. Inevitably, he would find himself mediating between them. Women, he mused, were indeed troublesome. With this thought, a wave of annoyance washed over him. Caution! Just then, a chorus of startled exclamations erupted from the crowd of female students. Shingchin was taken aback. Chapter 31. Yu Yinner's Determined Pursuit. The stunning beauty, Yu Yinner, lounged on the sofa, idly flipping through photographs of male guests. Those that piqued her interest were placed on the armchair beside her, while those that did not meet her standards were carelessly discarded between her fingers, flung away without a second thought. By the end, only 3 photographs remained. She scrutinized the male figures in the images with a discerning eye, unable to suppress a pout of disdain. Why were they all so unattractive? Either their mouths were askew, or their noses crooked. None could hold a candle to her beloved pets. They were even outshone by Ping Yi. Although his personality was lacking and he was hardly obedient, at least his appearance was somewhat pleasing to the eye. As Yu Yinner deliberated over which of the 3 contenders to select, a sudden uproar from the female students outside caught her attention. More arrivals. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she sprang up, raising her camera in anticipation of capturing the moment. However, upon spotting the bamboo pole man, her enthusiasm waned significantly. She had no desire to press the shutter for a photograph of him. Wasn't this merely a subpar version of Ping Yi? She muttered in disbelief. Yet, she mused that even if she did not wed Ping Yi, capturing this photograph to annoy him could be quite a clever idea. With that thought, Yu Yinner pressed the shutter. Just as she set the camera down, preparing to recline once more, her keen eyes caught sight of a long, elegant leg descending from a vehicle. Based on her extensive studies of male anatomy, she surmised that this leg must be at least 1.2 meters in length. With sturdy joints and well-defined muscles, truly the leg of a man. Moreover, a man possessing such splendid legs must undoubtedly possess striking good looks. Upon this realization, she immediately lifted her gaze towards the window, just in time to behold the figure of Shingchin gracefully descending from his vehicle. In that fleeting moment, the enchanting girl froze, her eyes fixated on him, unblinking. Her gaze gradually grew distant and dreamy, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. As the world around her faded into oblivion, it was only when the excited gasps of her fellow students broke the spell that she returned to her senses. In the next instant, Yu Yinner resolved with unwavering determination that regardless of this gentleman's identity or background, she would possess him, even if it meant confining him, reducing him to her loyal pet, never to see the light of day again. She would spare no effort. Of course, should she acquire such a delightful companion, the other dogs she had previously kept in the basement would no longer be necessary. Filled with elation, Yu Yinner could no longer remain in her dormitory. She swiftly turned and made her way towards the school gate. With a bashful smile illuminating her face, her long, flowing black hair danced in the wind, mingling with the fluttering petals in the air. This scene resembled a lovesick maiden eagerly rushing towards her beloved, imbued with a profound sense of romance. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, at that very moment, her mind was preoccupied with devising a discreet plan to imprison Shingchin. In less than a minute, she had already concocted 3 meticulous schemes. Aware of her own audacious thoughts, she couldn't help but chuckle softly to herself, secretly reflecting, I truly am a natural-born miscreant. Suddenly, Shingchin felt a tightening in his chest. Sensing an impending threat, he swiftly turned to look. At the same time, his right hand instinctively grasped the hilt of the knife hanging at his waist. In the next moment, he saw a woman in a school uniform. Yet her physique was entirely inconsistent with that of an 18-year-old girl, charging towards him with an alluring beauty. Her vibrant tongue shamelessly traced her lips. Her gaze intent and predatory, akin to a hunting leopard, and she closed the distance with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, she was upon him, their eyes locking in a fierce gaze, their noses nearly touching, allowing them to inhale each other's scent. The enchanting woman inhaled dramatically and involuntary, infatuated smile gracing her lips. Shingchin frowned, a hint of revulsion washing over him. In the next instant, his long knife was drawn without hesitation, his vitality surging into the blade, igniting it with a fierce crimson glow, erupting with vigor. As the blade sliced through the air, it seemed to ignite in a blazing inferno, mercilessly cleaving towards the captivating woman. With fierce determination, he bellowed inwardly, "Crimson flame, slash." The female classmates, who had been nervously observing the scene, quickly noticed the transformation of the long knife. In an instant, disbelief filled the eyes of everyone present, rendering them speechless. Could this possibly be the third form of the Thunder Fireblade, the Crimson Flame Slash? After a prolonged silence, a female student finally regained her composure, whispering in astonishment. The other girls around her quickly exchanged glances, and suddenly a cacophony of discussions erupted. It was inconceivable. Surely, it must be my advancing age clouding my vision. How could an ordinary male guest possibly execute the Crimson Flame Slash? Even I, after years of dedicated training, have only just mastered the first two forms. And to achieve perfection would require at least another 6 months of relentless effort. Moreover, his vitality is remarkable, undoubtedly exceeding 150 cards. I had initially believed that I might rank within the top 100 in this martial arts examination, but now it seems that my 12 years of hard work pale in comparison to the prowess of a mere man. Even if I manage to secure a place among the top 100, what does it truly signify? At this moment, the female students were so absorbed in their own frustrations regarding their inadequacies that they scarcely noticed the imminent danger facing Shingchin, who was about to be captured or subjected to indignities. They were consumed by the disheartening realization that their strength was inferior to that of a seemingly weak male guest. After all, in their long-held perceptions, male guests were frail, leading monotonous lives, merely eating or sleeping, devoid of any self-defense capabilities, necessitating the protection of women. Their sole purpose was to assist in procreation, a role that, while immensely valuable, was all too often seen as their only significance. In the realm of Blue Star, even a woman of great strength would be deemed a failure if she had no offspring. Many women, from childhood, aspired to grow stronger solely to marry a male guest and bear children. This notion permeated their lives. Yet now, the very individuals they believed they should protect surpassed them in strength. This stark contrast threatened to shatter their cherished ideals. At that moment, some female students even harbored dark thoughts about capturing him, imprisoning him forever. In doing so, they believed his power would stagnate, preventing them from being overshadowed by a man unable to rise again. Chapter 32. Success. Boom. With a resounding crash, Shingchin's Crimson Flame Slash was met by the quick-witted and strikingly beautiful Zhou Chun, who raised her sword to counter the blow. However, caught off guard, she staggered back 3 steps, unable to maintain her balance, feeling a slight numbness in her right arm. She could only imagine the severity of the injury had the strike landed upon her, even with her protective vitality. Realizing this, Zhou Chun cast a cold gaze toward Shingchin, her expression shifting between anger and uncertainty. Her original intention had merely been to tease the young beauty and swiftly incapacitate him for abduction, but she had nearly found herself in a perilous predicament. At this moment, she noticed that her companions across the road had already crossed over and dispersed, heading towards the school entrance. The guards in the distance were the first to perceive the situation, blowing their whistles and swiftly leaping into action towards the direction of Zhou Jingyan and the others. Furthermore, the students surrounding the area obstructed their vision, thereby neglecting the circumstances concerning Shingchin. There was still time, Zhou Chen assured herself. The lanky man, witnessing the commotion beside Shingchin and realizing that Zhou Chun was now less than 5 meters away, was instantly struck with terror. With a scream, he hastily retreated several steps, hiding behind his bodyguard and continuing to back away until he reached what he believed was a safe distance, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. He took a moment to observe the unfolding scene. As he watched the woman rushing once more towards Shingchin, a malicious grin crept onto his face. "See, I told you so. With a visage like yours, and yet so audacious, flaunting your face in public without concealment. It was only a matter of time before you were apprehended and rendered a captive." As he pondered this, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I didn't expect it to happen so soon. At least wait until I've distanced myself a bit more, or until I'm not present to witness it." He was startled, feeling as if he had lost numerous cells from the fright. He took out a mirror, touching his face, which felt somewhat stiff from the earlier excitement of shouting, revealing a look of dissatisfaction. Unbeknownst to him, a figure was silently approaching from behind. The mere presence of such a formidable adversary was indeed remarkable. Given that, he resolved not to show any mercy. He could not afford to prolong the encounter. Zhou Chun's gaze turned icy, and the sword in her hand suddenly became encased in a layer of frost, emanating a chilling aura. Xianbing slash, she shouted coldly, her sword, imbued with a frigid momentum, darting swiftly towards Shingchin, targeting the wrist that gripped the longsword. She aimed to incapacitate his hand first, rendering him significantly less formidable, before ultimately knocking him unconscious and abducting him. After all, as long as his reproductive capabilities remained unaffected, the loss of limbs would not diminish his worth. Having just suffered a setback, she no longer harbored any notions of compassion. The powerful aura of a first-grade warrior erupted from her, pressing down on Shingchin, nearly suffocating him. His expression turned grave, an ominous premonition stirring within him that he might not be able to withstand this strike. Even so, he refused to resign himself to fate. Gripping his longsword tightly, he prepared to unleash another fiery strike, yet an inexplicable sensation surged within him. Whether it stemmed from an acute sense of impending danger or the oppressive force of the first-grade warrior remained uncertain. Previously, an idea emerged in my mind about the possibility of merging the first two forms of the thunder and fireblade, thereby creating an entirely new swordsmanship. That profound and enigmatic insight suddenly resurfaced. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and following the instinct, he executed a swift and powerful slash. In an instant, flames erupted, producing a tremendous roar. As the fire dissipated, a petite figure had inexplicably appeared between the two, effortlessly grasping their weapons with bare hands. She then lightly flicked the long sword held in her right hand, causing Zhou Chun to retreat several large steps, his gaze warily fixed on the suddenly materialized Zhuang Xiaodai. Who was this woman? How could her strength be so formidable, capturing his sword with ease? It was truly terrifying. One must remember, she is merely a first-grade intermediate warrior. Even a consummate first-grade warrior would find it impossible to grasp a sword so effortlessly without any protective measures. Could she be a second-grade warrior? At this thought, Zhou Chen's pupils constricted, and his footsteps began to recede. A sense of retreat surged within him. Yet, Zhuang Xiaodai paid him no heed, focusing directly on Shingchin, cautiously lowering the weapon she held. She then pouted, expressing her displeasure. "Darling, it was so dangerous just now. Why didn't you call me and the sisters? If you had gotten hurt, do you know how heartbroken I and the sisters would be?" Shingchin sheathed his sword, rolling his eyes as he replied. "Who told you to stick to the seat like glue, staying in the car for so long? Did you have another argument with Zhuang Man?" Recalling the unpleasantness in the car earlier, Zhuang Xiaodai pouted and indignantly remarked, "Who would willingly argue with her?" Upon hearing the term darling, Yu Yen'er, who had just arrived, standing among the female students, felt her pupils contract, her expression darkening. She recognized Zhuang Xiaodai. To her astonishment, the man she had set her sights on was actually the son-in-law of the Zhuang family. This situation had just become complicated. Given the tense relationship between the Zhuang and Yu families, it would be nearly impossible for them to share a husband. Moreover, she observed Zhuang Man, who had just emerged from the luxury car, effortlessly capturing Zhou Chun, followed closely by Zhuang Chuxue. The gaze she cast towards the latter was tinged with an unmistakable hint of fear. Although she had not heard of such matters, with Zhuang Chuxue present, the reality of the situation was undeniable. Unable to suppress a low curse, Yu Yen'er lamented the unfortunate coincidence. Why must it be the Zhuang family? If this were indeed the case, her budding connection with the man she had instantly admired would have to end here. Yet, she was unwilling to accept it. At that moment, as Yu Yen'er observed Shingchin up close, she felt he was even more handsome than when she first laid eyes on him in the dormitory. His robust physique ignited within her an overwhelming desire to conquer. She turned and melded into the crowd, her gaze both somber and resolute. Throughout her life, there has been nothing that Yu Yen'er could not attain. This man, surely, would be no exception, even if it meant incurring a tremendous cost. She was prepared to pay it without hesitation. Suddenly, piercing cries echoed through the air. "Where's the male guest? My male guest is missing." The crowd turned towards the source of the commotion, only to discover that the figure of the bamboo pole man had vanished without a trace. All that remained were 10 suit-clad bodyguards, their faces etched with panic as they frantically searched, their expressions fraught with terror. At that moment, Zhou Jingyan and his entourage recognized the gravity of the situation and began to scatter, disappearing into the throng. Chapter 33. the pinnacle academy of the Dragon Nation. With the pursuit yielding no results, the guards dispatched a contingent to continue the search. The remaining personnel returned to the scene to conduct a second investigation, hoping to uncover further clues. It was only then that they realized someone had managed to apprehend a human trafficker on the spot, eliciting a wave of elation. They hastened forward, intending to snatch the trafficker from Zhuang Man's grasp without uttering a word. Zhuang Chuxue stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhuang Man. Halting their actions, with a calm demeanor, she stated, "I have already informed Minister Zhang of the Criminal Investigation Department. She will handle this matter. And there is no need for your security department to exert yourselves further." Upon hearing this, the guards, who had initially displayed dissatisfaction and were preparing to accuse her of obstructing justice, suddenly changed their expressions. They exchanged uncertain glances, bewildered. Minister Zhang from the Criminal Investigation Department? She was their superior's superior. Who was this person that she knew Minister Zhang and seemed to have a familiarity that allowed her to command her? They hesitated to engage further, wary of offending someone of significance. Yet, they were reluctant to relinquish the trafficker so easily. A male guest had gone missing right under their noses, and without any leads in their possession, returning to the station empty-handed would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions. Caught in this dilemma, they lingered, their expressions conflicted. Fortunately, one of the more seasoned guards recognized Zhuang Chuxue. Approaching with a bow and a conciliatory smile, he spoke politely. "Ah, it is Miss Zhuang. My apologies for the disturbance. It was entirely our oversight that caused you and your husband this inconvenience. It seems rather excessive to trouble Minister Zhang over such a minor issue. Why not hand the individual over to me? Rest assured, I, Old Chun, will ensure that she reveals her lineage and unearths the mastermind behind this incident, allowing you to vent your frustrations." He pounded his chest in assurance, his words imbued with certainty. Zhuang Chuxue maintained her indifferent tone and demeanor. "Old Chun, you are too late. I have already informed Minister Zhang, and she mentioned that she is nearby and will arrive shortly." Old Chin's expression suddenly soured. If Minister Zhang were to learn of this matter, there would be no room for maneuver. Yet, she dared not show her displeasure towards Zhuang Chuxue. As the Zhuang family behind her was not someone she could afford to offend, she could only force a smile and awkwardly respond, "Indeed, indeed." Zhuang Chuxue paid no heed to her expression and approached the struggling Zhou Chun. Under the glare of Zhou's furious eyes, she unexpectedly delivered a swift strike that rendered Zhou unconscious. As her body slumped heavily to the ground, Zhuang raised her green stiletto and stepped onto Zhou's back to prevent any escape. Her movements flowed like water, as though rehearsed countless times. Casually, she turned to Shingchin and her sisters, saying, "You all should head into the examination hall. I'll handle things here." With less than 40 minutes until the formal start of the exam, the female students who had been watching began submitting their admission tickets and entering one by one. Seeing this, Shingchin and her companions nodded, said nothing further, and turned to leave. Across the street, on the rooftop of a nearby building, Zhou Jingyan held the bamboo staff man, who had been frightened into unconsciousness, and gazed down at Zhou Chun beneath Zhuang Chuxue's foot, her expression darkening to an extreme. She never anticipated that she would face such a setback, believing her opponent to be a soft target. She found instead that Zhou Chun was the spouse of one of the Zhuang family's 3 sisters, a presence far beyond her reach. Had she known this beforehand, even with 800 times her courage, she would not have dared to take action against Shingchin. But now, it was too late for regret. "Sister, I will persuade Big Zhao to rescue you. Just wait for me." She gritted her teeth, gripping the bamboo staff man tightly, and with a few leaps, she vanished from the rooftop. The martial arts examination consists of 2 rounds. The first round tests the vitality score. A score of 140 is the passing mark, earning 60 points. A score of 160 grants 80 points, while 180 represents a perfect score. The second round tests practical combat skills, with artificial intelligence randomly assigning 10 battles. Each victory earns 10 points, and students who score above 120 points in total will be preferentially admitted to various prestigious universities. Of course, this 120 points is merely the minimum threshold. The specific number of admissions depends on the yearly quotas announced by each university. If the quotas are filled, candidates must either accept reassignment or lose the chance to enter a martial arts university altogether. Moreover, for this year's candidates, there exists an opportunity that could alter their lives. This year, Both Capital University and Magic City University announced that they would select the 100 strongest candidates from cities outside the ultra-first-tier cities for admission. Upon the release of this news, candidates went wild, dedicating themselves to relentless training. It is noteworthy that these two institutions have been renowned in previous years for possessing the lowest admission rates, without exception. Each year, the number of accepted candidates does not exceed 1,000. Furthermore, the majority of slots are monopolized by the offspring of affluent families with local residency in the bustling metropolises. Boasting formidable backgrounds, ordinary individuals, despite their efforts to travel to the capital or the vibrant city in preparation for the examinations, soon realize their own inadequacies when faced with prodigious competitors who have been nurtured from a young age with the blood of top-tier ferocious beasts. Mastering the most advanced breathing techniques and martial arts, they inevitably retreat home, disheartened. This competitive model of martial arts entrance examinations has also resulted in a severe imbalance in educational resources, perpetuating the long-standing stratification of urban tiers. Nevertheless, this is an unavoidable predicament. The scarcity of men, coupled with a declining trend year by year, necessitates their settlement in cities that house a greater concentration of martial artists and possess enhanced defensive capabilities, thereby ensuring the protection of their lives and integrity. However, this has rendered the circumstances of male candidates in second- and third-tier cities increasingly perilous, as abductions occur with alarming frequency. Although government agencies have deployed numerous guards for patrol and have dismantled several male trafficking rings, the desperation of individuals resorting to crime remains alarmingly high. The loss and demise of male candidates are inescapable. It is worth mentioning that competitions are segregated by gender, whether in the initial or subsequent rounds. This remains constant. However, this lack of equally matched opponents means that even a male candidate of exceptional prowess is likely to miss the opportunity to enter the two prestigious academies. In Chapter 34, regarding the Bureau of Reproduction, relevant authorities have considered the limited number of male candidates participating in the martial arts entrance examinations, totaling merely over 30. Furthermore, as most of them prefer to avoid sunlight, they have been thoughtfully arranged in a music room for the first round of testing. The male candidates, adorned in luxurious attire, lounge awkwardly on cushioned sofas, adopting whatever position brings them comfort. Their skin is pale, having rarely seen the sun, and their complexions are delicate. Logically, with such appearances, even if they are not conventionally handsome, they should not be deemed unattractive. However, for reasons unknown, most candidates exhibit peculiarities in the proportions of their facial features. Some possess one eye larger than the other, while others have flared nostrils and naturally protruding lips. Most strikingly, their hair is often sparse, not only on their heads but also in their eyebrows, and their calves are notably smooth. Their hands show hardly any calluses or wrinkles. It is evident that they have lived in comfort and luxury for extended periods, likely avoiding any strenuous labor, and even in their training, they have probably not exerted themselves significantly. Their participation in the martial arts entrance examinations appears primarily to be a means of seeking novelty and enriching their life experiences. In contrast, Wei Ping and Shingchin stand out as relatively unique figures among them. Shingchin had a normal head of hair, a tall stature, and possessed chiseled features complemented by a slightly bronzed complexion. His hands bore numerous calluses, a testament to his recent rigorous training, exuding a distinctly masculine aura. On the other hand, Wei Ping was notably rotund, nearly twice or thrice the size of an average male guest, with a strikingly conspicuous mane of thick, jet-black hair. Upon closer inspection, despite his features being somewhat obscured by excess flesh, he did not exhibit the skewed eyes or crooked nose commonly seen in other male guests. Consequently, the other male guests often pretended not to notice but furtively scrutinized the two, especially casting envious glances at Shingchin. Upon first laying eyes on Wei Ping, Shingchin could not suppress his astonishment, glancing at his head multiple times in bewilderment. What could possibly explain this? Hadn't Wei Ping sported a receding hairline just a month ago? Amused by the thought, Shingchin chuckled softly, unwittingly catching the attention of Wei Ping, who turned around to see his smile. Initially perplexed, Wei Ping pondered how this fellow could still find humor in his predicament. Then, noticing Shingchin pointing at his own hair with a teasing grin, he quickly grasped the situation. In a sudden fit of rage, Wei Ping stood up abruptly, stomping his feet onto the table. With agility, he maneuvered past two male guests and approached Shingchin, seizing his collar and raising a fist high. His eyes blazed with fury as he exclaimed, "You despicable thief who has taken my beloved sister Xiaoman from me. How dare you mock me? I had intended to wait until the competition, or perhaps after, to teach you a lesson, but it seems you are eager to meet your demise. Allow me to oblige." Shingchin remained unfazed, allowing Wei Ping to grip his collar while maintaining a serene smile, seemingly indifferent to the impending blow. Too slow. Shingchin shook his head, and just as the fist drew near, he prepared to retaliate with a subtle movement of his fingers. However, the next moment, a teasing voice resonated within the confines of the music classroom. "My dear, if you throw that punch, I cannot guarantee that my overly eager subordinates won't seize the opportunity to take you away." "Take me away? Who dares to do that? Even if the Lord of Han City were here, he could not prevent me from thrashing Shingchin, this interloper." Wei Ping scoffed, ready to swing his fist at Shingchin once more. But abruptly recalling something, he stiffly turned his head, only to be met with the sight of 5 women clad in white uniforms, each adorned with a badge depicting a yellow seed, standing at the doorway. Their eyes sparkled with fervor, eagerly fixated on his raised fist aimed at Shingchin. As if brimming with imminent energy, the moment Wei Ping caught sight of their figures, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. A sudden jolt coursed through him, prompting him to retract his hand swiftly. This was not all. He leapt several times before plopping down heavily into his original seat, nearly causing the sofa to sag under his weight. He then placed both hands firmly on his thighs, sitting upright with an air of obedience, having only partially occupied the chair. In his haste, his wig had shifted, revealing his fair and smooth forehead. Yet, at that moment, Wei Ping was oblivious to such trivialities. With a forced smile plastered across his face, he lowered his voice, which was already sharp, and said, "Ladies, please do not misunderstand. I was merely helping him with his clothes, nothing more. The classroom is equipped with cameras that can attest to my innocence." Meanwhile, the once boisterous male guests in the music room fell silent upon the entrance of the women clad in white uniforms. Their relaxed demeanor transformed into one of palpable tension. Lips pressed tightly together and bodies sitting perfectly upright, even their eyes betraying a hint of fear. In an instant, the music room became eerily quiet. Observing this scene, Shingchin glanced around with mild curiosity before turning his gaze toward the women in white, his eyes brimming with intense intrigue. Who were these women that could instill fear in the pampered male guests? His questions were soon to be answered. "Humph, let it be so." The women in white, noticing Wei Ping's compliance, exhibited a flicker of disappointment in their eyes. However, recognizing the importance of the matter at hand, they reluctantly set aside their grievances. The leader among them approached the podium, cleared her throat, and spoke. "Greetings, everyone. I am Qin Min, the squad leader of the 3rd Brigade of the Reproductive Bureau. I believe many of you have heard of me, so I shall refrain from further introductions. As for my presence here, you are likely aware of the incident that transpired at the entrance today, where a male guest was quietly intercepted despite the presence of numerous bodyguards and security personnel. To prevent such occurrences from happening again, the government has dispatched us from the Reproductive Bureau to oversee this martial arts college entrance examination. I trust you will cooperate fully throughout this process. Of course, should you choose not to cooperate, we can share a meal together at the Bureau after the examination concludes, allowing you to meet some of the newcomers who joined us yesterday and foster some camaraderie." Upon hearing her words, the faces of the male guests, including Wei Ping, turned increasingly grim. Some, having a timid disposition, began to perspire profusely, evidently contemplating something ominous. Chapter 35, Seeking Trouble. Only Shingchin managed to maintain his composure amidst the tension, even stifling a yawn at the length of Qin Min's tedious address. To the most handsome gentleman in the room, "Do you have any remarks on what I have just said?" At that moment, Qin Min unexpectedly turned to him, her face adorned with a warm smile. Despite her advancing years, fine lines had begun to emerge at the corners of her eyes. Witnessing her smile, the other male guests, including Wei Ping, could not help but shiver slightly, casting glances filled with a mix of sympathy and schadenfreude towards Shingchin. After all, he was indeed the most handsome in the entire venue. This fellow truly seemed oblivious to the danger, distracted in the presence of the Fertility Bureau officials. It was essential to recognize that these individuals possessed significant authority, appointed by the municipal government specifically to oversee the male guests, wielding immense power. Should any discord or even violent altercations arise among the male attendees, the Fertility Bureau officials would swiftly intervene and take them into custody, with reports suggesting that the consequences were often dire. In Blue Star, once a male guest errs, depending on the severity of the offense, he could endure a punitive period ranging from a week to as long as a decade under the watchful eye of the Fertility Bureau. Here, they would experience an unprecedented level of hardship since birth. Cold water and stale buns were common fare, accompanied by grueling work hours from 7 in the morning until midnight. It was even rumored that some male guests were assigned the repugnant task of cleaning the excrement of ferocious beasts from cesspools, often discovering human remains within. Merely contemplating such a fate sent shivers down their spines. For once ensnared, each day would be akin to living in hell. Yet, that was not the worst of it. The most tragic fate awaited those who had committed grievous offenses, as they would be dispatched to the Fertility Bureau's maximum security prison, a place known for its stringent oversight and inhuman conditions. Here, the incarcerated men would be reduced to mere breeding machines, tasked with procreating for female warriors who had accumulated sufficient contribution points and for merchants who had paid the requisite fees. In this dismal reality, there was no respite, with reports suggesting that even eating, drinking, and other bodily functions were performed on a single bed, with designated cleaners attending to the hygiene at scheduled intervals. Even if these men somehow survived the years of punishment and emerged from prison, most would find themselves covertly controlled to prevent any reckless behavior. Should their family or wives still hold any concern for them, they might personally come to retrieve them. Moreover, unnatural deaths among male guests were exceedingly rare on Blue Star, thanks to the development of various life-saving elixirs. Thus, even if the male attendees had never personally experienced the terror of the Fertility Bureau, the vivid descriptions of its horrors were sufficient to instill a profound sense of dread within them. No matter how pampered, unruly, or even violent they may be in their daily lives, the mere mention of the Fertility Bureau would instill a sense of caution. How much more so when the very officials from the Bureau stood before them in the flesh. At this very moment, many male guests silently regretted their presence. Had they known that the martial arts examination would be hosted by officials from the Bureau of Reproduction, they would not have come merely to join the fray, thus wasting precious time that could have been spent indulging in beauty sleep. As for the male guest who had been apprehended at the entrance today, they felt little concern. Such incidents were far too frequent, countless in number. Moreover, within the prevailing mindset shared among them, the reason these men were captured was due to the perceived weakness of the women in their families, who failed to protect them. However, they were confident that their own families possessed sufficient strength to safeguard them, a belief proven true throughout their upbringing. This conviction was precisely why, despite one male guest having been taken away, they continued to participate in the martial arts examination without a hint of trepidation. Shingchin, wishing to avoid trouble, simply answered Qin Min's inquiry truthfully, stating, "I have no objections." Qin Min's smile waned. "Since you have no objections, why the yawning? Stand up and listen until your fatigue dissipates," she barked, her voice booming and merciless. The male guests flinched in fear, casting sympathetic glances at Shingchin. Taken aback, Shingchin pondered why such a fuss was being made over a mere yawn. After all, it was the most natural physiological response, impossible to suppress. Was this woman deliberately seeking confrontation? His gaze hardened as he slammed his hand on the table, preparing to retort. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, drawing everyone's attention. As the door swung open, Zhuang Chushue's figure graced their sight. An expression of awe flickered in the eyes of the male guests. Though they had encountered numerous women, and many beautiful ones at that, none could rival Zhuang Chushue's exquisite beauty. Her allure was not merely a matter of physical features. It emanated from a unique blend of cold elegance and commanding presence, a powerful aura that immediately signaled she was no ordinary woman. Zhuang Chushue paid no heed to the bashful glances from the other male guests. Upon entering, she subtly shook her head at Shingchin, conveying a silent message. Then, with a smile gracing her lips, she approached Qin Min and said, "Sister Qin, I regret not being able to greet you properly during our hasty parting at the school gate. What a coincidence to encounter you again. It must be destiny." Qin Min, momentarily interrupted in her plans to chastise the newcomer, found herself stifling her irritation upon realizing it was Zhuang Chushue. She spoke with a somewhat displeased tone, "Miss Zhuang, I am currently occupied with official duties and do not have time to reminisce. Please step outside and do not delay my important matters. Zhuang Chushua's expression remained unchanged. Sister Qin, I am here for a significant purpose. My husband is taking the college entrance examination today, and I came to accompany him. I have yet to submit the accompanying certificate. With 20 minutes remaining until the official exam begins, I should still be able to submit it in time, correct? Qin Min was taken aback upon hearing this. You have a husband? I had no inkling of this news. As Zhuang Chushua handed over the accompanying certificate, she maintained her composure, saying, We just obtained our marriage certificate. The wedding has yet to take place. Once we do hold the wedding, you will surely be the first to receive an invitation. Since discovering that her husband was not a spy sent by anyone, she had discreetly sealed the relevant files. Even if someone were to investigate, they would find nothing amiss. Qin Min took the certificate, casually glancing at it while muttering, All right, I shall await your invitation. Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed the name of the accompanying male guest on the certificate, and her expression darkened instantly. Chapter 36. The first round of testing begins. Qin Min cast a cryptic glance at Shingchin, then turned to Zhuang Chushua with a somewhat sarcastic tone. I always said that the resourceful Miss Zhuang would eventually become reckless. I thought perhaps she was maturing, gaining skills, and shedding her inhibitions. But it seems you're merely concerned that someone might encroach upon your prey, coming here to warn me. Zhuang Chushua's expression remained unchanged, still wearing a smile. Sister Qin, what are you saying? What relationship do we have? How could I possibly warn you? I am merely kindly advising you not to meddle with my people, for you know the consequences. Qin Min scoffed, forcefully closed the accompanying certificate, and tossed it to her subordinate behind her, turning away without a second glance. Her profile is cold as ice. Rest assured, with you, the esteemed Miss Zhuang, involved, how could I, a mere captain, dare to touch your people? Zhuang Chushua nodded noncommittally. In that case, Sister Qin, you carry on with your work. I shall wait outside with others. After this martial arts examination concludes, I will treat you to a meal. Noticing Qin Min's frosty silence, Zhuang Chushua paid it no mind. She merely waved at Shingchin and then turned to leave the music room. Afterward, Qin Min did not cast another glance at Shingchin nor mention the matter of him standing there. Shingchin also remained silent. Bravery without strategy is mere recklessness. Moreover, his wife had intervened precisely to prevent him from attracting the attention of the Reproductive Bureau. Though he was uncertain of the Bureau's true power, he did not wish to let down his wife's goodwill. Shingchin has managed to attract the attention of the Fertility Bureau, and remarkably, he emerged unscathed. Wei Ping cast a regretful glance his way, his eyes betraying a tinge of jealousy. How could this fellow be so fortunate? Not only did he marry the capable and intelligent Zhuang Chushua, but he also received a stunningly beautiful wife like Zhuang Man as a bonus. Moreover, Wei Ping couldn't shake off the feeling that Shingchin appeared even more handsome than the last time they met. He couldn't help but lament internally, how utterly unfair. All the good fortune seemed to have been bestowed upon Shingchin. When would he, too, experience the sweetness of love? With these thoughts, Wei Ping clenched his fists. Determination etched on his face. He must defeat Shingchin today, and he must do so impressively. Only then would Sister Man possibly regard him with newfound respect. Yet, he pondered, had Sister Man come today? A longing expression crossed Wei Ping's chubby face. At that moment, he completely forgot that just 3 days prior, he had chosen to conveniently overlook Zhuang Man due to his desire for indulgence. The school bell rang, echoing throughout the campus, signaling the commencement of the martial arts entrance examination. Those candidates who had yet to arrive would forfeit their opportunity to participate. On stage, Qin Min waved her arm, and a massive blood and vitality measuring device materialized beside her. Shingchin examined it closely, noting some differences from the one at home. This device, in addition to its more intricate components, featured an apparatus atop that resembled a television set from the last century. Above it were 2 antennas that resembled tentacles, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Just as he contemplated this, Qin Min began her introduction. During this competition, each individual's blood and vitality readings will be transmitted live via satellite to the heads of various universities, and the entire process will be recorded. After a brief overview, she proceeded to announce the competition rules. Each participant would have 3 opportunities for measurement, with the final score being determined by the median value. The first round of testing was about to commence, and those whose names were called would step forward in sequence. Chen Shu, Zhao Ping, Tian Jing, Fan Su, Wei Ping. You 5 will measure first, the rest will wait. Wei Ping was up first. Before stepping onto the stage, he shot a slightly provocative glance at Shingchin. As if to say, just you wait. I will show you just how vast the gap between us truly is. If you know what is good for you, you'll relinquish Sister Man to me. Perhaps I might even show you some mercy. In response to his theatrical and animated provocation, Shingchin merely smiled, appearing utterly unfazed. How pretentious. Wei Ping could not suppress a cold snort, yet he felt a lingering sense of doubt. Throughout their interactions, Shingchin appeared excessively composed. Logically, the Zhuang sisters should have informed him of Ji's prowess, aware that he was not to be trifled with. Moreover, they were rivals in love. When the time came for them to face off, he would not show any mercy. However, Shingchin seemed not only unafraid, but displayed an air of unwarranted confidence. Did he possess some hidden advantage? As for defeat, Wei Ping had never entertained such a notion. He could not fathom that within a mere month, Shingchin could transform from a feeble creature into a formidable titan capable of besting him. After racking his brain, a sudden possibility emerged, causing a surge of anger to wash over his face. Could he be preparing to breach their agreement? It was important to note that although they had established a written contract, if Shingchin were to act shamelessly, no one could hold him accountable. With this thought, Wei Ping could not help but cast a skeptical and disdainful glance at Shingchin, eager to uncover his true intentions. Come on, hurry up, don't dawdle. At the sound of Qin Min's urging, Wei Ping jolted, realizing that this was not the moment to confront Ji, and reluctantly set aside his doubts for the time being. He shot Shingchin a fierce glare before hastily ascending the stage. Chapter 37, Surge of Vitality. 61 cards, 60 cards, 61 cards. Chen Shu's final score was 61 cards. 101 cards, 100 cards, 99 cards. Fan Su's final score was 100 cards, Qin Min announced with a calm demeanor. During the measurement of vitality, fluctuations in scores are common due to variations in the posture and angle of each punch. However, such discrepancies are generally minimal. Next, Wei Ping. Upon hearing the scores of the first 5 male contestants, Wei Ping straightened his posture and confidently approached the measuring device. 120 cards, 121 cards, 122 cards, Qin Min declared, announcing Wei Ping's final score of 121 cards with mild surprise, nodding to herself. Truly, as the only son of the martial arts family Wei, not only did his daughters possess talents far surpassing their peers, but even he proved to be significantly stronger than the average inept male contestant. Yet, that was about the extent of it. Her expression grew neutral. The male contestants exchanged astonished glances. Who was this Wei Ping? His vitality score reached an impressive 121 cards, likely the highest among all male contestants present. I know most of the male contestants in Han City, yet I have never heard of this individual. I wonder if he is the husband of the city lord's daughter who married last year. I heard that the groom was quite portly. Could it be that this contestant is he? It seemed plausible, as such a physique was indeed rare among male contestants. They speculated aloud, inadvertently uncovering parts of Wei Ping's true identity. Instantly, their gazes towards him shifted, now tinged with a hint of envy. The son-in-law of the city lord, in Han City, undoubtedly holds the status of a distinguished noble. His position is exceedingly prestigious. Wei Ping withdrew his hand, and upon hearing his score, nodded in satisfaction. Although he had somewhat slacked off in the latter part of the month, the earlier training had not been in vain, resulting in a remarkable increase of 7 points. Previously, a monthly improvement of 3 points was already considered quite commendable. Finish up and step down. Do not waste my time, Qin Min urged without a hint of emotion, her voice neither loud nor soft. Upon hearing her words, Wei Ping felt a jolt of alarm and, not daring to linger, hastily quickened his pace to descend the stage. As he turned, he noticed the envious and admiring gazes of the male attendees directed at him, which filled him with a sense of pride. His chin lifted high and a smile involuntarily graced his lips. He reveled in the feeling of being the center of attention. However, this sense of triumph evaporated the instant he caught sight of Shingchin's calm demeanor. Wei Ping returned to his seat, his expression fluctuating between doubt and uncertainty. Glancing back at Shingchin from time to time, he must have heard about my exceptionally high vitality score. Why then does he remain unfazed? Could it be that I have indeed guessed correctly? Is he planning to breach our agreement? The more Wei Ping pondered, the more convinced he became of this theory, and his expression twisted into one of barely contained rage. Were it not for the presence of the Bureau of Reproduction officials, He would have long since been unable to restrain his anger and confronted Shingchin, eager to unleash his fury. Qian Bao, Shingchin. And the remaining 3 will now take the test, Qin Min announced. Shingchin rose, walking steadily onto the stage, ignoring the fiery gaze of resentment burning into him from behind. From the moment he learned of Wei Ping's vitality score, he knew he was bound to win this wager. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arose, he merely needed to go through the motions, without needing to invest too much effort. 71 points, 73 points, 72 points. Wang Zheng's final score is 72 points. Soon, it was Shingchin's turn. Move a bit faster, don't dawdle. Qin Min scolded him impatiently, her brows furrowed. Having come across a male attendee of striking appearance, she found it frustrating that she could not act upon her interest, which soured her expression. Shingchin cast a cold glance in her direction, choosing not to respond further. He positioned himself before the vitality measuring device, crouched in a horse stance, inhaled deeply, and assumed a proper posture. Quite the performer, Qin Min scoffed, her lips curling in disdain. All the male attendees, including Wei Ping, turned their attention to Shingchin, filled with curiosity about the capabilities of this handsome gentleman. Generally speaking, individuals possess their flaws. If a male attendee boasts extraordinary looks, he often enjoys numerous advantages and privileges due to his appearance, which tends to correlate with a weaker skill set. Consequently, their expectations were quite low. Instead, most of them approached the event with a sense of curiosity akin to that of spectators. How much would it be? 60 units, or perhaps 40? Surely not below 30. For that would be rather embarrassing. Just as they indulged in their malicious speculations, a sudden thunderous sound reverberated through the hall. Silence enveloped the crowd for several seconds as everyone widened their eyes, fixated on the vitality measurement device, speechless. This commotion surpassed that of any previous male participant, including Wei Ping. Could his vitality surpass that of Wei Ping? 181 units. Qin Min murmured in astonishment, her face etched with disbelief. The audience erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Only Shingchin, upon hearing this figure, wore a smile that blended both surprise and satisfaction. Even he had not anticipated such a high vitality reading. Earlier that morning, he had measured his vitality as per his usual routine, recording merely 165 units. The increase of 14 units over the past 3 days was attributed to his relentless practice. The third form of the Thunderfire Blade had successfully reached mastery, thereby significantly replenishing his vitality. As for the additional 16 units, he speculated that it might have resulted from an inadvertent fusion of the first 2 forms of the Thunderfire Blade at the school gate, giving birth to a new technique. Although he was still uncertain about its specific power, the fact that he could replenish 16 units of vitality upon merely grasping the basics suggested its considerable might. After a considerable pause, Qin Min finally composed herself, casting a complex glance at Shingchin. Regaining her composure, she announced, "The first assessment is complete. Please proceed to the second assessment." Shingchin refrained from recklessly throwing a punch. 180 units was a critical threshold, determining whether he could achieve a perfect score in the first round of evaluations, warranting careful consideration. Adjusting his state, he then opened his eyes, a spark of determination illuminating his gaze. He unleashed a punch with full force once more. 181 units, 180 units, 181 units. Qin Min ultimately declared, announcing Shingchin's final score of 181 units. With the information at her disposal, she surmised that this score would likely position him among the top 3 candidates. It was evident how exceptional this achievement was. Initially, Qin Min had perceived Shingchin as just another male participant who, despite enjoying the most privileged resources and lifestyle, meandered through life in a state of lethargy. Yet, she had not anticipated that this time, she had misjudged him. Chapter 38. The provocation of Qin Min, however, with such remarkable talent. He seemed all the more unique and rare. Qin Min inexplicably smiled and suddenly called out to Shingchin, who was preparing to descend from the stage. With a graceful motion, she let her meticulously styled long black hair cascade down, as if smoothing out the wrinkles on her face. She then crossed her arms, deliberately accentuating her body's curves while stepping forward in black stilettos, approaching at a leisurely pace. Upon hearing her call out to him, Shingchin turned his head back in irritation, anticipating yet another one of her antics. However, he was taken aback by her appearance. With disheveled hair and a face that bore the marks of age, her expression was somewhat slack, her teeth barely grazing her purplish lower lip and her eyes half closed, as if she were on the verge of rolling them. An overwhelming aura of aggression emanated from her, sending chills down his spine. Startled, Shingchin instinctively took several steps back, his hands unsure whether to shield his stinging eyes or protect himself from a potential ambush. He blurted out, "What are you trying to discuss with that old hag act?" Not only he, but even the male guests several meters away, who were not directly involved, could not help but show signs of fear, leaning back in distaste, as if they too might become the target of her bizarre demeanor. Even Min's subordinates exchanged glances, equally astonished. They had worked with their captain for over a year, some for even a decade. Yet they had never witnessed her in such a state outside the confines of the prison. It was as though she hadn't seen a man in centuries. Far more exaggerated than their earlier theatrical performance. Could it be that the ancient apricot tree had finally felt the stirrings of spring? Upon hearing Shingchin's words, Min's expression darkened. An old hag. No one had ever dared to insult her in such a manner. With a sinister smile, she advanced rather than retreating, swiftly cornering Shingchin against the wall, her intent clear. Is Min throwing her dignity away? Shingchin thought, panic setting in as he found himself pressed against the wall, finally drawing his long knife to shield himself. Frustration and disbelief washed over him. What a ridiculous situation. In broad daylight, engaging in such an aggressive display, and he was the one being overpowered. You may have no shame, but I still have mine. Min, we are currently in the martial arts examination. He shouted coldly. As the head of this examination, do you intend to abuse your power and act with favoritism against me? His voice was not just a warning to Min, but also a call for help to Zhuo Chuxue, who was waiting outside. Despite brandishing his knife in defense, he was acutely aware that he could not underestimate Min. Based on his estimations, her strength was at least at the third rank, possibly even stronger. He could only seek assistance from his wife, but this grudge would not be forgotten. Fortunately, matters have not descended to their most dire state. Upon hearing these words, Min halted her steps. Simultaneously, the women waiting outside also caught wind of his voice, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. After a careful examination, they confirmed that he was not one of their own male guests, and thus, they breathed a sigh of relief, choosing not to interfere further. Yet, curiosity lingered. Who was this male guest, possessing such allure that even the seasoned Min would act thus in a public setting? It was indeed a rarity. Zhuo Chuxue recognized her husband's voice, her gaze turning icy, yet she refrained from making any hasty moves. She knew Min all too well. There was no way she would disregard her husband's wishes after being cautioned. However, it appeared that Min was not inclined to relent, which posed a troubling predicament. With a resigned gesture, she rubbed her temples. The throng outside was far too overwhelming. She needed to persuade her husband to procure their marriage certificate sooner rather than later. Otherwise, if this continued, someone else might indeed seize the opportunity. Min reverted to her previous serious demeanor, shrugging innocently as she stated, I merely wish to inform you that, given your performance, there is no need for you to continue with the examinations here. I intend to transfer you to the female section to continue your assessments. At this juncture, a teasing glint danced in her eyes as she added, Dear male guest, while you possess certain charms, you ought not to slander public officials. Be cautious, lest I decide to take you away and confine you. Although everyone had witnessed her earlier insistence, and the cameras within the room had captured the scene, the absence of any substantive lewd behavior meant that, even if accused, she could not be held accountable. Moreover, her position as the head of the reproductive bureau granted her considerable authority over male guests. It was precisely this knowledge that emboldened her audacity. Oh, let it be, she thought, sensing that she would not be facing further aggression from him. Shingchin exhaled a sigh of relief, his expression growing indifferent as he sheathed his long knife and strode off the stage, ignoring her contorted features behind him. How could he not perceive that this older woman was deliberately provoking him? Were it not for the concern that Min might indeed act irrationally in public, jeopardizing his lifelong reputation, he would not even spare her a glance. Witnessing his lack of interest and his calm demeanor, Min felt a twinge of frustration welling within her, nearly questioning her own allure. Regaining her composure, she noticed the peculiar expressions on her subordinates' faces and, feeling a wave of embarrassment, cleared her throat, adopting a stern countenance as she resumed presiding over the examinations. Wei Ping had remained wide-eyed since the moment he heard Shingchin's blood pressure reading, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. After a long pause, he finally lowered his head. His chubby fingers twisted incessantly beneath the table, cold sweat beading on his forehead, and his legs trembled with anxiety. Damn it! How could this be? How could Shingchin be so formidable? A full 60 points difference. It was over. He was doomed. Wei Ping's face was etched with despair. Chapter 39. An eerie atmosphere. It appeared that from the very beginning, Shingchin had been playing the role of a simpleton while hiding his true strength, never considering him a threat. Wei Ping bitterly chuckled at this conclusion, reflecting on how he had eagerly jumped around in front of Shingchin. He now felt like a foolish clown. He could only be grateful that he hadn't voiced his suspicion about Shingchin potentially backing out of their agreement. Otherwise, once the competition commenced, he would surely face an even worse fate. However, he had also severely offended Shingchin. Wei Ping felt like weeping without tears. At that moment, he even contemplated the idea of abandoning the agreement himself. Yet, weighed down by the reputation of the Wei family, a prestigious martial arts lineage, he found himself in a moral quandary. In the throes of despair, he could only cover his face with his plump hands, his chest heaving heavily. Were it not for the presence of the representatives from the Bureau of Reproductive Health, he might have let out a loud scream to vent his pent-up frustration. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of resentment towards Shingchin. During their first encounter, Ji had appeared so frail and weak, even putting on a performance with the cunning woman. Zhuang Chuxiwa. How could he have fallen for such a ruse and agreed to this wager? Looking back, it seemed that the two had deliberately staged a play to completely sever the bond between him and Sister Xiaoman. How insidious. It appeared his fate with Sister Xiaoman was destined to be one of unfulfilled longing. The more Wei Ping contemplated, the more sorrowful he became. Tears silently streaming from his small eyes as he occasionally glanced back, casting a venomous glare at Shingchin. However, he inadvertently met Ji's gaze, which sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to quickly turn back and sit properly. Anxiety gripped his heart. Surely Shingchin hadn't noticed his resentful look? His life now lay firmly in Shingchin's hands. He could not afford to provoke him further. Shingchin observed Wei Ping's current posture with curiosity. He seemed to cower like a mouse that had just pilfered rice, clearly guilty of some wrongdoing and fearful of being discovered. Did he sense the discrepancy in their power levels and grow afraid? Fear was futile. He could not escape this beating. Shingchin scoffed, choosing to ignore him as his thoughts drifted elsewhere. He had not forgotten the words spoken by Qin Min earlier. In the forthcoming examination, his adversaries would no longer be the weak male contestants, but rather formidable female students with greater strength and combat experience. The thought of this filled him with a sense of pressure. During this period, he had only engaged in genuine combat with ferocious beasts. Zhuoman and Zhuo Xiaodai possessed formidable strength, and their cautious approach rendered it nearly impossible for him to accumulate any real combat experience against them. Consequently, he seldom sparred with the two women thereafter. Thus, the upcoming practical examination would mark his inaugural formal confrontation with fellow humans. While he felt the weight of pressure, a flicker of anticipation also stirred within him. How would battles among humans differ from those with beasts? Soon, the results of the male candidates' assessments were released. The majority of them recorded vitality levels below 100 calories, with those surpassing 110 calories being exceedingly rare. The candidate with the highest vitality was undoubtedly Shingchin, achieving an astonishing 181 calories, far ahead of his peers. With this, the first round of examinations officially concluded. Subsequently, Qin Min and others guided the male candidates, along with the women waiting outside, to a conference room for a respite. The conference room was spacious, adorned somewhat like a wedding banquet, featuring a central raised aisle measuring 2 meters wide and 10 meters long. Surrounding it were dozens of small wooden round tables and chairs. The attendees took their seats in succession, and soon the staff presented an array of fruit platters and desserts. Should hunger strike, they could order meals at any time, with options from both Chinese and Western cuisines, all rich in flavor and presentation. Additionally, there would be acrobatic performances and renowned singers entertaining them, emphasizing the essence of enjoyment. Meanwhile, the female candidates still undergoing examinations outside faced a rather arduous situation. This martial arts entrance examination attracted a staggering 760,000 candidates, with 30,000 of them testing at this institution. Thus, to complete the assessments for all, a considerable amount of time was required. Generally, if the process proceeded swiftly, it could be completed within 2 hours. However, if delays occurred, candidates might find themselves standing under the scorching sun for an entire morning before finishing their evaluations. During lunch, they were responsible for finding their own meals and resting, prohibited from remaining on campus. The second round of practical examinations would resume in the afternoon. The disparity in treatment was glaringly apparent. Shingchin and Zhuo were seated at a corner table in the conference room, surrounded by prying eyes that scrutinized them from all directions. Shingchin covered half of his face with his hand, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Initially, he intended to feign indifference. Yet the unabashed and unfiltered nature of their gazes was overwhelming. Many women rested their chins on their hands, their eyes seemingly laced with hooks, casting flirtatious glances in his direction. When he met their gaze, they would slowly blink, their lips, adorned with gloss, slightly parted, revealing a hint of red, as if the word temptation was inscribed upon their faces. The men beside them were glaring at him with expressions laden with jealousy, their eyes ablaze with fury. Fortunately, their rationality prevailed, and they refrained from acting too brazenly, wary of the presence of officials from the Bureau of Reproductive Health. Instead, they resorted to coughing loudly, hoping to divert the attention of their female companions. Those with a more volatile temperament began to smash plates and pinch their wives' thighs. Only then did the women slightly restrain their gazes. However, it wasn't long before the acrobatic performance commenced, captivating the attention of most men. When the renowned singer took the stage, the entire audience of men became engrossed in the performance, cheering with excitement, utterly absorbed and unable to think of anything else. Observing this, some women's eyes began to betray a certain mischief, casting furtive glances at him that seemed to suggest a clandestine secret shared between them. Shingchin glanced at them, then at his wife seated across from him, whose expression was a blend of amusement and mockery. He felt as if he were perched on pins and needles. Generally, while most people enjoy being the center of attention, regardless of their outward demeanor, it is contingent on the circumstances. The women present were predominantly older, most being the sisters or mothers of the men, aged over 35, and thus exuded an aura of maturity that rendered their stares particularly aggressive, as if they were stripping him bare and scrutinizing every inch of his skin with a disturbing intensity that elicited both fear and embarrassment. Chapter 40. Zhuang Chuxue and Qin Min. Zhuang Chuxue couldn't help but chuckle at her husband's ever-changing expressions. Her melodious laughter reached the ears of the women nearby, prompting them to frown slightly. Unfazed, Zhuang Chushue's laughter grew louder, her smile radiant as she exclaimed, "Darling, your charm is truly remarkable. Even with me, your legitimate wife, present, all the women here are irresistibly drawn to you. They would leap at the chance to approach you." Shingchin chuckled awkwardly, unsure how to respond. However, after his wife's playful teasing, he sensed a noticeable decrease in the number of lingering gazes directed at him. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling considerably more at ease. The predatory looks from these women were reminiscent of starving wolves that had not hunted for 3 days, evoking a sense of unease within him. The women's attention shifted towards Zhuang Chuxue, assessing her with a discerning gaze. They were no fools and quickly grasped the underlying message in her words. "I know you covet my man, but as long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on him." Taken aback, they realized that most of the women present were formidable, all being at least second-tier warriors. Yet, they were utterly unable to discern the true prowess of this remarkably youthful woman, who could not be older than 23. Typically, a high-ranking martial artist could easily ascertain the level of a lower-tier practitioner if they made the effort to probe. However, in the presence of Zhuang Chuxue, it felt as if they were confronting a bottomless pool, with no indication of its depth. Glancing around, they noticed that the expressions of the other women present mirrored their own, filled with uncertainty. Their gazes towards Zhuang Chuxue were imbued with a newfound respect. None could fathom her true capabilities, which led to 2 possible conclusions. Either her strength surpassed that of all the women gathered, or she had cultivated a rare and concealed technique that masked her true cultivation level, typically held by the powerful elite or the 10 prominent families. Regardless of the scenario, this woman was not someone they could afford to provoke. Realizing this, many women discreetly averted their eyes, while a few, still enchanted by her beauty, continued to scrutinize the pair, albeit with less intensity. With the sudden reduction in prying gazes, Shingchin felt a sense of relief wash over him. Before he could even take a bite of his peach to calm his nerves, he noticed 2 women approaching him. Instantly, he stiffened, a grimace crossing his face. as the peach in his hand lost its appeal. The two women were Wei Ping's sister, Wei Ting, and Qin Min from the Bureau of Reproduction. Chuxue, what a coincidence to see you here. Wei Ting exclaimed cheerfully as she approached Zhuang Chuxue, a bright smile on her face. With a casual demeanor, she pulled out a chair beside her and, rather cunningly, tucked her long hair behind her ear, casting an unabashed gaze towards Shingchin, who was poised to sit down. Zhuang Chuxue turned her head and smiled back at Wei Ting. Indeed, what a coincidence. By the way, Wei Ting, do you recall the wager my husband made with your brother? I remember you were present at that time. I wonder when it will take place, during the afternoon matches or after they conclude. Wei Ting's previously relaxed posture immediately stiffened, and she awkwardly straightened up. Remembering her brother's lament about how he had been duped by Shingchin and Zhuang Chuxue, she stammered, "Oh, that matter is not urgent. There will be an opportunity. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Fearing a further inquiry from Zhuang Chuxue, Wei Ting cast a reluctant glance at Shingchin before hastily departing. Just as Wei Ting exited, Qin Min brushed past her, eagerly approaching. "What afternoon matches are you referring to?" She, relishing the spectacle, exaggeratedly addressed Zhuang Chuxue. "Chuxue, with such a significant event unfolding, hasn't your husband informed you? It seems your relationship lacks a certain intimacy." With that, she took it upon herself to divulge the news. "Your husband's opponent this afternoon isn't any of these gentlemen present, but rather the female students." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Chuxue furrowed her brow and immediately glanced at Shingchin. Shingchin shot an irate look at Qin Min, then swiftly turned to his wife, explaining, "Dear, do not heed her nonsense. I intended to tell you about this matter earlier, but it slipped my mind. Is it truly the case that the opponents are female students? If so, those from the capital and the Magic City might indeed catch a glimpse of my husband's competition video. He achieved a perfect score in the first round. Could he possibly be selected by a university in Kyoto or the Magic City?" Zhuang Chuxue fell silent, her gaze lowered in contemplation. Qin Min settled down on a bench, a gleeful expression on her face as she turned to Zhuang Chuxue, teasingly continuing, "Chuxue, suddenly facing so many hidden rivals must be unsettling for you, right? I dare say you shouldn't have allowed your husband to present himself. Who knows how many hearts he might ensnare this time." While speaking, she subtly glanced at Shingchin, playfully winking her left eye. Shingchin, already incensed by her attempts to sow discord between him and his wife, could no longer contain his frustration. He retched audibly and waved his hand dismissively. "You old hag, spare me your repulsiveness." Qin Min's expression instantly hardened, a glimmer of malice flickering in her eyes. She had never been so openly scorned. Moreover, this man was merely a somewhat attractive and moderately talented male guest. He needed to be taught a lesson. Her fingers twitched, a thread of dark energy coiling around her middle finger. Suddenly, Zhuang Chuxue reached out, pressing down on Qin Min's hand, and turned to her with a cold gaze, saying, "Sister Qin, this matter concerns my husband and me. You are overstepping your bounds. Should you continue to cross the line, even your past contributions do not guarantee my restraint." Her final 4 words sent a pallor across Qin Min's face, disbelief etched in her features. For the sake of a mere male guest, she truly intended to take action against me? After a long pause, she stammered, "Fine, I shall not interfere. Do as you please." With that, she placed her hands on the table, abruptly stood, and left without a backward glance. Zhuang Chuxue watched her departing figure in silence for a moment before turning away, remaining uncommunicative. Chapter 41. A glance over the shoulder. 100 charms born. Only half an hour remained before the competition commenced. The second round of examinations for the female students also took place outdoors, while the male candidates were accommodated in a specially designated indoor arena for martial arts. With an expression of indifference, Qin Min summoned an elderly invigilator with graying hair, instructing her to escort Shingchin and Zhuang Chuxue to the outdoor competition venue. The invigilator, upon hearing Qin Min's explanation, cast a surprised glance at Shingchin. Although there were indeed policies indicating that male candidates who achieved full marks in the first round could be transferred to compete alongside female students in the second round of practical assessments, it had been many years since a male candidate in Han City had attained such a score. This year, however, not only had dark horses emerged, but male candidates also seemed eager to vie for the spotlight. Nevertheless, she refrained from further inquiries and promptly led the two away. The examination venue comprised 3 arenas, capable of accommodating approximately 30,000 candidates. Within the premises, 100 platforms were arranged, each equipped with flying drones to broadcast the entirety of the competition in real time and preserve the records. Once the examination commenced, artificial intelligence would randomly match the candidates for 10 bouts. Prior to entering the ring, candidates were required to don protective gear to safeguard vital areas. And both protective equipment and weapons could only be utilized from an officially sanctioned inventory. Once a candidate officially entered the arena, victory was claimed by either forcing the opponent out of the ring or rendering them incapacitated for over 10 seconds, thus earning 10 points. Furthermore, the duration of each match was strictly limited to 10 minutes. Any excess time would result in both participants being awarded a score of 0. Upon Shingchin's arrival at the third examination site, a commotion swiftly erupted among the female students. While most had previously encountered him at the school gate, seeing his handsome visage once more ignited a flurry of blushing hearts and restless spirits. For those who had not yet laid eyes on him, their excitement manifested in flushed faces and frantic squeezes of their friends' thighs, muffled gasps of silent screams escaping their lips. Yet, despite their fervor, they remained students. Their emotions, though intense, lacked the predatory aggression of the mature women in the conference room, who seemed as though they would devour him whole. Thus, even amidst the throng of female admirers, Shingchin maintained a composure far superior to that which he had displayed in the conference room. As the two followed the invigilator through the crowd, a hush fell over the surroundings. The female students, each cradling their faces, gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration, their eyes tracking his every move. Occasionally, a particularly smitten student would attempt to reach out and grasp him, only to be deftly thwarted by Zhuang Chuxue, whose formidable presence compelled the eager hands to retreat, leaving them to watch from a distance with longing expressions. Amidst the throng of female students, Shingchin found his feelings oddly juxtaposed. Having grown up with an unremarkable appearance and average academic performance, he was now the object of such fervent attention. One day, he unexpectedly experienced the sensation akin to that of a top-tier celebrity gliding down the red carpet, basking in the adulation of the masses. How to articulate this? While he felt both flattered and astonished, a flicker of pride danced within his heart. Truth be told, had his wife not been by his side, and considering the arduous training of the past month, his resolve had fortified considerably. After such fervent adulation and the adoring gazes of women, he might have succumbed to arrogance, lost amidst the admiration of these youthful, radiant students, and risked losing his ambition. Fortunately, there are no what-ifs. Shingchin was no longer the person he was a month ago. He had found his own aspirations. Now, he yearned to become the strongest man in the world. With no thoughts of women clouding his mind, he wielded his determination like a sword. Shingchin pondered this as he cast his gaze downward, refraining from further observation, his expression resembling that of an ascetic monk meditating in a temple, devoid of desires. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of strength. "Darling, give me your hand." Suddenly, Zhuang Chuxue's voice resonated from ahead. Observing the fervent glances of the surrounding female students directed at her husband, she felt an inexplicable twinge of annoyance in her heart. In an instant, she flashed a charming smile towards them, then turned to extend her hand to her husband. As Shingchin beheld her delicate hand, glistening like jade under the sun, he was momentarily taken aback, raising his gaze to meet hers. The backlight rendered her features somewhat indistinct, yet he could discern her beautiful eyes playfully curving into crescent moons, seemingly filled with a dazzling galaxy that could draw one in deeply. Even each strand of her hair appeared to be edged with gold, beautiful, gentle, and so vividly alive. This moment became a permanent tableau in Shingchin's mind. He forgot the burning ambition that had previously ignited within him, entranced as if under a spell. He extended his hand in return. Their fingers intertwined, 10 digits clasped together. Zhuang Chuxue lifted their joined hands, showcasing them amid the envious gazes of the female students, then continued to lead him forward through the throng. After a considerable while, they finally arrived at their destination, the broadcast station of the third examination venue, and reluctantly released their now slightly clammy hands. At that moment, Shingchin regained his senses, feeling his heart still racing. There is a saying that rings true: in the realm of tenderness lies the grave of heroes. It is no exaggeration to say that. At that moment, had Zhuang Chuxue asked him to leap into the abyss, he might have complied without hesitation. Amidst the crowd below, Zhuang Man stood with her arms crossed, exuding an aura that commanded distance. entirely unfazed by the awestruck glances of the female students around her. The arrival of Shingchin and Zhuang Chuxue stirred quite a commotion, and she soon recognized their figures, her surprise evident. What brings the elder sister and her husband here? The examination venue for male candidates is not located here. She lowered her head in contemplation for a few moments, and suddenly her eyes sparkled with realization. Could it be? The gray-haired invigilator, Teacher Jean, raised the microphone and spoke in a resonant and clear voice. Hello everyone, I am Teacher Jean, the invigilator of the third examination room. Before the examination begins, I have an announcement to make. As soon as these words were spoken, they reverberated throughout the entire campus. Students in all three examination rooms heard Teacher Jin's voice and looked up in confusion. With the exam about to commence, what could possibly warrant an announcement? This was not a customary occurrence in previous years. In the first examination room, Zhuang Xiaodai, along with Yu Yin'er and Wang Shan in the second room, displayed little interest in the matter, barely lifting their heads, engrossed in their own activities. Chapter 42. The competition begins. This year, one male candidate achieved a perfect score in the first round of examinations. He will be participating in the upcoming practical test alongside you. Please take note. Upon hearing this news, the female students erupted in a flurry of astonishment. Alongside their shock, many displayed expressions of anxiety. It is essential to understand that the second round of practical assessments is divided into 2 phases, with 5 consecutive matches followed by a 1-hour intermission for candidates to recuperate. Thereafter, the match order will be shuffled, and the assessments will continue. Hence, even those currently situated in the first and second examination rooms may still encounter Shingchin during the competition. Why would this male candidate, who could be comfortably living his life, choose to emerge and seize the spotlight? Is it not enough for him to possess so much already, having everything one could desire? Why must he join us in competing for this singular opportunity to alter our destinies? It is no wonder that the number of missing male candidates has surged recently. It is due to troublemakers like him who cannot sit still. Indeed, just today, a male candidate was abducted by traffickers at the school gate. He seems undeterred by such lessons, daring to attract attention without fear of facing similar consequences. Many of the already anxious female students were incensed upon hearing this news, their faces revealing their grievances. Clearly, they were dissatisfied with the sudden appearance of this male candidate and were filled with a sense of impending crisis. Among the more than 30,000 students, only 5 have achieved a perfect score. However, this number is significantly higher than in previous years. In past years, having 3 students achieve perfect scores was already remarkable. Often there was only 1 or even none at all. This year, not only have numerous dark horses emerged, but a male candidate with a perfect score has also surfaced. A perfect score signifies that his vitality exceeds 180 calories, far surpassing that of the average candidate. If all goes according to expectations, he is highly likely to secure a place at one of the prestigious universities in the capital or Shanghai. Consequently, the probability of them gaining admission to these 2 eminent institutions has diminished. The anticipation of a significant reduction loomed large. Just the thought of it, even when the subject was the esteemed male guests whom they yearned for yet could seldom attain, did not diminish the ire simmering within them. In fact, it could be argued that the very presence of these male guests ignited their long-suppressed dissatisfaction. Only a few female students, whose stamina hovered around 170 calories, remained relatively unperturbed, contemplating strategies to seize the upper hand should they encounter this male guest during the competition, aiming for a swift victory. Among the crowd, only Zhuang Xiaodai expressed sheer delight upon hearing the news, as she intuitively discerned the identity of this male guest who had achieved a perfect score. Yu Yin'er and Wang Shan, on the other hand, displayed expressions of intrigue. In the small city of Han, it was indeed a rarity for a male guest to attain full marks in the first round of assessments. Yet, the mystery of his name and lineage lingered unanswered. In contrast to the reactions of the students in the other 2 examination halls, the female candidates in the third hall exhibited less fervor. After all, the individual in question was not far away, making it rather awkward for them to speak ill of him under his very gaze. However, their spirits were even more dismal than those of their peers. They were in the same testing venue as Shingchin, increasing the likelihood of encountering him. And should such an encounter occur, defeat was almost assured. The loss of a full 10 points was a significant blow. It is crucial to understand that with the total score for the martial arts entrance examination being a mere 200, Each point lost could result in surpassing hundreds, if not thousands, of competitors. A mere point could signify the difference between standing out among the throngs. And as for 10 points, the disparity would be even greater. Moreover, this year bore witness to the fierce competition for slots between the prestigious universities of the capital and the magical metropolis, compelling them to take the matter seriously. With this in mind, the majority of female students cast wary glances at Shingchin, their previous infatuation replaced by vigilance and even hostility. Shingchin, naturally, noticed the shift in their demeanor but felt no surprise. They were, after all, mere strangers, and the fleeting attention they had bestowed upon him had now been withdrawn. Why should he concern himself with such trivialities? After concluding her announcements, Teacher Jean nonchalantly switched off the microphone, seemingly indifferent to the tempest her words had stirred within the candidates. To her, life was inherently fraught with unexpected twists and turns. If they could not withstand this minor upheaval, how would they ever face the battlefield? How would they contend with the ferocious beasts lurking beyond the city or the cunning demons of high intellect? It would be wiser to return home, wash up, and rest, perhaps enjoying a brief period of comfort. As she descended from the stage, she handed Shingchin a device resembling a pager, explaining, "This is the subcaller of the Artificial Intelligence 007. Your information has already been input and recorded into the system by Qin Men." Once the competition commenced, participants were promptly assigned their respective arenas, where they were to compete according to the numbers displayed. Shingchin, feeling a sense of novelty, took the information and studied it intently. He had initially presumed that the Blue Star was primarily a martial arts realm, with other aspects being relatively inferior. However, he was astonished to discover the remarkable advancement of high technology, rivaling that of his previous life. It was, indeed, a reflection of his preoccupation with the exploration of martial arts in recent times, which had led to his minimal awareness of other facets of this world. After imparting her instructions, Teacher Jean did not linger, waving her hand as she proceeded to her designated arena. With merely 10 minutes remaining before the examination began, she needed to prepare in advance. As the school bell rang, the second round of the practical examination officially commenced. In the next instant, the communicators in the hands of the candidates emitted simultaneous alerts across various regions of the third examination hall. "Su Ling, please proceed to the third arena within 5 minutes." The student named Su Ling did not rush out immediately. Instead, she glanced at the number displayed on her communicator's screen. After confirming its accuracy, she hesitated no longer and hastened towards the third arena. The other candidates followed suit. Upon their arrival at their respective arenas, the supervising teachers adhered to protocol, directing them through security checks and conducting thorough searches to ensure no prohibited pills or concealed weapons were present. Subsequently, they urged each participant to don protective gear and select appropriate weaponry before allowing them to enter the arena. After a countdown of 3 seconds, the female contestants, already poised for action, launched themselves forward with fierce determination. The arena resounded with the clashing of swords and the enthusiastic shouts of students. Yet, in the very next moment, some contestants met with swift defeat, being unceremoniously knocked off the stage, their expressions dazed. Simultaneously, many others engaged in fierce exchanges on the platforms, the battles proving to be intensely competitive. Chapter 43, The First Match. The short-haired female student, the sounds of clashing blades and the relentless cheers and roars of the students filled the air. Once the match concluded, the supervising teacher meticulously recorded the results before promptly urging the previous round's contestants to exit. Those sustaining severe injuries were to be carried away by trained personnel on stretchers. The artificial intelligence, designated as 007, then began organizing the next group of candidates for their turn to compete, maintaining a swift and steady pace throughout. The female students exerted every ounce of their abilities during the competition, eschewing any rigid forms or prescribed techniques. Their sole objective was to overpower their opponents. Consequently, aside from the martial skills on display, any underhanded tactics that proved effective were unabashedly employed. Shingchin witnessed firsthand a female student struck down, feigning unconsciousness on the ground. As the opponent approached to investigate, a sudden strike hit the vital point, leaving no room for retaliation and turning the tide of the battle. The adversary was left dumbfounded. In his understanding, contests akin to this arena should embody at least the most basic spirit of competition. Only through genuine skill, honed by rigorous practice, could one defeat an opponent, earning mutual respect. Yet, reality diverged vastly from his expectations. The disparity was striking, while he marveled in disbelief. It was not until he observed several more matches that he realized such underhanded tactics, while indeed unscrupulous, proved remarkably effective, particularly when facing an opponent who cherished their pride and deemed such methods beneath them. These tactics often led to unexpected triumphs, yielding astonishing results. As he absorbed this revelation, his perspective began to shift. His eyes sparkled with newfound insight as he meticulously studied the essence of these cunning competitors, analyzing each frame without missing a second. He endeavored to assimilate their wisdom for his own use. Beside him, Zhuang Chuxue, noticing the look of enlightenment and determination on his face, could not help but smile and shake her head. These tactics were merely trifles. When one found themselves on the true battlefield or faced with exceptionally clever foes, such tricks would be of no avail. Nevertheless, growth necessitates a journey, and since her partner was eager to learn, she chose to support him. Soon, Zhuang Man took the stage. As a second-tier powerhouse, her strength was nearly overwhelming, and the match concluded almost instantaneously upon her entrance. She paid no heed to the female student still dazed on the ground. Instead, she removed her protective gear and weaponry, departing the arena under the astonished gaze of the supervising teacher, and made her way towards Shingchin and her elder sister. After exchanging a few idle pleasantries upon reaching them, she inquired about Shingchin's experience in the initial round. Initially, she merely nodded, indicating she was listening intently, until the name Qin Min was mentioned, causing a flicker of interest in her eyes. Wasn't this person once a guardian of the Zhuang family? Over a decade ago, she had rescued Zhuang Chuxue from being kidnapped by rival factions. However, not long after, she was discovered stealing precious demon cores. Out of respect for their past, the Zhuang family chose not to imprison her, but expelled her instead. Little did they expect her to resurface in Han City. And even more astonishing was her transformation over a mere decade into the captain of the third tier of the Reproductive Bureau. It was utterly inconceivable. One must understand that anyone who managed to enter the Reproductive Bureau held a significant status. After all, they possessed the authority to manage male guests, who in turn could wield control over family assets. Thus, the implications were profound. The Bureau of Reproduction wields considerable influence, akin to possessing the entire wealth of a family, particularly when no female member holds political power. In such cases, the family's fate may be dire. This observation is merely a rational conjecture, shrouded in complexities that are difficult to articulate. Nonetheless, one thing is unequivocal. The Bureau of Reproduction is not only a department of vast authority, but also one replete with substantial benefits. Gaining entry into this bureau is no trivial matter. Without formidable connections, one would find it nearly impossible to penetrate its ranks. Moreover, to attain the position of a team leader within it suggests a significant background. Reflecting on this, Zhuang Man's gaze drifted towards Zhuang Chuxue, who was engrossed in a competition, occasionally nodding and offering comments, her demeanor calm and composed. She seemed indifferent to their discussions about Qin Min, displaying no signs of concern. Zhuang Man furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the source of her unease. She continued to probe her husband about his encounter with Qin Min, yet could uncover no discrepancies. Thus, she buried her doubts deep within. Shingchin, please proceed to arena number 10 for your match within 5 minutes, resonated the call from Shingchin's communicator. He glanced at the display, confirming the message before swiftly rising alongside his wife. After exchanging a brief farewell with Zhuang Man, he dashed towards arena number 10. Upon his arrival, he found a sweet-faced, slender female student with short hair who had already passed security checks and was donning protective gear. The moment she spotted Shingchin, her expression shifted dramatically, her face paling before she lowered her head, her hair obscuring her features, leaving her thoughts a mystery. Shingchin paid her little heed. After completing his security check and donning his own protective gear, he began to select his weapon. The official arsenal was diverse, featuring an array of weapons including knives, swords, guns, staffs, and axes, truly a comprehensive collection. Without hesitation, he chose the long knife, his most familiar weapon, and stepped onto the arena, facing the short-haired female student as they awaited the countdown. At that moment, the female student suddenly lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she quietly remarked, "I just heard your name. It's Shingchin, right? What a lovely name." Shingchin remained silent, focused on inspecting his long knife for any flaws or damages. Not disheartened by his lack of response, The short-haired student continued. From the moment I saw you, I knew I would not be your match. After all, my vitality is merely 142 points, nearly 40 points less than yours. With such a stark disparity, no amount of effort on my part would prove fruitful. It is akin to my situation in comparison to those privileged children born into noble families. I have already lost at the starting line. Thus, no matter how hard I strive, I can never hope to catch up with their pace. Her tone was despondent as she gazed at her hands, rough and marred by unsightly calluses from relentless training, murmuring to herself in a voice barely above a whisper, as if her words were meant solely for her own ears, needing no audience, seeking no understanding. Chapter 44. I am a mountain, not a stream. Shingchin paused, gripping the knife. In his previous life, to avoid burdening his adoptive parents, he had taken on various part-time jobs. Thus, he resonated with this sentiment. While no one's life is devoid of struggle, the plight of the underprivileged is often even more arduous. Though the fruits of labor are earned through toil, the process is often rife with disdain and contempt. The short-haired female student gave a self-deprecating smile, then looked at Shingchin with a glimmer of hope, saying, I concede this match, but before it concludes, may I have a hug? Or perhaps just a handshake? It's likely I will never again be so close to a gentleman like you in my lifetime, nor will I have a husband or children of my own. Can you grant me this wish? Shingchin regarded her for a few moments before smiling and nodding. I can only offer you a handshake. The female student's face lit up with surprise as she cautiously stepped forward, extending her slightly trembling right hand. Shingchin mirrored her gesture, declaring with conviction, I shall steer my own life. I will wield my strength to carve out my destiny. I hope you will do the same. For a brief moment, the short-haired student halted, her heart stirred. She sensed that the words from this noble gentleman were not born of pity, but rather of sincerity. Her gaze shimmered. After toiling in the dirt for so long, such a simple affirmation felt like a rare ray of sunshine. Yet, thoughts of her impoverished home and her elderly mother, whose spirit had been dulled by reality, sent a chill through her heart once more. With a steely gaze, she turned her left hand over, revealing a dart that had been concealed within. Without hesitation, she launched it towards the vital acupoint on Shingchin's right arm. If struck, he would be unable to wield his knife for a time, and without a suitable weapon, even with high vitality, he would likely fall into a passive defensive stance. At that moment, her opportunity would arise. However, Shingchin seemed to anticipate her move. The instant the dart was released, he swung his long knife with decisive force. The sound resonating sharply, the dart rebounded, tracing several parabolic arcs before plummeting from the ring. Upon witnessing this, the short-haired female student's pupils constricted, prompting her to retreat and increase the distance between them, regarding him with a vigilant gaze. Shingchin refrained from uttering another word, casually flipping his long knife. Without hesitation, he charged forward. The disparity in their vitality was too significant. Within 2 rounds, the short-haired student was knocked off the stage, concluding the match. Shingchin emerges victorious, announced the supervising teacher. As Shingchin descended from the platform, he returned his protective gear and weapon to their rightful places before reuniting with his wife. Zhuang Chuxue promptly gave him a thumbs-up gesture, to which Shingchin responded with a smile, preparing to depart with her. Just then, the short-haired female student suddenly caught up, calling out to him. As he turned to look, he noticed her face slightly flushed as she spoke. Thank you for your words earlier. There was a hint of melancholy in her tone, as if she were lost in memories. My dream has always been to become a general who can protect a city. Yet those around me have incessantly mocked me, deeming my aspirations mere fantasies, insisting I would forever dwell in the depths of society. I nearly succumbed to the belief that my life was destined to be confined to such a fate. However, she smiled, her eyes radiating a dazzling brilliance. Your words made me realize that no matter what others say, I must not forsake myself. Even if there is no path ahead, I will strive to carve one out. Shingchin smiled in return. It is wonderful that you hold such thoughts. In times of peril, only you can save yourself. The short-haired female student nodded vigorously, her once troubled and furrowed brow now adorned with an unprecedentedly bright smile, rendering Shingchin momentarily speechless. Suddenly, she appeared to recall something, shyly extending her hand. By the way, you promised I could hold your hand earlier. Is that still possible? Just as Shingchin was about to nod in agreement, Zhuang Chuxue unexpectedly grasped his hand, smiling at the short-haired student as she said, Not possible. This is my husband. With a firm tug, She led him away, leaving the short-haired student standing there, somewhat dazed. She withdrew her hand, scratching her face, gazing at the clearly irked silhouette and the cold profile left behind. For reasons unknown, Shingchin felt an inexplicable sense of joy, the corners of his mouth curving upward uncontrollably. Zhuang Man glanced at him, then at Zhuang Chuxue, who was exuding an air of frostiness to her left, and then at Shingchin, whose expression was one of budding affection. She found herself bewildered. What had transpired between them? Yet, despite her persistent inquiries, both Zhuang Chuxue and Shingchin remained utterly silent. Seeing this, she had no intention of pursuing the matter further. She vaguely understood that even if she obtained the answer, it would merely satisfy her trivial curiosity. However, her mood would likely worsen. At Moda University, the four heads responsible for the admission of new students from both Moda University and Jingqing University convened, engrossed in viewing videos of candidates from across the nation. Even with thousands of videos playing simultaneously, they seemed to manage effortlessly. Occasionally, they would select one video to display prominently on the central screen for a closer examination. Should they identify a promising candidate, they would duly record it for further evaluation. Among them, one individual stood out remarkably. She possessed long, waist-length white hair yet appeared to be the youngest among the four, seemingly not exceeding 30 years of age. At that moment, she furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on one of the myriad videos, her face betraying a hint of nostalgia. The appearance of the male candidate bore a resemblance to a departed acquaintance of hers. Chapter 45. Qingwei's decision. Director Ji, how is it? Have you spotted any promising candidates? Inquired one middle-aged official, turning to her. Upon hearing the question, the white-haired Qingwei snapped back to the present. After a moment of silence, as if she had made a significant decision, she opened the video of Shingchin and enlarged it onto the central screen. Rising to her feet, she addressed the other three, stating, I believe this male candidate exhibits considerable potential. Both his vitality and mastery of martial arts would undoubtedly place him among the top 100 of this batch. Let us grant him a candidate slot. A male candidate. The other three officials exchanged curious glances, and upon seeing Shingchin for the first time, their brows furrowed in disapproval. One of them voiced, Director Ji, I cannot agree. This male candidate's striking appearance is too remarkable and unsuitable for admission to Modu or Jingqing University. As Qingwei prepared to counter their objections, the middle-aged official from Moda University spoke meaningfully. Director Ji, do you still recall the exceptionally gifted male candidate Chu Tiana, who was part of your cohort 10 years ago? He was heralded alongside you as one of Modu's two prodigies, creating quite a stir, yet ultimately vanished without a trace. Since then, Modu has scarcely admitted male candidates. When they do, they are often of unfortunate appearance. This has ensured tranquility for the past decade without incident. Are you willing to allow the same tragedy to unfold once more? Upon hearing the name Chu Tianhe, Qingwei's eyes reflected a glimmer of sadness intertwined with deeply buried resentment. She once again gazed at Shingchin in the video, observing his spirited demeanor, and felt a twinge of hesitation within her. Though their appearances and ages were comparable, uncertainty lingered in her heart. However, what if she has made a mistake? This gentleman is not the brother she lost. Yet, considering her ailing father, who has been bedridden for an extended period due to this matter, and her mother, who is consumed by despair and neglects both food and drink, Qingwei steeled her resolve, forcefully suppressing the guilt that surged within her. She raised her hand to halt their attempts to continue persuading her and unequivocally declared, this matter has lingered for so many years. We cannot remain ensnared in the regrets of the past. Moreover, in recent years, despite a significant enhancement in the average capabilities of women, the number of male candidates has, conversely, been declining year by year. This reveals that the essence of the issue does not lie with the protectors, but rather with those who are to be protected. The strength of male candidates is alarmingly inadequate. Their physical condition is subpar. At the very least, they must possess a healthy body to foster the advancement of population growth. Therefore, I believe we should not only admit Shingchin, but also publicize this matter extensively. We must engage in thorough marketing in this regard. Let the male candidates take him as a model and strive to cultivate themselves, becoming stronger. This way, we may very well resolve the predicament of the dwindling number of male candidates. Upon hearing these words, the other three officials fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions reflecting deep thought. There was merit in her argument. In recent years, The birth rate of male candidates has been significantly lower than the death rate. If this trend continues, male candidates might not only be deprived of their esteemed status, but might also lose their freedom entirely, becoming subject to centralized control, confined for life. One day, they could be reduced to mere machines for reproduction. That is not a scenario that they, nor the government, wish to witness. Noticing their silence, Ji Qingwei understood that she had largely persuaded them. She refrained from further elaboration and assertively stated, "I am not soliciting your opinions. As one of the admissions officers for the Magic City, I possess the authority to select candidates, and this gentleman is someone I value. Your dissent is of no consequence." Upon hearing her words, the other three officials not only refrained from anger, but instead breathed a sigh of relief. Her declaration made it clear that this decision was hers alone, independent of the trio. Moreover, her earlier proposal had genuinely intrigued them. Thus, they quickly responded with smiles, saying, "Director Ji, it seems we cannot dissuade you. If that is the case, it must be so. We hope this truly benefits the male candidates and the current plight of humanity. You have indeed bested us in debate. You are truly the sharp-tongued Ji Tizui of yesteryears." Seeing their reactions, particularly the middle-aged official from the Magic City who voiced no dissent, Ji Qingwei felt a wave of relief. Though her words were eloquent, they were merely a means to convince them. Her authority was limited to the initial screening process. The final decision regarding the 100 admission spots still required the concurrence of both heads from the Magic City. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. She smiled and sat down to call up the information of the two candidates in the video, revealing their names, Ji Shingchin and Miao Yaya. Is her surname Ji? Her eyes sparkled with excitement, her conviction and her suspicions solidifying further. Could it truly be such a coincidence that they share the same surname? At that moment, she was eager to meet Ji Shingchin in person to validate her intuition. The first round of practical examinations continued until 3 in the afternoon. The candidates were granted an hour-long intermission. A collective sigh of relief was heard, with some collapsing onto the ground, engaging their techniques to restore vitality and tend to their injuries. Others, however, remained unperturbed after 5 matches, having secured their victories effortlessly. Ji Shingchin was fortunate. Despite being in the same examination hall as Zhuang Man, they were not paired together. Consequently, both achieved 5 victories, successfully earning 50 points. With still an hour until the next round, Ji Shingchin and her companions decided to visit the school's supermarket to procure some sustenance and replenish their energy. To their surprise, the supermarket was quite crowded, and they had to wait for half an hour to complete their purchases. Upon returning to the examination hall, they noticed several female students' gazes directed towards a secluded corner. Following their line of sight, they spotted Wei Ting standing in front of Wei Ping, attempting to shield him from the scrutiny of the female students. Unfortunately, Wei Ping's imposing stature still revealed a significant portion of his form. Thankfully, his face remained obscured. Ji Shingchin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Isn't that Wei Ping and Wei Ting? What brings them here? Could it be that the male candidates' practical exams have concluded, prompting them to fulfill their earlier wager? She was taken aback by Wei Ping's unexpected enthusiasm. Previously, she had seen him as timid, and later, when encountering Wei Ting in the conference room, he appeared hesitant to speak. She had assumed they were preparing to back out of their agreement. Clearly, she had misjudged the situation. Chapter 46. Wang Shan's misunderstanding. The trio's return, particularly Ji Shingchin's presence, naturally attracted the attention of several female students. Consequently, Wei Ting quickly spotted their figures, and as they prepared to look over, her body stiffened. She hurriedly turned around, extending her arms to shield her brother, as if to convey, "You cannot see me, you cannot see me." Then, she leaned down to say something to Wei Ping. He visibly flinched, quickly raising his arms to cover his chest, while taking a deep breath in an attempt to draw in his belly, thinking to himself that this way, he surely wouldn't be discovered. Behold their appearance, seemingly filled with trepidation at the prospect of Ji Shingchin and his companions discovering their presence. It is evident that they do not possess the demeanor of individuals who have come to fulfill a wager. Ji Shingchin let out a cold laugh, instantly overturning his previous thoughts. It appears that his earlier conjecture was indeed accurate. Wei Ping was intent on breaching the agreement. He would not allow Wei Ping to succeed. However, there was no urgency at present. Once the competition concluded and Wei Ping had witnessed his formidable prowess, only then would he truly grasp the essence of fear. "What do you think, sister? I have hidden so diligently. Ji Shingchin and Sister Xiaomin should not have detected our presence, right?" Wei Ting inquired. casting her gaze downward at Wei Ping, who was still conspicuously exposed in his nearly 23-year-old form. With an awkward cough, she forced a smile and replied, "They have already departed. It seems they have not noticed us." Wei Ping immediately exhaled a sigh of relief. Peering cautiously, he surveyed the surroundings and discovered the trio seated at a distance, engrossed in their meal, appearing utterly oblivious to his existence. With a sense of security, he stepped out from behind Wei Ting, openly and infatuatedly gazing at Zhuang Man covering his face with his chubby hands. He murmured, "Sister Xiaoman, Ping Ping misses you dearly. You must also long for Ping Ping, don't you?" As soon as he uttered these words, he witnessed Shingchin casually brushing away the crumbs from Zhuang Man's lips, prompting a shared smile between them. Wei Ping was instantly consumed by jealousy, his eyes flashing with an incandescent fury, his fists clenched tightly, and he defiantly declared, "Humph. Dreaded Shingchin, what does it matter if your vitality surpasses mine? Even if you reduce me to a mere dog, losing all dignity, I shall valiantly ascend the stage. Moreover, I shall emerge at the moment you presume I will flee, astonishing everyone. I want Sister Xiaoman to know that I would forsake my very life for her. Surely, she will be moved to tears, viewing me in a new light." His eyes brimmed with fighting spirit, radiating a resolve that none could thwart. Witnessing his demeanor, Wei Ting could not help but quietly scoff. Who was it that cried to me, expressing a desire to avoid the stage, claiming Shingchin would surely defeat him? You wept inconsolably, pleading for your sister's assistance. To convince this timid brother not to breach the agreement, I expended considerable effort, nearly dragging him by force. The irony of his current bravado contrasted sharply with his earlier fears. Wei Ping's expression stiffened momentarily. He then cleaned his ears, unaffected by her words, continuing to glare at Shingchin with unbridled anger. Before long, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon, signaling the end of the break. The time had come to assign examination venues. The beepers in the candidates' hands began to sound. One by one, those assigned to different examination rooms commenced their transition. The candidates assigned to the third examination room stood motionless, their eyes intently fixed on the movements of Shingchin and Zhuang Man. After all, these two were formidable competitors. It was undoubtedly preferable for them not to share the same examination venue. Shingchin, your examination room is the third room. Zhuang Man, you are placed in the second room. Upon hearing that her examination room differed from her husband's, Zhuang Man sighed with a touch of regret, exchanged greetings with the two, and then departed. The female students collectively exhaled in relief. One less competitor was indeed a small victory. In the distance, Wei Ping, who had been closely observing their actions, immediately noticed Zhuang Man's departure. He stood up in shock, exclaiming dramatically, "What? Sister Xiaoman is leaving? Then how will she witness my unwavering resolve when I am mercilessly beaten for her sake? This beating will be in vain." Wei Ping's face fell, as if he might weep at any moment. Observing his heightened emotions, Wei Ting hurried to console him. How could she not see? If necessary, you can stall in the restroom. Once Zhuang Man finishes her competition, she will undoubtedly come to find Shingchin, and then you can join the fray together. Wei Ping promptly slapped his forehead, grinning foolishly as he remarked, "That does sound somewhat reasonable. I'm really foolish, not even considering such a simple solution." With that, he settled down contentedly under Wei Ting's exasperated gaze. Meanwhile, as numerous candidates exited, those from the first and second examination rooms began to pour in. No sooner had these female students entered the third examination room than their sharp eyes detected Shingchin's presence. Instinctively, their eyes sparkled in anticipation of a scream. However, in the next moment, they deduced that he must be the male candidate who had achieved a perfect score in the first round. The brilliance in their eyes extinguished instantaneously. Yu Yan also caught sight of Shingchin, and while she felt a surge of delight, a sweet, charming smile graced her face. She felt a sense of satisfaction. Truly, he was the most outstanding among the male candidates she had set her sights on. The more she scrutinized him, the more she yearned to claim him as her own. After all, the finer things are often the most desirable. Unlike Wang Shan and the others, she was immediately drawn to her chubby husband Wei Ping, who lingered in a corner, her surprise rendering her oblivious to anyone else. Her mouth fell open in disbelief. Could it be that the male candidate who scored perfectly in the first round was none other than her husband Wei Ping? How could that be? Memories of her husband's exceedingly lazy demeanor at home flooded her mind. He would rather recline on a woman's lap than on the sofa, would accept food from others rather than use chopsticks himself, and required assistance even for basic needs. His practice habits were equally lax, with days spent idly fishing and only a couple of days devoted to training. Last month, after a few diligent days, Wang Shan found herself being coddled by her elder sisters, which led her to revert to her previous lethargy. Consequently, she was acutely aware of his capabilities and knew precisely his limitations. Yet now, you inform me that he has merely been masquerading as a fool while concealing his true prowess. Is this genuine? Chapter 47. Confrontation with Shingchin. Wang Shan, filled with incredulity and perplexity, approached the siblings Wei Ping and Wei Ting. Darling, she hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Even posing this question made her feel foolish. My dear wife, what brings you here? Have you been assigned to the third examination hall? Wei Ping replied jovially, completely oblivious to her unusual demeanor. Yes. Wang Shan responded quietly, soon lapsing into silence. After a considerable pause, she mustered the courage to turn towards him and resumed, Darling, you truly, only to discover that Wei Ping was not paying attention to her. Instead, he was glaring intently at a certain direction, muttering under his breath. Leaning in to listen closely, she caught his words. Damn it, Shingchin, just wait. Soon, I shall transform you into the antagonist, fully supporting my love with Xiao Man. The more you obstruct us, the more fiercely I shall retaliate, enabling us to break through all worldly barriers and ultimately attain true happiness. Wang Shan had grown accustomed to his eccentric outbursts. Having watched countless mindless romantic films, she understood that his thought process diverged from that of ordinary individuals. However, the name Shingchin rang a bell. Following her husband's gaze, she then noticed a handsome male guest on the field. Coupled with her husband's earlier remarks, clarity dawned upon her. It turned out the male guest who had achieved full marks was not her husband, but this individual. Wang Shan exhaled in relief, silently reflecting that it was fortunate she had not voiced her confusion earlier. Otherwise, she would have been utterly humiliated. As for the discrepancy between Shingchin's prowess and what her husband had previously mentioned, she was not particularly concerned. As long as the one feigning ignorance was not her slothful husband, everything seemed reasonable. What she did not anticipate, however, was that her first opponent would indeed be Shingchin. The two stood face to face on the arena. Shingchin tightened his grip on the long blade, feeling a sense of foreboding. From the moment Wang Shan approached Wei Ping, Zhuang Chuxue had informed him of her identity and strength. She was the youngest daughter of the city lord and the fifth wife of Wei Ping, with a straightforward personality and a dislike for subterfuge. Her strength was at the intermediate level of the first rank, undoubtedly one of the strongest contenders in the arena. At that moment, he felt a twinge of astonishment upon hearing this, yet his mind was not overly preoccupied. After all, among the 10,000 candidates present, what were the odds that he would encounter her? Little did he realize, such fortuity indeed existed. Moreover, it was in the very first round that fate had conspired to intertwine their paths. It was akin to a mundane mishap, a comical twist of fate. How unfortunate! Shingchin furrowed his brow, cursing silently within. However, despite Wang Shan's prowess surpassing his own by a considerable margin, he was not one to surrender easily. Ultimately, what was there to lose? Defeating a formidable intermediate-level opponent of the first rank was no disgrace. The true embarrassment lay in never having made an effort, merely proclaiming defeat and conceding without a fight. Furthermore, Shingchin's gaze sharpened as he looked towards the system. He was not devoid of chances to turn the tide. Name: Shingchin, Basic Vitality Technique Proficiency. Level 2, 130, 500. Thunder Fire Blade Proficiency. Proficient, 15, 500. Iron Stone Body Proficiency. Beginner, 90. 100. Free Attributes. 32. His proficiency in Iron Stone Body had reached 90, merely 10 points shy of another upgrade. With 32 free attribute points at his disposal, he was more than capable of enhancing Iron Stone Body. Yet, upgrading on the arena posed certain risks. He recalled the excruciating pain he endured during his first upgrade of Basic Vitality Technique, which had rendered him unconscious for an extended period. The second upgrade of Thunderfire Blade had similarly left his head throbbing, devoid of any strength to fight. No one could predict whether this third upgrade would entail unforeseen side effects. Nevertheless, Shingchin had no choice but to gamble. Otherwise, defeat was inevitable. In that instant, he resolved within himself. Outside the arena, Wei Ping and his sister Wei Ting also took note of Wang Shan's opponent in this match, none other than Shingchin. Wei Ting's face morphed with concern, for she was acutely aware of her sister-in-law's capabilities. Among the intermediate-level warriors in Hansheng, she was nearly invincible. Shingchin, lacking even first-tier strength, stood no chance against her. Conversely, Wei Ping erupted with exuberance, nearly leaping from his seat in celebration. Observing Shinchin's troubled expression on stage, he couldn't help but laugh boisterously. Ha ha, Shinchin, today is your day of reckoning. You thought you could revel in your triumph, didn't you? Just wait until you see how my wife will send you tumbling. At that moment, he yearned to perch himself by the arena's edge, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Shingchin being unceremoniously cast from the stage, relishing the sight of his despair. Just the thought of it brought him immense delight. Zhuang Chuxua stood near the arena, her own expression marred by concern as she observed Shinchin's resolute demeanor. Initially, she had intended for her husband to forfeit the match. However, witnessing his determined expression, she knew he was being obstinate once again. With a resigned sigh, she could only acquiesce to his stubbornness. Her husband, admirable in every aspect, is simply too obstinate. Once he has made a decision, no one can alter it. Soon, the countdown commenced, 3 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. Just as the final numeral echoed, Shingchin suddenly collapsed to the ground, his expression contorted in agony. Veins throbbed on his forehead, his body curled like a shrimp, and beads of sweat cascaded down, as if he had just emerged from a sauna. His skin flushed crimson, and his joints emitted alarming cracks. His back alternated between swelling and contracting, rendering him a most peculiar sight. Wang Shan, who was poised to spring into action, halted abruptly, a look of skepticism crossing her features as she scrutinized him. What transpired? Why did he suddenly collapse? Could it be an act? Yet, the perspiration and his demeanor suggested otherwise. Zhuang Chuxua quickly discerned that her husband was indeed not feigning, anxiously watching him from the ring, almost yearning to halt the competition. In the distance, Wei Ping was less than pleased. Shouting with fervor, he urged, "Come on, wife. Why stop? Finish him off." Shingchin was clearly putting on an act, merely stalling for time. He was a cunning individual, the most sly and devious person I have ever encountered. Do not fall for his ruse. His voice was filled with frustration. Unfortunately, the distance was too great, and amidst the fervent competition, his cries could not penetrate the atmosphere. He could only vocalize his thoughts for himself and those nearby to hear. Of course, Wei Ping likely considered this, which is why he shouted so loudly. Had Shingchin heard him, the consequences would have been dire. Chapter 48. Breakthrough to a first-rank martial artist. The scene came to a momentary standstill. Ultimately, it was the supervising teacher who noticed something was amiss with Shingchin, suspecting he had consumed a special pill, prompting an immediate halt to the match. With a stern expression, the teacher drew half a tube of blood from Shingchin and produced a peculiar device from somewhere, depositing the blood into its recess. Soon, the device displayed its results. No traces of drugs were found within Shinchin's system. Seeing this, the teacher's demeanor softened. Inquiring of the still twitching Shingchin, "Student, have you suffered from a pre-existing condition? Do you require medical assistance?" Shingchin, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently, took a moment before lifting his head and replied, "No need, I'm fine. Thank you. Let the competition resume." The teacher confirmed this several times, and upon receiving the same response, could only nod in agreement and restart the match. Wang Shan observed him kneeling on the ground, his head bowed and his body appearing exceptionally frail. With genuine concern, she kindly urged, "If you are unwell, do not force yourself. Besides, you cannot possibly defeat me. It would be wiser to rest for a moment before the next match, lest you jeopardize your performance in the remaining 40 minutes. There is no need to sacrifice the greater for the lesser." "I refuse," Shingchin replied, slowly lifting one foot to stand, followed by the other. As he rose, he resembled a lion gradually awakening from slumber, emanating an increasingly formidable aura. Wang Shan, sensing this newfound energy, widened her eyes in astonishment. Is that the presence of a first-tier warrior? Was he on the verge of a breakthrough just now? Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Zhuang Chuxua exhaled in relief, though she too was taken aback. It was astonishing that he could achieve such a rapid breakthrough to become a first-tier warrior in such a short span of time. To put this into perspective, when she had reached a vitality of 200 calories, her own transition to a first-tier warrior had been no swift endeavor. She never anticipated that her husband could accomplish this with only 180 calories and without any aid from medicinal substances in such a brief period. This was evidently extraordinary. He was indeed breaking through to become a first-tier warrior. Wei Ping murmured in surprise, "What?" Upon hearing this, Wei Ping's eyes bulged with fury as he turned to Wang Shan, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. "You wretched woman! You were called to the arena, yet you hesitated, missing such a splendid opportunity. Now look where we are. Shingchin has transcended to a first-tier warrior and will undoubtedly be a more formidable opponent. If you lose this match, I shall hold you in contempt for eternity. Do not even think about sharing my bed for the next year." Wang Shan could not help but sneeze, musing inwardly, "Who is thinking of me so?" She then turned her gaze to Shingchin, her expression turning earnest. "I never expected you to achieve a breakthrough in the heat of battle, yet you are still no match for me." Shingchin straightened, clenching his powerful fists, feeling an unprecedented surge of strength. This upgrade to his ironstone body had significantly enhanced both his defense and agility. The resulting vitality had catapulted his energy levels past 200 calories, solidifying his status as a genuine first-tier warrior. His power had surged once more. He felt undeniably stronger than he had just a minute prior. With confidence, Shingchin looked at Wang Shan and declared, "Who can say who is superior?" Inspired by the determination reflected in his gaze, Wang Shan felt her own blood surge with fervor. She replied earnestly, "Then let us battle." With that, her eyes sharpened, and she darted forward like a lightning-fast leopard, her spear poised for action. Just in time, Shingchin shouted sharply. His figure stood resolutely like a rock, unmoving, as he swung the long blade with fierce determination. In an instant, it cleaved through the thrusting spear. With one strike thwarted, the spear continued its relentless assault, raining down like a tempest of arrows, overwhelming the senses. Although Shingchin managed to fend off the attack with great effort, the speed of the spears was astonishing. Even as the battle wore on and the time had long surpassed the halfway mark, their pace showed no signs of abating. If this continued, the situation would become exceedingly dire for him. Wang Shan was taken aback. With her intermediate first-grade strength, she found herself unable to breach the defenses of Shingchin, who had only just broken through to become a first-grade warrior. Could it be that Shingchin's vitality and blood essence were purer than hers? Or had he mastered an extraordinary martial technique? As she pondered these questions, her movements remained unceasing, deftly maneuvering around Shingchin in search of a flaw. Shingchin's expression darkened. He realized he could no longer sustain this. His agility and speed were his weaknesses, and the opponent's swiftness forced him into a position of passive defense, leaving him unable to launch a counterattack. Moreover, Wang Shan's combat experience far surpassed his. If this continued, it would be all too easy for her to exploit his vulnerabilities. A swift resolution was imperative. Not far away, Wei Ping had initially been vociferously cheering for his wife, Wang Shan. However, as he witnessed the extraordinary clash between the two, a battle truly worthy of rivals, his cheers gradually dwindled, and his raised arm fell to his side. His expression turned pensive. Wei Ping was acutely aware of his wife's prowess. Among her peers, she undoubtedly ranked among the elite. The fact that Shingchin could hold his own against her, even while challenging her at a higher tier, left Wei Ping in a state of disbelief, simultaneously astonished and ashamed. As a fellow male, born into one of the top 10 martial arts families, the Wei family, with an abundance of training manuals and resources at his disposal, he found himself overshadowed by an unknown individual whose name he had never heard before. If their disparity were slight, it might be bearable. Yet, the chasm between them was glaring, as if a vast divide separated them. This realization left Wei Ping feeling despondent. Why was it not he, standing upon that stage, brimming with vigor? Why could he not be like Shingchin, surpassing women, standing above them, eliciting their envious gazes and bending them to his will? Indeed, the pursuit of a life of indulgence had been pleasurable over the years, yet it felt profoundly hollow. Each day was a monotonous repetition of eating, drinking, and reveling at home, devoid of any turbulence. Upon reflection, Wei Ping could scarcely recall any memorable events from his past, as if that time had been squandered in vain. No, in truth, there was one thing he did remember. Wei Ping recalled this morning. As he descended from the stage in the music room after testing his vital energy levels, the envious and even slightly jealous gazes of the male guests directed towards him. The memory remained vivid even now, with each subtle expression etched in his mind. Why did this particular incident linger so clearly in his thoughts? At this moment, something within Wei Ping had quietly transformed. Chapter 49, Turning the Tide. At Magic City University, the four supervisors naturally did not miss the confrontation between Shingchin and Wang Shan. They exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment. The middle-aged supervisor from Magic City could not help but exclaim. Shingchin not only broke through in the heat of the moment, but astonishingly managed to withstand a barrage of attacks from a higher-ranked martial artist with his newly attained yet unstable initial-level strength. It appears his martial skills have reached a consummate level. His talent is indeed remarkable. A supervisor from the capital shook his head helplessly, sighing as he spoke. If that is the case, we have indeed underestimated Shingchin. Not only is he exceptionally handsome, but his cultivation talent is merely slightly inferior to that of the former Chu Tianhe. If he were truly admitted, I shudder to think of the storm it would unleash. Conversely, Ji Qingwei's eyes sparkled with clarity. I beg to differ. Oh. The other three supervisors looked at her in puzzlement, unsure of the certainty in her tone. Ji Qingwei smiled mysteriously, standing up to replay the video, pausing at the moment Shingchin suddenly knelt on the ground. She pressed the play button. The other three supervisors were somewhat baffled. Hadn't they just viewed this segment? Why replay it? Was there something they had overlooked? Just as they were grappling with confusion, a faint gasp from a woman echoed within the video, accompanied by a blurred profile that inadvertently intruded upon the frame before vanishing. The three supervisors, who had initially paid little attention to this moment, suddenly seized upon the image and sound, their brows furrowing. Why did that voice seem vaguely familiar? And that indistinct profile? They began a mental whirlwind, frantically sifting through fragments of memory to find a match. In less than a minute, they simultaneously arrived at a realization, tinged with surprise. Could that person be Zhuang Chuxue, the heir of the Zhuang family? The trio spoke in near unison. Ji Qingwei gazed intently at the video, her tone resolute as she declared, "Indeed, it must be her. I saw her at the birthday celebration of the Zhuang family's elder a year ago. Her voice and appearance are etched in my memory. I cannot be mistaken." The three responsible individuals nodded in agreement, their expressions tinged with delight as they remarked. Given her recent behavior, it is evident that she harbors a deep concern for Shingchin. Their relationship is undoubtedly profound. There exists a strong likelihood that they are even married, with the backing of the Zhuang family. Any attempt by others to harm Shingchin would necessitate careful consideration of whether they wish to incur the wrath of the Zhuang family, thereby significantly diminishing the risk of danger. Ji Qingwei smiled without uttering a word, subtly shaking her head in silence, contemplating. It is not merely the protection of the Zhuang family, but rather the safeguarding of Zhuang Chuxue. As long as she remains by Shingchin's side, the perils encountered will be reduced by at least 90%, if not more. After all, from the information I have inadvertently come across, it appears that Zhuang Chuxue is likely a favored candidate of a clandestine force, safeguarded by a legion of loyal warriors. The mundane powers of the world could not harm her in the slightest. Consequently, those under her protection are similarly invulnerable. On the arena, beads of cold sweat trickled down Shingchin's forehead, his protective gear thoroughly drenched. Wang Shan's speed of attack was exceedingly rapid, leaving him no opportunity to pause. Even if he wished to retaliate, the risks were immense. A moment's inattention could lead to a disastrous defeat. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the timer. Only 1 minute remained until the match concluded. There was no time to waste. He had to take a gamble. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Shingchin decided to abandon all defense as Wang Shan charged once more. He unleashed a sudden transformation in the momentum of his blade, bellowing, thunderclap slash. With this roar, sparks erupted from the surface of his long knife, infused with a hint of lightning energy, radiating a violet glow. With an unstoppable force, he surged forward, striking at Wang Shan with ferocity. It was only when the blade approached that Wang Shan sensed the impending danger, her expression shifting dramatically. She immediately began to retreat, attempting to evade its lethal edge. Yet, it was too late. She could only muster the strength to raise her spear in defense. The two weapons clashed with a thunderous roar, generating a powerful friction that enveloped the arena in a mist several meters wide, obscuring the precise circumstances within. Beneath the arena, Zhuang Chuxue, along with the Wei siblings positioned further away, and even the esteemed heads of the highest academy watching from afar, all held their breath in anxious anticipation, their minds swirling with uncertainty. Who would emerge victorious from this contest? For a brief moment, silence enveloped the scene, but it was soon shattered. A figure, forced back by an overwhelming force, left a series of dark imprints upon the arena floor. However, she was unable to maintain her composure and awkwardly fell off the stage. The supervising teacher immediately turned to look. Upon seeing the figure who had fallen from the platform, her eyes were filled with astonishment. The one who lost was actually her? Yet, despite her shock, the teacher quickly regained her professional demeanor and announced loudly, "In this match, Shingchin is the victor." Simultaneously, the mist on the stage gradually dissipated. Everyone could clearly see that standing upon the platform was indeed Shingchin. The spectators were taken aback. This outcome was entirely beyond their expectations. What had seemingly been an inevitable defeat had miraculously transformed into a stunning victory, leaving them in awe. At that moment, Wang Shan also stood up from below the stage. A trickle of blood stained her lips, evidently a result of enduring the thunderstorm slash just moments ago. There was no trace of resentment on her face. Instead, she gazed at Shingchin with a hint of admiration and sincerely stated, "That thunderstorm slash is indeed formidable. I concede my defeat wholeheartedly." After speaking, she brushed off the dust from her short hair and clothes, turned, and left the arena. Only then did Shingchin finally relax. She leaned on her knees, gasping for breath. The previous situation had been perilously close. Just a few centimeters more, and Wang Shan's spear would have pierced a vital acupuncture point in her shoulder blade. Had she been struck, she would have lost significant strength in that side of her body. Even if she managed to win the match using the thunderstorm slash, she would have sustained serious injuries, likely preventing her from participating in the following matches. Chapter 50. The eerie gaze. Fortunately, despite the danger, she had indeed made the right gamble. Shingchin lowered her head, watching the sweat that dripped from her chin onto the ground. A genuine smile spread across her face, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Just as she raised her head, ready to exit the stage and share her exhilaration with her partner, she suddenly noticed, standing directly in front of her, a girl clad in a white silk nightgown, with long flowing hair and an exquisite beauty. At the sight of her, Shingchin froze, her pupils dilating and her skin prickling with goosebumps. What drew her attention to this girl? Aside from the fact that she was dressed so casually compared to the other students in uniform, was the unsettling gaze fixed upon her. The girl's dark eyes bore into her without blinking, and her smile resembled that of a puppet, rigid and eerie, with the muscles of her face twitching as if she were struggling to suppress something. The fingers hanging limply at her sides danced in a peculiar and rapid manner. All these oddities sent a chill down Shingchin's spine, instantly raising the hairs on her body. A sense of foreboding enveloped her. The two characters suddenly materialized in his mind. Shingchin dared not look any longer and hastily turned away, swiftly departing. The exhilaration from his recent victory in a challenging match evaporating in an instant. Although the archetype of the Yandere is particularly captivating in novels, when augmented by certain forced plot elements, it can render the narrative exceptionally thrilling for readers, including his former self. Yet, when confronted with such individuals in the real world, one would wish to flee a staggering distance of 800 meters, not daring to meet her gaze, lest he be marked by the Yandere's attention. He also refrained from displaying overt disdain or conspicuous movements, fearful of inciting her interest further. In essence, one must acknowledge, the thoughts of a Yandere are inscrutable. The reasons behind being targeted remain forever elusive, and one can only hope to never encounter such a being. At this moment, Shingchin harbored precisely this sentiment, praying that the strikingly beautiful Yandere, whose eyes glimmered like those of a predator, was not fixating on him. However, the likelihood of that seemed exceedingly slim. Shingchin felt the intensity of a burning gaze lingering even as he turned to leave, and an inexplicable premonition settled within him. This Yandere was not only formidable, but would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. With this thought, the joy of victory dissipated, replaced by a sense of suffocation. It struck him that since arriving in this world, aside from the Zhuang sisters, he had not encountered a single normal individual. It was either a perverse oddity or a Yandere. He felt as though he were ensnared in a cacophony of misfortune. "What's wrong, darling? You look rather pale," Zhuang Chuxue inquired, approaching with a look of concern after scrutinizing him. Strangely, Shingchin sensed that the piercing gaze fixated on his back had inexplicably vanished. He entertained the notion that perhaps the beautiful Yandere had relinquished her interest upon seeing he had a wife. After all, many Yanderes possess a strong possessiveness and often a sense of cleanliness. They would likely refrain from wanting to become a third party. He exhaled a sigh of relief. shaking his head and opting not to voice his thoughts. Surely, he could not confide in his wife that he had been so unnerved merely by the gaze of a girl. Although this Yandere indeed appeared rather chilling. Even amidst a crowd, she seemed not of this world, resembling more of a specter, exuding an aura that suggested she could spiral out of control at any moment. Such a presence was the most terrifying of all. Shingchin shook his head to dispel the thoughts, and, removing his protective gear and weapons, departed the arena alongside his wife. Before leaving, Zhuang Chuxue deliberately glanced back at the area where Yu Yan'er had stood moments earlier. Now, only a few ordinary female students remained, devoid of any other peculiarities, leaving her with a furrowed brow of confusion. Momentarily distracted by her husband's competition, she rarely paid attention to her surroundings. However, she distinctly noticed that after the match, her husband's countenance, initially brimming with excitement and fervor, abruptly changed when he glanced at a particular area. His expression soured, and a palpable tension enveloped him, as if he sensed an imminent threat. Zhuang Chuxue was not one to assume her husband's sudden shift in demeanor was baseless. He must have seen something. What could it be? An acquaintance? Or perhaps someone he deemed a threat? Methodically, Zhuang Chuxue speculated and scrutinized her surroundings, yet failed to detect any anomalies or familiar figures. Quite adept at concealment, she thought. If that were the case, one could only hope not to be discovered by me. Otherwise, she let out a cold laugh and turned to pursue the direction in which her husband had departed. Wang Shan exited the competition area and returned to Wei Ping's side. Her gaze fixed ahead. Feigning nonchalance, she said, "I'm sorry, dear. I lost this round and couldn't avenge you." After uttering these words, she closed her eyes, bracing herself for her husband's impending outburst and tirade. Given Wei Ping's temperament, a minor setback would typically provoke him into a fit of anger, a reaction to which she had long since grown accustomed. Yet, after a considerable wait, the scene she had envisioned failed to materialize, prompting her to turn, perplexed, towards Wei Ping. She found him calm and composed, gazing ahead, seemingly indifferent to the situation. Wang Shan was taken aback, scrutinizing him as if she were encountering a stranger. What was happening? Had the sun risen from the west? Her usually irritable and tempestuous husband had seemingly undergone a transformation. Or was he merely biding his time for something nefarious? Just as she was about to inquire, Wei Ping suddenly spoke, his tone unexpectedly benevolent. "It's all right, dear. As the Chinese proverb states, even a horse may stumble. Acknowledging one's mistakes and striving to amend them is a virtue. One failure signifies nothing. I believe that one day you shall surpass Shingchin." Upon finishing, he patted his chest and launched into a grandiloquent soliloquy. "Just as I will one day ascend to the throne through my own prowess, trampling all men and women beneath my feet, to exist as one beneath, yet above all, basking in the envious and resentful gazes of others. In that moment, Shingchin will merely be a stepping stone." His enthusiasm surged with each word, his spirit exuberant. "Oh dear, do you hear what you're saying? Such a notion is utterly implausible. It's akin to setting off firecrackers on an airplane, merely empty noise." Wang Shan mercilessly critiqued, her expression returning to its former state. She had wondered why her husband had suddenly changed his demeanor. She initially thought Wei Ping had finally matured, but it appeared she had overestimated him. It turns out he is merely daydreaming. Wei Ping's expression stiffened as he pretended not to hear her words. With renewed determination, he declared, "From this day forth, I shall strive diligently, endure hardships, and make all those who look down upon me deeply regret their disdain, begging for my favor in the future." "Ha! Just don't give up after a day or two," Wang Shan interjected, unable to suppress her sarcasm. Such occurrences were not without precedent. After a few days of fervor, he would inevitably revert to his former self. Much like his recent wager with Shingchin, which began with great enthusiasm but ended in abandonment within a month. Moreover, in your current state of mania, who would dare to belittle you? Having spoken, she belatedly realized her own condescension, struggling to suppress a laugh. "Though I must admit, I just looked down on you. But fear not, once I return home, I shall kneel in apology, provided you don't regret it by then." "How could I ever regret?" Wei Ping instinctively replied before realizing the implications of his words. His face flushed crimson as he shot her an angry glare, promptly lapsing into silence. Chapter 51, A Proposal? In the subsequent matches, Shingchin faced little challenge, effortlessly securing victory. With a calm demeanor, he descended the stage and reunited with his wife and the two sisters, Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai, who had rushed over post-match. Upon their reunion, Zhuang Xiaodai eagerly enveloped him in a huge bear hug, causing him to stumble back several steps, leaving him momentarily speechless. Xiaodai, must you always greet me this way? With a mischievous grin, Zhuang Xiaodai shook him playfully, insisting, I simply adore you, darling. Shingchin, exasperated, had resigned himself to her calling him darling, knowing she would not heed any correction. Zhuang Man approached slowly, observing their closeness in silence. After exchanging a few casual remarks with the sisters, Shingchin prepared to head towards the direction where Wei Ping had been standing. He had vowed to instill genuine fear in this coward who had dared to provoke him, but sought to flee upon witnessing his true strength. Did you see? I have won 10 battles without a single defeat, truly formidable. Yet, as he cast his gaze in that direction, he found Wei Ping conspicuously absent, his body stiffening in disbelief. An unsettling anger began to brew within him as he scanned the surroundings. Had he truly fled so swiftly? Clearly, he had underestimated the depths of this person's shamelessness. Just moments before the last match, the three of them had remained stationary, yet now they had vanished without a trace. How remarkably fast they had run. Shingchin's eyes darkened as he devised a plan for retribution against Wei Ping to quell his deep-seated resentment. However, before he could devise a comprehensive plan that would utterly humiliate his opponent, Wei Ping's voice suddenly rang out from a diagonal position behind him. Shingchin, stop looking. I am here. Ha. Did not expect me to show up, did you? Wei Ping declared, hands on his hips, his rotund figure exuding an air of arrogance. His small eyes darted towards Zhuang Man, who stood beside Shingchin, seemingly seeking her approval. Zhuang Man's expression remained cold and indifferent. Shingchin was momentarily taken aback, the flames of his anger dissipating significantly, and he felt a twinge of surprise. He had not fled. There was a modicum of backbone there. In light of this, Shingchin contemplated sparing him some dignity, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. However, that notion vanished instantaneously when he turned to behold Wei Ping's insufferable demeanor, and his hands began to itch with anticipation. A menacing grin spread across his face as he remarked, Wei Ping, your arrival suggests you are prepared to take a beating. Am I right? Seemingly sensing the peril in Shingchin's words, Wei Ping's countenance stiffened, and he no longer dared to glance around. His haughty expression evaporated, replaced by a furrowed brow and fidgeting hands as he timidly proposed, Brother G, we have no deep-seated enmity. Could we perhaps go easy on each other a little? Chicken. You dare to insult me. Shingchin's face darkened ominously. It appeared that today, he could not let Wei Ping off lightly. Wei Ping stood there, utterly bewildered, close to tears. What did I say wrong? The two ascended the arena. Female students, having just completed their examinations and preparing to depart, keenly noticed the unfolding scene and paused with great interest. The mere appearance of the two male guests had already captivated the crowd. Now, witnessing them together, poised for a contest, was indeed a rare spectacle. Not only the female students present, but also those who had already left the vicinity hurried back upon hearing the news. Their excitement palpable. Today was fortuitous, for they could witness the male guests sparring live. Historically, such events were scarcely documented, even in online videos, which were often captured surreptitiously. These rare glimpses were cherished and frequently revisited in the private collections of many women. To experience the unfiltered, live spectacle of two male guests engaged in a physical contest was undoubtedly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the female students, not to be missed. Even several proctors found themselves drawn into the spectacle, discreetly positioned among the crowd, their eyes sparkling with intrigue as they observed the arena. Shingchin opted not to wield a long knife this time, but chose instead to employ his fists, a direct method that would inflict minimal harm in this foregone contest. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a series of punches, landing heavily upon Wei Ping's protruding belly. Wei Ping was instantly contorted in agony, his body curling like a shrimp as he let out a loud, unrestrained wail. Brother G, it hurts so much. Please spare me. I promise I won't provoke you again. Shingchin remained unfazed, delivering another punch, this time aimed squarely at his chin. However, before the blow could land, Wei Ping executed an unexpected backflip, crashing heavily onto the ground with a resounding thud. Almost immediately, it seemed he was in excruciating pain, rolling about on the floor while shouting incessantly, eliciting expressions of concern from the female students below, as well as a look of distress on Wei Ping's face. They all believed he had sustained serious injuries. After all, in the eyes of women, male guests are entities deserving of care and consideration. Witnessing such a scene, their faces could not help but show signs of compassion. Wei Ting stepped forward, her heart aching as she implored, Shingchin, please go easy on him. My brother has never been particularly strong, and he willingly agreed to this meeting. You two share no deep-seated enmity. Can't you just spar lightly? Seeing that Shingchin's actions showed no sign of abating, a flicker of anger appeared on her face as she prepared to continue her plea. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Shan grasped her arm, reminding her with a knowing look, pay close attention, Shingchin is not using any real force. My husband hasn't even shed a drop of blood. Moreover, your brother is quite cunning. Several times he pretended to be struck when he was not hit at all. Your interjection has only led to him being treated more harshly. Wei Ting scrutinized her brother closely, her doubts lingering. It was then she noticed that while he rolled on the ground, his small eyes were darting about mischievously, clearly indicating that he was far from suffering as he pretended. Amused yet a touch guilty, she felt a wave of appreciation for Shingchin's good intentions, realizing her previous misinterpretation. Consequently, her admiration for him soared. A man so gentle and kind-hearted, possessing strength and good looks. Where could one find another like him? He was leagues above the pretentious men she had flirted with in the past. Truly, he seemed the ideal husband. It appeared that the matter of marriage proposals would soon be on the agenda. A faint blush crept onto Wei Ting's cheeks. Chapter 52. A gentle haven or a vicious fong. Shingchin observed Wei Ping, who continued his theatrical display of pain, crawling about and howling in a most bizarre manner, and could not help but roll his eyes. He thought to himself that Wei Ping's acting prowess surpassed that of a certain wealthy heir from his past life, easily by tenfold. It would be a shame for him not to pursue a career in acting. Unable to restrain himself, he delivered a hearty kick to Wei Ping's rear, catching him off guard. Wei Ping tumbled from the stage, landing awkwardly on his stomach, looking up at Shingchin in bewilderment. Shingchin offered no explanation, merely stating flatly, I have won. Wei Ping stood up with a somewhat dazed expression, lowering his gaze to behold his body, and scathed, neither missing an arm nor a leg. Suddenly, he turned to Shingchin, his eyes reddening. Shingchin, it turns out you are truly a good person. I misjudged you, sob. If our positions were reversed, perhaps I would have long since broken your arms and legs, forcing you to kneel and call me father. Singing conquered. Upon hearing his words, Shingchin's expression darkened instantly. He advanced several steps, raising his fist, veins bulging, and said menacingly, it appears you have yet to receive a sufficient beating. I strongly advise against adding a few more punches at this moment. Wei Ping, frightened, let out a scream and retreated hastily, seeking refuge behind Wei Ting. Too afraid to emerge. Observing his cowardly demeanor, Shingchin let out a cold snort, stepping down from the arena, choosing to ignore him as he prepared to return home with his wife. Just then, Wei Ping called out to him again. When Shingchin turned back, his impatience palpable, Wei Ping emerged from behind Wei Ting, revealing his chubby face, waving his phone and saying with a sheepish grin, Shingchin, since we've known each other for quite some time, how about we exchange contact information? Shingchin regarded his obsequious smile, the bruised and battered visage appearing somewhat comical. After a moment of silence, he contemplated that Wei Ping was the sole man he had encountered since arriving on Blue Star. Perhaps he could gain more insight into the plight of men in this world through him. Ultimately, he took out his phone and exchanged contact details before turning to leave. Upon returning home, Shingchin lay in bed, browsing online for his final results, when he saw his name listed at the top, tied for first place. A wave of unprecedented elation washed over him. Unable to contain his joy, he grinned widely. All that remained was to await the admission notifications from various universities the following day, after which he could make his choice. The possibility of not receiving an acceptance letter never crossed his mind. After all, based on his previous life, he was considered a top scorer in the college entrance examination. With limitless prospects ahead, who would allow a promising talent to slip away right before their eyes? He gave it little thought. Adhering to his routine of practicing martial arts techniques a few times, freshening up, and then retiring to bed for a good night's sleep. The next morning, before dawn broke, Shingchin was roused by a relentless series of phone calls. Recently, the only outsider to whom he had given his number was one person. Upon deducing who was calling, he furrowed his brow and turned away, unwilling to engage. Unfortunately, the caller was exceedingly persistent. Annoyed, he opened his eyes, flipped his phone to speaker mode, and was about to yell when Wei Ping interjected, complaining, "Brother G, are you a pig? It took so many calls to wake you." Without waiting for the stars to ignite, he eagerly exclaimed, "Season brother, you won't believe it. I've received admission invitations from 8 schools. Isn't that impressive? My sister said that she wants to celebrate by taking me to a fine dining restaurant, and she wants to invite you along. Will you come?" Season brother, suddenly a bit more alert, disregarded everything else and inquired with curiosity, "Where did you see this?" Wei Ping replied, "In a text message on my phone. Moreover, one of the officials even called me personally to extend a formal invitation." He spoke with a hint of pride. Quickly, Season brother opened his text messages, only to find none. His brow furrowed. How could he have received none? Had he mistakenly filled in the wrong phone number during registration? He promptly checked the official website, but found no errors. His frown deepened. "Season brother, you scored full marks. Surely you received more admission invitations than I did. Which schools? Please tell me." Wei Ping's voice brimmed with curiosity. After a long pause, Season brother finally replied, "Not a single one." "Wow, so many, and yet not one? How is that possible?" Wei Ping, who had intended to offer compliments, had already considered Season brother a brother ever since he had shown leniency towards him the previous day. Hearing such news left him incredulous. "Are you sure you didn't misread?" "Yes," Season brother affirmed, having checked the martial arts college entrance examination website again, only to find that he had indeed received no admission invitations. How could this be? Wei Ping scratched his head, puzzled, and then comforted him. "It's still early. Many universities have yet to send out their admission invitations. If it comes to that, you could ask your wife, Zhuang Chuxue. She is quite capable and will surely help you uncover the issue." After yesterday, he had gradually accepted the reality that Sister Xiaoman was no longer his. Besides, a brother should not wrong his friend's wife. Thus, he could easily refer to her as your wife today. He had resolved not to dwell on romantic entanglements any longer. Women would only hinder his swiftness in action. Surprised by Wei Ping's unexpectedly understanding demeanor, Season brother thought, has he changed? How did he suddenly transform from a volatile child to a warm-hearted one? The stark contrast caught him off guard. Fortunately, Wei Ping quickly reverted to his old self and seriously suggested, "Of course, if in the end, no university admits you, I wouldn't mind having you as my little brother, experiencing the joys of campus life together. But you must serve me tea and run errands." "Thanks, but no thanks." Season brother rolled his eyes and decisively hung up. Although he felt some uncertainty about the matter, he was not overly anxious. After all, his perfect score stood as a testament. In his past life, it was he who chose the schools. There was no way they would choose him. Even though the world has changed, it seems implausible that one could be entirely unable to attend a university. Nevertheless, to be prudent, Shingchin quickly rose from his slumber, freshened up, and sought out Zhuang Chuxue to inquire about the situation. However, upon hearing his wife's detailed analysis, his expression darkened abruptly, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. Shingchin had initially believed that apart from the necessity of marrying multiple wives and fathering numerous children, the constraints placed upon men in this world were not particularly severe. In fact, he presumed that most men from his previous life, if transported to this realm, would revel in it, luxuriating daily in a haven of tenderness, leading a life of ease and comfort. He too had succumbed to this indulgent existence, until this moment. It was only now that Shingchin discerned the lurking fangs beneath the veneer of paradise. Chapter 53. A disquieting reflection on gender ratio. Men born on blue stars seemingly possess everything, merely by virtue of their gender. They can enjoy the wealth and privilege that others might seek in vain for 8 lifetimes, living a life devoid of financial worries. They are not bound by the intricate and arduous customs of the affluent, nor do they need to excel or toil for the upbringing of children. Their entire families, including sisters and daughters, dote on them, allowing them to act solely according to their whims. They exist in a utopia woven by women, filled with sweet words and idealistic visions, obscuring their true selves. Yet, this apparent perfection is not absolute. As Zhuang Chuxue recounted tales of the missing male guests, it became evident that those with exceptional appearances and talents, once showcased to a select few, could be ensnared by powerful women, treated as mere collectibles and imprisoned in dark, unseen chambers where no one could find them. Their existence was likely far worse than that of men confined in the Reproductive Bureau's notorious prisons. A chill ran down Shingchin's spine. Men of Blue Star appeared to be a coveted rarity, treasured by women, However, due to their dwindling numbers, they had become mere instruments for procreation, bereft of freedom and bound to obey. Should they dare to attempt to break free from their shackles, they would find themselves living a life worse than death. He pondered, with a sense of dread, why the gender ratio in this world was so skewed. For instance, in Han City, there were fewer than 1,000 men, yet 1,000,000 women? There must be many secrets lurking beneath the surface that he was unaware of. In that moment, Shingchin even felt a fleeting sense of relief that no university had sent him an acceptance letter. Otherwise, he could not even be certain he would be able to navigate the uncertainties of the future. He even contemplated the idea of simply staying at home, biding his time until he became invincible. With the presence of the Zhang sisters, it is certain that they possess a considerable array of cultivation techniques and martial arts manuals at their disposal. Although these may not rival the depth and richness of a typical university library, they should suffice to support his training for a period of time, albeit at a slower pace. Observing her husband's tormented expression, Zhang Chuxue swiftly stepped forward to embrace him, her face resting against his chest. Listening to the rapid heartbeat fueled by his excitement, she gently patted his back and softly reassured him, "Do not worry, my dear. With me by your side, there is no reason for fear. No one can take you away from me. I shall protect you. Moreover, I believe an invitation from a university will arrive soon." From a vantage point unseen by Shingchin, her gaze darkened as she spoke. Upon hearing his wife's words and feeling the warmth of her gentle and resolute embrace, infused with a subtle fragrance, Shingchin found an unexpected calmness settling within him. He nodded lightly and reciprocated the embrace, his hands tenderly caressing her smooth, fair shoulders. Gazing through the window at the sunlight illuminating the ground, the fleeting moment of trepidation vanished entirely, replaced by a newfound determination. He had diligently strived without respite, achieving a perfect score in the martial arts entrance examination. Why should he cower in the face of the covetous desires of those infatuated women or the potential dangers that had yet to materialize? He would not retreat into a shell. In that moment, Shingchin resolved firmly that even if he never received an acceptance letter, he would not sit idly by. Meanwhile, the majority of candidates outside had received their acceptance letters and were deliberating which university to choose. Yet, like Shingchin, some candidates remained in anxious anticipation, still awaiting their notifications. Curiously, upon reviewing their acceptance letters, these students began to inquire about Shingchin, the only male student from Hanxing to achieve the top score in the entrance examination in recent years, and the number of invitations he had received. To their astonishment, it became evident that he had not received a single acceptance letter thus far. It was utterly unbelievable. It is noteworthy that the 6 female students who shared the honor of being Hanxing's top scorers had already received more than 10 acceptance letters from prestigious universities. Among them, Zhang Man led the pack with an impressive 25 invitations, nearly shattering previous records. While puzzled, some female students displayed expressions of intrigue, as they considered the potential embarrassment of a top scorer ending up without a university placement, a situation that would surely attract public attention. Within the admissions office of a prestigious university in Hanxing, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. A few teachers responsible for enrolling new students gazed at the combat video of Shingchin displayed on the screen, their faces etched with concern and indecision. This young man was undoubtedly exceptional, both in his cultivation and martial arts prowess. Unfortunately, as Oldley remarked, his striking appearance could incite a considerable uproar once admitted, leading female students into unnecessary rivalries that would hinder their progress in cultivation, a situation fraught with drawbacks. "Alas, it seems we have no choice," they sighed, shaking their heads as they closed the video page and prepared to view the next one. However, at that moment, several figures adorned with peculiar patterned masks appeared behind them. Before the teachers could react, they were ambushed from behind and subjected to a brutal beating, utterly defenseless. The most despairing aspect was that despite their desperate cries for help, no one came to their rescue. It was only when they were left battered and bruised that their assailants ceased their onslaught. Huddled in a corner, the teachers clung to one another in terror. "Who are you? Why have you attacked us?" they demanded. The intruders, showing no intention of concealing their motives, bluntly replied, "You blind fools, send the admission invitation to Shingchin now, swiftly." The teachers exchanged glances, wishing to refuse, but were promptly subjected to another beating. This time, they complied, trembling as they sent the invitation. Once the assailants confirmed their compliance, they cast a disdainful glance at the teachers before departing. After a considerable pause, ensuring the coast was clear, the teachers gradually rose, their expressions simmering with anger. Who are these people? How can they act with such impunity? Storming into our school to threaten us? Is there no law anymore? I must report this to the principal and have the perpetrators brought to justice. With righteous indignation, they stormed out of the room and into the principal's office. However, it was not long before they emerged, dejected and exchanging glances, sharing a bitter smile. I never imagined Shingchin had such formidable backing. Even the principal dares not provoke him. It seems we must accept our fate this time. Meanwhile, similar incidents unfolded within other institutions. Chapter 54. A fair share. Upon learning that Shingchin had not received an admission letter, Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai suggested a trip outside the city to distract their husband from this troubling matter. Shingchin pondered for a moment. Typically, major universities issue admission invitations over a span of 3 days. Following this period, candidates have 1 week to confirm their choices on the official website based on the invitations received. Therefore, within these 3 days, there was no need to hastily finalize their decisions, as they had a full week to contemplate their options. Moreover, he has yet to receive a single admission letter, so there is no need to fret unnecessarily. With this thought, Shingchin nodded in agreement. Rather than languishing at home in anticipation, he deemed it far more pleasurable to venture out and unwind, especially with the company of lovely companions. Why not indulge in such a delight? Zhuang Chuxua drove the trio in a convertible, making their way to the outskirts of the city. The scorching wind greeted them, brushing against their faces with a fiery caress. Shingchin, unreservedly, extended his hand out the window, relishing the invigorating breeze that embodied the essence of freedom, lifting his spirits considerably. Before long, the convertible arrived at a secluded woodland path, surrounded by lush, towering trees, and the air became refreshingly cool. Midway through their journey, Zhuang Chuxua suddenly halted the vehicle, turning back with a smile to suggest to Shingchin, "Darling, why not give driving a try?" Shingchin was momentarily taken aback and quickly waved his hands, replying, "I haven't obtained my driver's license yet. I can't drive." Seated to his right, Zhuang Xiaodai chimed in playfully. Not knowing how to drive makes it all the more thrilling. "Come on, darling, just give it a shot. After all, we're all martial artists. If anything goes awry, we can always jump out, and no one will get hurt." Jump out. Shingchin was somewhat dumbfounded, instinctively reaching for the car door, feeling a pang of reluctance. This car must be worth several million, and should they jump out? There were no cameras nearby, making it likely that insurance would not cover the loss. A few million could easily go down the drain. However, seeing the earnest expressions on their faces, it was clear they were genuinely intent on this escapade. He then glanced at Zhuang Man, who appeared equally unfazed. Is this how the wealthy amuse themselves? Before long, under the trio's encouragement, Shingchin found himself in the driver's seat. Zhuang Chuxua occupied the passenger seat, while Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai gleefully settled in the back. Shingchin could only be grateful that this vehicle was automatic, simplifying the process considerably. With a twinge of apprehension, he followed Zhuang Chuxua's instructions step by step, daring not to lose focus. Fortunately, he seemed to possess a modicum of driving talent, making few errors as the convertible rolled steadily forward. Initially, he was too timid to press the accelerator much, resulting in the convertible advancing at a mere 20 miles per hour, an almost tortoise-like pace. This soon elicited Zhuang Xiaodai's discontent, as she jostled his seat from the rear and shouted, "Accelerate! Speed up! Go for it, darling! Just a little faster!" With a resigned smile, Shingchin complied, pressing down on the gas. The speed surged dramatically. The surrounding trees swiftly blurred into mere shadows. Still too slow, she urged faster. "Go, go, go!" Her voice echoed in his ears like a siren's call, compelling him to increase the speed once more. In the blink of an eye, the speed exceeded 100 miles per hour and continued to escalate. Oh, what a thrill! In such exhilarating circumstances, Zhuang Xiaodai unexpectedly stood up, her hands raised high, a joyful smile gracing her face. Surprisingly, Zhuang Man and Zhuang Chuxua, who usually appeared composed, did not attempt to restrain her. Rather, they too rose to their feet. Reveling in the wind, their eyes shut in bliss, seemingly relishing the sensation of teetering on the brink of death. However, Shingchin was not faring as well as they were. A glimpse of their expressions sent his heart racing, for he was driving for the first time. He sat rigidly, his eyes fixed ahead, acutely aware of every movement, terrified of making a mistake. Yet, as the saying goes, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Just as the speed reached 180 miles per hour, a colossal wild boar suddenly sprang from the underbrush ahead. Shingchin was taken aback, and in a panic, he jerked the steering wheel, sending the convertible hurtling straight towards a massive tree at the roadside. His heart constricted, his body froze, and he squeezed his eyes shut. Before he could comprehend the situation, he felt himself lifted into a soft embrace, accompanied by a deafening crash and a shower of sparks. The two of them landed less than 5 meters from the explosion, miraculously unscathed. Shingchin lay on the ground, gasping for breath, casting a glance at the explosion site so near. He then turned his head, his gaze drifting toward the azure sky. Indeed, he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. What a rush! Suddenly, he broke into a smile, feeling the weight of his inner turmoil dissipate with that single gesture. Yes, even if this world is fraught with constraints, what of it? Life is but a fleeting moment, shrouded in uncertainty. At worst, one faces death. Beside him, Zhuang Chuxue propped her head up on her hand, lying sideways to observe him. Her cheeks bore traces of dust from their recent tumble, yet her beauty remained undiminished. Exuding a charming disarray, with a radiant smile, she asked, "How do you feel, my dear? Is your mood any better?" In that moment, Shingchin found himself unable to discern whether the rapid beating of his heart was due to the thrill of the ride or the presence of the enchanting woman before him. He suddenly raised himself, leaning closer, his hand brushing against her face to wipe away the dust, and he replied, "Much better." Their eyes met, and for a long moment, he tilted his chin slightly and slowly closed his eyes. "Sister, how much longer are you two going to linger in that embrace? The sun is about to set." After an indeterminate time had passed, Zhuang Xiaodai, reclining against a tree less than 2 meters away from them, could no longer contain her exasperation and muttered. The two were jolted back to reality, hastily parting ways. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her lips glistened with moisture. The two stood in silence, momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was Zhuang Xiaodai who stepped forward, positioning herself before Shingchin, tilting her face upward, closing her eyes, and playfully asserting, "Husband, this is unfair. You've kissed my sister for so long, and I demand my kiss too." Shingchin glanced at Zhuang Chuxue, who stood beside him, feeling a surge of awkwardness. At that moment, Zhuang Man also approached slowly, her gaze toward him imbued with subtle anticipation. Zhuang Chuxue observed the two, her expression shrouded in ambiguity for a few seconds. Suddenly, she smiled gently at Shingchin and remarked, "Husband, Xiaodai is right. You must ensure fairness for all." Chapter 55, Truly Angry Fairness for All. Are you serious? Shingchin stared at Zhuang Chuxue, momentarily stunned, questioning if he had misheard her. He bit his lip, still tasting the lingering sweetness of her kiss. The world around him felt surreal. Only moments ago, he had kissed his wife passionately, and now he was being directed by her to kiss 2 other women, who also happened to be his sisters-in-law. The sense of taboo and moral conflict was overwhelming. Shingchin found himself hesitantly pinching the bridge of his nose. Despite a month of interaction, particularly the last half where the Zhuang sisters had inexplicably grown more proactive, their physical contact had significantly increased. He had indeed developed feelings for the 2 women, no longer resisting this unconventional relationship as he once did. Furthermore, with a deeper understanding of the norms in this world, he recognized that polyandry was a common and accepted practice. However, the ingrained beliefs from his past life were not easily cast aside, leading to his current confusion. Now faced with such a significant demand, he found himself at a loss. Zhuang Chuxue did not rush him, simply observing quietly, patiently awaiting his decision. After what felt like an eternity, Zhuang Xiaodai, who had been gazing upward, could no longer contain herself. She opened her eyes and saw the conflicted and hesitant expression on her husband's face, her own eyes betraying a hint of hurt. However, not wanting to burden him, she feigned indifference, forcing a smile and adopting a tone as usual. If you won't kiss me, then so be it. You clearly favor my sister alone." She lowered her gaze, concealing her emotions, and then, feigning poutiness, prepared to turn away. At the last moment, Shingchin grasped her wrist, pulling her back into his embrace and planting a kiss atop her head. After this gesture, he finally released her, stepping back and averting his gaze, unable to bear the scrutiny of his wife's expression. For a long time, my emotions remained unsettled. The excitement was overwhelming. Zhuang Xiaodai was momentarily taken aback. Reaching up to touch the top of her head, a sweet smile involuntarily blossoming on her face. The sadness that had lingered vanished in an instant. Yet, she feigned anger, pouting as she said, Husband, you are biased. Clearly, my dear sister has received the same affectionate gesture, but I shall let you off this time. With that, she crossed her arms and turned her back to Shingchin, though the faint blush on her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Just as Shingchin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Zhuang Man slowly stepped before him, her cool gaze fixed upon him. Tilting her head slightly, she inquired, Husband, what about mine? Shingchin was momentarily at a loss. However, having already bestowed a kiss upon one, why should he shy away from kissing another? He complied, leaning down to gently kiss Zhuang Man on the crown of her head. She obediently closed her eyes, savoring the moment. Only after Shingchin had departed did she open her bright, sparkling eyes. The cold beauty, reminiscent of a high-altitude flower, was suddenly adorned with a serene and exquisite smile, which elicited a look of astonishment from Shingchin. Thank you, husband, she said before turning to stand beside Zhuang Xiaodai, her ears similarly flushed with color. Watching the two figures depart, Shingchin found himself at a loss for words, unable to discern the emotions swirling within him. Zhuang Chuxua, without uttering a word, abruptly turned away. Let us go. It's getting late. We should head home. With that, she took the lead and walked away. Shingchin paused for a moment, then hurried after her. The silhouettes of the four were cast long by the setting sun. Behind them, the charred remains of the convertible, which had once been a vibrant spectacle, lay in silence, devoid of any flickering flames, only wisps of black smoke lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. It was not until 10 o'clock at night that they finally returned home. Throughout the journey, Zhuang Chuxua maintained a cold demeanor, heading straight to her room upon arrival. Shingchin, observing his wife's retreating figure, felt puzzled, unable to comprehend what had caused her displeasure. After all, it was you who encouraged me to kiss your sister. It is you who is upset. The intricacies of a woman's heart are as elusive as a needle in the ocean. He sighed and retreated to his room, plugging his phone in to charge as he prepared for his evening routine. However, as soon as he powered it on, the incessant notification chimes of incoming messages filled the air. Stunned, standing before the wardrobe to fetch his pajamas, Shingchin suddenly recalled something. He tossed his clothes onto the bed and hurriedly approached his phone. Dear Shingchin, Qingshan University invites you to join. Dear Shingchin, Kunlun University invites you to join. Flipping through the messages, he discovered over 20 similar notifications, all from prestigious universities ranked within the top 100 in Han City, indicating excellent educational credentials. Choosing any one of them would undoubtedly be a commendable decision. A wave of excitement spread across his face. Simultaneously, he noticed the text messages from Wei Ping and several missed calls. Shingchin opened them one by one. Brother G, you best refrain from going online today. A multitude of envious souls has suddenly emerged, deriding and mocking you, even trending on social media. I suspect someone has deliberately orchestrated this trending topic to tarnish your reputation. It infuriates me. How can these people be so vile? But do not be disheartened, for I have already retaliated on your behalf. Ah, Brother G, have you received my messages? You have a university to attend, no longer needing to be my shadow. By the way, why haven't you answered my calls? Brother G, you have received 7 acceptance letters. You are nearly surpassing me. Those envious souls now dare not utter a word. They have shrunk back, huh? Brother G, you have amassed a total of 23 acceptance letters. Why aren't you responding to me? What are you pretending to be so profound for? Ignoring my messages now that you've found success. Have you forgotten your brother? As Wei Ping's messages progressed, his tone grew increasingly agitated. Eventually, he forwarded a video. And as Shingchin opened it, the speaker declared, in this day and age, when one's phone is perpetually at hand, not replying to messages signifies a lack of interest. It indicates you are unimportant and unloved. A melancholic background score accompanied this statement. Initially, Shingchin felt a twinge of emotion, but upon reading the subsequent messages and viewing the final video, his expression darkened. He dialed Wei Ping immediately. The call connected within a second, and Wei Ping's slightly mournful voice came through. Brother G, you finally returned my call. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? Chapter 56. Soothing his partner Shingchin was not particularly concerned about the online discussions. However, he was rather surprised that Wei Ping would engage in a verbal battle on his behalf, defending him against the netizens. Consequently, he granted Wei Ping a bit more patience, listening as he rambled on. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, just as they were about to hang up, Wei Ping suddenly spoke. By the way, Brother G, remember I mentioned inviting you to dine at an upscale restaurant? Since you have not responded, my sister has rescheduled the reservation for tomorrow evening. Please make sure to attend. Without waiting for Ji Xingchen's reply, he hung up the phone, leaving Ji Xingchen staring at his device in silent contemplation. He decided to disregard it entirely, tossing his phone onto the bedside table before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. As Wei Ping had said, the onlookers, who had initially awaited a spectacle, transitioned from gloating and mockery to a reluctant silence filled with envy and admiration. Yet, for reasons unknown, the trending topic mocking Ji Xingchen remained persistently high, attracting an increasing number of spectators. Even numerous marketing accounts have taken part in the frenzy, creating quite a commotion. Consequently, Ji Xingchen, the individual who secured the top position in the martial arts college entrance examination in Han City as a male contender, has become widely recognized over the ensuing days, leaving a profound impression on many. Ji Xingchen learned of this event during lunch the following day, when it was casually mentioned by Zhuang Xiaodai. Furrowing his brows, he browsed the trending topics online and quickly discerned something amiss. The total number of comments was relatively low, and most were strikingly similar, resembling mere copies of one another. A significant number of newly registered accounts were also evident. Clearly, someone had invested money to maintain the topic's momentum. Yet, what could their motive be? Since his arrival in this world, he had not provoked anyone. Could it be that old woman Qin? It seemed unlikely. If she intended to target him, she would not resort to such overt methods. Ji Xingchen felt a wave of confusion wash over him. After much contemplation, he still lacked clarity. However, since this was evidently directed at him, the truth would eventually reveal itself in due time. He quickly dismissed the matter from his mind. Furthermore, the three Zhuang sisters learned through this trending topic that he had received a total of 23 admission invitations the previous day, which brought them great joy and prompted plans for a celebration. Even Zhuang Chuxue, who had maintained a stoic expression since returning home, managed to muster a rare smile. Not wishing to dampen her husband's spirits, Ji Xingchen felt a twinge of guilt upon witnessing their delight. After much hesitation, he finally shared the invitation from Wei Ping and his sister to join them for dinner. The initially enthusiastic trio of Zhuang sisters fell into silence, turning to him with a shared, wordless gaze. The clinking of their forks echoed ominously, soon morphing into a tense grip. Their eyes bore silent accusation. What was meant to be a joyful family celebration had been interrupted by outsiders, one of whom was a pursuer of her husband, harboring ulterior motives. Anyone would feel discontent upon hearing such news. Ji Xingchen offered a nervous chuckle and hastily clarified, "Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I did not accept due to Wei Ting's invitation, but rather because of Wei Ping. Although we had some previous friction, it has been resolved. He has been standing up for me online due to certain comments, so I felt it would be inappropriate to decline his invitation." The three sisters fixed their scrutinizing gazes upon him, seemingly attempting to discern the truth of his words. Under their intense scrutiny, especially after experiencing a scene akin to a battleground the day prior, Ji Xingchen felt increasingly restless. Yet, his gaze remained sincere, radiating honesty as if emblazoned with the words, "Please believe me." Time passed slowly. Zhuang Chuxue suddenly erupted into laughter, a smile that bore an unsettling quality, as if some deeply concealed emotion had burst forth. In a chilling tone, she declared, "Since Wei Ting and her brother have specifically extended an invitation, we must certainly oblige. And indeed, we should adorn ourselves in splendid attire and prepare thoughtful gifts to honor this occasion. Am I right?" Her gaze shifted to the three younger sisters. Faced with the formidable aura radiating from her, Ji Xingchen dared not oppose her, nodding vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai followed suit. "Excellent." Zhuang Chuxue nodded in satisfaction, wiping the corners of her mouth with a napkin before rising, her demeanor regal as she gazed down at the trio. "In that case, let us convene promptly at 4 o'clock downstairs." With that, she turned and ascended the stairs. Once her figure vanished from sight, Ji Xingchen and the others exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat that had beaded on their foreheads. Zhuang Xiaodai took a sip of water to calm her nerves before voicing her confusion. "What has gotten into my elder sister today? Has she swallowed gunpowder with such a temper?" Zhuang Man regarded Ji Xingchen thoughtfully and mused. "I suspect she hasn't ingested gunpowder. Rather, she must have indulged in a barrel of vinegar yesterday, and the acidity lingers even today." As she spoke, She couldn't help but reflect inwardly. It was unexpected for someone as composed and formidable as her sister to lose control over her emotions. All of this, of course, was due to her husband. With that thought, she couldn't suppress a gentle smile. Returning to the matter at hand, wasn't she herself guilty of the same? Shingchin chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to elaborate further, instead rising to ascend the stairs and knock on Zhuang Chushue's door. It was only fitting that one must possess the skill to appease a wife when one has inadvertently angered her. Before long, Zhuang Chushue opened the door. Upon seeing Shingchin, she did not greet him with her usual smile, but maintained a calm expression. After opening the door, she turned and entered the room, sitting on the bed with her arms crossed in silence. Shingchin sighed in resignation, closing the door behind him as he stepped inside. "My dear, are you still upset with me?" he asked, taking a deep breath and boldly sitting beside her, wrapping an arm around her waist. Zhuang Chushue's lips curled slightly, but she quickly smoothed her expression, her demeanor remaining serene as she replied, "I am not angry. Why would I be angry with you?" With the intention of provoking a smile from her, Shingchin playfully responded, "Then if you're not angry, why not give me a smile?" Zhuang Chushue nearly succumbed to laughter but quickly restrained herself, coldly retorting, "Then I must be angry." Chapter 57. Obtaining the marriage certificate. Shingchin was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously suggested, "How about I give you a smile instead?" Zhuang Chushue could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter, shooting him a playful glare as she remarked, "Husband, how come I never noticed your silver tongue before?" Shingchin let out a sardonic laugh, inwardly murmuring that this was merely a result of circumstance. However, noticing that his wife's mood seemed to have improved slightly, he decided to seize the moment and promptly inquired, "My dear, may I now ask why you were angry?" At that moment, Zhuang Chushue gently leaned against his shoulder, her eyes filled with a hint of melancholy as she gazed down at the ground. With a voice tinged with confusion, she replied, "Husband, to be honest, I do not fully understand why I felt angry. This is my first encounter with such a strange and awkward emotion. Rationally, I know that you cannot belong solely to me, and I must learn to share. Only by doing so is it the best choice for our family. Yet, after I attempt to embrace this notion, I often find myself filled with regret. Especially when you start to draw closer to Xiaodai and Manner, and your gaze is no longer solely fixated on me, but is also shared with them. I cannot help but think, if only I could be a little more selfish at that moment." Hearing her heartfelt confession, Shingchin felt a twinge of surprise within. He had not anticipated that his wife, who always appeared so calm and composed, could also experience moments of confusion and jealousy. Upon reflection, he recalled similar instances from the past. For instance, just the other day, before the martial arts examination at the Women's Testing Center, Zhuang Chushue had suddenly claimed her territory by grasping his hand. She had even interrupted his interaction with a short-haired female student, displaying jealousy and responding with silence. All these actions were clear indications that Zhuang Chushue genuinely cared for him and loved him, which was why she felt anger and sadness. With this understanding, Shingchin no longer hesitated. He gazed deeply into his wife's eyes and spoke with sincere conviction, "My dear, to be honest, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was captivated. It would not be an exaggeration to say I was entranced." Fully grasping the meaning behind the phrase "from then on, the sovereign does not attend court," in a moment of passion, I agreed to your proposal. Subsequently, your meticulous care in preparing meals for me, your unwavering attention to my daily needs, and your relentless efforts to bring me joy have allowed me to experience the warmth of home, leading me to fall hopelessly in love with you. For you, I am willing to abstain from engaging with other women. In this world where women outnumber men, I wish to walk hand in hand with only you until we grow old. His tone was resolute. Upon hearing these words, a smile finally illuminated Zhuang Chushue's face, as if she were genuinely touched, with tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and said, "But, husband, during this time, you have developed feelings for Manner and Xiaodai, haven't you?" Shingchin replied candidly, "As emotional beings, it is undeniable that I have formed a fondness for them. But it pales in comparison to the feelings I have for you." Zhuang Chushue shook her head in response. "However, I cannot disregard my sisters. I can see that they genuinely care for you. I have raised them both since childhood, and I must be mindful of their feelings. Moreover, even if it is not them, there will inevitably be others who will come into our lives in the future." Shingchin, feeling a sense of urgency, quickly interjected, I understand your concerns, my dear. However, as long as I become a 7th-tier master before I turn 25, no one will dare to intrude upon our marriage. As for Zhuang Man and Xiao Dai. At this point, his voice trailed off. Reflecting on the playful moments he shared with Zhuang Xiaodai and the earnest lessons in martial arts from Zhuang Man, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Nevertheless, he steeled himself to continue speaking. Yet, Zhuang Chuxue suddenly placed her hand over his mouth, leaning her forehead against his, gazing into his eyes with a tenderness that spoke volumes. You need not say another word, my love. I understand. I recognize your reluctance, and I feel the same. Therefore, why not let everything unfold naturally? I simply wish for you to promise me that, regardless of what the future holds, the one you love most will always be me. After a long moment, Shingchin finally nodded. Only then did Zhuang Chuxue lower her hand. The two shared a quiet gaze for several seconds before their lips met in a passionate embrace, lost in each other's warmth for a while longer. Zhuang Chuxue eventually lowered her blushing face, resting it on his shoulder, her hand gently tracing circles on his heaving chest as she spoke softly. In that case, why don't you and my sisters go and obtain the marriage certificate tomorrow? It would be perfect for us to take a family wedding photo together. Shingchin, initially filled with fervent desire, froze at her words. Looking down at his wife, he exclaimed in surprise, so soon? Zhuang Chuxue nodded, her tone casual. After all, it must be done eventually. Once we have the certificate, I will inform my grandmother and my mother. This way, we can expedite our wedding preparations. Shingchin understood that grandmother referred to Zhuang Chuxue's father's first wife, who was also her mother's sister. She held the most authority in the family. Aside from the male members, any significant family matters required her approval. With this in mind, Shingchin expressed his concern. If we obtain the marriage certificate first, and then inform your grandmother and mother, won't that disrupt the order and upset them? Zhuang Chuxue shook her head dismissively. It's nothing to worry about. They won't interfere with this matter. We just need to inform them as a formality. Hearing her unwavering confidence, Shingchin nodded, choosing not to voice any further objections. Chapter 58, The Rival in Love. The two continued to indulge in their affection for a while longer. Shingchin yearned to linger a while longer, to snuggle beneath the covers and engage in delightful conversation. After all, they had been legally wed for a month, and by all rights, certain intimate moments should have already unfolded. Moreover, having just exchanged heartfelt sentiments, the atmosphere was ripe for such developments. Yet, despite his numerous overt and subtle hints, to his astonishment, Zhuang Chuxue seemed disinclined to entertain such thoughts. With a sense of resignation, he took his leave. Zhuang Chuxue did not attempt to retain him, merely smiling and waving as he departed. And only when the door was firmly closed did a triumphant smile grace her features. Indeed, since the previous afternoon, she had been performing a ruse. Though nearly everything she had uttered was rooted in truth, she was exceptionally skilled at managing her emotions. To put it dramatically, even if the sky were to fall, she would likely be startled for but a moment before accepting it with equanimity. How could she so easily display anger or jealousy, let alone shed tears over it? Everything had been orchestrated to fulfill her own desires, to deceive her husband into believing that the three sisters had indeed married him. Yet, recalling the heartfelt declarations he had just shared, a sweet smile, unnoticed by even herself, unfurled upon Zhuang Chuxue's face. Afterward, she approached the mirror, shedding her outer garments. With a serious demeanor, she scrutinized her flawless physique reflected back at her, then rummaged through her collection of lingerie to compare various styles, seeking the most alluring ensemble. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. Tomorrow, she would be obtaining their marriage certificate, and their married life was about to commence. The reason she had refrained from crossing certain boundaries thus far was that they had not yet formally become husband and wife. Should a physical relationship ensue without clarity, her husband might come to resent her upon learning the truth. Furthermore, Zhuang Chuxue did not wish for their first time to unfold in a vague manner. With this thought, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. "Young mistress, what can I assist you with?" A competent voice inquired from the other end. With a calm expression, Zhuang Chuxue replied, "Please book a presidential suite, decorated in a manner suitable for couples, preferably with a romantic ambience." A romantic ambience? The previously assured voice faltered, hesitating for a moment before responding timidly. "Understood, young mistress. I will attend to it immediately." Zhuang Chuxue nodded, hanging up the phone with a shake of her head. Her subordinate was efficient but still too naive. Similar affairs would undoubtedly arise after she and her husband obtained their marriage certificate. It seemed imperative to instruct her assistant to undergo focused training in this regard. After sending a text message, she chose to refrain from further involvement. Turning back, he glanced at the mirror, noting his fair and proportionate complexion, yet his thighs appeared slightly coarse in comparison, prompting him to furrow his brow. Without delay, he made his way to the gym area and commenced an intense training session. Upon returning to his room, Shingchin immediately took a cold shower, remaining there until he felt thoroughly composed before emerging from the bathroom. The impact of the day weighed heavily on him, causing him to linger in the steamy confines for an extended period, his mind still somewhat clouded. A quick glance at the clock revealed it was already 3 in the afternoon. In 1 hour, he was to set out for the Wei siblings' invitation. Thus, he decided to change into his attire promptly to avoid any last-minute haste. He then settled into a meditative position, dedicating precious moments to his cultivation. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, a cheerful voice broke through. "Darling, are you ready? We're about to leave." Shingchin exhaled softly, opening his eyes to respond. "I'm ready. Coming right away." He rose, approached the door, and took a moment to tidy his hair in front of the mirror, admiring his own radiant and handsome visage before finally opening the door. To his surprise, it was Zhuang Man standing outside. Initially, he had assumed the jovial voice belonged to Zhuang Xiaodai. However, it was evident that Zhuang Man had made a special effort to adorn herself, appearing extraordinarily enchanting. She donned a black backless gown that accentuated her alluring waistline, with only 2 delicate black straps resting lightly upon her shoulders, as if they could be effortlessly pulled away. Typically unadorned, today she had applied a light touch of makeup, enhancing her complexion to a more luminous and rosy hue, coupled with an inexplicable air of joy. Her face bore a gentle smile, rendering her both exquisite and vivacious. "You look truly beautiful today," Shingchin remarked sincerely. Zhuang Man's smile deepened, her pride evident as she replied, "I have always been beautiful. It seems you are only just noticing." Without waiting for a response, she linked her arm with his, looking up at him with a playful grin. "Come on, darling, let us confront our rivals." Shingchin was taken aback by Zhuang Man's boldness, yet upon comprehending her words, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of dismay. "Rivals? I am merely attending a dinner at Wei Ping's invitation." Her comment gave him the impression of heading into battle. Zhuang Man nodded earnestly. "It's probably quite similar." "What do you mean by that?" Shingchin inquired, puzzled. Just as the door of the adjacent room swung open, Zhuang Xiaodai emerged slowly, in stark contrast to Zhuang Man's understated elegance. She dazzled in an outfit that was strikingly eye-catching. Recently, she donned a striking red Lolita dress, her originally sleek black hair transformed into cascading waves, elegantly tied at the sides of her neck, adorned with an oversized bow atop her head. Her makeup was meticulously crafted, rendering her visage as exquisite as a finely sculpted figurine. At the moment this delicate figure caught sight of Shingchin, it seemed to spring to life, gliding forward with her flowing skirt, the sound of her black heels echoing against the floor. Suddenly, she leaped into his embrace, inhaling his scent with delight, exclaiming in ecstasy. Lifting her chin to gaze at him, her eyes sparkling, she inquired, "Darling, how do I look? Is it beautiful?" "Quite beautiful," Shingchin replied with some reluctance. Although her attire was indeed eye-catching, he pondered whether it was appropriate for such a high-end restaurant. At that moment, a door at the end of the corridor swung open. Zhuang Chuxue emerged, her red high heels clicking assertively against the floor, clad in a sharp and elegant black suit, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Observing the trio, she smiled, a hint of mischief in her expression, and said, "Let us go and meet our esteemed rival." Chapter 59. 6 more? Absolutely not. Within the confines of a luxurious private dining room, Shingchin and Wei Ping sat together, both with their heads bowed, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, scarcely daring to breathe. The atmosphere was thick with tension, silence reigning supreme. The 3 Zhuang sisters faced off against Wei Ting and Wei Ping's 3 wives, their eyes locked in a scrutinizing stare, assessing each other with palpable intensity. Ultimately, Wei Ting and the Wang sisters found themselves somewhat defeated, unable to match the formidable presence and striking beauty of their adversaries. In response, Zhuang Chuxue calmly rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms, and with a smile, addressed Wei Ting, "Thank you so much for inviting my husband to your brother Wei Ping's celebration." She cast a fond glance at Shingchin, adding with a hint of exasperation, "My husband rarely ventures out and has few friends. Wei Ping is indeed his first acquaintance, and I am genuinely pleased for him." Shingchin chuckled awkwardly and nodded in agreement. Continuing, Zhuang Chuxue turned her gaze back to Wei Ting, her smile unwavering as she declared, "To express my gratitude, I have prepared a gift for you." Wei Ting managed a smile that did not reach her eyes. The earlier display of animosity had made it clear that Zhuang Chuxue was not to be trifled with, and thus she harbored no expectations regarding the gift. Politely, she replied, "Sister Chuxue, there is no need for the gift. It should be I who presents something to you, considering the wager stemmed from my brother's earlier indiscretion. That Shingchin could forgive and become friends despite past grievances speaks volumes of his character." As I gazed upon Tingting, I could not help but feel a sense of admiration. In the end, with a smile dancing at the corners of her eyes, she directed her gaze towards Shingchin, her eyes shimmering with an unmistakable affection. Shingchin, caught off guard by her glance, found himself stiffening, his head bowing even lower. A fleeting shadow of coldness flickered in Zhuang Chuxue's eyes before it vanished, replaced by her continued smile as she remarked, "This matter is long past, and besides, my husband has already dealt with your brother, thus balancing the scales. There is no need to revisit it. Furthermore, it was you who invited my husband to the celebration. Such a small token of appreciation is only fitting." With that, before Wei Ting could utter further refusals, she brushed her fingers against the space ring on her hand. A pair of exquisitely crafted cups, fashioned from gold, materialized on the dining table. However, upon seeing these obviously expensive cups, Wei Ting's expression transformed with alarming rapidity into one of displeasure. It is well known that such cups are only gifted to newlyweds during their marriage ceremony. Zhuang Chuxue's intention in presenting them to her was unmistakable, to suggest she seek companionship elsewhere and not to harbor intentions toward her husband. Zhuang Chuxue appeared oblivious to Wei Ting's discontent, gently caressing the golden cups, her vital energy lifting them gracefully into the air before they landed deftly before Wei Ting. The three sisters of the Wang family, seated beside her, were astute individuals and immediately grasped Zhuang Chuxue's implications. While facing rejection in courtship was not uncommon, such a display was undeniably disrespectful. Their expressions darkened with indignation, nearly prompting them to rise in protest. Yet, Wei Ting interposed her hand to prevent them from clashing with Zhuang Chuxue. She was well aware of Zhuang Chuxue's formidable nature, knowing that an ordinary person should not provoke her. However, relinquishing her desires so readily was equally unsatisfactory. She cast a desperate glance towards Zhuang Man, who sat beside Zhuang Chuxue. Having played together since childhood, their friendship might compel Zhuang Man to offer her a few words of support. After a brief pause, Zhuang Man gently shook her head. Had it been any other male guest, she might have spoken up. However, Shingchin was different. Through their time together, Zhuang Man had discerned his deep regard for emotional connections. He would not permit his partner to push him onto others. Ironically, the more insistent one was, the more he would resist. Hence, unless her husband himself consented, no one could compel him. Disheartened, Wei Ting sank back into her seat, and an awkward silence enveloped the room. Wei Ping, unable to bear witnessing his sister's sorrow, leaned toward Shingchin and quietly inquired, "Brother Ji, my sister is so beautiful and possesses a kind and straightforward nature. Would you truly not consider her?" Shingchin resolutely shook his head. He had scarcely crossed paths with Wei Ting and was hardly familiar with her. Besides, could Wei Ting ever compare to his own wife? Even in comparison to Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai, the disparity is considerable. Wei Ping, undeterred, continued, "Do not be so hasty in your rejection. Even if you disdain me as a sister, I have 6 other sisters. Each possesses her own unique charm, and they are all stunningly beautiful. There's the 3 years older, sophisticated sister type, as well as the sweet 18-year-old and even younger ones. By marrying my sister Wei Ting, you would effectively acquire 7 exquisite beauties, each catering to your diverse preferences. Moreover, if we calculate it, you would have just enough wives to meet the 10 required, thus alleviating any concerns about being forcibly matched with strangers by the government. Isn't this a win-win situation?" Upon hearing Wei Ping's words, Shingchin shook his head even more vehemently. 6 more? I must refuse even more vehemently. I can barely tolerate my 3 ancestors at home. 10 would surely be the end of me. Absolutely not. Wei Ping grew anxious. Aren't men expected to marry 10? Isn't this the norm? It's merely a matter of timing, whether it's 2 years earlier or later. Besides, they say a woman at 30 is fierce as a tiger. If you don't satisfy them while they're still young and capable of bearing children, fulfilling the government's requirements will become increasingly challenging. How will you manage in the future? As soon as this thought was uttered, a vivid image emerged. Shingchin's expression darkened further, and his resistance intensified. He firmly declared, "I will become a 7th-tier master before I turn 25, thereby eliminating the need to marry 10 wives or bear 20 children." Wei Ping, who had been poised to continue her persuasion, was taken aback by his words, her eyes widening in disbelief. She reached out to touch his forehead, muttering to herself, "He is not feverish, so why is he uttering such nonsensical dreams? Ji-ge, are you jesting with me?" However, seeing Shingchin's unwavering expression, she realized he was not joking. Wei Ping slapped her forehead in exasperation, murmuring, "Oh no, Ji-ge has lost his mind. He is talking nonsense late into the night." Chapter 60. Preparing to obtain a marriage certificate. Shingchin had long anticipated that Wei Ping would not believe him and did not intend to elaborate further. After all, in the entirety of Long Country, or even across the vast expanse of Blue Star, only 3 men have been documented to achieve the status of 7th-tier master before the age of 25 over the past 5 centuries. Among them, 2 vanished without a trace less than a year after their breakthrough. The remaining individual is the husband of the current Prime Minister of Long Country, backed by immense power. The implications are chilling. The higher one ascends, the more envy and danger they attract. Nevertheless, for Shingchin, possessing a system renders everything possible. If he does not strive for greatness, how can he find satisfaction? If one day he stands atop this world, dominated by women, gazing down upon all, how exhilarating that would be. Certainly, he was aware that excessive brilliance would inevitably attract backlash. Consequently, his actions had gradually become more discreet. Fortunately, the system had introduced a feature allowing for an additional attribute point in freedom, which proved to be quite beneficial. Wei Ping, realizing he could not persuade Shingchin, could only sigh in resignation and temporarily concede. The group soon finished their tumultuous dinner. Wei Ting gazed at the 3 sisters of the Zhuang family walking side by side with Shingchin, laughing and conversing, appearing so well matched. Her expression turned somewhat dazed, and after a long moment, she lowered her head in disappointment. Looking at her own attire, a stunning white evening gown she had carefully selected throughout the day, it now seemed dull in comparison to the brilliance of the Zhuang sisters. Unable to help but speak with a hint of self-mockery, she remarked, "Indeed, with the Zhuang sisters shining so brightly, how could he possibly notice me?" Wei Ping, unable to tolerate his sister's self-pitying demeanor, walked over and patted her back with a firm hand. Shaking his head in exasperation, he said, "Sister, why have you suddenly become so spineless? If you like him, go after him. Weren't you always bold and direct? If I were Ji-ge and saw you in this self-deprecating state, I wouldn't just lose interest. I'd want to run far away." Wei Ting was momentarily taken aback by the forceful pat, and weakly retorted, "But it's different this time. I genuinely like him." Wei Ping rolled his eyes. Yes, you truly like him. Then you should pursue him with confidence. Feelings must be cultivated. Besides, sister, you have your own merits. If you don't take the initiative now, it may truly be too late." After a brief pause, Wei Ping continued, "You need to understand. If it weren't for the eldest and second sisters being engrossed in their cultivation, would you even have the luxury of choice? If you continue to hesitate, by the time the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th sisters grow up and coincidentally find their ideal partners, you might find yourself forever out of reach of Ji-ge." Wei Ting tilted her head and pondered, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. Her brother was right. It was a rare opportunity to meet a man who met her ideals. If she continued to waver, she would undoubtedly regret it in the future. With this thought, she suddenly turned to Wei Ping, rubbing her hands together, her pure and beautiful face revealing a mischievous smile, and said, "My dear brother, since you are so concerned about my marital prospects, why not find an excuse tomorrow to visit the Zhuang family, and take me along? Create an opportunity for me." Seeing his sister so receptive to his advice, Wei Ping nodded with satisfaction and readily agreed without further hesitation. The following morning, Shingchin was awakened by the sound of knocking at the door. As he opened his drowsy eyes, he found the room dimly lit. Glancing out the window, he saw the outside world shrouded in a gray haze. Clearly, it was still quite early. He furrowed his brow and glanced at his phone. It was barely 6:35. Who could possibly be knocking at the door this early? "Darling, are you awake?" Zhuang man called softly from outside, accompanied by the gentle urging of Zhuang Xiaodai. Sister, your knocking is so faint that he certainly cannot hear you. Knock a bit louder. Zhuang Man retorted coldly, why don't you do it? Zhuang Xiaodai awkwardly murmured, well, perhaps that's best left to you. I've heard that men can have quite a temper upon waking, ignoring everyone for days on end. That's rather frightening, so you should go. Shingchin felt a twinge of confusion. It was unusual for anyone to knock on his door at such an early hour. Was there something urgent at hand? With that thought, he quickly responded, I'm awake. What's the matter? Oh, you're already awake. Zhuang Xiaodai exclaimed with delight. Hurry and get up, dear. Today we are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get our marriage certificate. Chapter 61. Postponement getting our marriage certificate? Shingchin gradually pieced it together. Indeed, he had discussed this matter with his wife the day before, and under her alluring charm, he had impulsively agreed without much thought. This meant that from this day forth, he would no longer merely be the brother-in-law to the three Zhuang sisters, but rather, their husband. The mere thought of that image stirred a peculiar mix of excitement and guilt within him. He forcibly suppressed that feeling. Raising his voice, he declared, understood. I'll get up right away. He swiftly rose from the bed and made his way to the bathroom to wash up. However, the anticipation of the day weighed heavily on his mind, causing him to become somewhat distracted. As he gazed into the mirror, his expression fluctuated between earnest seriousness and a somewhat lecherous grin. In short, he did not appear very composed. After some time, he finally steadied his emotions and approached the door. Taking a deep breath, he opened it, closing his eyes and spreading his arms wide, ready to embrace the new world that awaited him. Outside, the corridor lay silent. After a moment of awkwardness, he blinked his eyes open and scratched his head. Where had the three Zhuang sisters gone? He pushed open Zhuang Xiaodai's door, only to find it empty. He knocked on the rooms of Zhuang Man and Zhuang Chu Shui, but neither was present. He felt a pang of confusion. In such a short span of time, where could they have vanished? Descending to the second floor, he walked into the hall, scanning the surroundings and noticing that breakfast for four had already been laid out on the table. Since the meal was prepared, they likely had not gone out. So where could they be? Shingchin turned to inquire with a waiting servant, who informed him that a guest had just arrived, and the three Zhuang sisters were attending to them. However, who could possibly arrive at such an early hour? Just as he pondered this in surprise, a familiar voice, that of Wei Ping, suddenly echoed from outside, growing closer. I apologize for the abruptness of our visit. I trust one am not causing you any inconvenience. Zhuang Xiaodai let out a cold huff, expressing her irritation. If I were to say you are indeed a disturbance, would you take your leave at once? Wei Ting offered a sheepish smile, opting for silence. The reason she had come so early was to create an opportunity to be in the presence of Shingchin. There was no way she would leave so easily. Just as her discomfort began to rise, Wei Ping's dissatisfied voice broke through, defending his sister, Sister Xiaodai. We've known each other for over a decade. You ought to show some consideration. Zhuang Xiaodai shot them a glance, muttering her discontent. Usually, I would extend some courtesy. But who could have anticipated you'd choose such an inopportune moment to visit? The more she pondered, the more vexed she became, her cheeks flushing with indignation as she continued. I'll make this clear. You have at most 1 hour. Should you overstay, do not blame me for ushering you out. Wei Ping pouted, grumbling. What difference does a few minutes make? You're being rather stingy. As their debate unfolded, the group gradually approached the entrance. Shingchin recognized the voices. It was the Wei siblings. However, their early visit piqued his curiosity. Had something occurred? As he contemplated this, he stepped forward to greet them. Upon seeing him, Wei Ping's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he lunged forward, eager to envelop Shingchin in a grand embrace. Yet, Shingchin deftly evaded him. And noticing Wei Ping's sulky expression, he sensed trouble was brewing. Swiftly redirecting the conversation, he feigned annoyance, raising his fist and asserting, "What brings you here so early? If there's nothing of great importance, beware of my wrath." Wei Ping was indeed distracted, his lips pouting as he shyly gazed at Shingchin and timidly replied, "Isn't today the final day to receive acceptance letters? We're about to fill in our applications. So I thought it prudent to discuss which university we should attend together." Shingchin's expression grew complicated. He understood that Wei Ping, having spent most of his time at home, lacked social exposure, and it was only natural for him to be excited about a friend. However, the boy's demeanor, akin to that of a bashful bride, coupled with his early morning visit and these words, could easily lead to misunderstandings. Observing Shingchin's suddenly wary gaze, Wei Ping paused, then quickly added, just to clarify, I am not interested in you, Jigo. While you are quite handsome, my preference leans towards tall, beautiful women. Please. Do not misconstrue my intentions. Seeing Ji Shingchin visibly relax, Wei Ping couldn't help but roll his eyes before continuing. My wives are also here. They are the daughters of the city lord of Hanqing. Notably, my third wife will become the next city lord and will assume her duties next year. No one knows the merits of various universities better than she. With their insightful suggestions, we are bound to avoid numerous detours. Upon hearing this, Ji Shingchin's expression turned serious, and he felt a flicker of excitement. Over the past few days, he had gradually received several admission letters, adding up to a remarkable total of 30. He had meticulously reviewed the websites and evaluations of these institutions. However, the information was diverse and perplexing, making it difficult for him to settle on a decision. Wei Ping truly alleviated his immediate dilemma. Zhuang Chuxue, noticing his expression, stepped forward and said, in that case, you may proceed to the reception room and wait for a moment. We shall join you shortly. The siblings, Wei Ting and Wei Ping, exchanged glances of delight. Now that their objective was achieved, they felt no urgency. Wei Ting, displaying her perceptiveness, remarked, all right, we're in no rush. Take your time. Zhuang Chuxue nodded and instructed the servant to escort them to the reception room. Once the servant had departed, Wei Ting turned to her brother and gave him a thumbs up. Her voice laced with astonishment. Ping Ping, I never expected that beneath your usually brash demeanor, you could conjure such a brilliant idea at a crucial moment. You've genuinely surprised your elder sister. Wei Ping, with a hint of pride, lifted his chin and crossed his arms, retorting, sister. Just because I may seem thoughtless at times doesn't imply I lack intelligence. Besides, this is merely a trivial trick. Chapter 62. Wei Ting's anomaly having basked in his moment of pride, Wei Ping then inquired with concern, by the way, sister, have you given any thought to how you plan to pursue Jigo? He has a rather straightforward personality. If your approach is too subtle, he simply won't understand. Wei Ting's expression faltered. She shrank back, shaking her head timidly as she admitted, I haven't figured it out yet. The mere thought of Shingchin makes me nervous, and I can't conceive of any strategies for courting him. Wei Ping's countenance shifted dramatically. He suppressed his voice and exclaimed in frustration, you haven't figured anything out. Yet you insisted on dragging me out this early, disturbing my peaceful dreams. And you speak of how you can hardly wait to see Jigo. How much you miss him. It's utterly nauseating. I'm left feeling goosebumps all over, and after all the trouble I went through to assist you. You tell me you're still unprepared. Wei Ting lowered her gaze, fidgeting with her fingers and refraining from responding. Observing her meek demeanor, Wei Ping could not help but display a look of exasperation. Where had his once formidable sister, bold and daring, vanished to? Why had she transformed into this timid version of herself? Indeed, anyone encountering the whims of love could become foolish. But what could be done? Everyone yearns for love, even if it leads to folly. Had he not been in the same boat before? With a sigh, Wei Ping gestured for Wei Ting to come closer and then leaned in to whisper softly in her ear. Wei Ting's eyes widened in astonishment, her expression a blend of excitement and trepidation, as she hesitantly remarked, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Wei Ping, unfazed, retorted, what is wrong with that? We men are all about this. Just be bold, sister, and dive right in. Faced with his confident demeanor, Wei Ting could only nod in tentative belief, albeit with a hint of blush adorning her cheeks at the thought of his proposed plan. In the hall, Zhuang Xiaodai wore a discontented expression, incessantly stabbing the two golden, runny yolk eggs with her fork, splattering the plate with egg yolk. Even this did little to quell her frustration. She plunged her knife and fork into the sausage beside the fried egg and angrily bit down. Her cheeks puffed as she muttered resentfully, Wei Ping has ulterior motives. He is here to facilitate his sister's closeness to my husband. And to make matters worse, he chooses this moment, just as we are about to get our marriage certificate. What a mood killer. Seated beside her, Zhuang Man calmly cut a piece of sausage, chewing slowly as she replied, there is no need for doubt. It is what it is. After all, our husband possesses quite the charm. Ji Shingchin chuckled awkwardly, burying her head in her meal. Enough, you two, cease your chatter. Zhuang Chuxue stated, her demeanor composed. Since they are here, we can't simply send them away. Just ensure you stay close to your husband. Refrain from unnecessary comments. Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai could only nod, returning to their meals in silence. After breakfast, Zhuang Chuxue directed her sisters to accompany her husband to the reception room while she prepared to head to work. The reason for sending her sisters to wake him so early was not only to expedite the marriage certificate process, but also to ensure everything was in order before her workday commenced. However, she did not anticipate the ensuing complications. Zhuang Chuxue proceeded to the office, eager to resolve her tasks swiftly and return. Unbeknownst to her, Shingchin and her sisters drifted further away, only to eventually return to normalcy after a while. The Wang sisters, daughters of the city lord, were well versed in the prominent universities of Han City. Shingchin received a total of 30 acceptance letters from various institutions. Yet they could articulate the strengths and weaknesses of each, offering insightful advice for consideration. He quickly eliminated the majority of options, leaving 3 distinguished choices, each with its unique advantages. Regardless of the institution he chose, it would undoubtedly be a commendable selection. Ultimately, under Wei Ping's expectant gaze, he tentatively settled on Tsinghua University, which had also extended an acceptance letter to Wei Ping. If all proceeded as anticipated, the two would become university alumni over the next 4 years. Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai remained steadfastly by Shingchin's side, refraining from interjecting. Just as Shingchin and the 3 sisters from the Wang family were engrossed in a fervent discussion, Wei Ping subtly exchanged a glance with Wei Ting. Understanding his silent cue, Wei Ting rose and softly announced her intention to visit the restroom. The others, caught up in their spirited debate, paid her no mind. Zhuang Man dispatched a servant to escort her to the facilities. As Wei Ting followed the servant, she discreetly slipped something into her mouth, her fingers momentarily splayed. In a brief span, a flush crept across her cheeks, and her steps became unsteady, her hands clenched at her sides. The servant, leading her, cast a curious glance in her direction. Fortunately, this peculiar state only persisted for a short while before she regained her composure. Observing this, the servant thought little of it and continued to guide her. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Wei Ping wore a mask of concern as he poured a glass of water and presented it to Shingchin, saying, "Brother Ji, after such a lengthy discussion, it seems your throat is hoarse. Please, have a drink." Shingchin, still engaged in dialogue with the Wang sisters regarding the collection at the Tsinghua University Martial Arts Library, accepted the cup without much thought and took a sip. Chapter 63, A Major Social Faux Pas? As Shingchin conversed animatedly with the Wang sisters, he expressed a keen interest in the library's resources. For him, the quality of the faculty was secondary. The most vital aspects were the cultivation manuals and martial techniques, which held paramount importance at present. At that moment, however, Shingchin suddenly furrowed his brow, his bladder tightening as an overwhelming urge to relieve himself surged upon him with alarming urgency. He abruptly stood, declaring, "I need to use the restroom," and swiftly turned, hastening his steps towards the lavatory. The urgency of his need was evident in his fluctuating pace, alternating between hurried strides and quickened steps. Observing this, Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai exchanged glances. Just then, Wei Ping sprang to his feet, hastily following Shingchin while muttering to himself, "Why didn't Brother Ji invite me to accompany him to the restroom? Are we not good friends anymore?" As he spoke, he discreetly gauged the sisters' reactions, relieved to see they showed no inclination to follow. A smile crept across his face as he quickened his pace towards Shingchin. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man swiftly flanked him, racing ahead. Zhuang Xiaodai even glanced back, casting him a look filled with ambiguous mockery, as if viewing a self-satisfied fool. Wei Ping felt an immediate sense of foreboding and anxiously trailed behind them, hastening his pursuit. Meanwhile, within the confines of the men's restroom, Wei Ting dragged the unconscious servant into the corner and promptly retrieved a pair of scissors, beginning to snip at her clothing in front of the mirror. Soon, her alluring, fair navel and rounded shoulders were revealed, and the blush on her face became increasingly pronounced. As she reached the thighs, she could not help but bite her lip. With a resolute heart, she almost transformed her once form-fitting jeans into a risque ensemble. She then took the excess fabric and tied it tightly around her thigh, finishing with a delicate bow, resembling a gift waiting to be unwrapped. Yet, this was not enough. She turned on the faucet, cupping her hands to splash some water onto her hair and forehead, crafting the image of a beauty emerging from a bath. Once satisfied with her transformation, Wei Ting seated herself on the toilet, her posture upright, her expression tinged with anxiety. Would this beauty ploy truly work? Surely. Her younger brother would not lead her astray? However, it was too late to reconsider. Even if it was a mistake, she had to embrace it. With determination, she placed her fingers in her mouth, adopting a seductive expression as she gazed at the bathroom door, eagerly awaiting Shingchin's arrival. At that moment, Shingchin rushed to the men's restroom door, urgency propelling him forward, his need to relieve himself mounting to an almost overwhelming intensity. The pressure had turned his face pale, and he was desperate to let go. Just as he grasped the doorknob, ready to enter, Zhuang Man arrived, seizing his hand with a sense of urgency. "Darling, wait. Don't open the door yet." "What?" Shingchin's agitation surged. He bent his body, jumping anxiously as he growled, "Zhuang Man, let go. I can't hold it any longer." Seeing his distressed state, Zhuang Man hesitated, her expression shifting. At that moment, Zhuang Xiaodai also hurried over, quickly interjecting, "Darling, Wei Ting might be waiting for you inside the men's restroom, and we don't know what mischief she is plotting. Please, don't go in." Zhuang Man nodded, casting a cold glance at the now flustered Wei Ping, who had caught up with them. "I suspect that Wei Ping drugged you earlier, which is why you were so desperate to use the restroom. This way, he could evade our gaze and create a private moment for you and Wei Ting." Shingchin's eyes widened in confusion. What nonsense was this? Why would Wei Ting be waiting for him specifically in the men's restroom? If she intended to seduce him, this location was exceedingly inappropriate. Moreover, the suggestion of administering a diuretic was absurd. What if something went wrong, and he lost control? It would be mortifying for both of them. Shouldn't an aphrodisiac be the more effective choice? Yet, soon Shingchin's thoughts were consumed by urgency. The intense pressure rendered his face crimson, and he could no longer contain himself. "I can't worry about that now," he exclaimed, forcefully shaking off Zhuang Man's grip and flinging open the bathroom door. Wei Ting appeared before everyone, looking utterly disheveled, biting her fingers, her clothing in tatters. The crowd collectively held their breath. Even Shingchin, who had intended to charge into the men's restroom, was momentarily stunned into stillness by the sight. Immersed in feelings of shame and imagining how she would respond if Shingchin were to rush at her in this state, Wei Ting suddenly became aware of the situation. With an expression of terror, she locked eyes with Shingchin and Zhuang Man outside the door, her face alternating between shades of pale and green. Fortunately, Shingchin reacted swiftly, urgently grabbing her hand and unceremoniously pulling her out of the men's restroom, causing her to collide with Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai. With a decisive motion, he slammed the door shut behind them, leaving Wei Ting, who buried her head deep in Zhuang Man's chest, too ashamed to lift her gaze. Alongside Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man, whose faces twisted in a mix of disbelief and suppressed laughter, and Wei Ping, who was preparing to sneak away. For a while, silence enveloped them. Eventually, Shingchin reopened the restroom door and returned to the reception area. By then, Wei Ting had donned an unknown person's coat. She wore a smile that seemed devoid of life, stiff and formal, offering a brief wave to the others as she prepared to leave this place of sorrow. Wei Ping stood beside her, his head bowed in guilt and apprehension, fiddling nervously with his fingers on his abdomen, hesitant to speak. In that moment, Shingchin found himself at a loss for words. The earlier scene had been bizarre. For a fleeting instant, he empathized with Wei Ting's predicament, feeling an acute embarrassment that transcended his own victimhood, even eliciting a sense of sympathy for her. Shingchin and his companions escorted Wei Ping and the others to the entrance of the estate. There were no unnecessary pleasantries exchanged. Both parties remained enveloped in silence, preparing to part ways. Just then, a 10-meter-long Hummer limo, appearing like a behemoth, sped through the dust and arrived at the estate's entrance, coming to a halt. Chapter 64. The reunion. Who could this be so early in the morning? Shingchin and his companions furrowed their brows in confusion. Wei Ping craned his neck to peer through the glass of the off-road vehicle, eager to discern the identity of the visitor. Zhuang Xiaodai couldn't help but roll her eyes, muttering under her breath, "Is today some special occasion? It's so lively, one after another disrupting our good fortune." She added, "I just hope this newcomer is not ill-intentioned. Otherwise, I will truly lose my temper." As soon as her words fell, the door of the off-road vehicle swung open. Several figures adorned with badges reading Magic City and dressed in blue uniforms began to emerge. The foremost individual was strikingly noticeable, boasting waist-length white hair. Everyone recognized at a glance that the individual was none other than Qingwei, one of the admission officers from Magic City University. As soon as Qingwei alighted from the vehicle, her gaze immediately locked onto Shingchin, who stood at the rear of the crowd. surveying him with a mixture of confusion and astonishment. In stark contrast to the videos, he bore an even closer resemblance to their father in reality. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could he truly be the brother who had been missing for so many years? Although Ji Qingwei was taken aback, she refrained from approaching him immediately. Instead, she stood beside the car door, slightly bowing her head and extending a hand in a gentlemanly manner. Soon a pale, somewhat frail hand, yet distinctly masculine with pronounced knuckles, met hers. A middle-aged man, strikingly similar to Ji Shingchin and possessing an attractive demeanor, stepped down from the vehicle with measured grace. His expression was one of indifference and pride, as his gaze casually swept over the assembly. It quickly landed on Wei Ping, who was eyeing him with a furtive glance from close proximity to the off-road vehicle. The man's gaze lingered for but a fleeting moment before he unabashedly moved past him. Only then did he notice Ji Shingchin, who was shielded by Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man. The instant he beheld Ji Shingchin's visage, the middle-aged man's eyes trembled, his eyelids reddening as the previous aloofness vanished, replaced by a palpable excitement. In an instant, he surged forward, his hand trembling slightly as he reached out to caress Ji Shingchin's face. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, processing the scene with astonishment. This man possessed extraordinary strength. They barely registered his swift movement, as if he had teleported, bypassing Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai to stand directly before Ji Shingchin. His speed was astonishing. Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai quickly turned their heads, their expressions shifting to one of vigilance as they scrutinized the middle-aged man, weapons drawn and poised for action. However, they refrained from making any rash moves. The display of power they had just witnessed made it evident that they could not hope to contend with him. Perhaps only their eldest sister, Zhuang Chuxua, might stand a chance against him. Moreover, with Ji Shingchin positioned so closely to this man, any provocation could lead to uncontrollable consequences, potentially resulting in harm to her husband. Fortunately, the middle-aged man's subsequent words eased their tension, revealing that he might not be an adversary. "Child, are you Ji Shingchin?" the middle-aged man asked gently. Ji Shingchin gazed at the suddenly appearing man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, and felt an inexplicable familiarity that compelled him to draw closer. Thus, despite the man's formidable presence, Ji Shingchin experienced no sense of intimidation or discomfort. After a moment of contemplation, he replied honestly, "Indeed, I am." Upon hearing his words, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears as he embraced Ji Shingchin tightly, his voice trembling and laced with emotion. "Indeed, you must be my child. I am certain of it this time." Ji Shingchin, taken aback by his declaration, struggled to comprehend. However, he quickly regained his composure, shaking his head and responding with unwavering conviction. "Although I do not understand why you say this, I cannot possibly be your child. You have mistaken me for someone else." With that, he attempted to push the man away. How could he, a being from another world, possibly be the child of this middle-aged man? The man was undoubtedly mistaken. Yet, the next words that escaped the man's lips caused Ji Shingchin's actions to freeze in place. "I cannot be wrong. Child, do you have a cat-shaped birthmark on your backside?" The middle-aged man stepped back slightly, his gaze fixed intently upon Ji Shingchin. How could he possibly know such a detail? Ji Shingchin felt disbelief wash over him and instinctively glanced at Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai, both of whom wore expressions of astonishment. Clearly, they had known about the birthmark all along, but had refrained from mentioning it to spare Ji Shingchin any embarrassment. Seeing the look on Ji Shingchin's face, the man's excitement surged as he exclaimed, "It truly exists, doesn't he it? Ha ha, I have finally found my son." He then enveloped Ji Shingchin in a tight embrace, tears of joy soaking the fabric of his shoulder. Ji Shingchin allowed the embrace, his gaze drifting towards the sky, now brightening, filled with confusion and uncertainty. What was happening? Judging by Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodia's reactions, they too had not previously indicated any knowledge of such matters. How had this middle-aged man come upon this information? Surely, no one else could know. Could it be that he truly was a relative? As Ji Shingchin's mind raced with wild speculations, Ji Qingwei approached slowly, patting the middle-aged man on the back, soothingly saying, "Father, please do not become overly excited. Everything remains uncertain. We need to return to Magic City to find the doctor who delivered him, to verify this matter. Only then can we conduct a paternity test to ascertain the truth." It was then that Ji Tianqing reluctantly released his hold, gazing gently at Ji Shingchin as he inquired, "Shingchin, would you like to return to Magic City with your father?" The abruptness of the situation left Shingchin momentarily dazed. It was Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai who reacted first, their bodies tensing as they immediately interjected, "No way. You cannot go with him." They stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Shingchin, much like a mother hen defending her chicks, their voices resolute. Shingchin nodded in agreement. Although he was astonished that the middle-aged man before him was aware of the birthmark, his origins remained shrouded in mystery. It was implausible for him to follow the man so readily. He deemed it prudent to await his wife's return for a discussion. Tiansheng's eyes darkened instantly, and an expression of terror enveloped him. Anyone obstructing his search for his son must perish. Qingwei sensed the anomaly immediately and swiftly restrained her father, who was poised to act violently. She gently shook her head, signaling him to refrain from impulsiveness. Taking a step forward, she fixed her gaze on Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man, and with deliberate precision, she articulated, "Forgive my candor, but what right do you possess to impede my actions?" Upon hearing her words, Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai's faces soured, revealing their disquiet. Clearly, they had uncovered some information, otherwise, they would not speak with such assurance. Shingchin observed their expressions with confusion. It was merely a statement. Why had they suddenly become apprehensive? Was there something they had concealed from him? His bewilderment was soon clarified by Qingwei. Neither you nor Zhuang Chuxue has formed a legitimate marital bond with Shingchin. This implies that there exists no legal guardian-ward relationship between you. The current situation constitutes illegal confinement. Chapter 65. The Admission Invitation from Magic City University. How could my wife and I not have a legal marriage? That is inconceivable. I personally retrieved the marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau. Surely, there can be no falsification. Shingchin instinctively sought to refute this assertion. However, upon observing Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai's hesitant postures, and noting their usual eloquence now rendered mute, uncertainty crept in. Yet, Shingchin voiced his thoughts candidly. Qingwei regarded him with pity and said, "Though I am unaware of the circumstances, the records I later reviewed indicate that you are indeed still in a single status. It is evident that you have been deceived by the Zhuang sisters." Shingchin did not look at her, but instead turned his gaze toward Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai. Eager to hear their explanation, the two women, somewhat abashed, ultimately nodded in acknowledgement of the truth. Zhuang Xiaodai yearned to clarify, turning to embrace his waist. Her expression urgent as she implored, "Husband, we did not intend this. Initially, my elder sister genuinely wished to acquire the marriage certificate with you, but upon investigation, we found no record of your household registration. Moreover, you appeared alone outside the city, seemingly unscathed despite the absence of any signs of vitality. Hence, my sister suspected you might be a spy sent from the capital. Furthermore, we had planned to obtain the marriage certificate today, which could conveniently rectify this misunderstanding." At this moment, Zhuang Man turned her head, her gaze earnest as she spoke. "My dear husband, although our relationship began with a misunderstanding over the course of this month, we have genuinely developed feelings for you and have become utterly dependent on you." Shingchin's expression flickered with emotion, yet he quickly gathered his thoughts and asked coolly, "When did you come to this realization?" The two women paused momentarily before hesitantly replying, "About half a month ago, after you first defeated the ferocious beast." Shingchin pondered for a moment, and suddenly everything became clear. That morning, after awakening, he vaguely recalled hearing Zhuang Man questioning Zhuang Chuxue about why she had previously kept her distance from him and was now reversing her stance. At the time, he had mistakenly thought his wife was simply feeling jealous, relishing in the notion. In retrospect, he realized he had misinterpreted the situation. It turned out that prior to that moment, his wife had approached him with doubt and had warned those around her. No wonder their attitudes had shifted so dramatically since that day. Upon reflection, everything made sense. However, given the meticulous care they had provided and the refuge they had offered him, it was difficult for Shingchin to fault them. He could understand and empathize. As the saying goes, one must always be wary of others. Such concerns are entirely natural. He was not a petty man. Yet, it had been a full half-month since he had proven he was not a spy, and the three women showed no inclination to be forthcoming with him. Instead, they seemed intent on perpetuating the deception, cooking the rice that had already been sown. What then? Would they attempt to feign innocence and gloss over the matter? Regardless, the situation had already solidified. This left Shingchin perplexed. Did they truly believe his thoughts held no significance? They spoke sweet words, yet their actions remained selfish. Yet, Could one claim their feelings were insincere? Shingchin felt otherwise. Their sentiments were certainly not as profound as they portrayed. Perhaps they were not entirely at fault. The true error lay in a world where women outnumbered men. The inherent weakness of men led women to habitually perceive them as beings dependent on their existence, accustomed to indulging and pampering them without boundaries. However, at critical moments, they entirely stripped away the power of voice. Over time, this could lead them to exert complete control over his life, crafting a different kind of prison. Shinchin's gaze gradually turned frigid. Naturally, he would not abandon the three sisters of the Zhuang family. Yet, he needed them to fully comprehend their missteps. He had yet to inquire, "And who might you be?" Shinchin disregarded the two women and instead focused on Wei, his eyes fixating on the badge emblazoned with Magic City upon her chest. Upon hearing Zhuang Xiaodai's explanation, Wei was also taken aback, realizing the truth of the matter was so surprising. It appears that the bond the three sisters of the Zhuang family share with Shingchin runs deeper than she had initially anticipated. This is a fortunate turn of events. Even if Shingchin is not her biological brother, with the protection of the Zhuang sisters, he would be able to thrive at Magic City University. Upon hearing Shinchin's inquiry, she smiled brightly and replied, "I am Wei, the director of Magic City University." The surname Shinchin's eyes sparkled, yet he refrained from probing further, redirecting his attention to a matter of greater concern. "Director your presence in uniform suggests you have more than just a familial reunion in mind, correct?" Astute observation. Wei chuckled, continuing, "My primary purpose for visiting is to serve as a guardian by my father's side. After viewing your video, he was eager to meet you. Additionally, I am here to formally extend an admission invitation to you, Shingchin, as well as to Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai, on behalf of Magic City University." Although Shingchin had an inkling this news was forthcoming, the revelation still sent waves of elation through him. He quickly searched for relevant information on his phone and was thrilled to find Wei's name and photo featured on the official website. Without hesitation, he resolved to attend Magic City University. After all, it is one of the most prestigious institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, nurturing countless formidable warriors and housing an abundance of advanced cultivation techniques and martial arts. It would undoubtedly maximize the effectiveness of his system and significantly accelerate his growth and strength. In a moment of exuberance, Wei Ping, who had been eavesdropping in the corner and was already caught up in the gossip, leapt up in exaggerated astonishment. Initially, his face was a mask of shock, but then he recalled something, sprinting towards Shingchin and grasping his arm, a mournful expression on his face. "Jigu, you promised to accompany me to Qingyuan University. You can't go back on your word." Shingchin callously shrugged off his grip, retorting, "I don't recall ever agreeing to that. Moreover, I have yet to settle the score regarding your earlier prank with the diuretic. It would be wise for you not to provoke me further. Who knows what ruthless actions I might take." Wei Ping sheepishly released his hold, mumbling, "It's not a big deal. I was just trying to show you some pretty girls." Wei Ting and the three sisters of the Wang family were equally taken aback, exchanging glances filled with bittersweet expressions. They could hardly believe that these proud women were eclipsed by a mere male peer, particularly for Wang Shan, who, like them, had participated in this year's martial arts college entrance examination. She had not received an admission letter from any of the top institutions in Magic City or the capital. A sense of disappointment inevitably settled in her heart. Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man, however, had anticipated this outcome. They were pleasantly surprised to learn that their husband had also been accepted into Magic City University. In an instant, they forgot their earlier discontent and joyfully exclaimed to Shingchin, "Darling, congratulations. This means we can all go to Magic City together, and we will be comrades at the same university." Shingchin's expression shifted as he turned his face away from the two women. Speaking in a calm tone, "I will not accompany you." Chapter 66, 19 Sisters, One Younger Sister. "What does it mean that you won't go with us?" The expressions of Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai instantly froze. Shingchin offered no explanation, instead directing his gaze towards Wei and Tianqing, stating, "Did we not agree to go to Modu for the paternity test? I have given my word." The biographies of the professors at Modu University are generally not publicly accessible. However, due to the extensive nature of this national admission process, efforts were made to ensure fairness and mutual oversight, leading to the professors responsible for student admissions having their information disclosed on the university's official website. A quick online search revealed that Ji Qingwei was the head of her grade at Moda University, and her background was formidable, more so than that of an ordinary head of grade. Such a background should not deceive him. Moreover, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to Ji Tianqing, which he needed to understand. All right, let's return to Moda now. Ji Tianqing's face brightened with joy as he eagerly reached out to take Ji Shingchin's hand, ready to pull him into the car and depart. Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai's expressions changed dramatically, and they stepped forward in an attempt to intervene. Ji Shingchin merely cast a faint glance at them. They found themselves halting in their tracks, their outstretched hands suspended in midair, bearing expressions of sorrow. Their husband had never looked at them with such indifference, as if they were mere strangers. Why? Was it merely because they had concealed the truth, intending to deceive him into reissuing their marriage certificate? Yet, their feelings for him were genuine. With heads bowed, their expressions were filled with desolation. Ji Shingchin felt a fleeting pang of compassion, but he steeled himself and departed. Taking a seat in the car, Zhuang Shuxue, in the president's office of the Zhuang Group's Seoul branch, efficiently wrapped up all company matters. Tasks that usually took more than 3 hours were compressed into a mere 2. Having completed these, she hurriedly drove home. For some reason, an ominous premonition loomed over her, as if something unfortunate was about to transpire. This foreboding soon materialized. Upon her return home, she found Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai slumped on the sofa, resembling frostbitten eggplants. Their heads hung low. Their eyes were red and swollen, and the tips of their noses were flushed, clearly having cried. There was no sign of Ji Shingchin in the living room, nor in any of the rooms. Not a single article of clothing or personal item was missing. Zhuang Shushue's brow furrowed as she pulled her sister to recount the events. After hearing the entire ordeal, she fell silent. She had not anticipated that such a twist of fate would occur precisely on the day they were to obtain their marriage certificate, leading to their downfall. Observing her husband's demeanor, it was evident that he was quite irate, having left without even extending a greeting. She would have been home in merely half an hour. It appeared that she needed to devise some strategies to placate her husband and win back his affection. Zhuang Chuxue furrowed her brows in contemplation. At that moment, she failed to comprehend the reasons behind Ji Shingchin's anger, nor did she consider addressing the issue at hand. Her sole intention was to employ the methods that most women in this world utilize to appease their male counterparts, oblivious to the fact that this mindset would lead her down a tumultuous path of pursuing her husband. Simultaneously, the news of Ji Shingchin receiving an admission invitation from Magic City University spread like wildfire. A photograph, unbeknownst to its source, was uploaded online, igniting a considerable uproar. The image depicted the representative of Magic City University personally visiting Han City to meet Ji Shingchin. This revelation directly caused the derogatory entry that had long been trending in the top 3 spots of hot searches to explode. Everyone was left in disbelief, astonished, and envious. Ji Shingchin, who had not even received a single college admission invitation, had suddenly transformed into a prospective student personally courted by the university's representative. This stark contrast incited discontent among those who had initially anticipated a spectacle, only to find themselves the subject of ridicule. They began to launch vehement attacks online, suggesting that there must be some hidden agenda. After all, why would the representative of Magic City University meet with Ji Shingchin alone? As if the other 99 candidates were somehow inferior? I just conducted a brief online search and discovered that one of the representatives who met Ji Shingchin shares the surname Ji. Could there be a connection between them? I would wager that there is indeed a relationship. A scandal. A scandal. A scandal. The outcry on the internet grew increasingly fervent, reaching a point of widespread awareness, especially among the male candidates who typically remained cloistered at home, leading languid lives. The predominant sentiment among them was one of jealousy and envy, yet beyond that, they felt little impact, as the matter bore no direct relevance to their lives. It merely served as a source of amusement. However, as the vitriolic remarks and denigrations intensified, they eventually began to call for a boycott of male candidates participating in the martial arts college entrance examination. This prompted the previously indifferent male candidates to furrow their brows in concern. Opportunities for social engagement were already scarce, and the martial arts college entrance examination was among the most engaging of them. Being in the company of dozens of male candidates presented a chance to forge friendships. Thus, most male candidates would participate each year, provided they could rouse themselves from bed. However, The prospect of this enjoyment being thwarted naturally incited discontent among the already pampered male candidates. As they eagerly grasped their keyboards, a question arose. Why are male candidates barred from participating in the martial arts examination? This is, after all, the outdoor event I anticipate year after year. What are these women so defensive about? Not to mention, Shingchin has achieved perfect scores in both assessments. Is such prowess not sufficient to secure a place among the top 100? Indeed, they often find themselves at a loss for words in my presence. Yet when they take to the internet, they reveal a starkly different facade. What an enlightening experience this has been. Furthermore, what is the issue with male candidates? They too possess 2 legs and are citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Why should they be excluded from the martial arts examination? Alas, it is a pity that their voices carry little weight, despite the adulation showered upon them by women in their everyday lives. When it comes to matters that fundamentally affect their future, there is no possibility of concession, especially when it does not concern their own men. Thus, in such a lopsided scenario, some women began to express their disdain for the effortless lives enjoyed by male candidates through derision. Their tone was coarse and despicable, leaving the male candidates, who had always lived in an ivory tower, momentarily stunned and enraged. Yet, concurrently, some of them began to gradually perceive the grotesque reality lurking beneath the pristine facade of this world. Amidst the fervent external disputes, Shingchin remained blissfully unaware of it all. He sat in the off-road vehicle, gazing wistfully out the window at the scenery, reminiscing about the time he had gone on a wild road trip with the 3 sisters of the Zhuang family, culminating in a scene akin to a daring leap from the vehicle. Noticing his despondent demeanor, Ji Tianqing, seated beside him, pondered for a moment before breaking into a smile. By the way, Shingchin, you have 19 older sisters and 1 younger sister. They have all been eagerly anticipating your return. Taken aback, Shingchin snapped back to reality, staring at him in astonishment. Chapter 67. Transforming into a billionaire in a prestigious villa district of the Magic City. Within a resplendent hall, Shingchin stood in stunned silence before a long line of 20 stunning sisters and cousins, each bearing a slight resemblance, yet possessing distinctly different styles. Among them, a few of the beautiful sisters cradled little girls, presumably their daughters. Although he had been informed by his wife and had verified online that men from Blue Star bear the obligation to procreate, necessitating the marriage of more than 10 wives, thus ensuring a plethora of daughters in each household, ranging from 20 to even over 100, it was still quite a shock to behold a full 20 potential sisters or cousins standing before him. The key was that each and every one of them was truly breathtaking. Together, they formed a visual feast. At this moment, each sister and cousin wore beaming smiles, their eyes sparkling with curiosity or scrutiny as they regarded him. Yet without exception, their gazes were filled with warmth. They felt an unexpected sense of closeness to this young man, who could possibly be their brother. This is a feeling unlike any he has experienced before. Standing beside Shingchin, Ji Tianqing observes his son's dazed expression, initially believing that he is merely struggling to adapt to this new environment. He promptly gestures to his 20 daughters, urging them to engage with Shingchin, hoping to facilitate his integration into their large family. After their journey together, Ji Tianqing is convinced that Shingchin is indeed the son he has lost for many years and is eager for him to reclaim his heritage. The eldest daughter, Tang Rao, age 30, sports a chic bob and is clad in a sharp white suit, exuding the aura of a formidable woman. She is the first to respond, stepping forward with grace to introduce herself. Hello, I am the eldest sister, Tang Rao, the eldest daughter of Tang Yu. Your 3rd and 5th sisters are my biological siblings. Upon hearing the name Tang Yu, Shingchin is momentarily taken aback. It belongs to the Prime Minister of Longhua. This revelation implies that Tang Rao and her 2 sisters are the Prime Minister's legitimate daughters, and if all goes as anticipated, one of them will succeed Tang Daoren as the next Prime Minister. However, he had already gleaned this information while researching Qingwei, so aside from a flicker of surprise, he is not overly astonished. Shingchin nods, preparing to greet them, but before he can speak, the other sisters, unable to contain their excitement upon seeing their eldest sister take the initiative, rush forward and surround him, blocking his path. They chatter animatedly, introducing themselves in unison. Hello, little brother. I'm Su Qing, daughter of Su Zheng, and the 2nd sister of Qingwei. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hey, little brother. I'm Tang Yan. How old are you this year? Giggle. I'm the only one calling you brother. Brother, Brother, I'm your little sister, Ji Huagu, and I'm 3 months younger than you. Due to the numerous offspring of the Lanqing family, daughters may inherit either their father's or mother's surname, depending on the family's circumstances. However, sons must bear their father's surname to maintain family structure. Ji Shingchin watches in astonishment as they swarm around him, enthusiastically pressing close. They begin a cacophony of self-introductions, leaving him bewildered as he struggles to discern who to listen to. His mind spins, as if he were in a bar suddenly surrounded by 20 beautiful women all vying for his attention, unsure of whom to engage with first. Overwhelmed, Ji Shingchin eventually lowers his head, pressing his fingers to his temples in an attempt to alleviate the mounting pressure. Please, quiet down, he exclaims, until Tang Rao steps in to restore order with a firm reprimand. Instantly, the other sisters fall silent, daunted into compliance. Ji Shingchin lets out a sigh of relief. Though the atmosphere remains stiff and awkward, Tang Rao gently parted the few younger sisters obstructing Ji Shingchin and stepped forward a few paces. With a flick of her finger on her storage ring, a key crafted entirely from pure gold materialized in her palm. She offered it to Ji Shingchin with a serene smile, saying, "Brother, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am unsure of your preferences, so I present to you the latest model of a golden sports car. Should the style not be to your liking, do inform me, and I shall procure another for you." The mere mention of a golden sports car made Ji Shingchin's eyes widen in astonishment as he gazed enviously at the key resting in her palm. To claim he was unperturbed would be disingenuous. After all, just the sight of the gold key, weighing a hefty 2 pounds, suggested a value nearing 500,000. One could only imagine the staggering price of the golden sports car itself. However, Ji Qingwei had articulated a valid point earlier, based solely on a birthmark. One could not definitively ascertain whether he was indeed the biological son of Ji Tianqing. Accepting such an extravagant gift at this juncture might lead to an awkward predicament should it later be revealed that all was merely a misunderstanding. Would he be obligated to return it? The thought was indeed unsettling. Yet, Tang Rao's nature was one of assertiveness and directness. Noticing the hesitation etched across Ji Shingchin's face, she unhesitatingly thrust the key into his hand, asserting with authority, "What I gift you is rightfully yours. Accept it without concern." Ji Shingchin instinctively tightened his grip around the key, anxiety coursing through him lest he drop it. During this time spent with the 3 sisters of the Zhuang family, he had indulged in shopping escapades that afforded him a glimpse into the life of the affluent. Yet, clothing and shoes were merely material possessions, their value diminished upon use. Conversely, a sports car held a different status. Even a pre-owned one could command a price of at least 1 to 2 million. This golden sports car, he surmised, would be valued at no less than 10 million. Despite his reservations, he succumbed to temptation, accepting the car and sincerely expressing, "Thank you, sister. I truly appreciate this gift." Upon hearing him call her sister, Tang Rao's eyes sparkled with delight, her previously stern demeanor softening into a gentle smile, even eliciting a hint of a maternal grin as she responded, "There is no need for formalities. If you like it, I shall buy you one every week, so you can enjoy a variety." "That would be rather excessive," Ji Shingchin retorted, his eyes widening in astonishment as he hastily waved his hands, rejecting such ostentatious displays of wealth. However, upon hearing him address Tang Rao as sister, the other 19 sisters were immediately ignited with jealousy, their eyes burning with envy. They disregarded the eldest sister's prior command and rushed forward, each producing their most treasured possessions from their own storage rings, eagerly placing them in Ji Shingchin's hands. Soon, his arms were overflowing with items of considerable value, and a quick-witted sister handed him another storage ring, ensuring he did not inadvertently discard these treasures worth millions, like mere refuse, upon the ground. However, he accepted the items. Yet gazing into the hopeful eyes of 19 elder sisters and 1 younger sister, he contemplated the fleeting moment that had transformed him into a millionaire, his storage ring bulging with treasures. Overwhelmed, Ji Shingchin chose to cast aside his shame and, albeit with difficulty, called out, "Thank you, sisters. 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 Little sister." The 19 sisters and 1 younger sister received this address with serene contentment. Chapter 68, A Second Crossing? On the morning of the second day, Ji Shingchin, accompanied by Su Zheng, who bore a striking resemblance to his mother, and Ji Tianqing, ventured to the hospital. Along the way, Su Zheng continuously stole glances at Ji Shingchin, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable excitement. Although the results were yet to be revealed, this experience felt markedly different from any prior occasion. The moment she laid eyes on Shingchin, an inexplicable warmth enveloped her, and tears welled up, compelling her to embrace him. There was an enigmatic sensation, a profound connection that defied explanation, as if an invisible bond tethered them. Shingchin remained silent. From his initial encounter with Tianqing to the presence of the 19 sisters and the younger sister, he felt an unusual sense of familiarity, an experience he had never known before. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own transmigration, his identity as a traveler. Even the birthmark on his backside was identical. How could he possibly have relatives on Blue Star, unless this was not his first crossing? Perhaps he was not an orphan after all. But then, why had he traversed dimensions? The notion of traversing two worlds could no longer be dismissed as mere coincidence. Was it possible that it was orchestrated by someone? Yet, his memories of childhood were hazy at best. His earliest recollections dated back to around 5 or 6 years old, when he had already been adopted and was attending kindergarten. What transpired in between remained a blur. Now, he could only await the results of the paternity test. If the results indicated a biological connection, it would confirm that he had indeed crossed over more than once. Conversely, if they revealed no genetic link, then all his previous conjectures would be rendered erroneous, necessitating a complete reevaluation of his understanding. Upon arriving at the hospital, Shingchin first underwent blood extraction for the paternity test. Subsequently, he met with Dr. Wang, the attending physician who had assisted Su Zheng during her childbirth, and entered the examination room. Although tinged with embarrassment, Shingchin resolutely removed his trousers and lay on the examination table, exposing the cat-shaped birthmark. More than 20 years had passed, and Dr. Wang had transitioned from a captivating young woman to a middle-aged lady with graying hair, now serving as the vice president of the hospital. Yet, despite the passage of time, she retained vivid memories of each male patient she had attended to, as they represented the continuation of humanity, a testament to the glory of her medical career, especially when the male infant bore a distinctive cat-shaped birthmark. It remained indelibly etched in her memory. Not to mention, he was the first newborn boy delivered by the Prime Minister's family, and thus far, the only one. This individual represented the most exalted status in the Dragon Kingdom, second only to the Prime Minister and his spouse. This event marked a pinnacle in her professional career. Frequently recounted with pride, she was confident that upon encountering the birthmark once more, she would unmistakably recognize it. With this thought in mind, she adjusted her reading glasses with a sense of assurance. Crouching down, she firmly grasped the infant's bottom, swiftly parting it, bringing her face in close proximity. Her eyes widened, as if attempting to penetrate the skin, meticulously examining every minute detail, sparing no nuance. Shingchin's complexion flickered between shades of red and green. Although he had braced himself for this moment, he was taken aback by how close Vice Dean Wang approached, the warmth of her breath palpable, prompting him to instinctively tighten his bladder. Smack! At that critical moment, Dr. Wang, unable to contain her urgency, slapped her hand down. Almost there, relax. Shingchin had no choice but to comply, albeit reluctantly. After a considerable pause, Vice Dean Wang finally withdrew her hand, her brows furrowing in curiosity as she exclaimed, "This birthmark is indeed identical to that of the infant boy from back then, but upon closer inspection it resembles a woman's face somewhat, doesn't it? However," she quickly shook her head, rationalizing to herself, "after all, it has been over 20 years, people grow, and changes in birthmarks are to be expected. Yet, the shape and patterns align perfectly, so it must be correct." Upon hearing her remarks, Shingchin slowly stood, fastening his belt, a look of confusion etched on his face. Like his adoptive parents, why did this doctor also claim that his birthmark resembled a woman? In moments of idleness, he had occasionally gazed into the mirror, yet he had never perceived it as resembling a woman. Had he been mistaken? Nevertheless, if that were the case, could he truly be the son of Tianqing? Before he could ponder further, having donned his trousers, Vice Dean Wang promptly exited to relay the results to Tianqing and the others. They exchanged glances, overwhelmed with joy, and rushed in to embrace Shingchin tightly, weeping with abandon. Shingchin, unable to resist their fervent emotions, felt his eyes moisten. For as long as he could remember, he had believed himself to be an orphan. Yet now, it seemed he had discovered his biological parents, along with 20 sisters and 1 brother, an abundance of familial love. However, they appeared to be excessively indulgent. In the smoothly cruising sports car, Shingchin lay helplessly across his mother Su Zheng's lap, his nostrils filled with the refreshing scent of lavender laundry detergent. Su Zheng's hand gently caressed his head, her gaze filled with compassion. Beside them, Wei was meticulously peeling grapes for him, thoughtfully removing the seeds with a needle before feeding them to him. Rather than feeling jealousy or envy, Tianqing, who had been relishing this attention, joined in by lying directly on Shingchin's abdomen, holding his hand and expressing concern. "Why are your hands so rough? My son must have endured hardships all these years, hasn't he? Fear not. We shall compensate you 100-fold from now on, ensuring you never suffer another grievance." With that, his piercing gaze turned toward Wei and Su Zheng, prompting both to nod in agreement, not only out of fear of Tianqing's wrath, but also from genuine sympathy for Shingchin's years of wandering. This treatment was already akin to that of an emperor, and upon Shingchin's return home, it multiplied tenfold. He was never allowed to walk alone, lest he fall. After washing his hair, someone stood by to dry it for him. Even after using the restroom, they would wait outside to offer him wet wipes to clean his hands, followed by a spritz of perfume, showing no disdain whatsoever. This was not a fleeting occurrence, but a long-term arrangement. Shingchin had truly entered a divine existence where everything was handed to him on a silver platter. On numerous occasions, when he explicitly refused their care, his family would adopt a pitiful demeanor, lamenting how their beloved son, brother, and uncle had suffered outside, leaving Shingchin both amused and helpless. He could only silently wish for time to hasten, so he could hurry to Magic City University and escape this extravagant yet debauched life. Chapter 69. The arrival of the three sisters of the Zhuang family. Time flew by, and tomorrow marked the opening day of Magic City University. Students from various places hurriedly packed their belongings and set forth on their scholarly journey. At that moment, within an arena owned by the Ji family in Magic City, the audience seats were empty. Below, Shingchin calmly wiped the beast's blood from his long knife with his sleeve, calling out, "Next." Less than a meter away, lay the headless corpse of a 2-meter-long beast, its body riddled with wounds and bloodied, utterly lifeless. 3 staff members, who had been anxiously monitoring the scene from the periphery, quickly approached to drag the headless carcass into a deep pit. After a prolonged silence, a dull thud resonated, hinting at the depth of the pit. Responding to Shingchin's command, the staff in the shadows swiftly released a pre-selected beast from the tunnel. Accompanied by exhilarating roars, the ground began to tremble violently. A grotesque beast emerged rapidly, its eyes wide and drool cascading from its maw, enveloping the air in a foul stench. Any ordinary male guest would likely have been paralyzed with fear at such a sight. Observing this, the staff hidden in the shadows couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This individual was the sole male descendant of the host. Nothing could go awry here. Otherwise, the lives of everyone present would be in grave jeopardy. In the face of the ferocious beast, Shingchin remained remarkably composed, devoid of the panic he had felt during his initial encounter with such a creature. With a determined push of his feet, he fearlessly charged forward. Just as the beast was about to collide with him, his footwork suddenly shifted, and with a swift arc of his blade, the creature was cleaved in two, resulting in a gruesome and nauseating scene. This moment mirrored the scene of his first kill, yet this time, Shingchin emerged unscathed, his expression calm. He straightened his posture and coolly regarded the horrific carcass before him, even contemplating whether a different angle during his strike might yield a more favorable outcome. During the past half-month, he had devoted nearly all his energy to the hunting grounds, routinely slaying over 100 beasts daily, spending no less than 6 hours at it. This period had presented unexpected challenges. Although his sisters tended to his every whim, they unanimously opposed his dangerous pursuits in this regard, deeming it excessively perilous. Their attempts to dissuade him were enticing, offering to buy him cars, villas, and land, and coaxing him into various forms of recreation, such as exclusive nightclubs, exhilarating underwater excursions, or even traveling abroad. The most infuriating tactics included leveraging their charm to distract him from honing his combat skills against beasts. Shingchin resolutely turned down all their propositions, steadfastly committing to the arena every day. His sisters, seeing his determination, could only acquiesce to his wishes while ensuring he received everything he required, which alleviated some of his distress. Despite their compliance, they dispatched several formidable bodyguards to accompany him at all times, ready to intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Ensuring his safety, this time, Ji Shingchin voiced no objections. Having slain a total of 99 beasts today, he voluntarily ceased his activities. With school set to commence the following day, he intended to conserve his energy. After leaving the arena, he headed straight home. In the Azure Realm, absent any structured plans or sufficient personnel, male guests would refrain from aimlessly wandering about. Ji Shingchin was acutely aware of his circumstances. Coupled with the daily necessity of vanquishing ferocious beasts and honing his skills, he found himself bereft of time. Thus, for the past fortnight, his routine had been a simple two-point journey, diligently avoiding unnecessary entanglements. However, this did not imply a desire to remain ensconced at home indefinitely. Once his prowess had sufficiently advanced, he would undoubtedly traverse the far reaches of this magnificent world, whether in solitary pursuit or accompanied by enchanting companions. The sports car glided along its usual path, soon arriving at a villa enclave ensconced by verdant jungles. This particular property belonged to the Ji family, chosen for its proximity to the Beast Arena and Magic City University. Yet, on this occasion, there was a notable deviation from the norm. As he passed the neighboring villa, lights that had lain dormant for the past fortnight suddenly flickered to life, casting a warm glow. Under the embrace of the night, the illumination appeared both resplendent and gentle. The fountain in the courtyard erupted with a sudden cascade of water, accompanied by the melodious strains of classical music. Lost in contemplation within the confines of his vehicle, Ji Shingchin was taken aback and turned his gaze, just in time to behold the three Zhu sisters gracefully approaching from the fountain's edge. At the forefront stood Zhu Chuxue, her delicate green dress billowing softly in the breeze, her enchanting smile illuminating her features. Beside her, Zhu Xiaodai was clearly brimming with excitement, energetically waving her arms, her charming lips animatedly moving. With a discerning ear, it was easy to discern her exuberant exclamation, "Husband, we've come to find you." Bringing up the rear was Zhu Manluo, whose skin appeared notably fairer than it had 2 weeks prior, likely a result of the ambient light. Clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, her typically aloof demeanor was transformed into a radiant smile that could only be described as breathtaking. Caught off guard by the sight of the three sisters, Ji Shingchin momentarily found himself at a loss for words, a spontaneous smile gracing his lips. Even as the car rolled into the Ji family garage, the gentle smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. In truth, he was not particularly astonished by the arrival of the Zhu sisters. Despite a complete lack of communication over the past fortnight, he had never entertained concerns that they would relent in their pursuit. The reality proved his intuition correct. Of course, his original plans remained unchanged. Nevertheless, this unexpected encounter left a significant impression on him, to the extent that he dreamt of indescribable scenarios involving the Zhu sisters. Unable to suppress a chuckle as he clutched a pillow in delight. The following morning, his younger sister Ji Hua entered his room, calling for him to rise. To his surprise, Ji Shingchin found himself tightly embracing a pillow with both hands and feet, his lips repeatedly pressing against it while murmuring, "Wife, why are you so indifferent today? You're not responding to me." It dawned on him that he had mistaken the identity of the pillow, for it was not his beloved, but rather Zhuang Man. "My apologies for the error. Allow me to bestow a kiss upon you to ease the tension." Had his sister, Ji Huagu, witnessed this in a previous life, she would undoubtedly have mocked him, perhaps even capturing evidence to leverage for pocket money. However, Ji Huagu did not ridicule him. Instead, she wore a benevolent, ant-like smile, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. She discreetly took out her phone, capturing the moment, not as a means of intimidation, but as a keepsake to relish in the future. Little did they know how mortifying it would be for Ji Shingchin should he ever learn of this incident. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang, jolting Ji Shingchin awake, and he was greeted by a large pool of drool on the pillow. Just as he was feeling embarrassed, Ji Huagu's voice rang out from behind him. "Brother, you're finally awake." Startled, Ji Shingchin instinctively flipped the pillow over to conceal the drool-soaked side and turned around sheepishly. "When did you arrive, little sister? I didn't hear you come in." Ji Huagu looked at him with a puzzled expression, seemingly surprised by his awkward demeanor. "I just got here, brother. What's wrong? Your face is quite flushed." Relieved that his sister seemed oblivious to his earlier antics, Ji Shingchin quickly replied, "It's nothing, really. I was merely surprised by how quietly you walked in." He then covered the pillow with the blanket and hastily got out of bed, rushing to the bathroom to wash up, leaving Ji Huagu to admire the video on her phone and stifle a laugh at his retreating figure. Chapter 70. Following closely after finishing breakfast, Shingchin set out for Magic City University, escorted by Qingwei. As the head of the grade at the university, she would temporarily oversee Shingchin's care and protection during his time there, while Huagu, now a second-year student, would also accompany him during her breaks. In addition to them, the Ji family had dispatched numerous formidable shadow guards for his protection. Among them was the most powerful shadow guard, Blood Moon, who astonishingly reached the 8th rank. Originally one of Tang Rao's personal guards, he had been assigned to protect Shingchin for a period, with plans to be recalled when necessary. "Brother, henceforth you must call me senior," Huagu teased playfully, sticking her tongue out at Shingchin from the front seat of the car. Shingchin smiled in response, playing along. "All right, senior, I look forward to your guidance." He felt an overwhelming excitement at having received the desired answer. Yet, constrained by the presence of Qingwei, he could only turn back with a hint of regret. The car had just exited the garage when a neighboring villa's sports car leisurely followed behind at a moderate distance. "Director Ji, there's a vehicle trailing us. I'm uncertain of their intentions. Should we dispatch someone to investigate?" The seasoned driver, Lao Wang, quickly discerned the anomaly, his expression grave as he scrutinized the red sports car in the rearview mirror. Before Qingwei could speak, Shingchin's voice, laced with amusement, chimed in, "No need. They likely harbor no ill intentions." "Oh, Shingchin, how do you know?" Qingwei turned in surprise, curiosity illuminating her face as she observed his smiling demeanor. A glance over her shoulder at the figures within the pursuing sports car allowed her to recognize them after a moment's concentration. It was the Zhuang family's 3 sisters. Realization dawned upon her, and she turned back to her brother, exclaiming, "No wonder you've been glowing since last night. It seems an old flame has traveled a great distance to pursue you." Shingchin merely smiled, refraining from comment. Lao Wang, the driver, remained oblivious to the cryptic exchange between the two, yet he felt reassured that all was well and continued to navigate the vehicle. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Modi University, where an array of luxury vehicles was already parked, each one a rare sight in ordinary circumstances. Elegantly attired young ladies, adorned in designer attire, alighted from their cars, their eyes gleaming with ambition as they gazed at the university's sign, their spirits brimming with determination. It is widely acknowledged that Modi University serves as the fastest avenue to military accolades. They knew that these 4 years must not be squandered. They were determined to carve out their own illustrious paths. Among those arriving in lavish cars, some students took a more unconventional route, having been directly dropped from the air by their parents. These students tumbled to the ground in a chaotic heap, clutching their backsides in pain, and once standing, could only limp away, their predicament quite comical. Yet, rather than receiving scorn from the onlookers, the crowd was mostly filled with admiration, some even contemplating approaching them for acquaintance. After all, only a 9th-rank martial immortal could achieve such aerial feats. Being escorted by a 9th-rank martial immortal, these students were either direct relatives or personally trained disciples. Regardless of which, their backgrounds were impressive enough to warrant respect and admiration. The Ji family's car also came to a halt at the entrance. Shingchin deferred opening the window immediately, opting instead to observe through the glass. At that moment, Qingwei handed him a black mask, explaining, "Shingchin, I know you are reluctant to wear a veil, so I had this mask specially made for you, to be on the safe side. You should bring it to school from now on," she said with a look of concern, recalling the recent meeting held by the school authorities, where they discussed her previously proposed trending plan. It indeed generated considerable excitement and results. Surveys indicated that, despite opposition from their families, over 700 male guests actively sought training. Although the duration of their commitment remains uncertain, it has at least made a promising start. The school leaders deemed this plan highly feasible, thus extending it into a series of initiatives. Should these initiatives be implemented, they would undoubtedly thrust Shingchin into the limelight, showcasing him to everyone. Judging by the principal's demeanor, it was clear he was resolute in his intentions. Given the principal's obstinate nature, it seemed unlikely that even Director Tang could dissuade him. Contemplating this, Qingwei couldn't help but smile wryly. To be honest, she had not anticipated such a significant response to her earlier actions. Initially, she merely entertained the notion that, despite the slim chance, Shingchin might indeed be her brother, and thus proposed inviting him to Modi University. However, she had encountered similar situations before, filled with hope yet devoid of the familial connection. Therefore, Despite her current anticipation, she maintained a calm demeanor. In fact, she had no intention of seeking Shingchin out initially. It was only after showing her father a video that he insisted on visiting, prompting her to accompany him. Little did she expect that the brother she had been so cautiously searching for would turn out to be genuine this time. Now, all she could do was minimize the potential harm. Shingchin hesitated momentarily, but ultimately donned the mask and exited the vehicle. His appearance caused quite a stir. However, due to his masked face, while many speculated whether he was the male guest who had recently gained notoriety online for achieving full marks in Han City, the women present, unlike those in Han City who had seldom encountered men, were unfazed. As members of the upper echelons of society, they had interacted with thousands of men, if not hundreds. Consequently, they did not find him particularly remarkable. With an air of superiority and scrutiny, they briefly sized him up before turning their heads and striding confidently through the school gates, where their brilliant futures awaited. A mere male guest, whose appearance they had barely registered, was not worthy of their attention. Shortly after Shingchin disembarked, the Zhuang sisters, who had followed him, also alighted from their vehicle. As soon as they did, Zhuang Xiaodai rushed over, her face alight with a radiant and adorable smile, arms wide open, eager to embrace Shingchin. The shadow guards dutifully intervened, blocking her 1 meter away. She halted abruptly to avoid collision, feeling a surge of irritation as she exclaimed, "What are you stopping me for? I am your young master's wife." The shadow guards remained impassive, standing expressionlessly in place. Zhuang Man and Zhuang Chuxue slowly approached, their gazes fixed upon Shingchin, imbued with anticipation and a yearning born from a long separation. Shingchin waved his hand, signaling the shadow guards to disperse, yet he did not advance towards them. Instead, he regarded the 3 sisters of the Zhuang family with an expression of indifference and stated plainly, "I am not your husband. It is best to maintain some distance." With that, he turned and departed. Watching his resolute figure fade into the distance, Zhuang Xiaodai stood frozen, her mind racing as she murmured in disbelief, tinged with fear. What does he mean by that? Zhuang Man shook her head, a bittersweet expression crossing her face. He may still harbor resentment over the deception we inflicted upon him and is unwilling to forgive us easily. Zhuang Chuxue's countenance hardened. She discerned the unwavering determination in Shingchin's eyes. Yet, she was left wondering what that resolve was directed towards. Did he yearn to distance himself from them? It was understandable, given that in the vibrant metropolis of Magic City, surrounded by a throng of enchanting women, who would still dwell on the 3 women who had once deceived him. Her gaze turned steely. "Husband, if you truly wish to escape, then even if it means imprisonment or severing your limbs, I shall bring you back. Once entangled with the Zhuang sisters, you shall never escape." Chapter 71. The Harsh Reality of War Footage. In the Grand Hall of Magic City University, a welcome ceremony was underway. 1,100 new students sat upright, their expressions a mix of excitement and exhilaration. Shingchin, alongside another unremarkable young male guest, was seated in the front row alongside faculty members. This arrangement was made in consideration of the male guest's modesty and safety, as well as other logistical factors. The female students were seated in the second row, with the third row and beyond designated for subsequent seating. Despite this, the proximity between the 2 groups was not overly distant, and the female students had no objections. However, the fact that 2 male guests had been admitted to Magic City University this year astonished them, particularly since it had been well known that the institution had not accepted any male students for 2 consecutive years. Prior to this, there had been only 1 male guest in the entire school, whose appearance was rather ordinary. Yet, he had been a rare gem amidst a sea of flowers. A true rarity. Magic City University employed a closed training model, prohibiting students from leaving without special circumstances. Thus, even the freshmen had heard tales of how fervently the senior students had pursued that singular male guest, offering elixirs and manuals as if they were freely given. Wherever he went, a throng of admirers followed, elevating him to a pedestal, treated with the utmost care as if he were a fragile treasure. This frenzy only subsided when a long-standing top 10 powerhouse within the school, through relentless effort, finally won the heart of that coveted individual. To their surprise, this year had broken the mold, admitting not 1, but 2 male students in one fell swoop. Among them, one individual is well known to most newcomers. Having been seen by many, he is Wei Jie, one of the esteemed male heirs of the prominent Wei family. Known as one of the top 10 martial arts clans in the bustling metropolis, Wei Jie and his brother Wei Ping are of similar age, with Wei Jie being merely 3 months younger. He possesses a lean yet powerful physique. While his appearance may not be strikingly handsome, it is far from unappealing. With only a slight baldness atop his head, in the company of his peers, he is regarded as possessing above-average looks, especially when compared to certain upperclassmen. However, the newcomers have yet to undergo the intense 4 years of study that would typically heighten their excitement. Another individual present wears a mask that conceals their entire face, a common sight among male heirs, which hardly draws any surprise from the onlookers. Thus, apart from a select few, the majority of the attendees show little interest in the two. Instead, their curiosity is piqued by the esteemed Principal Su, who occupies the central seat in the front row and is renowned for cultivating generations of talents. The mere thought of her illustrious career evokes expressions of reverence. Having served as the principal of Magic City University for over 2 centuries, she has taught numerous past and present leaders, many of whom now wield significant power, including generals who owe their advancement to her patronage. Countless formidable 9th-grade martial immortals share profound connections with her. In her youth, she was unparalleled, a figure of extraordinary prowess. Throughout the last 200 years, the Dragon Kingdom has faced 3 existential threats, and on 2 occasions, Principal Su played a crucial role in averting disaster with her remarkable strength and keen insight. Undoubtedly, she is a stalwart guardian of the nation, even in her twilight years. Her strength is conservatively estimated to rank among the top 10. Such a legendary figure naturally captivates the curiosity of these fresh students. Shingchin is equally intrigued. However, seated beside Principal Su, with Qingwei between them, he refrains from leaning over to catch a glimpse. Reluctantly, he shifts his attention to Wei Jie, having learned of the latter's identity as Wei Ping's brother through his sister. Observing him discreetly, Shingchin notes that, compared to Wei Ping, Wei Jie appears considerably more composed and speaks little. The impression left by Wei Ping is indelibly etched in his mind, making Wei Jie's demeanor somewhat surprising. Although they are brothers, the chasm between their personalities is striking. Shingchin muses on this disparity before quickly losing interest and averting his gaze. Meanwhile, Wei Jie, under the guise of composure, discreetly observes Shingchin as well. Beneath his steady exterior lies a vibrant inner world, and he cannot help but notice the well-defined muscles on Shingchin's exposed arms, stirring a wave of jealousy within him. Subtly, he shifted his arm for a discreet comparison. To his dismay, the moment he did, it felt as though his arm had encountered a thigh. Wei Jie's expression shifted dramatically, and he was struck with a profound sense of inadequacy, hastily retracting his arm and concealing it behind his back. His eyes then drifted upward, landing on Shingchin, who wore a black iron mask that obscured all but his eyes, nose, and mouth. Soon, Wei Jie regained his confidence, a smug smile curling at the corners of his lips. This individual must surely be hideous, otherwise why the need for such a thorough disguise? Unlike me, who is openly and undeniably handsome. With this thought in mind, he quickly produced a mirror, delicately examining his own striking visage with a dainty flourish. After indulging in his reflection for a considerable time, he cast a disdainful glance at Shingchin, swaying his hips and ostentatiously shifting aside as if to convey, "Keep your distance, you wretchedly ugly creature." Witnessing this theatrical display, Shingchin could not suppress a smirk, instantly overturning his previous assumptions. This air of contemptible arrogance, laced with a hint of foolishness, albeit slightly inferior to Wei Ping, reflected a comical rivalry. One was a hidden dragon, the other a phoenix chick, equally matched. Shingchin, maintaining his focus, subtly inched to the right as well, recalling his mother's admonition against associating with the dim-witted. The welcome party commenced as scheduled. The school leaders took turns to address the audience, while on the screen, harrowing footage from actual battlefields played. The content was undeniably graphic and gruesome, devoid of any censorship, images that would never grace the internet. After all, these students were soon to step onto the battlefield. Such scenes were a grim preview of the horrors they would inevitably confront. As the footage unfolded, monstrous beasts trampled humans underfoot, reducing them to mere pulp amidst a spray of blood and flesh. Other fiends hurled humans into the air like a ball, spinning them at high speeds before casting them down, resulting in a grotesque demise. There were even instances of demons consuming humans alive, roasting conscious individuals over an open flame, relishing the anguished cries echoing in their ears, while savagely tearing into charred limbs. The brutality of these images left many newcomers pale, on the verge of retching. As they shielded their eyes from the harrowing scenes, others watched, eyes wide with fury, fists clenched, their rage intensifying. They yearned to leap into the fray, to engage in combat with the ferocious beasts that dared to threaten humanity, to enact swift retribution. In that moment, the hall was enveloped in a solemn and grave atmosphere. As the video concluded, the new students remained immersed in the residual tension, their hearts brimming with indignation. Just then, the doors of the hall swung open unexpectedly, without warning. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the freshmen, a throng of journalists adorned with cameras surged into the venue, exchanging laughter and lively banter amongst themselves. Team leader, it was you who mentioned a significant news story which prompted my overtime attendance. I hope it does not disappoint. Rest assured, to have the opportunity to interview at Magic City University, even if it isn't groundbreaking news, at least there will be something to behold. You certainly won't regret making the trip. Haha, that's reassuring. Upon witnessing this scene, one particularly incensed freshman rose in fury, exclaiming, "What are you reporters doing barging in here? Do you have any idea this is the orientation ceremony for Magic City University? Which newspaper are you from? You should leave at once." Upon hearing her words, the previously enthusiastic journalists froze, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. They too had received a last-minute notification and were unclear about the specifics of the situation. Moreover, although the hall was filled with 18-year-olds, whose talents might not be extraordinary, their affiliations could very well be formidable. Among the over 1,000 students in attendance, many belonged to powerful factions within the city. It was clear that none of the journalists dared to provoke them. As they stood there, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads, struggling to find their words, the esteemed Principal Su, his hair as white as snow, rose from the front row. Stroking his lengthy black beard that nearly reached his chest, he warmly declared, "Dear freshmen, do not be overly anxious. These journalists are here at my invitation, and they will assist us with some important matters shortly." Upon hearing Principal Su's words, the fiery demeanor of the outraged freshman was immediately extinguished. "Ah, it was your instruction, sir. In that case, there is no issue." With that, she returned to her seat, casting not a single glance at the journalists, her demeanor decidedly aloof. Relieved by Principal Su's intervention, the journalists exhaled, though the earlier ease in their posture had now given way to a newfound tension. They stood awkwardly, hesitant to move. Eventually, a teacher approached, guiding them to the specially reserved second row for seating. Thus, the matter was settled. Chapter 72. A live broadcast speech? The welcoming ceremony continued. Yet many freshmen remained perplexed. Magic City University was renowned for its mystery and strength, rarely disclosing information to the outside world. This event was merely an internal orientation ceremony held annually. Was it truly necessary to invite journalists for coverage, or was there another agenda at play? As they pondered these questions, the orientation event swiftly approached its conclusion, culminating in a speech by Principal Su. As one of the most formidable figures in the Dragon Kingdom, she approaches the venerable age of 3 centuries, yet apart from her silvered hair, she exhibits not a trace of senescence. Her posture remains upright and dignified as she strides onto the stage, greeted by the applause of students, who she acknowledges with a natural wave of her hand. As she walks, she meticulously tends to her conspicuous black beard, the origin of which is known to the freshmen. It is said to have been intentionally grown by the late beloved of Principal Su as an anniversary gift, making it a cherished possession she never parts with. Upon reaching the center of the podium, Principal Su eschews the microphone, opting instead to speak directly with a resonant voice. The necessary remarks have already been made by my esteemed colleagues, so I shall refrain from unnecessary discourse and delve straight into the matter at hand. This year, unlike previous ones, we welcome 100 new students from diverse corners of the nation to the Magic Capital University. At this, the new students from the Magic Capital instinctively cast a sidelong glance at the 100 freshmen amongst them, who appeared somewhat timid and lacking in confidence compared to the rest. Their expressions bore a hint of disdain, as they struggled to comprehend the rationale behind the admission of these provincial newcomers. With neither illustrious family backgrounds nor formidable prowess, the majority of them lacked even the first-tier strength. In contrast, the weakest among the local students possessed at least mid-first-tier abilities, with most belonging to the second tier, and one even reaching the formidable threshold of initial third-tier strength. The disparity was stark, How could these newcomers possibly compete? Even if admitted, their future seemed destined to be that of mere stepping stones for the established students. Seemingly attuned to their thoughts, Principal Su continued with unhurried resolve. I understand that not only you, but also the outside world harbors skepticism regarding the sudden admission of 100 new students to the Magic Capital University. Let them speculate as they will. However, her gaze sharpened with an alarming intensity. What you must do is obey unconditionally. There shall be no dissent. For from the moment you step into the Magic Capital University, you cease to be ordinary students. You are to exist as reserve soldiers. Military orders are absolute, and those who defy them shall face swift retribution. As her words reached their crescendo, an overwhelming aura of menace enveloped her, a palpable killing intent that permeated the hall, sending shivers down the spines of all present. The new students, along with the reporters, felt as though the very air around them had solidified, rendering it difficult to breathe. Beads of perspiration formed on their foreheads. This oppressive atmosphere, laden with lethal energy, was not merely a reflection of strength. It emanated from one who had endured countless battles and bloodshed, and could exude such a terrifying presence. The initially relaxed demeanor of the freshmen transformed into one of grave seriousness, their spines instinctively straightening, just as they braced themselves for further discipline. They prepared to confront the challenges that lay ahead. Principal Su, however, swiftly retracted her murderous intent, donning a benevolent smile once more, and deftly shifted her tone. But there is no need for such anxiety. As long as you do not commit fundamental errors, the school shall stand by your side. Her gaze swept across the assembly, and when it landed on Shingchin, a glimmer of profound insight flickered in her eyes as she continued. Moreover, to welcome students from other cities, our school has temporarily decided to select 4 representatives to address the nation on behalf of this year's freshmen through a live broadcast. A live broadcast? Just as the new students were grappling with their astonishment, they observed the journalists swiftly rising to their feet, clustering at the foot of the stage, their cameras and flashlights poised and ready for action. All the freshmen, particularly those hailing from the bustling metropolis, found themselves bewildered. What on earth was happening? In the next moment, Principal Su's voice resonated once more. Let it be Ji Yanyan, Ji Shingchin, Zhao Rong, and Chun Yeting. Zhuang Man, seated not far behind Ji Shingchin, furrowed her brow in concern, realizing the implications. This was likely directed at her husband, through her elder sister. She had come to understand that Principal Su was not as selfless and virtuous as the public believed. Quite the contrary. Her sister had mentioned that this individual possessed a capricious temperament, adept at discerning human emotions, and was exceptionally cunning. She pursued her objectives by any means necessary, valuing outcomes over processes, a true predator. How could such a person suddenly thrust a male guest into the limelight, exposing him to the scrutiny of the entire nation? If he were less attractive, it might have been more palatable. However, with a husband as strikingly handsome as he, the repercussions could ripple far and wide, potentially igniting a sensation both nationally and globally. There had to be some ulterior motive at play. Zhuang Xiaodai, sitting beside her, sensed the gravity of the situation as well. Her cherubic face grew cold, her expression shifting to one of alarm. She sprang to her feet, poised to intervene. Yet, Zhuang Man restrained her, shaking her head in response to her sister's puzzled gaze, and leaned in to whisper in her ear. Observe Ji Qingwei's reaction to this news. Her countenance remains unchanged, indicating she has long been aware of this development. Zhuang Xiaodai glanced over and indeed saw Ji Qingwei's expression devoid of any disturbance, showing no inclination to intervene. Instantly, her demeanor soured. Ji Qingwei had known all along. Why had she not acted to prevent this? Was she intent on placing her husband in peril? Zhuang Man's expression grew equally grave as she remarked, though I cannot fathom her motives. It seems she does not aim to harm him, but has some other scheme in mind. Regardless, we cannot allow him to be exposed to the gaze of women across the nation. Otherwise, unforeseen complications may arise. What should we do now? Zhuang Xiaodia's face betrayed her agitation. Zhuang Man pondered for a moment before declaring, since they have already devised their plan, our intervention would be futile. We must inform our elder sister of this matter at the earliest opportunity. Zhuang Xiaodai nodded, accepting the situation, and quickly took out her phone to send a message to her elder sister. Chapter 73, Terrifying. The Unhinged One Takes Advantage. On stage, Ji Shingchin and 2 female students stood in a row, maintaining a considerate distance between them. At that moment, he felt immense relief for having donned a mask that morning. as per Ji Qingwei's advice. Otherwise, had he appeared without it, delivering a speech live before the entire nation would have genuinely unnerved him. Firstly, he had never encountered such a grand event broadcast nationwide, let alone without a script, entirely thrust into the spotlight. Secondly, with his charming and captivating appearance. If he were to go live, the platform would undoubtedly be inundated with attention. His desire to remain inconspicuous seemed destined to fail. Just as he oscillated between relief and anxiety, he suddenly felt a fleeting, soft touch on his hands, which hung at his sides. Someone had deliberately grazed his hand. Ji Shingchin's expression hardened, and he swiftly turned to cast a reproachful glance. At that moment, the girl beside him was also looking up at him. From her low angle, her sparkling, innocent eyes appeared exceptionally pure, her cheeks tinged with a charming blush. Nervously, she gazed at Ji Shingchin, her fingers fidgeting in a circular motion before her chest, as she softly uttered, "Brother, I'm sorry for touching your hand, but I truly didn't mean to." The instant Ji Shingchin laid eyes on her face, his body stiffened. He remained silent, uncertain whether to believe her words, and merely turned away, offering her a cold, indifferent profile, embodying an aloof demeanor. Contrary to his exterior, Ji Shingchin's mind was in turmoil. Oh no, it was that obsessive girl from before. He was no longer the naive young man who had just traversed into this world, unaware of being taken advantage of, even chastising himself for overthinking. Now he understood all too well that any woman who touched him was doing so with intent. This was not vanity, it was a fact. Moreover, this seemingly innocent flower, with her beautiful visage, was the same peculiar girl who had once made him break out in a cold sweat with her intense gaze. Back then, her powerful aura felt as if she were ready to devour him whole. Thus, even if she now feigned fragility and cuteness, Ji Shingchin was resolute in believing that it was all a facade. With this thought, a bitterness washed over him. It was as if his premonition from that day had indeed come to fruition. He had, without a doubt, caught the attention of this bizarre, unhinged girl. Ji Shingchin felt a twinge of regret. However, judging by her current demeanor, she seemed to still be in an observational phase, not yet ready to act overtly. Therefore, he resolved to ignore her as much as possible, minimizing any contact without inciting her wrath. If he could avoid her, he would. She may gradually find it uninteresting, thereby losing her interest in herself. Observing that he had ignored her, Yu Yinner's gaze turned cold, her expression momentarily contorting as dark thoughts surged within her. Her body involuntarily began to convulse with excitement. Realizing her abnormality, she swiftly turned her head to adjust, reverting to her previous semblance of normalcy. What a disobedient pet, yet one with a keen sense of vigilance. It seems that the usual approach is ineffective. Perhaps a more direct method would yield better results? After having had a close encounter with Ji Shingchin, her desire to capture his heart intensified. Yu Yinner narrowed her eyes, staring vacantly ahead, her fingers anxiously gripping the hem of her dress. She wished for it to conclude swiftly. Her impatience was palpable. Aside from the two of them, the other two newcomers hailed from the magical city, and they held a certain disdain for Yu Yinner, who was from Han City, as well as for Ji Shingchin, a male guest. Consequently, they maintained an air of superiority, looking down their noses at others. Witnessing the two of them standing closely together, their demeanor intimate, only deepened their contempt. Stealthily, they approached, intending to jostle the seemingly delicate Yu Yinner, hoping to make her stumble and embarrass herself before the crowd. Just as they neared, Yu Yinner abruptly turned her head, her unusually dark pupils gleaming with an enigmatic light, the curve of her lips rigid yet sweet. "Dear sisters, what are your intentions towards Yinner?" Upon seeing her peculiar smile, they were inexplicably gripped by a chill rising from their hearts, instinctively sensing that she was no ordinary person. Such an individual should not be trifled with. Without much deliberation, they instantly retracted their earlier intention to humiliate her publicly and simply awkwardly replied, "Nothing. We just thought being closer would be livelier." "Is that so?" Yu Yinner tilted her head thoughtfully, nodded, and suddenly linked her arms with theirs, her nose wrinkling in joyful laughter. "Then wouldn't that make it even more lively?" The two could only feel the arm they were linked to was inexplicably cold and slippery, akin to that of a corpse. Yet, despite having encountered many corpses throughout their lives, the sensation at this moment was far more unsettling than being linked to a dead person. Indeed, they responded stiffly. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Ji Shingchin averted his gaze, subtly shifting a few steps to the side. Knock, knock, knock on the papaya. The reporters were already well prepared. The four newcomers began to take the stage in succession to share their thoughts. Zhao Rong and Chun Yeding eagerly rushed forward, escaping Yu Yanner's grasp. Only upon reaching the center of the stage did they exhale a sigh of relief, the tension of being on stage dissipating into thin air. However, there was no draft, and within less than a minute, the speech concluded. Yu Yanner followed closely behind the two and stepped forward. Her appearance instantly illuminated the faces of the audience in the live stream, who had previously found it exceedingly dull. Her striking beauty was undeniably captivating, exquisitely petite. Dressed in a white gown with her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, she struck a chord in many hearts. Consequently, a wave of admirers flooded the live stream, with male viewers expressing their admiration and many female viewers lingering as well. The audience count surged from a mere few thousand to over 10,000 in an instant. It must be said that while the sickly sweet demeanor may be peculiar, it is undeniably beautiful. She seemed somewhat unaccustomed to speaking in public, her words brief, wrapping up her address in merely 2 sentences before swiftly exiting the frame. The audience, still wanting more, clamored in the comments section. I want to hear the fairy sister speak again. Let her say a few more words. I love listening and watching. The fairy sister is too beautiful. It's a heart-fluttering feeling. I don't want to hear anyone else. I just want the fairy sister. I have plenty of money to shower gifts. Please bring the fairy sister back. If she doesn't come back, I'll be upset. Due to Yu Yanner's beauty, coupled with her fleeting appearance, it sparked dissatisfaction among the male guests, who shouted for another glimpse of the fairy sister. The already popular live stream soared into the top 20 rankings in an instant, witnessing a remarkable surge in popularity. At that moment, the last individual, Shingchin, adorned with a mask, slowly approached. Chapter 74, Refusal to Show Face. Under the gaze of the masses, Shingchin strolled to the front of the reporters, appearing on the national live broadcast. The previously fervent comments demanding the fairy sister's return abruptly ceased. The scene seemed frozen in time, with silence reigning for a long while. Was this a male guest? Every viewer watching the live stream wore expressions of astonishment and curiosity. In the next moment, hundreds of thousands of viewers suddenly flooded the live stream, with the majority being women. They had learned from a popular marketing video that a male guest had graced the live stream at Modi University, igniting their intense curiosity. Was this male guest exceptionally handsome, or did he possess some other unique qualities? It is worth noting that in nearly a century, the appearances of male guests on various official platforms have been exceedingly rare, countable on one's fingers. One notable instance was when Ji Tiancheng attended the inauguration ceremony of Prime Minister Tang Yu as the spouse of the Prime Minister. With only a handful of profile shots captured, the remaining appearances were all of male guests with formidable backgrounds and high status. Although this live stream may not rival the Prime Ministerial inauguration ceremony, Modi University, as a prestigious institution recognized nationally and globally, undoubtedly carries significant influence. Thus, it holds an equally profound significance. Contemplating this, the men watching the live broadcast found themselves unable to suppress expressions of envy and jealousy. The women, aside from their astonishment and curiosity, immediately noticed Ji Shingchin's exceptionally toned and elongated legs upon entering the live stream, their eyes sparkling with hearts, revealing their longing. With legs like these, they could indulge for an entire year. However, as their gaze shifted upward to behold Ji Shingchin donning a mask, a hint of disappointment flickered across their faces. What is this? He want to even show his face? Yet their expectations were not particularly high, lacking a visible face. They swiftly redirected their attention, beginning to admire the robust biceps displayed on his bare arms. Suddenly, they felt that perhaps not revealing his face was quite agreeable. His perfect physique left ample room for their imagination, making it quite suitable for daydreaming. Once Ji Shingchin stood firm, he inhaled deeply, preparing to recite the draft he had mentally composed, word for word. Unexpectedly, Principal Su stepped into the frame, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. She looked at Ji Shingchin, pointed at the camera, and kindly suggested, Ji Shingchin, since this is a live stream, why not remove the mask? The audience before the screen jolted at this remark, straightening in their seats, their eyes fixed intently on the display. Until this moment, they had yet to discern any unique attributes about this male guest, leaving them curious about what warranted his presence in this live stream. Even though they were already aware of the unfolding events, the Zhuang sisters could not help but display a sense of urgency. They wondered how their elder sister was faring and whether she could thwart this occurrence. On stage, Yu Yan was equally astonished, casting a scrutinizing glance at Principal Su, allowing a male guest to partake in the live stream. What scheme was the cunning old fox concocting this time? Her gaze then shifted to Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai. Her mind puzzled. She couldn't fathom why they had taken no action, not even attempting to voice a protest. It was imperative to recognize that with Shingchin's appearance, a nationwide broadcast could potentially attract countless admirers, some of whom might harbor ulterior motives, or even more sinister entities lurking in the shadows. Nevertheless, this matter was ultimately of no concern to her, and she could not afford to offend Principal Su at this juncture. Moreover, should events continue along this trajectory, she might yet navigate the chaos to her advantage, ultimately reaping the benefits. Thus, she remained motionless a short distance from Shingchin, a faint, innocent smile gracing her lips as she crossed her arms, content to observe the unfolding drama. The women watching the live stream awaited with eager anticipation. In contrast, the new students in the audience exhibited a more composed demeanor, with the majority remaining remarkably calm. They hail from prestigious backgrounds and have encountered numerous male guests throughout their lives, certainly more than a mere few. Each of them has brothers, whether younger or older, and thus they no longer regard male guests as rare treasures. Moreover, they have heard that this particular male guest comes from a first-tier city, Seoul. The likelihood is that his appearance is merely mediocre, perhaps even less impressive than the unremarkable Wei Jie, who had just been seated beside him. Consequently, they harbor no expectations whatsoever. However, the women watching the live stream are of a different disposition. Most of them have encountered so few men in their lives that they could count them on one hand. Thus, even through the screen and the internet, their faces flushed with excitement as they began to fervently barrage the chat with comments and shower gifts. Rockets, sports cars, carnivals, an array of dazzling gift effects emerged in quick succession, creating an ostentatious display that surpassed even the commotion when Yu Yan made her entrance. The momentum propelled the live stream into the top 3 of the platform, with an escalating trend. Meanwhile, in the penthouse office of a high-rise building in the magical city, Zhuang Chuxue gazed coldly at the message from her sister. She opened the live stream from Magic City University on her computer and, indeed, spotted her husband, Shingchin. Without hesitation, she picked up her phone and called her subordinate, commanding in a frigid tone, "Find a way to swiftly intercept the network of the Magic City University livestream platform, cut off their broadcast, and ensure that all videos related to Shingchin across the internet are halted." "Understood, young mistress," came the response. Zhuang Chuxue hung up and gazed at Shingchin's figure on the screen, her expression inscrutable, the flickering light from the computer casting reflections in her eyes. "I refuse," Shingchin declared decisively amidst the audience's eager anticipation. What a ludicrous proposition. To unveil his mask in a live broadcast? He would have to be mad or desperate. Having only arrived at Blue Star less than 2 months ago, had he not already attracted enough trouble? Not to mention the deranged individual who had just assaulted him. One such person could quite likely cause him significant harm. With a few more, he might end up wishing he were dead. The women watching the live stream were instantly filled with disappointment. On the ground, the new students of Magic City exhibited expressions of scorn. This male guest truly believed himself to be of some significance. After all, it was merely a mask. What difference would it make if he removed it? How dare he openly defy Principal Su? Having lingered too long in the small city of Seoul, he must genuinely think he is an unparalleled charmer, coveted by all. Such arrogance. Little did he know, in the eyes of these worldly elites from Magic City, he was nothing but an insignificant pawn, hardly worthy of a second glance. Principal Su was not taken aback by his response. Rather, his expression grew solemn as he remarked, "From the moment you stepped into Modi University, you relinquished your right to refuse. You must have heard that any student who joins Modi University is required to unconditionally obey any directives issued, even if you are a distinguished male guest. You are no exception. Modi University serves as a veritable training ground for soldiers. Over 99% of its graduates head to the front lines, stationed at border towns for extended periods. Moreover, data indicates that nearly 70% of generals in Longwa hail from Modi University. This statistic surpasses all others nationwide, an unparalleled feat that no prestigious institution can rival. Upon entering Modi University, the statues that stand resolutely on campus, alongside the thousands of portraits adorning the walls, commemorate the heroic generals who emerged from Modi University, ultimately sacrificing their lives valiantly to defend the border towns. Shingchin held a profound respect for these individuals. However, respect aside, he had no intention of complying with this inexplicable directive. In his view, the order served only to place him in peril, devoid of any meaningful purpose. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Shingchin firmly voiced his refusal. Chapter 75. The freshmen were trapped after several unsuccessful attempts at persuasion. Seeing Shingchin's obstinate stance, Principal Su was unwilling to waste further time on explanations. Coldly, he declared, "This matter is beyond your control." With that, he waved his arm, unleashing an invisible force that surged toward Shingchin's face. He felt a sudden chill wash over him, and before he could react, his mask shattered into countless fragments, scattering like debris in the air. Anger surged within him, prompting an immediate turn to avoid further exposure. However, the journalists, akin to cats sensing a fishy scent, were electrified with excitement. They moved swiftly, adjusting their cameras to zoom in on Shingchin's face, intent on capturing his likeness with clarity. At that very moment, a tempest of speculation erupted online. Though brief, Shingchin's visage had been immortalized on camera. Those watching the live broadcast, regardless of gender, were utterly captivated by his striking appearance. Women leaned closer to their screens, eyes wide with astonishment, as if they could reach through the display to grasp Shingchin. They could scarcely believe that such an extraordinarily handsome man existed. In comparison, the men they had previously encountered paled into insignificance, unworthy even to carry his shoes. Some astute women, quick on the uptake, had already begun recording the footage, hastily saving the images to replay and savor repeatedly, lamenting their lack of influence. Before such a handsome man, one can only indulge in fantasies rather than indulge in reality. In contrast to the excitement of women, the male audience before the screen, after being dazzled, suddenly finds themselves grappling with a tinge of inferiority. Prior to this moment, they had observed the lives of male celebrities online, realizing that most of those lives were not vastly different from their own. Their days were often spent in a mundane cycle of eating and sleeping, occasionally finding leisure to dabble on the piano or sing a tune. Beyond that, there was nothing particularly extraordinary. Thus, they frequently found themselves identifying with the lives of these stars, believing there was little distinction between them, save for the lack of exposure of their own lives to the public eye. However, today they have come to the startling realization that such men exist in the world. Not only is his appearance remarkably striking, stirring emotions even among men, but he also possesses the capabilities to rival women. Having been accepted into the prestigious University of Magic City, he embodies an unparalleled excellence. In their eyes, Shingchin's boldness in confronting Principal Su, his visage radiating anger, ignites a spark of admiration. It is essential to recognize that Principal Su is one of the most formidable figures in existence. Regardless of the male audience's esteemed status, they must bow their heads in humility before such a powerhouse, daring not to utter a word. At this moment, they cannot help but yearn for Shingchin's life. Of course, even though Shingchin's appearance today is utterly astonishing, it remains a fleeting encounter through the screen, unable to yield enduring results. Yet, it is sufficient to plant within their hearts the seed of a desire for self-improvement. The fresh graduates possess remarkable discernment. To them, a distance of several meters feels akin to standing face to face. Thus, they witness the moment Shingchin's mask is lifted, revealing a face that leaves them entranced and spellbound. They find themselves momentarily frozen in place. Their previously haughty and disdainful gazes are now filled with infatuation and adoration. Their eyes fixed upon Shingchin, unable to tear their gaze away. They cannot help but exclaim in their hearts, "Goodness, such a handsome man exists in this world. I admit, I was mistaken. I was once a frog at the bottom of a well, my vision limited. He is simply too handsome. I declare him the most striking man I have ever encountered. His level of attractiveness rivals that of the most handsome man in Magic City, Gu Tiangui, if not surpassing it, as his uniquely captivating bronze skin exudes an intoxicating aura of hormones. Women from first and second-tier cities have scarcely encountered men. Merely being male garners their admiration and adulation. However, these new students are different. Having grown up in Magic City, they have seen many men. Thus they appreciate Shingchin's rarity and allure all the more. At this moment, they are utterly captivated. As Shingchin had turned his back, his face remained unseen. leaving him in a state of disarray. An overwhelming urge surged within him to rise, and, like the reporters, pivot to face him, fixating intently on his visage. Even Principal Su, upon catching a glimpse of Ji Xingchen's countenance, was momentarily taken aback, her eyes flickering with astonishment. Although she had previously seen his appearance in a video, experiencing it in reality was a revelation that evoked true awe. Such a striking effect only served to amplify the moment's impact. With a satisfied adjustment of her beard, Principal Su reveled in the success of her orchestrations, gesturing for the reporters to continue their photography. She was poised to request Ji Xingchen's cooperation, but in the next instant, the reporters erupted into a cacophony of surprise. What was happening? Why had the network failed? Indeed, even the live broadcast had succumbed to a black screen. What could be the cause? My videos taken with the original camera have vanished. Those were meant to be cherished in secrecy. Mine too. They've all disappeared. Could it be a hacker attack? Observing the chaotic scene among the reporters, Principal Su furrowed her brow. Without further ado, she retrieved her phone, scouring the internet for answers. After a considerable pause, she lifted her gaze, her expression darkening. She glanced at Ji Qingwei, who appeared equally bewildered and uninformed, which somewhat eased her demeanor. Turning her attention to Ji Xingchen, she remarked, in a calm tone amidst his furious glare, "It seems that girl, Zhuang Chuxue, has intervened. It is rare for her to expend such effort on your behalf. She must genuinely care for you." Principal Su had already gleaned the nuances of their relationship from Ji Qingwei. Given the scale of this disruption, it was evident that the instigator was none other than Zhuang Chuxue. Ji Xingchen, momentarily stunned by her words, envisioned Zhuang Chuxue and felt a flicker of gratitude. However, this was not the moment for such reflections. Angrily, he advanced a few steps, fixing a cold stare upon Principal Su. "Principal Su, I did not consent to this. Why did you unmask me without my permission?" Is the esteemed Principal Su of Magic City University, known for her integrity and righteous spirit, truly a duplicitous individual who resorts to any means to achieve her ends? His words offered no quarter to Principal Su, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the new students below, who had been enraptured by Ji Xingchen. They exchanged glances, unable to suppress their surprise. Although this young man was undeniably handsome, his temperament appeared excessively volatile. Initially, they had attributed his rejection of Principal Su to mere aloofness, but it was evident now that his behavior transcended mere lack of decorum. One could certainly describe it as unfiltered candor. After all, who is Principal Su? It can be said that nearly half of the illustrious figures currently renowned, whether in the business realm or the political arena, have been educated under her tutelage, making them akin to her numerous protégés. If the words spoken by Ji Xingchen were to circulate, it would undoubtedly incite the ire of these powerful individuals. Without formidable backing, even if he possessed unparalleled looks, he might find himself vanishing from public view the very next day. The repercussions could be dire, with the possibility of a family disappearing entirely not being out of the question. Even Wei Jia, hailing from one of the top 10 martial arts families, couldn't help but display a look of disbelief upon hearing Ji Xingchen's statement. His expression soon shifted to one of complexity. Could it be that such confidence stems solely from physical attractiveness? If he were to stand before Principal Su, even under the most egregious of grievances, he would likely not dare utter a single word. However, not everyone disapproves of Ji Xingchen's actions. Upon hearing his words, Zhuang Xiaodai nearly leapt from her seat, exclaiming, "Well done, darling." Her gaze towards Ji Xingchen sparkled with evident joy. Zhuang Man also broke into a smile, her expression radiating delight. Due to their mother, Zhuang Qingcheng, they had been acquainted with Principal Su since childhood and had suffered under her influence. Their resentment towards her had long been harbored, yet they never dared to express it in her presence. Thus, Ji Xingchen's words resonated deeply with their sentiments, bringing them immense satisfaction. Even Yener, who had been waiting to witness the unfolding drama, could not suppress a smile of delight. She had always loathed the insincere smile that Principal Su wore in front of outsiders. Although her students were undeniably exceptional, this did not mitigate her disdain for Su. She was acutely aware that Principal Su's rise to her current position was not achieved through honorable means, but rather through insidious and extreme tactics. To this day, she vividly recalls the fear and admiration that graced her mother's face upon hearing Su's name, as well as the unspoken rule against uttering a single disparaging word about her, lest one face retribution, herself included. Her transformation into a lovesick individual is intricately linked to Principal Su's influence. As expected, upon hearing Shingchin's words, the once amiable smile on Principal Su's face froze, and she fell silent. With a mere wave of her hand, she signaled for the reporters to depart. The reporters exchanged worried glances at Shingchin, yet for the sake of their own safety, they had no choice but to comply, reluctantly leaving with lingering looks over their shoulders. Once the doors closed and no outsiders remained, Principal Su's demeanor darkened entirely. Her previously gentle and kind expression now appeared rather sinister. She looked down on Shingchin with an air of indifference and remarked, "Indeed, I concede that what you heard previously were mere rumors. Talk of integrity and loyalty is nothing but nonsense. I am merely a petty individual who will stop at nothing to achieve my goals. So, be cautious in the future. What transpired today will not be an isolated incident. Whether you, Shingchin, or any of the new students, if you fail to adhere to the rules I have established, even with formidable backing, I shall ensure that you face the consequences I impose. Trust me, it will be a fate worse than death." Some new students, particularly those from other cities, could not help but display expressions of astonishment at her abrupt change in demeanor. Su Principal's devoted disciple, known to the outside world as the demonic mentor, Wei, remained silent. However, upon hearing those words, her body involuntarily trembled, as if recalling some unpleasant memories. Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man wore expressions that suggested they had anticipated this all along. Shingchin was taken aback. He had not expected Su Principal to so readily admit to his accusations, shattering his preconceived notions. Logically, one would think that esteemed professors and scholars would hold their reputations in the highest regard. Why, then, did all reason seem to falter here? Su Principal regarded him coolly and stated, "Have you finished? If so, you may leave. Your task for today has been accomplished. Rest assured, you will be rewarded later. And be prepared for next time." Listening to her nonchalant words, Shingchin felt a mix of anger and helplessness. After all, this person was utterly shameless, possessed remarkable prowess, and had a legion of supporters. It was a situation that seemed invincible. Continuing to berate her would serve no purpose and would only invite unnecessary trouble. Sullenly, he descended from the platform and returned to his original seat. As soon as he sat down, Wei Jie suddenly leaned in closely, scrutinizing him, and exclaimed in awe, "What a magnificent nose like a towering peak, and a jawline as if hewn from stone. What divine craftsmanship is this? Why does the world harbor a man as striking as you? Oh dear, why must the heavens create someone so vastly more handsome than me, when I am already so perfect?" Shingchin, lacking the inclination to entertain him, covered Wei Jie's face with his hand, pushing his head back, while darkly retorting, "Your degree of narcissism and obnoxiousness rivals that of your brother, Wei Ping. You are equally clueless regarding others' feelings. Can't you see that I am currently in a foul mood? Do not provoke me." Wei Jie, initially filled with irritation from being pushed, was taken aback upon hearing the words, quickly shaking off Shingchin's hand and asking in astonishment, "Do you know my useless brother?" Shingchin, preferring to remain aloof, lowered his gaze in contemplation. What could be the motive behind Principal Su publicly announcing him to the nation? It surely could not merely stem from a personal grievance, as they had no prior interaction, living entirely separate lives. Curiosity piqued within Wei Jie, and sensing Shingchin's indifference, he leaned in closer, clinging to his arm in a manner reminiscent of a younger sibling seeking affection, blinking rapidly as he implored, "Brother Ji, please tell me, how do you know Wei Ping? This guy suddenly returned to Magic City recently, competing for my father's attention. Is it somehow related to you?" Shingchin, initially repulsed by the repetitive address of Brother Ji, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, wishing to retort. However, he was momentarily stunned by the revelation. Why had Wei Ping come to Magic City? Hadn't he previously mentioned attending Tsinghua University in Han City? Chapter 77. Plans temporarily postponed logically. Universities across the nation commenced their academic year today. If Wei Ping had returned to Magic City, did that mean he had enrolled in university, or had he not? Shingchin voiced his confusion, prompting Wei Jie's eyes to light up with renewed enthusiasm, since he could inquire about this. Even if Wei Ping's return to Magic City had no connection with Shingchin, he might still possess insights into the matter. Quickly, he exclaimed, "My useless brother is starting school today at the nearby Tsinghua University, which is certainly a step down from Magic City University. I can't fathom why he would abandon a prestigious university in Han City for this. It's utterly baffling." As he spoke, he discreetly glanced at Shingchin. hoping for an explanation. Yet, Shingchin remained absorbed in thought, furrowing his brow. What was Wei Ping's intention? Could it truly be that he had come to Magic City for his sake? Under what circumstances would one forsake a superior institution for an individual? Did he possibly harbor feelings for himself? This line of reasoning sent chills down Shingchin's spine. Had Wei Ping, in his previous machinations, disregarded the dignity of his sister to orchestrate a union between Shingchin and her solely to draw closer to him? It would certainly explain the clumsiness and myriad flaws in the original plan. Wei Ping was clearly assisting his rival in strategizing. What good could possibly come from that? The more Shingchin contemplated, the more his expression shifted to one of alarm. For a moment, he found himself engulfed in confusion, rendering him inattentive to Wei Jia's incessant queries. Wei Jia, left in solitude, spiraled into a state of despair and relentless curiosity. After the welcome ceremony concluded, Principal Su once again donned her characteristic cheerful demeanor and led her entourage of teachers straight out of the hall. Only after their figures had completely vanished from sight did the freshmen resemble rabbits liberated from their cages, eagerly racing toward Shingchin. In an instant, a waft of fragrant air enveloped them, and before Shingchin stood a multitude of long, fair legs. Raising her gaze, she beheld youthful, radiant faces adorned with an abundance of collagen, each sporting a flattering smile and fixated on her with unwavering intensity. "Hello, my name is Deng Ling. May we get acquainted? I fell for you at first sight. Could we exchange WeChat and chat further?" Shingchin, you may find it hard to believe, but I have dreamt repeatedly of an unknown man with whom I shared passionate moments. It was only upon meeting you today that I realized he was you. Without further ado, I am the daughter of the illustrious Zhou family, one of the top 10 martial arts clans. May I come to your home to seek your hand? They enthusiastically surrounded Shingchin, engaging her in conversation, even sharing their dreams so freely. Some boldly introduced themselves, eager to propose directly, seeking to expedite their intentions. At that moment, had it not been for the presence of Director Qingwei, who remained inexplicably nearby, observing with keen interest, their boldness might have escalated. They might have outright contested for Shingchin's affections. Despite sharing the same surname, they had never considered any potential relationship between them, viewing it merely as coincidence. After all, prior to this, they had never heard of this remarkable figure from the renowned Ji family. The Ji family's search for their lost male relative had yet to be made public. Overwhelmed by the intoxicating scent of their perfumes and the incessant chatter surrounding him, Shingchin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Furrowing his brow, he raised a hand, prepared to firmly reject the advances of these charming young ladies. Suddenly, Zhuang Xiaodai broke free from the crowd and positioned herself defiantly in front of Shingchin, glaring at the freshman with an unusual chill in her tone as she declared, "He is a man of the Zhuang family. You are not permitted to covet him." Zhuang man stepped forward, standing beside her with a similarly frosty expression. "He belongs to someone. Please seek your affections elsewhere." The Zhuang family? The one hailing from the capital, among the 10 wealthiest families in Long Country. Known for possessing a 9th-tier powerhouse? The freshmen were momentarily taken aback, with some recognizing the sisters from previous grand gatherings. Their elder sister, Zhuang Chuxua, appeared to have a formidable background and had been courted by many at those events. Indeed, a formidable opponent. However, what a coincidence it is. My mother and your esteemed matriarch, Zhuang Qingcheng, were once life and death sisters on the battlefield. Now, their daughters have set their sights on the same man. What a fateful twist. Now that you mention it, I recall that we are indeed cousins. Since that is the case, why not deepen our familial ties? Do not behave in such a manner. We may still be family in the future, and there is no need to strain our relationship to such an extent. The newly arrived students, related to the Zhuang family, instantly became more enthusiastic. Some even approached with familiarity, extending their hands and grinning playfully. Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man could no longer maintain their icy demeanor. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Moreover, among them were indeed their relatives, with whom they had played and frolicked in their childhood. This made it difficult for them to utter harsh words, despite their anger and lingering thoughts of their husband. Additionally, their arguments held some merit. Shingchin's return to the Ji family made a union almost inevitable. Perhaps they would indeed become one family in the future. Thus, it was unwise to let their relationship deteriorate further. Conversely, the newcomers harboring grievances against the Zhuang family wore grim expressions and remained silent. However, upon glancing at Shingchin, who had yet to express his stance. A flicker of hope reignited within them. You claim he belongs to the Zhuang family. But what if Shingchin has yet to declare anything? How do we know you are not merely speaking frivolously? One voiced. Furthermore, I have not heard of any wedding arrangements involving the Zhuang family recently. Are you trying to deceive us? Another added. My family, too, has a certain reputation, comparable to the top 10 martial arts families. Yet I have never encountered such news. This matter must certainly be false. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai fell silent. After all, they had not obtained a marriage certificate with their husband. Reflecting on the words spoken by him earlier that morning, which implied a desire to establish distance, their expressions dimmed. They even felt an impulse to turn and leave, fearing they might hear more heart-wrenching words from him. Yet, indeed, they are my wives. Shingchin ultimately rose and spoke. Although he had previously told the Zhuang sisters at the school gate that he intended to establish boundaries and maintain distance, those words did not reflect his true feelings. They were merely intended to make them recognize their mistakes. Furthermore, Zhuang Chuxue had recently assisted him, and he could not overlook that. Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai were instantly taken aback with joy, their faces lighting up with relieved smiles. In the next moment, they rushed towards Shingchin, as if returning to their nest after a long flight. Upon embracing him, Zhuang Xiaodai could not help but pour out her grievances. Husband, I thought you no longer wanted me. I missed you so much. She lamented. Zhuang Man nestled in his embrace, remaining silent, burying her face deeply into his chest. After this separation, she realized how profoundly Shingchin had come to mean to her, so significant that she yearned to see him constantly and breathe in his unique scent. Unexpectedly, Shingchin was enveloped by the embrace of two women, causing him to stagger back a few steps. His hands were involuntarily raised high. After a moment's hesitation, he gently placed them upon their shoulders, a hint of helplessness etched upon his face. Alas, witnessing their current demeanor, he found it truly difficult to push them away. As for plans, they could be postponed for the time being. Chapter 78. The arrival of Wei Ping. Seeing Shingchin in such a state of affection, the newcomers harbored no further doubts regarding the nature of their relationship, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Yet, it was entirely impossible for them to relinquish their aspirations. After all, even if one could not become the primary wife or the second, there remained the possibility of being the third. They would gladly accept the role of the 10th or even the 20th wife, as long as Shingchin was willing. Opportunities and positions were plentiful. As the newcomers prepared to continue their flattery towards Shingchin, Qingwei, seated beside him, finally stood up. She stepped forward, positioning herself in front of Shingchin. Her face adorned with a smile as she addressed the newcomers. Let your flirtations cease here. If you wish to become my brother's wife, you must first discuss and allocate your family assets with your own matriarch. Only then will you be welcome to propose to the Ji family. At that time, we will consider your requests judiciously. Having delivered her statement, she paid no heed to the astonished expressions of the newcomers, turning to look at Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man. Her inquiry layered with significance. You have conveyed the message to Zhuang Chuxue, have you not? The interruption of the live broadcast just now was undoubtedly her doing. Upon hearing her voice, Zhuang Xiaodai and Zhuang Man snapped back to reality, reluctantly departing from Shingchin's embrace. They turned to face her, their gazes inquisitive. Although Qingwei's question was somewhat ambiguous, they understood the essence of her inquiry. However, this only deepened their confusion regarding her intentions, especially considering the potential peril she was placing her own brother in. Regardless, Qingwei remained the beloved sister of their husband. As long as their relationship had not reached an irreparable state, they owed her a basic level of respect. The two exchanged glances and ultimately decided to respond truthfully. Indeed. Can you clarify for us the purpose behind your actions? Qingwei's face bore an expression of pleasant surprise as she nodded and replied. Although I had long suspected that Zhuang Chuxue would not remain passive, I did not anticipate that she would go to such lengths for my brother. Upon hearing her words, the two women were left bewildered. Had she not already known about the exposure of their husband to women nationwide? If so, why did she not appear angry upon learning of the plan's failure, but instead seemed quite pleased? Was there some hidden agenda at play? Noticing their perplexed expressions, Qingwei chose not to elaborate, merely smiling as she continued. What I just conveyed to the newcomers holds true for you as well. This Saturday, the Ji family will host their inaugural matchmaking event. At this juncture, she cast a glance at the increasingly fervent newcomers and spoke aloud. This matchmaking event will first undergo a preliminary screening conducted by us, the regulators. Subsequently, my brother, Shingchin, will socialize, granting all women who pass the first round a 5-minute opportunity to engage with him, allowing you to win his heart. As for the venue, it will be held at the music room in the magical city, and all are welcome to attend. The newcomers erupted in excitement, utterly astonished to discover that Shingchin was indeed a member of the esteemed Ji and Tang families, his status immensely prestigious. Consequently, the challenge of courting Shingchin had become significantly more daunting. Moreover, the prospect of employing any underhanded tactics was fraught with peril should anything go amiss. It could jeopardize their entire family, a risk they could ill afford. Additionally, with the Zhuang sisters vigilantly guarding their defenses, breaching their stronghold would prove exceedingly difficult. They must proceed with caution, akin to boiling a frog slowly. However, unexpectedly, an opportunity presented itself. With 5 full days ahead, they could manage their domestic affairs and ardently pursue Shingchin, striving to leave a favorable impression on him. Thus, when the day of the matchmaking arrived, they would be well positioned to secure one of the coveted spots as his potential spouse. With this thought, their spirits soared, eager to return home and arrange their affairs for a formal proposal. Amidst the crowd, Yu Yinner's eyes sparkled with realization as she murmured to herself, I never anticipated Shingchin was part of the Ji family, and judging by Ji Qingwei's words, it seems he has not formed any engagement with the Zhuang family. This suggests I might still have a chance. It appears I must hasten home to confer with my elder sister. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. The Zhuang sisters exchanged glances, their expressions shifting between joy and despair. The joy stemmed from the newfound opportunity to openly aspire to become their husband's wife, while the despair arose from the multitude of formidable competitors, each one more attractive than the last, raising concerns that their husband might be captivated by others. It was conceivable that additional rivals would emerge vying for his affection. Yet, the Zhuang sisters had yet to savor any success. They could not allow newcomers to outshine them. They needed to devise a strategy together with their eldest sister to eliminate the competition. Zhuang Man and Zhuang Xiaodai shared a resolute glance, having reached a mutual decision. Meanwhile, Shingchin, the focal point of the unfolding events, remained utterly bewildered and astonished by his sister's remarks, struggling to comprehend their implications. What did it all mean? From their cryptic conversation, he vaguely sensed that his sister had likely been privy to Principal Su's earlier actions and had voiced no objections. Furthermore, he was entirely unaware of the forthcoming matchmaking event on Saturday. All that needed to be said had been articulated, and the objectives had been achieved. Ji Qingwei chose not to engage with them any further, taking her brother, who was still lost in thought, and leaving the hall without hesitation. It was not until the blinding sunlight struck her eyes that Shingchin instinctively shut them, snapping back to reality, reflecting on the series of events that transpired that day. From her sister handing over the mask to later inquiries about the Zhuang sisters, everything seemed to point towards a singular truth. Ji Qingwei, the sister who had been so indulgent and obedient to him in recent times, had silently manipulated him. Shingchin paused for a brief moment, but quickly resumed his natural demeanor, though his gaze had grown markedly colder. He had understood long ago that in Blue Star, men as frail as doddering vines would find their feelings and thoughts utterly disregarded by the women of this world. Women, in their subconscious, would treat men solely according to their own desires. They could be affectionate, yet equally capable of callous exploitation. Love could be so, and so could familial bonds. To attain absolute freedom, one could only stand on equal footing with them, or even gain control over them. It necessitated unparalleled strength or extreme measures. Only through such means could they be brought to the realization that men are not mere playthings to be toyed with at their whim. Shingchin swiftly regained his composure. However, just as they had taken a few steps, a voice, somewhat effeminate yet resoundingly loud, suddenly called out from the left. Jigu, I've been searching for you with great difficulty. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a rotund figure came barreling towards him like a startled rabbit. Chapter 79. A smile never fades. It simply shifts without seeing the person. Shingchin recognized Wei Ping's voice instantly, jolting him from his reverie and causing his expression to change. Reflexively, he took several large steps back. The rapidly approaching Wei Ping, like a rocket, found himself grasping at air. He stumbled forward, his upper body leaning down with his backside raised, nearly losing his balance. Instead of standing upright immediately, he maintained his position, glancing back at Ji Shingchin with a look of lament through his legs, and grumbled, "Jigo, how cruel you are. Here I am, missing you so dearly. Coming all the way to Magic City just to see you right after the welcome party, and this is how you repay me? Is it truly all for your own sake?" Upon hearing Wei Ping's words and witnessing his rather suggestive posture, Ji Shingchin felt no remorse. Rather, a chill coursed through him, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He could not help but retreat several more steps, his expression tinged with anger. "I nearly considered you a brother, and yet you wish for me to sleep with you? Wei Ping, that is impossible between us. I advise you to reconsider soon, or else we may not even be able to remain friends." As he spoke, he could not help but retreat several paces. Upon hearing his words, Wei Ping ceased his feigned pitiable demeanor, rising with a look of confusion while caressing his ample belly, gazing at him in bewilderment. "Brother Ji, what are you talking about? I believe you are well aware of what I mean," Ji Shingchin retorted, unwavering and vigilant in his gaze. Ji Qingwei, standing aside, refrained from intervening, instead watching the exchange with an amused glint in her eyes, clearly entertained by the unfolding drama. Had she not been without sunflower seeds, she might have been cracking them open at this moment. Wei Ping, with a dazed and somewhat foolish expression, stared at Ji Shingchin for several seconds before finally grasping the situation. Instantly, he directed a look of disdain towards Ji Shingchin, his chubby finger pointing accusingly as he lamented, "Brother Ji, your thoughts are truly sordid. I have only ever harbored pure brotherly sentiment towards you, yet you misconstrue my intentions. Do we not share even the most fundamental trust?" "None whatsoever," Ji Shingchin replied resolutely after a moment's contemplation. He was not about to easily accept Wei Ping's assertions. Although Wei Ping's performance was indeed convincing and he appeared sincere, the preceding series of actions led Ji Shingchin to ponder further. In his view, the camaraderie among true brothers encompassed smoking, drinking, joking, and even brawling for each other. However, it certainly did not extend to forsaking a better university and traveling thousands of miles to the bustling metropolis, solely for the chance to see him more often. To claim such a longing was akin to the frivolous musings of infatuated lovers. Such behavior was utterly unacceptable and must be decisively curtailed before it could flourish. Wei Ping, upon receiving Ji Shingchin's callous dismissal and icy demeanor, felt a wave of grievance and sorrow wash over him, tears welling in his small eyes. Before long, he devolved into uncontrollable sobs, gasping for breath as if his heart were shattered. Meanwhile, Wei Ting, who had accompanied him but kept her distance due to past events, along with his two wives, rushed over to console him, their faces etched with concern. Particularly, Wang Yi and Wang Error cast reproachful glances at Ji Shingchin, as if he had committed some unforgivable crime. Had Wei Ting not intervened, they might have unleashed a torrent of invective. Ji Shingchin stood there, utterly speechless. The scene before him mirrored the moment he first encountered Wei Ping, when he had been heartbroken by Zhuang Man. This only solidified his conviction that Wei Ping harbored feelings for him. Consequently, rather than approach to offer solace, he discreetly began to retreat, preparing to make a hasty exit. At that moment, a figure stealthily approached from behind, the warmth of their breath enveloping his back, with their chin resting on his shoulder. Their gaze was filled with a sense of schadenfreude as they looked at Wei Ping, who lay on the ground, weeping inconsolably. It seems my conjecture was not misplaced. My useless brother's sudden arrival in the Magic City is indeed connected to you, Brother Ji. Yet, I never anticipated that your relationship would be of this nature. Brother Ji, your charm is truly formidable, captivating not only the admiration of every girl in the school, but also ensnaring my brother in your grasp. His tone was a blend of admiration and malicious glee. Ji Shingchin had been entirely focused on Wei Ping and the others. Thus he failed to notice Wei Jia, who had appeared behind him at some point. The moment he felt the sticky presence, a shiver ran down his spine. In the next instant, instinctively, he used his shoulder to shove him away. Turning around, he raised his fist, ready to deliver a few blows to teach him a lesson, ensuring he would no longer be a nuisance. However, Wei Jia seemed to have anticipated this, quickly bouncing away to create distance between them. With a cheeky grin, he remarked, "If it comes to that, Brother Ji, why not just succumb to my useless brother? Don't worry, although he is quite overweight and ineffectual, he knows how to have fun and can undoubtedly cater to your every whim, in any position you desire." Upon hearing his words, Ji Shingchin's expression darkened, and instead of pursuing him, he stood his ground and coldly commanded, "Shadow Guard, apprehend him." The Shadow Guard hesitated for a moment, considering the other party's identity as a male guest. Nevertheless, one of them swiftly dashed out, as Wei Jie, who had been fleeing with a smug expression, was suddenly seized by the collar like a chick, his face froze in terror. The female guardian beside him gasped, immediately preparing to intervene. However, a mere glance from the shadow guard rendered them as pale as if struck by frost. An 8th-rank warrior. They were taken aback. The Ji family had actually dispatched a formidable 8th-rank warrior to protect Ji Shingchin. This was simply astonishing. It is known that an 8th-rank warrior, if placed within the military, would be a general, capable of commanding hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Yet now, they had stooped to safeguard a male guest. Even if Ji Shingchin's status were of utmost significance, it seemed an overkill. The other freshmen present also noticed the imposing aura of the shadow guard. Being discerning individuals, they quickly recognized his exceptional strength. They exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes shimmering with newfound assessment. Clearly, they would need to re-evaluate Ji Shingchin's worth. The shadowy guardian dutifully brought the once arrogant and now despondent Wei Jie before Ji Shingchin. Instead of forcing him to kneel as he would have treated a woman in the past, he merely tossed him onto the ground, leaving him to lie there. Ji Shingchin smiled radiantly, crouching down to pat Wei Jie's sorrowful face, remarking, "Wei Jie, did you enjoy disgusting me just now?" Chapter 80. The hatred between the Wei brothers to ensure safety. The shadowy guardian had sealed Wei Jie's meridians and vital energy the moment he captured him, rendering him nearly immobile. Sensing his predicament, Wei Jie, once brimming with arrogance, now lay on the ground with his hands clasped together, tilting his head back in a sycophantic grin. "No, I'm not happy. I acted impulsively, Brother Ji. Please, as a person of magnanimity, forgive me." Ji Shingchin had no intention of letting him off so easily. If he could disgust him once, he could certainly do so again, while he himself was unharmed. He feared that Wei Ping might take it seriously, which would lead to dire consequences. Bowing his head, he pondered how to deal with this man in a manner that would be both satisfying and without repercussions. After all, his status as a male guest was at stake, and in public, it was impossible to break limbs. However, unexpectedly, the previously wailing Wei Ping ceased his tears upon witnessing this scene. Wiping his nose and tears in a haphazard manner, he clambered to his feet, disregarding the dirt smudged across his face, and excitedly squatted beside Ji Shingchin. Gazing at the suddenly terrified Wei Jie, with newfound enthusiasm, he proposed, "Brother Ji, I know this little rascal well. Hand him over to me, and I promise to make him obedient." Ji Shingchin regarded him with suspicion. Could he genuinely be so benevolent? After all, this was his brother. Yet recalling how Wei Jie had belittled him by calling him a waste of a brother, it seemed their relationship was rather strained. Moreover, considering the current circumstances, it was necessary to address this matter first. Wei Ping would have to wait and observe. As Wei Jie shook his head frantically, his eyes filled with despair, Ji Shingchin slowly nodded. Instantly, Wei Ping's eyes sparkled with excitement, as though he had awaited this moment for ages. With a flick of his hand, he produced a sizable jar, containing a transparent glass cup filled with a green caterpillar, its length an impressive 4 liters, writhing and squirming within. Upon seeing this creature, Wei Jie's heart plummeted into despair, his face turning ashen, too terrified to look again. He squeezed his eyes shut, trembling in fear. Initially, Ji Shingchin regarded the caterpillar in Wei Ping's hand with skepticism. Could such a seemingly adorable creature truly be effective? However, as he observed Wei Jie's ashen complexion and Wei Ping's sinister grin, he quickly set aside his doubts. Indeed, no one knows a brother better than a sibling. In the next moment, Wei Ping stood up with a broad smile, holding a jar that hovered above Wei Jie. After a brief pause, he flipped his wrist. Instantly, a multitude of caterpillars cascaded down, writhing and twisting in the air. With a few plops, they scattered across Wei Jie, enveloping him almost entirely, rendering his bare skin nearly invisible. Even the usually fond siblings, Ji Shingchin, could not help but feel a chill at this sight, turning away in disgust. As for Wei Jie, despite his prior preparations, the sensation of countless caterpillars crawling over his hair and skin, secreting a repulsive liquid as they ascended, made his scalp tingle uncomfortably. He let out a loud scream and rolled on the ground. The sound of squishing caterpillars echoed in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. At that moment, his fear had reached its zenith, and he could no longer contain himself. While rolling, he cried out desperately, "Brother, brother, help me. I promise I won't speak ill of you in front of our parents or sisters again. I was just young and foolish, and I made mistakes. After all, we are family. Can you really bear to see me suffer like this? Wei Ping remained silent, merely watching him with an appreciative expression. After a while, Wei Jie could no longer hide his changing demeanor. His face contorted in anger and humiliation as he shouted, Wei Ping, I command you to remove these disgusting caterpillars at once, or I will surely tell our parents what you have done. They might even have the authorities take you away, making you experience a fate worse than death. Upon hearing Wei Jie dare to threaten him, Wei Ping, whose demeanor had softened slightly, raised an eyebrow and laughed coldly. It seems you have no intention of repenting. In that case, I shall show you no mercy. With that, he flipped his wrist again, producing another hefty jar of caterpillars. Oh! Wei Jie caught sight of this and was immediately paralyzed with fear, scrambling forward with all his might, desperate to escape. This scene was so unbearable that Shingchin, who had been watching with great interest, shook his head in pity, silently lamenting the tragedy of it all. Finally, after Wei Ping had emptied 10 jars of caterpillars upon Wei Jie, he ceased his futile struggles. Instead, he lay flat on the ground, allowing the mountain of caterpillars to crawl freely over his nose, eyes, and ears, staring vacantly at the sky. Beneath him, the writhing mass of green caterpillars resembled a putrid mire, with a few occasionally surfacing as though swimming amidst the grotesque remnants. Witnessing this utterly revolting scene, Shingchin could not help but reevaluate Wei Ping. To his surprise, this chubby little fellow, who usually appeared to be brash yet cowardly, exuded an unexpected ferocity when provoked. After completing his deed, Wei Ping let out a contented sigh, his face illuminated by an unprecedentedly radiant smile. Observing the disheveled Wei Jie on the ground, he spoke softly. When we were children, you were well aware of my fear of snakes, yet you lured me to the lair of the silver-ringed snake and pushed me in. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the third sister and the others, who rushed me to the hospital, I might not have survived. Conversely, you have harbored an intense fear of caterpillars since childhood, to the extent that even a mere sighting would rob you of sleep for several nights. I trust you have now grasped the essence of my former terror? Yet, this is insufficient. I nearly lost my life back then, and you owe me a life. Rest assured, I shall reclaim it. Wei Ting, standing beside him, sighed. She was well aware of the past incident where Wei Ping was bitten so severely that he was left with barely a breath in him. However, she believed that family shame should remain within the walls. Furthermore, in comparison to Wei Ping, the strikingly handsome Wei Jie garnered far more affection from their family. Thus, the matter concluded with Wei Jie receiving a mere 3 months of confinement as punishment. Contemplating this, she glanced at the beaming Wei Ping and then at Wei Jie, who lay unconscious on the ground, oblivious to his plight. Both were her brothers. After all, she felt torn. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately approached Wei Ping from behind, embracing him gently and offering words of comfort. She also signaled to her younger sisters, who had been watching the scene unfold from a distance, to hasten to Wei Jie's aid. Chapter 81. The ambush. Regarding the subsequent developments, Shingchin chose not to interfere any further, allowing the two brothers to handle their family affairs. Under Qingwei's guidance, they made their way toward the dormitory of Magic City University. Traversing through tree-lined paths and vibrant floral gardens, they soon arrived at the base of the dormitory. The dormitory towered majestically, imparting an air of solemnity and mystery. However, due to the presence of only one dormitory, it was exceedingly tall, with a total of 28 stories, each rising a lofty 3 meters, culminating in an impressive height of over 80 meters. Fortunately, elevators were installed. However, they were exclusively for male residents, while female students were required to ascend the stairs. Female students resided from the 2nd to the 25th floors. Faculty members occupied the 26th and 27th floors, while the additional 28th floor was dedicated solely to male students. This floor housed a mere 10 rooms, each spanning an impressive 200 square meters, featuring spacious one-bedroom apartments with 2 bathrooms, designed to accommodate both male residents and their accompanying family members. The furnishings were complete, allowing for immediate move-in convenience, an arrangement made with the safety of male guests in mind. In previous years, incidents of female students surreptitiously observing male guests during their showers have occurred almost annually, numbering at least in the hundreds, and this figure only accounts for those instances that were discovered. The actual occurrences are likely far greater. Such behavior, while troubling, pales in comparison to more egregious acts, Some individuals have been known to stealthily enter rooms in the dead of night, or even conceal themselves beneath beds, waiting for the stillness of night to engage in inappropriate actions with male guests. By the time these acts are uncovered the following day, the victims have often endured grave violations, leaving them in a state of distress that is harrowing to behold. Many male guests have since struggled with feelings of lethargy and disorientation, unable to extricate themselves from the clutches of fear and trauma. The extent of their emotional turmoil is evident. Fortunately, with the diligent guidance of mental health professionals, most of these individuals have eventually regained their vigor. To prevent the recurrence of such incidents, the school has taken measures to ensure the safety of male guests by placing them in the highest floors of the building, with the two nearest lower floors designated for faculty accommodation, thereby facilitating supervision. The original 3-bedroom layout has been transformed into a single room, allowing accompanying family members to reside in the living area. Whether an additional bed is provided or makeshift sleeping arrangements are made is left to the discretion of the male guests. This arrangement ensures that any potential disturbances are readily acknowledged by both parties, thereby mitigating risks to the greatest extent possible. Upon hearing this, Shingchin's initial apprehensions began to dissipate. After all, within a single building, there are over 4,000 individuals of notable skill and exceptional talent, with backgrounds that span both legitimate and illicit domains. Yet, there are only a handful of men, creating a scenario that could potentially invite peril. However, this design appears to significantly reduce the associated risks. Feeling reassured, Shingchin entered the elevator and proceeded to his room. The room's design exuded a minimalist aesthetic, characterized by a monochromatic color scheme. Nevertheless, he had no inclination to survey the space, as his immediate focus was on the washroom. He intended to remove his clothing, which had inadvertently become tainted with a viscous, green substance resembling that of a caterpillar. The lightweight fabric had absorbed the liquid during his journey, rendering it sticky and unpleasant against his skin. After securing the door, Shingchin grasped the hem of his shirt, preparing to remove it in one decisive motion. As he pulled the garment halfway off, revealing his well-defined abdominal muscles, a sudden, unmistakable sound of someone swallowing echoed from behind him in the otherwise silent washroom. His movements froze momentarily, and he hesitantly glanced over his shoulder. The only discernible feature was a partially open window, with white curtains billowing gently in the breeze. After a few seconds of scrutiny yielded no signs of intrusion, he dismissed the sound, assuming it to be a figment of his imagination, and turned back to continue disrobing. Once he had removed his shirt, he began to unfasten his belt. Suddenly, a more pronounced sound, imbued with a tone of salivation, emerged, this time closer than before. Who could it be? He quickly released his grip, turning to survey his surroundings, but found no sign of another presence. Nonetheless, Shingchin's expression shifted to one of heightened vigilance. The first time may have been a mere illusion, but the second occurrence could not possibly be an accident. Someone was in the room. A woman was lurking in the shadows, peering at him. Moreover, her audacious sounds indicated that she was utterly unconcerned about being discovered. The thought struck Shingchin with alarm, setting his mind racing as countless ideas flashed through his head. Although the washroom was not particularly small, it certainly wasn't large either. Where could she be hiding? Regardless, confronting her head-on was undoubtedly a poor choice. Had he been in Seoul, perhaps his own skills would have allowed him to hold his ground. However, now, amidst the myriad of experts at the prestigious Shanghai University, his current abilities were evidently insufficient. Fortunately, his bodyguards and Ji Qingwei were outside, not far away. As long as he could temporarily escape the danger zone, he could call for assistance without risking being harmed by the furious voyeur, thereby avoiding being taken hostage. This would provide him with an opportunity to capture her unscathed. Feigning ignorance, Shingchin turned his head back and continued to untie his belt, while subtly and silently inching towards the restroom door. In a short while, he found himself close to the doorknob. A fleeting glimmer of joy crossed his eyes, his heart quickening involuntarily, and his breath becoming slightly hurried. Eagerly, he stepped forward, hands swiftly reaching for the doorknob, intent on opening it immediately. However, in the next moment, a damp, salty breath suddenly enveloped his back. Simultaneously, a soft, delicate hand clamped over his mouth like a vice, rendering him utterly silent. Another hand gripped his own, preventing him from reaching the door, effectively stifling the flow of his energy. The body behind him coiled around him like a sinuous python, continuously writhing against him. Shingchin keenly detected the peculiar fragrance emanating from her palm. It was unmistakably the scent of a drug. Coupled with her brazen behavior, a flicker of indignation crossed his eyes. What an audacious woman. Chapter 82. The familiar voice of the voyeur? The two remained in this position, locked in a stalemate for a full 3 minutes. The voyeur, having both hands occupied in restraining Shingchin, was momentarily unable to engage in further harassment. However, despite her hands being occupied, this did not signify a relinquishment of her original intent. On the contrary, from Shingchin's unseen perspective, her eyes glimmered with hunger and obsession as she fervently kissed his back, her lips emitting heated, suggestive breaths. While goosebumps erupted across his skin, he felt a wave of dryness in his mouth and an intense warmth coursing through him, blood surging involuntarily towards his lower body. The struggling body gradually relaxed, pressing against the slick, cold figure behind. At one moment, there arose a desire to turn and embrace the voyeuristic woman, to seize the initiative. Thoughts meandered through his mind, reckoning that since he was not a woman, there was no barrier to consider. Though he had yet to truly experience the allure of the world, he thought that since he could not escape the woman's grasp, it might be worth attempting this once. Moreover, although he had not glimpsed the woman's appearance, the sensation of her smooth, fair skin and slender hands suggested an appealing physique. Surely, he would not come out at a disadvantage. After all, the encounter would likely last merely half an hour to an hour. It would soon be over, just as the effects of the drug began to cloud his will. Desires surging like a tidal wave, and his body lost its resolve to resist. A sudden, muffled knocking echoed from outside the door, striking like a clarion call. The unexpected sound shattered the previously charged, intimate atmosphere. Tension filled the air, tightening his nerves instantaneously. The movements of the voyeur froze, her body becoming slightly rigid. The hand that had been covering Shingchin's lips slowly glided down to his neck, poised to act. Simultaneously, a voice tinged with confusion emerged. Shingchin, why are you taking so long in the bathroom? We need to drop off our luggage and head to the classroom soon. You need to hurry. Shingchin felt a jolt coursing through him, a fleeting moment of clarity. Aware of the strong grip on his neck, he recalled his earlier thoughts, which turned his face pale as he understood the drug's influence had taken hold. He realized how naive his previous considerations had been. Setting aside the fierce and ravenous nature of women from Blue Star, he questioned whether half an hour would be sufficient to satisfy her needs. Additionally, the fact that this woman had managed to evade the supervision of the dormitory staff and silently slipped into the male dormitory's washroom indicated she could also leave without a trace, potentially taking him with her. After all, as long as she was not foolish, it would be nearly impossible for her to act recklessly in the perilous environment of the male dormitory. Her hesitation to act was likely due to the anticipation of the drug's effect, allowing him to succumb completely to the haze of desire and awareness, thus avoiding alarming anyone else. Although his body still burned with heat, Shingchin's gaze began to cool. He needed to devise an escape plan swiftly. His eyes darted discreetly around the room, and he caught a glimpse of the woman's smooth, fair calves covered in foam, the floor slick with water. Following the trail of moisture, he noticed that the previously closed curtain near the window had been drawn back, revealing a bathtub filled with water, the surface adorned with bubbles, the origin of which was a mystery. It seems that the voyeur had been hiding here all along. Gazing at the foam and water stains on the ground, his eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Perhaps he could utilize these elements to temporarily escape his predicament. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of Jai Qingwei's urgent knocking grew more frantic, her voice tinged with anxiety. Shingchin, why aren't you responding? What is happening? If you don't answer soon, I will kick down the door. The voyeur, who had been fixated on the door, suddenly seized Shingchin and dragged him to the sink, turning on the tap. She leaned close to Shingchin's ear, lowering her voice to a chilling whisper, threateningly stating, "Tell her you just needed to use the restroom and are now washing your hands. Just wait for me a moment longer. Do not utter a single extra word. Otherwise, I will strangle you. Do not think I am merely speaking. I mean every word." As she spoke, her hand mimicked the motion of throttling, suggesting she could act on her threat at any moment. The cruelty of her actions was evident, and she displayed a practiced ruthlessness. In an instant, a vivid red mark appeared on his neck, resembling a menacing and grotesque collar. However, there was something dissonant in the situation. She had remained silent until now. It was only then that Shingchin noticed, despite her lowered tone. Her voice was sweet and melodious, starkly contrasting with her fierce and obsessive demeanor. Moreover, if one listened closely, they might find the voice faintly familiar, as if echoing from a distant memory. Shingchin furrowed his brows, yet the gravity of the situation left little room for contemplation. As the grip on his throat loosened slightly, he promptly recited her instructions, word for word. "All right, then hurry up," Qingwei replied without suspicion. A sigh of relief escaped the voyeur, a satisfied smile gracing her lips at Shingchin's compliance. She delighted in his obedience, secretly planning to take him to the basement and occasionally let him out for a stroll as a special reward. After all, a pet as obedient and untrained as him was a rarity, deserving of careful nurturing and affection. With this thought, the voyeur's gaze softened as she looked at Shingchin, her hand releasing his neck and covering his mouth once more. However, just as she began to relax, Shingchin, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly lifted his eyes, revealing a remarkable brilliance within them. His gaze was fixed intently on the system panel before him. Name: Shingchin, Basic Vitality Technique Proficiency. Level 2, 300500. Thunderfire Blade Proficiency. Level 2, 101500. Ironstone Body Proficiency. Level 2, 64500. Free Attribute Points. 310, after approximately half a month of relentless hunting at the G family's hunting grounds. He had amassed a staggering 310 free attribute points. His dedication to practicing martial arts had never wavered. Thus, he was now poised to elevate the basic vitality technique to the next stage. His eyes sparkled like stars as he internally proclaimed, "System, expend 200 free attribute points to advance basic vitality technique." Chapter 83. Truly beautiful in an instant, a surge of potent vitality erupted within Shingchin, coursing through his veins with a vigorous force. It rampaged within him like a wild stallion, forcefully impacting the previously stagnant acupoints, producing nearly inaudible explosive sounds. His muscles visibly expanded at an astonishing rate, becoming increasingly resilient, as if harboring immense explosive power. As the vitality continued to wash over him, his realm began to ascend rapidly. From the initial stage of the first rank, he surged through to the intermediate, advanced, and ultimately reached the consummate state of the first rank, at which point the powerful vitality finally waned. The acupoints previously sealed by the observing woman were astonishingly breached under this onslaught of vitality. Simultaneously, as her mind relaxed and her grip weakened, his vitality surged wildly, allowing him to temporarily break free from her constraints. He dared not relent, quickly crouching down while preparing to execute his next move. Shingchin's suddenly robust vitality did not escape the notice of the woman nearby. A flicker of astonishment and disbelief crossed her eyes, but it lasted but a second before she regained her composure. Her expression darkened to an extreme as she exerted her right hand with force, unhesitatingly striking towards Shingchin's neck, attempting to once again secure him firmly. Even if Shingchin managed to escape her grasp and attempted to call for help, having already uttered a word, as long as his life still rested in her hands, everything remained under her control. A high-level second-rank martial artist. Sensing the presence not far away, a glint of light flickered in Shingchin's eyes. Previously, due to facing away, he had not been able to glimpse the woman's appearance. Apart from her remarkably slender and fair calves, he had not gleaned any other useful clues. However, this time, the sudden turn of events left her no time to conceal her true strength, revealing to him the essence of her formidable prowess. Thus, the scope of future searches would be significantly narrowed. Shingchin rapidly pondered in his mind, while simultaneously adhering to the original plan, his gaze firmly fixed upon her small, foam-covered feet, glistening with moisture. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly adjusted his posture, leaning forward as he forcefully propelled his calves backward. Executing a deft scissor kick, he aimed directly at his target. Without a moment's pause or concern for the outcome, he rolled away seamlessly, his movements fluid and unbroken. The icy porcelain tiles sent a jolt through his once fiery body, cooling him considerably. He then called out without hesitation, "Sister, there's a woman lying in ambush inside." Shingchin's timing for this scissor kick was remarkably astute. Under normal circumstances, the two would be nearly equal in strength, making it nearly impossible to trip her up with a sudden, sliding maneuver. However, the clever use of the slippery water and foam acted as a lubricant, undermining the stability of the voyeur, who had been as steadfast as a mountain. Her body faltered, stumbling forward a few steps. Though it was only a matter of a few paces, this brief moment was sufficient for Shingchin to call for help, which arrived just in time from the 8th grade shadow guard. Realizing this, the voyeur's face turned an ashen hue, her chest heaving with evident anger. The prize that had nearly been within her grasp had slipped away, leaving her with a sense of deep frustration. Yet, should she linger any longer, she would risk not only losing Shingchin, but also endangering her own safety. Reluctantly, she decided to withdraw for the time being. Quickly, she donned a peculiar black shawl that enveloped her entirely. With one last resentful glance at Shingchin, who lay enticingly nearby, she lamented the near miss. If only she had been a moment quicker, her new pet would have been secured. Given this experience, she recognized that future attempts at abduction would likely prove futile, compelling her to devise alternative strategies. However, not long ago, she had discussed the upcoming matchmaking event with her elder sister, who had vehemently opposed the idea, even expressing her outrage at the thought of entangling with the Ji and Zhuang families, lest the family's long-hidden secrets be exposed. This avenue seemed improbable. Nevertheless, having encountered a man so pleasing to her eye, she was resolute in her refusal to give up easily. The voyeur, known as Yuyener, cast one last lingering glance at Shingchin before her figure flickered and she vanished into the night. In the very next moment, the shadow guard materialized in the bathroom, her expression icy as she sensed the presence of an unfamiliar aura that had once lingered here. Prepared to pursue the scent immediately, she hesitated, turning her gaze toward Shingchin to ascertain his safety and whether he had sustained any harm. Unexpectedly, I beheld him at that moment, his brow furrowed, his complexion flushed, his upper body bare, and his trousers disheveled. Instantly, as if struck by an electric shock, I averted my gaze. My body swiftly turned away, my head bowed low, too timid to lift it. My slender fingers clutched tightly at the hem of my trousers, trembling slightly, revealing the profound anxiety within. In but a fleeting second, my face reddened far more than if I had inhaled a potent substance, resembling a ripe red apple. I stood there in a daze, utterly oblivious to what I should do next. Ultimately, it was Shingchin, still lying on the ground, who could not help but exclaim, "What are you still doing? Hurry and pursue. We must not let that peeping woman escape." Only then did the dark guard seem to awaken from his reverie, clumsily lifting his foot, striding several meters to the window's edge. To my astonishment, he simply tumbled straight down. Shingchin, who had just escaped a dire situation, was momentarily taken aback. Is this how skilled practitioners move? It seemed rather stiff, did it not? However, there was little time for contemplation, as the effects of the substance surged anew. Waves of heat began to concentrate downward. Shingchin gradually lost control, his mind replaying scenes from films he had watched in a previous life. His consciousness began to wander. Bang! At that very moment, the bathroom door was violently kicked open, crashing to the ground. Wei's anxious face appeared above the hazy Shingchin. He could not help but smile. This young lady is truly beautiful. Chapter 84. An ominous premonition? Awakening. In the midst of this hazy consciousness, Shingchin vaguely sensed a cool, delicate body gradually approaching, a unique fragrance wafting into his nostrils, reminiscent of green bamboo. At that moment, it was incredibly enticing. He could not resist leaning closer and struggled to open his eyes. The scene before him was unclear, revealing only the ethereal and slender form of the woman. Yet, the heat within him left no room for contemplation, nor did he have the capacity to ponder the identity of the woman before him. Without warning, he reached out and grasped her wrist. With a firm tug, her body, seemingly unprepared, effortlessly fell into his embrace. Though he could not see her, he sensed her originally gentle and steady breathing suddenly quicken. Their bodies began to intertwine. The coolness of her body and slender fingers brushed against him, evoking a refreshing and comforting sensation that invigorated both body and soul. However, this delicate figure appeared uncooperative, her movements hesitant and stiff. After struggling for a while, she ultimately managed to break free from his embrace, as he was overwhelmed by desire, anxiously longing to embrace her tightly. A powerful surge of vital energy suddenly coursed through his body, rhythmically traversing his meridians. In comparison to this force, his own meager vitality seemed as inconsequential as a babbling brook swallowed by the vastness of the sea, instantly vanishing without a trace due to the overwhelming disparity. The tumultuous energy flooding his entire being brought forth waves of excruciating pain, causing Shingchin to furrow his brow and struggle violently, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Amidst such intense agony, his previously hazy consciousness began to sharpen. Uncertain of how much time had passed, the tumult within him gradually subsided. His tightly shut eyes began to flutter before slowly opening, revealing a gaze tinged with confusion and disorientation, as if he had not fully emerged from his stupor. As his vision cleared, he immediately beheld above him a visage framed by beautiful white hair. The owner of that face was none other than his sister, Wei, who looked down at him with eyes full of concern, devoid of any impurities. Of course, he did not overlook in his peripheral vision the figure in the corner, clad in a black mask, whose body trembled slightly. It was the formidable Dark Guard, a martial artist of the 8th rank. The Dark Guard had buried her head deeply, as if wishing to meld into the wall itself, maintaining the farthest distance from the bed. The mask obscured her true expression, yet her tense shoulders and clenched fists betrayed her acute discomfort. Shingchin, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Upon seeing him awaken, Wei expressed her surprise and hurriedly inquired. Shingchin averted his gaze, gently shaking his head to indicate that he was unharmed. He prepared to utter something reassuring to alleviate his sister's worries. However, just as the words were about to escape his lips, fragmented images flashed through his mind, causing his previously placid countenance to transform into one of profound intensity. He remembered the treacherous woman had drugged him, rendering him devoid of reason, during which he had seemingly engaged in a brief and ambiguous physical encounter with an unknown woman. A chill gripped Shingchin's heart, a foreboding sense of dread washing over him. If his memory served him correctly, the only woman by his side before he fell into unconsciousness had been his sister. Could it be that the woman with whom he had shared such intimate proximity was? No, it was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Did he truly commit an unspeakable act against his sister, something that defied all moral bounds? His complexion turned ashen, and the more he contemplated, the more his expression darkened. He cast a glance at his sister, his demeanor shifting to one of avoidance and unease. Upon witnessing the myriad expressions flitting across his younger brother's handsome visage, akin to a painter's palette, Wei couldn't help but furrow her brow in perplexity. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she swiftly discerned his thoughts, and a chuckle escaped her lips as she playfully delivered a light rap upon his forehead. What nonsense are you imagining? I merely observed the entire affair that was orchestrated by the Shadow Guard, Blood Moon. I did not exert any effort, she remarked, casting a teasing glance towards Blood Moon. Hearing her words, the weight that had burdened Shingchin's heart was finally lifted, and he let out a long sigh, a smile of relief gracing his features. As long as the woman entwined with him was not Wei, he felt reassured. His gaze drifted back to Blood Moon, who was ensconced in a corner, lost in contemplation. Although he had taken the initiative, he had not ultimately consummated the encounter. Moreover, given that they were in Blue Star, where the ratio of women to men was gravely imbalanced, it seemed he had drawn the shorter straw. Surely, he bore no responsibility. Blood Moon, already fraught with anxiety, became increasingly flustered under Shingchin's gaze. With her mask obscuring her features, only her luminous eyes were visible, darting left and right like a startled fawn. Too timid to meet his gaze, the shameful moments they had just shared replayed in her mind, igniting a fiery blush across her cheeks, as if she were ablaze. The discomfort of this peculiar sensation became unbearable, pushing her to the brink of her endurance. Finally, unable to withstand his scrutiny any longer, Blood Moon bit her lip. Seemingly resolute, and with a sudden stomp, she took a bold step forward, leaping from the window in a hasty retreat. Shingchin was taken aback by her abrupt action, his expression one of astonishment and confusion. Wei, however, could not suppress a chuckle, and with a smile, she explained to her brother, that is simply her way. You need not concern yourself. Having been gifted from a young age, Blood Moon was chosen as a prospective shadow guard at the tender age of 5 and had undergone years of rigorous, isolated training. Engrossed in her cultivation and severed from worldly affairs. While ordinary women might glean insights into men through television or literature, she was like a blank slate, wholly unacquainted with such knowledge. Hence, her reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Shingchin nodded in sudden understanding. It made sense why Blood Moon seemed to shy away from him, unlike the other women who were often overtly eager. Reflecting on it, he realized that not just Blood Moon, but also the bodyguards surrounding Wei Ping and other male guests exhibited a similar reticence, devoid of the lewdness and greed typically exhibited by women. It was highly probable that they had been trained specifically for such conduct. Chapter 85, Class Report. Meeting new classmates. It is indeed essential for the Dragon Kingdom to invest considerable effort in cultivating a cadre of women akin to Blood Moon. Firstly, for the male guests. Apart from their family and wives, they can additionally possess a formidable array of loyal protectors who harbor no ulterior motives, significantly enhancing their safety. Secondly, women of this caliber, even when serving as covert guards or placed in pivotal positions, are adept at resisting temptations, thus averting the risk of being swayed by enemy nations. Although they may present themselves as innocent and pure as lambs in the presence of male guests, this does not imply that they possess feeble wills. On the contrary, due to their rigorous upbringing, these women have not been indoctrinated with notions of male superiority, but are acutely aware of the value of men. Consequently, compared to ordinary women, they are more capable of withstanding the various lures that male guests may present. Upon reflecting on this, Shingchin felt a sense of relief. It was likely that Blood Moon had never before witnessed a man's exposed chest so closely, and such intimate contact had understandably caused her to feel bashful and flee. Simultaneously, he inwardly rejoiced that they had not engaged in further profound exchanges. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to conclude the encounter, especially considering that Blood Moon might remain for an extended period. Shingchin sighed. Although turmoil brewed beneath the surface among the great nations, a fragile semblance of peace was still maintained. This suggested that his elder sister would not be summoning Blood Moon back in the near future. Yet, given the intimacy that had transpired between them, it remained uncertain how their future interactions would unfold. With a deep exhale, Shingchin pushed the matter from his mind, recognizing that overthinking would yield no benefit. At that moment, Qingwei handed him a pill. He accepted it and swallowed it whole. Instantly, his previously listless body surged with vitality, displaying remarkable efficacy. He felt invigorated to the extent that he could engage in fierce battles with ferocious beasts in the hunting grounds without issue. Shingchin could not suppress his astonishment. The pill was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, as his sister had mentioned, it was merely a mid-tier elixir. Higher-tier pills could even achieve miraculous effects, such as the resurrection pill, rumored to have been concocted by an extraordinary individual decades ago. It was said that upon ingestion, even if a person had perished, as long as their head remained intact, they could be revived, a truly wondrous concept. Unfortunately, shortly after the resurrection pill was created, the enigmatic individual who crafted it vanished without a trace, leaving no one aware of their whereabouts or the fate of the miraculous elixir. As for the voyeuristic woman, Shingchin had relayed all the intelligence he possessed to Qingwei in meticulous detail. Naturally, relying solely on these trivial clues, it proves exceedingly challenging to identify the voyeuristic woman amidst the thousands of students and hundreds of teachers at the prestigious Magic City University. After all, practitioners of martial arts typically possess lean physiques with evenly distributed muscles, making their silhouettes quite similar. Only height serves as a distinguishing factor, enabling the exclusion of certain individuals. However, given that this person managed to escape the pursuit of the formidable Blood Moon, a practitioner of the 8th rank, it is either due to possessing an exceptional and profound martial technique or wielding a divine artifact capable of perfectly concealing one's aura. Regardless of which possibility it may be, their background is likely not ordinary. When combined, these factors significantly narrowed down the search. Qingwei gently patted her brother's shoulder, offering reassurance in a soft voice. Rest assured, I will unearth this individual and ensure they are imprisoned in the most merciless of jails, subjected daily to the torment of lashes, paying the price for their misdeeds. Furthermore, once captured, I shall allow the entire faculty and student body to witness their tragic fate. This way, I am certain that those who dare to harass you will diminish greatly, allowing you to navigate your remaining campus life with peace of mind. Shingchin nodded slightly, refraining from further conversation. On the very first day of school, he had nearly been abducted. Had it not been for a stroke of fortune, he might have found himself lost to an unknown fate, soon to be drained of all vitality. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Even within the esteemed halls of human academia, danger lurked. Was there truly any safe haven left for men in this world? He needed to swiftly enhance his strength. Rejuvenated by this resolve, Shingchin wasted no time. He changed his attire and departed the dormitory alongside his sister, heading towards the designated classroom for registration. Upon arriving at Class 1, he found that most seats were already occupied, save for those adjacent to the trash bin. A spot was vacant right beside Wei Jie in the front row, his countenance pale and expression vacant, resembling someone who had just endured a brutal encounter. Without hesitation, Shingchin strode directly toward Wei Jie's side. Although their earlier incident had created a rift between them, and given Wei Jie's dismal state, it was likely he bore a grudge. Yet, what did it matter? Shingchin would not diminish himself because of it, as long as he remained untroubled. The discomfort would belong to others. However, just as he was about to reach his seat, Shingchin suddenly froze. Sensing an unusual sensation in his legs and catching a glimpse of a figure from the corner of his eye, he found himself immobilized. Yu Yen-er had also been assigned to this class. At that moment, she donned a gown of pure white, resembling fresh snow, bending down to retrieve a black pin that had fortuitously fallen at his feet. As she gradually straightened up, Shingchin noticed her fingers seemingly brushing against his trousers, slowly coiling upward, imbued with an unnameable air of intimacy and allure. Only when she raised her head did she exhibit an expression that suggested she had just noticed Shingchin, her eyes sparkling with surprise. "Is it you? What a coincidence. Not only are we in the same class, but we also sit in front of and behind each other. Please take good care of me," she said, tilting her head with an exceptionally radiant smile. Shingchin's expression remained largely unchanged as he replied calmly, "Indeed, it is quite a coincidence." His tone was serene, leaving one unable to discern his true thoughts. However, internally, he was in turmoil. The Yandere had commenced her scheme. First, she orchestrated this chance encounter, and next, she would likely methodically ensnare his heart, leading him to surrender entirely before ultimately confining him. As for coincidence, he held no belief in it. Out of so many seats, Yu Yen-er had deliberately chosen this one, clearly calculating that he would arrive late and thus had no other options. Undoubtedly, this Yandere had her gaze firmly fixed upon him. Yet, changing seats at this moment would seem overly deliberate. Shingchin's expression darkened. Just then, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, and his demeanor grew serious. On what basis could Yu Yen-er be so certain he would arrive late? Chapter 86. Horned demon in front, Yandere girl behind. Either she had preemptively claimed this seat, or Yu Yen-er was indeed a voyeur. Shingchin mused silently, his gaze wandering over her, the likelihood of his suspicions growing stronger, his expression becoming increasingly grave. Her physique and height matched perfectly. Furthermore, after their previous encounters, he had already discerned her personality bore the hallmark of a Yandere, exhibiting dangerously unstable traits that would not be out of character for someone who might lurk in the shadows to spy and forcibly seize a respectable man. Of course, these remained merely his conjectures, devoid of any concrete evidence. Perhaps Yu Yen-er simply assumed, as one of the only two male students in the class, they would naturally gravitate towards each other, thus fortuitously choosing the seat behind him. Such a possibility was not entirely absent. In any case, it was best for him to avoid provoking Yu Yen-er, this ticking time bomb, for the time being. As for his earlier doubts about her, he would confide in his sister and let her investigate. It was prudent for him to refrain from getting involved, lest he become ensnared himself. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Shingchin maintained a stoic expression, feigning nonchalance as he passed by her, then calmly settled into the seat beside Wei Jie. No sooner had he touched the seat than Wei Jie, who had been secretly observing them, eagerly leaned in close. His once pallid face, resembling that of someone drained of vitality, now contorted into a forced smile of flattery as he said, "Brother Ji, this is a special seat I reserved just for you. The view is top-notch. What do you think? Am I thoughtful?" Upon hearing these words, Shingchin suddenly came to a realization. Initially, he had been perplexed as to why the seat beside Wei Jie remained vacant. After all, for other female students, this presented an unparalleled opportunity for close contact with male peers. Even if the local students from the Magic City were indifferent, numerous girls from other cities would never relinquish such a fortuitous chance. It was only now that he understood. Wei Jie had indeed rejected these female students. At the same time, he felt a tinge of curiosity regarding Wei Jie's unexpected enthusiasm. Observing his pale complexion, it was evident that the events of the morning had inflicted considerable distress upon him. Although the idea of frightening him with a caterpillar had not originated with Ji, he was undoubtedly an accomplice in the matter. Surprisingly, Wei Jie bore no resentment. Instead, he adopted a demeanor of deference and eagerness. Something was amiss. Shingchin scrutinized him with suspicion before turning away, intending to dismiss him. However, Wei Jie was unyielding, leaning in closer with a solicitous expression, extending his hand in an attempt to grasp Ji's arm, and brazenly inquiring, "Brother Ji, may I ask you a question? What is your relationship with my inept brother?" Ji Shingchin, quick to react, evaded his advance. Upon hearing the question, he could surmise Wei Jie's intentions, likely harboring thoughts of avenging Wei Ping while simultaneously fearing to offend Ji. Worried that Ji might later defend Wei Ping and retaliate in turn. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Friends." Although Wei Ping might be somewhat foolish and likely harbored feelings for him, he had previously advocated for Ji online and had gone to great lengths to seek him out. Thus, if he could lend a hand, he would do so. Upon hearing those two words, Wei Jie's countenance darkened ominously. This response was somewhat ambiguous, as the term friends encompassed a vast spectrum, ranging from intimate companions to mere acquaintances. However, in light of Ji's answer, it was clear that Wei Ping had been positioned within his circle. Consequently, if Wei Jie ever contemplated taking action against Wei Ping, he would have to weigh the potential repercussions of angering Ji Shingchin. The thought of the formidable 8th-rank Shadow Guard sent a fresh wave of pallor across Wei Jie's face, leaving him momentarily speechless as he bowed his head in silence. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his downcast eyes, as if a revelation had struck him. He abruptly lifted his head to gaze once more at Ji Shingchin, his expression now alight with renewed vigor. If his inept brother could befriend Ji Shingchin, then surely the once beloved figure he had been could forge an even stronger bond with Ji, especially now that they were desk mates, sharing each day in proximity, definitely capable of becoming better friends than his inept brother. At that moment, even if he were to take action against that worthless brother, it was likely that Brother Ji would no longer lend his support. Without Brother Ji's backing, given his position in the Wei family, Wei Ping would be able to manipulate him at will. At that juncture, all the fear and torment he had endured today could be repaid in full. Contemplating this, Wei Jie felt an invigorating surge of determination. He resolved to act decisively. He shifted the bench beneath him slightly to the right, crossing the center line and drawing closer to Ji Shingchin. Simultaneously, he leaned in and enthusiastically began, "Brother Ji, today marks our first acquaintance, and we hardly know each other. How about we take a moment to get acquainted? My name is Wei Jie, from the Wei family. And you, Brother Ji? Do you prefer sweet or spicy food? When it comes to drinks, do you favor Coke or Pepsi? Do you enjoy gaming at home or prefer to roam around?" Wei Jie's words flowed like a rapid-fire machine gun, and even if Ji Shingchin remained utterly silent, he continued to chatter incessantly, leaving Ji Shingchin feeling overwhelmed. He was astonished by Wei Jie's sudden transformation, and his expression began to show increasing annoyance. For a moment, he regretted sitting in this position. On his right sat the incessant chatterbox Wei Jie, and behind him was the peculiar and seemingly voyeuristic Yu. Had he known this was the situation, he would have preferred to sit beside a garbage bin than choose this spot. Although he was aware that people often discarded the remains and entrails of demon beasts into the trash during storage, which over time could produce quite an unpleasant odor, one could eventually grow accustomed to it. However, he realized there was no escape from the incessant chatter of a loudmouth and the peculiar nature of a stalker. In that moment, Ji Shingchin wore an expression of utter disillusionment. Meanwhile, behind them, Yu cast a cold, piercing gaze at Wei Jie's hands as they occasionally touched Ji Shingchin's arm, tilting her head silently while a sweet, yet sinister smile crept across her lips. "How dare he touch my designated pet without my permission? Perhaps I should sever those hands and feed them to my little ones, for they haven't had meat in quite some time." Chapter 87. The significance of points confronted with Wei Jie's relentless verbal harassment and his occasional tugging at his arm while playfully whining, Ji Shingchin felt utterly repulsed, a wave of goosebumps rising upon his skin. Several times, he considered summoning his shadow guard to teach him a lesson, just as he had done previously. However, the memory of their previous intimate encounter left him feeling rather embarrassed. After much internal struggle, he ultimately suppressed his anger, closing his eyes and blocking his ears, choosing not to see or hear. The shadow guard, lurking in an unknown corner and keeping a watchful eye on Ji Shingchin's displeasure, had already prepared to intervene but was taken aback when he realized Ji Shingchin chose to endure this insult. In that instant, the shadow guard understood the situation. The once faded blush on her cheeks surged anew. It turned out that the matter was not solely of concern to her. Majestic teaching buildings rose within the campus, arranged in alphabetical order and designated as A, B, C, and D. each standing at the corners of Magic City University. Amidst them, numerous uniquely styled edifices towered, each distinct in design. Some resembled colossal mushrooms, others twisted like pretzels, while some evoked the imagery of nests. Their varied forms and materials created an enchanting tableau. Some glimmered with metallic sheen, while others were draped in verdant foliage, as if they were one with nature. They were thoughtfully placed, crafting a remarkable and breathtaking panorama. Although the exact purpose of these buildings remained unknown for the moment, their peculiar appearances alone were enough to evoke awe and curiosity. Among these, Building A was exclusively designated for the soon-to-graduate seniors. In contrast, the youngest freshmen would spend their first year in Building D. Each teaching structure towered 5 stories high, nearing 50 meters. Each floor was meticulously designed, featuring classrooms for 2 classes, shared training rooms, and advanced gravity chambers, among other facilities. Freshmen were divided into 10 classes, each accommodating approximately 100 students, assigned through a random allocation process to embark on their university journey and forge connections with classmates for the next 4 years. Class 1, where Shingchin found herself, was situated on the ground floor. Zhuang Xiaodai was assigned to Class 2, conveniently located just a wall apart. Zhuang Man, on the other hand, was placed in Class 7 on the 4th floor. Ji Qingwei, the grades director, naturally arrived at the classroom as well, overseeing the management of all students and teachers. As Ji Xingchin's guardian, it was likely that she would be stationed in Class 1 henceforth. At this moment, she sat gracefully in the last row of Class 1, a gentle smile gracing her lips, although she uttered no words. Her commanding presence calmed the previously animated female students eager to approach Ji Xingchin the moment she entered the classroom. They sat upright in their seats, their gazes frequently darting towards her, filled with admiration. Not only were the students captivated, but even the renowned strict instructor of Class 1, Old Zhao, strode into the classroom 10 minutes early, clad in a properly tailored uniform that accentuated her curves, her feet adorned with 10-centimeter high heels. The sheer stockings shimmered under the sunlight. With a serious demeanor, she commenced the first day of instruction. With a spirited tone, the discourse flowed eloquently, aiming to leave the most favorable impression upon the head of the grade. The initial day's content primarily revolved around theoretical aspects, encompassing school regulations, subsequent academic planning, and the acquisition and utilization of credits. Such an arrangement afforded the students ample time to acclimate to their new environment and prepare mentally. After all, beginning tomorrow, they would embark on a grueling 4-year training regimen, devoid of any respite along the way. Initially distracted by the arrival of Su Xingchen, the female students gradually became captivated by the teacher's narratives, their faces revealing astonishment. It was only today that they began to comprehend the formidable reputation of Magic Capital University. Truly, it is the pinnacle of institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, boasting not only the finest resources, but also an exceptionally unique pedagogical approach. The curriculum emphasizes practical combat, supplemented by theoretical instruction. The term practical combat extends beyond mere sparring among classmates or confrontations with ferocious beasts in desolate wildernesses. It signifies genuine engagement in the tumultuous chaos of a battlefield, facing countless savage creatures in breathtaking clashes. Naturally, the locations and cities assigned to different grades vary, as does the level of peril involved. Yet, one immutable truth remains. No matter the setting, war is inherently brutal. Each student will confront immense risks, where a moment's carelessness may result in severe injury or even loss of life. Such harsh and tangible trials undoubtedly present a formidable challenge to every student. However, it is through this tempest of blood and strife that truly resilient individuals are forged. The nature of combat here diverges from conventional understanding. It does not merely refer to clashes among peers, but rather entails challenges against senior students, transcending grade levels. If practical combat is fraught with peril, where death lurks at every corner, then combat itself is replete with challenges. It is crucial to acknowledge that every student admitted to Magic Capital University is exceptionally gifted, possessing remarkable strength and talent. Moreover, with a year-long gap in the middle, succeeding in such escalated challenges is undoubtedly arduous. Additionally, students are particularly attentive to the fact that both practical combat and combat offer opportunities to accumulate points. At Magic Capital University, currency is not in circulation. Thus, points hold tremendous significance. They pertain to essentials such as food, shelter, and, most importantly, cultivation resources, all of which require points for exchange. For instance, accommodation is complimentary for the first month, but thereafter, a fee of 10 points is required. Failing to pay means one must sleep outdoors. Leaving the campus is also prohibited, as the university enforces a closed educational system with strict regulations against off-campus lodging unless in exceptional circumstances. Regarding meals, rice is provided in unlimited quantities. While a purely vegetarian meal costs 0.5 points, a meat dish costs 1 point, and 2 meat dishes cost 1.5 points, and so forth. Many senior students have lamented that merely dining can lead to financial ruin. Some frugal students have resorted to consuming plain rice, spending not a single point. In contrast, cultivation techniques are relatively undervalued, generally worth around 10 points, with the more expensive ones only reaching several hundred points. Of course, exquisite techniques cannot be redeemed with points. Instead, they require contribution points, an existence of a higher echelon, attainable only by those who have distinguished themselves on the blood-soaked battlefields. Furthermore, advanced training rooms and simulated combat chambers, the sanctuaries of cultivation, are all tied to points. To gain entry into these esteemed realms and enjoy the unparalleled resources they offer, one must possess a sufficient number of points as a passport. It can be said that within the confines of this prestigious university in the magical capital, lacking points renders one's endeavors arduous and precarious. To shine in this esteemed institution, the foremost task is to strive relentlessly to acquire more points. Chapter 88. A Worthy Example. Class instructor Old Zhao lectured from morning until the night enveloped the world outside, finally ceasing her discourse. Throughout this lengthy session, she found herself repeatedly tempted to loosen the top button of her exceptionally fitted uniform to catch a breath of fresh air. However, upon meeting the gaze of Shingchin, she resolutely bit her lip, choosing to disregard it. Consequently, her fair profile became gradually dampened with sweat, droplets trickling down her temples. The white shirt she wore soon became utterly drenched, clinging to her body as if she had just emerged from water, vividly outlining her figure. The shirt resembled a translucent veil, faintly revealing her exquisite curves and delicate textures. The attentive female students, unable to resist, gradually cast their eyes downward. Their gazes became fixated, as if magnetically drawn to the mature aura emanating from her, captivated and unable to look away. Several female classmates, observing intently, suddenly grasped their own modest figures, which seemed to them as if still in development, their eyes betraying envy. As women themselves, they pondered how old Zhao had grown to such stature. Yu, of course, did not miss the vivid scene before her. Yet, her expression remained unaltered. To her, a woman's body merely represented 2 additional masses of flesh, differing only in size, which held little interest for her. However, she quickly noticed that Shingchin and Wei Jie, seated in the front row, suddenly twitched in unison for reasons unknown. They immediately turned their heads away, unwilling to confront old Zhao's presence at the podium. Not long after, Wei Jie furtively glanced back at old Zhao, only to swiftly avert his gaze again, as if afflicted by a seizure, repeating this action in a peculiar manner. Not only that, but their profiles suddenly flushed crimson, as if they had encountered something particularly stimulating. Yu quickly grasped the situation. Her previously unruffled expression darkened instantly. Lowering her gaze to her utterly flat surface, she lifted her head again, her eyes revealing a hint of malice. It appeared that Shingchin's preferences were vastly different from hers. Attempting to attract him through mere appearance would likely prove futile. Suddenly, the image of her sister, who was returning from the front lines, flashed in Yu's mind, causing her eyes to brighten. Her sister shared a similar temperament and interests, both being admirers of beauty. However, her sister was more somber and rational, favoring subtlety over directness, often resorting to cunning tactics. Even she had been subjected to such schemes multiple times. Of course, she had retaliated in kind. Moreover, her sister possessed a figure that could easily overshadow Lao Zhao's, boasting ample proportions. Perhaps she could enlist her sister's assistance. Shingchin also noticed Lao Zhao's rather inappropriate attire at that moment, her previously calm demeanor shifting into one of scrutiny. Could it be that even Lao Zhao was captivated by her younger brother's charm, attempting to allure him with a wet look? Her brows furrowed as her gaze intensified. After several hours of continuous explanation, Lao Zhao wiped the damp sweat from her long neck, her rosy lips curving into an appropriate smile. Yet, in the presence of her vibrant physique, Even the most earnest words seemed to carry an undertone of seduction. She pondered quietly, feeling a sense of satisfaction at having delivered such a detailed presentation today, undoubtedly more impressive than before. This might even prompt Director Ji to regard her with newfound respect, significantly aiding her in the upcoming promotion selection in a few months. Lost in her thoughts, her gaze inadvertently met Ji Qingwei's icy stare. Lao Zhao couldn't help but shiver. Bewildered, as she locked eyes with this chilling gaze for a few seconds, her heart filled with confusion and uncertainty. What had she done wrong? Why did Director Ji regard her with such a look of doubt and reproach? Was there an error in her explanations? Or was she dissatisfied with the quality of her teaching? Lao Zhao's mind raced with anxiety and unease. However, she soon realized that Ji Qingwei's cold gaze did not seem to be directed at her. Instead, it appeared to be slightly downward, inquisitively following her line of sight. She was suddenly startled. Quickly, she covered her chest with her hand and glanced panic-stricken at Ji Shingchin. The reason she did not look at the other students was that they were all women. What she possessed, they all had, and it mattered little if they saw. However, Ji Shingchin was different. As one of the only 2 male students in the class, his tall stature and handsome features captivated Lao Zhao the moment she stepped into the classroom, drawing all eyes toward him. The heart raced uncontrollably, pounding vigorously, and a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Yet, as a teacher, she knew she must uphold her professional integrity. Quickly regaining her composure, she took a deep breath and endeavored to divert her attention from that striking figure, immersing herself entirely in the forthcoming lecture. However, deep within, she found herself paying particular attention to Ji Shingchin, more so than her other students. Thus, she instinctively glanced in his direction. At that moment, noticing his evasive gaze, an unusual emotion surged within her. He had undoubtedly perceived the flush on Lao Zhao's cheeks. Yet, recalling that Director Ji was observing her intently, she dared not look any longer and swiftly averted her gaze. Understanding the reason behind Director Ji's scrutiny, he might mistakenly believe she harbored inappropriate feelings for Ji Shingchin. Not wanting to linger, she mobilized her energy, feeling her perspiration gradually evaporate, and her damp shirt began to dry. Ji Qingwei and the students gradually withdrew their gazes. Only then did Lao Zhao breathe a sigh of relief, organizing her thoughts before continuing her explanation. As she turned her back to write on the blackboard, her mind wandered to the fleeting, unwelcome thought that had briefly crossed her mind earlier. She lowered her head, feeling a wave of shame wash over her. How could she entertain such thoughts about her own student? It was truly disgraceful for someone in her position. In Chapter 89, the excitement of Ji Shingchin was palpable. Due to the fleeting, improper thought that had crossed her mind earlier, compounded by Ji Shingchin's unwavering gaze from the front, Lao Zhao felt a peculiar unease and confusion. This directly led to her subsequent lecture becoming increasingly lackluster, her movements appearing awkward and constrained, occasionally stumbling over her words, rendering the process anything but smooth, far from her usual standard. Noticing this, Ji Qingwei, who had temporarily set her worries aside, furrowed her brow once more, suspicion rising within her. Indeed, Lao Zhao was acting strangely. It seemed prudent to exercise caution around her in the future. Sensing the shift in Ji Qingwei's gaze and the growing confusion among her students, Lao Zhao silently lamented, "The allure of male beauty is perilous." She felt compelled to leave the room post-haste to avoid drawing attention to her thoughts, fearing they might be revealed throughout the school. The thought of all faculty and students discovering her inappropriate feelings towards her own student was utterly mortifying. Thus, after swiftly outlining a few important points, she urged the students to disperse. As for the class monitor election originally scheduled for that day, she decided to postpone it until the next day, waiting until she had regained her composure. Subsequently, she feigned a calm demeanor, striding confidently from the classroom, though her head remained slightly tilted towards the wall, not daring to cast even a sidelong glance in Ji Shingchin's direction, lest it provoke unnecessary misunderstandings. There is a certain air reminiscent of the proverbial, "not a single silver piece in this place," evoking curious glances from female students, including Yu Yin'er, who harbor peculiar sentiments towards Ji Shingchin. Their eyes, laden with subtle hostility, followed her as she departed, leading to a shared exchange of glances. In an instant, the atmosphere thickened with an undercurrent of tension. Unbeknownst to Ji Shingchin, these tumultuous feelings brewed beneath the surface. The earlier allure of Lao Zhao's dampened presence had merely caused a fleeting moment of distraction, which he quickly dismissed. After all, the realm of cosplay on social media platforms abounds with myriad interpretations, each more stimulating than the last. Black stockings, wax drippings, leather straps, none of which could compare to the allure of the Zhuang sisters. Despite Lao Zhao possessing a modicum of charm, Shingchin paid him little heed. Instead, he found himself engrossed in the discourse regarding the accumulation of points, culminating in a delightful surprise. He had not anticipated that at the prestigious Magic City University, the costs associated with cultivation techniques were astonishingly affordable compared to the everyday expenses of lodging and sustenance. The prices were akin to that of cabbages, unimaginably low, leaving one astounded. It is well known that the circumstances at other martial arts universities starkly contrast this situation. The allure of a university lies not only in its cadre of exceptionally skilled educators, but also in its collection of diverse and formidable cultivation techniques and manuals. Whether it be the enigmatic inner martial arts or the fierce and powerful combat skills, whether it encompasses philosophical tomes that embody the principles of nature or secret techniques that unravel the mysteries of the world, each manual and technique is a vessel of the dedication and wisdom of predecessors, forming the foundation of a university's establishment and growth. Thus, at other institutions, these cultivation manuals are among the rarest and most valuable of treasures, especially the more advanced texts, which often require significant contributions to the school for acquisition, privileges not afforded to the average individual. However, as one of the world's premier institutions, Magic City University far surpasses ordinary universities in both the quantity and quality of its treasured manuals. Each tome could be deemed a coveted prize for countless aspirants. Therefore, the university's generous provision of such invaluable resources at remarkably low prices for students to study and explore is both commendable and awe-inspiring. For the students of Magic City University, the price of foregoing a few meals or enduring a few nights on the streets to access such precious manuscripts is exceedingly worthwhile. With this thought in mind, Shingchin's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he felt an overwhelming desire to exchange for a manual at the martial arts library. Despite currently lacking any points on his card. However, Old Zhao mentioned during his explanation that each student is allowed to defer 20 points each month, which is more than sufficient for them to exchange for a martial arts manual that suits their needs. Chapter 90. Encirclement. Shingchin, unwilling to delay any further, promptly rose to prepare for his journey to the martial arts library. Yet, his movement instantly attracted the fervent gaze of all the female students in the classroom. Their almost tangible, lingering stares enveloped him entirely, akin to countless soft hands caressing his form. This peculiar sensation sent a shiver down his spine, making him feel, at that moment, like a hapless lamb straying into a den of wolves, beset by predatory glances. Taking a deep breath, Shingchin endeavored to avert his eyes from their scrutiny. Although this was not his first encounter with such attention, he realized that he would likely remain unable to fully acclimatize to the intense desire and aggression reflected in their gazes in the immediate future. Thus, he chose to ignore them. After standing, he swiftly made his way toward the back of the classroom, eager to reunite with his sister before proceeding to the martial arts library. However, it was no simple task for a lamb to evade the clutches of a wolf pack. Yu Yin gracefully rose, lightly stepping forward to perfectly block Shingchin's path. With her hands behind her back and her head tilted slightly upward, she gazed at him with an innocent smile that belied her intentions. Shingchin, may I call you Brother Ji? Where are you headed? I am quite familiar with Magic City University. I could be your guide, free of charge. Upon hearing her words and recalling the chaotic encounter he had faced hours earlier in the dormitory, where he had been harassed by infatuated girls, Shingchin couldn't help but feel a surge of alarm. The memories were still fresh in his mind, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Yet, maintaining a composed exterior, he shook his head gently and replied, "There's no need to trouble yourself. I have other plans shortly." Nodding politely, he attempted to sidestep her and leave. However, as he tried to maneuver around her, Yin-er's expression darkened, revealing a flicker of displeasure and disappointment in her eyes. Confusion also brewed within her, as she pondered why Shingchin repeatedly ignored her and declined her invitation. She believed she had behaved quite normally, refraining from any extravagant actions. She was not unappealing in appearance and had even lowered herself to tease him several times. Yet, he seemed utterly disinterested in her. This was truly disheartening for her. Her gaze grew sinister, as the feeling of wanting something yet being unable to grasp it left her quite unsettled. Meanwhile, many female students, upon witnessing old Zhao leave the classroom, felt a surge of excitement within them. They hastily scrambled to vacate their seats. One by one, they approached with what they believed to be sweet and charming smiles, twisting their slender waists, advancing fiercely from every corner, fearful of being outpaced by Yu Yenner. At the neighboring table, Wei Jie had just tucked away the cultivation-related books distributed by the school into his storage ring when he heard Yu Yenner's words, his heart leaping with joy. He thought to himself, what a splendid opportunity to draw closer to Shingchin. Thus, he hurriedly approached without a hint of trepidation, wearing a flattering smile. He barely noticed the sudden shift of Yu Yenner's icy gaze, which now coldly scrutinized him. Come on, Ji Go. It's perfect that we are all unfamiliar with Magic City University. Wandering around won't take much time, he said, attempting to dissuade any potential rejection. His eyes flitting between the two with a smile. He teasingly added, but you wouldn't mind having an extra light bulb on your date, would you? With a playful wink, he finished his statement. In an instant, Yu Yenner's expression transitioned from grim to bright, the corners of her mouth lifting into a smile. Her demeanor visibly softened. Initially annoyed by Wei Jie's lack of awareness in interrupting her, she had planned to teach him a lesson later on. While she had no intention of putting his life in jeopardy, a few days of minor discomfort could serve as a valuable lesson. Yet, upon hearing his words, she realized he had inadvertently struck a chord within her. A date. In her mind, such occasions were reserved for couples. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she licked her lips, changing her mind and deciding to let Wei Jie off the hook for now. She turned her gaze back to Shingchin, her eyes glimmering with affection. Meanwhile, Wei Jie, intent on ingratiating himself with Shingchin, remained oblivious to Yu Yenner's subtle transformation. Engrossed in his own persuasive efforts, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him and casually glanced over, only to behold a formidable throng of eager young women advancing with a fervor reminiscent of an overwhelming army. Startled, he spun around, his pupils dilating in fear as he instinctively crossed his arms, eyeing them warily. Help! Wei Jie opened his mouth, ready to call for the guards stationed outside the classroom. However, the legion of young women paid him no mind, forming an impenetrable wall around Shingchin, blocking the path with unyielding resolve. Wei Jie's voice caught in his throat as he watched the students, mere steps away, completely disregard his presence, his expression oscillating between crimson and pale. Since his birth, he had always been the center of attention wherever he went. Never before had he experienced such blatant disregard. An indescribable sense of defeat surged within him, leaving him momentarily speechless. He cast a glance at Shingchin, his eyes tinged with a touch of jealousy and an unusual hue. Chapter 91. Entering the second floor of the martial arts library. Hey, handsome, shall we walk together? A girl called out. Little brother, I'm a third-tier martial artist. Would you like me to guide your training? As for compensation, how about a date with me? Gee, your sun-kissed skin looks incredibly alluring. May I touch it? Another girl chimed in. Shall we dine together? I'll be your meal. Shingchin found himself sandwiched amidst a throng of female students, akin to a cookie caught in a press. The proximity was almost suffocating, their breaths palpable in the air. His self-proclaimed thick skin could not help but flush, leaving him uncertain of where to place his hands. It seemed inappropriate no matter where he turned. Raising his hands felt akin to surrendering or begging for mercy. An undeniably awkward posture. Lowering them wrist brushing against their taut thighs or even more sensitive areas. He found himself at an impasse, especially since the female students, despite their audacious teasing, maintained a semblance of decorum in public, refraining from any inappropriate physical contact. However, their verbal provocations were unabated, fiery, and bold. Amidst their banter, each girl gazed at him with wide, yearning eyes, a hunger emanating from their expressions as if they wished to devour him whole. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Just as he felt increasingly overwhelmed, a sharp reprimand suddenly pierced the air. What are you all doing here? If you don't wish to take a break, then I shall summon old Zhao back. I'm certain she would be more than willing to entertain you. At this remark, the previously exuberant female students jolted, their excitement dousing like cold water, their voices abruptly silenced. They all settled down obediently, turning to regard the newcomer, too intimidated to utter another word. Seeing this, Ji Qingwei let out a cold huff, her expression unwavering as she parted the tightly packed crowd, drawing her brother protectively behind her. She then surveyed the surrounding girls, declaring, "You may employ any means to pursue my brother, but remember this. All your actions must honor Shingchin's will. Should anyone dare to cross this line, they will face the wrath of both the Ji and Tang families." Her voice was firm and resolute, imbued with an undeniable authority. Her gaze struck like two swords, casting an invisible pressure that compelled those present to lower their heads. As she spoke, Ji Qingwei deliberately cast a glance in Yu Yan'er's direction, the warning unmistakable. Just moments prior, she had been acutely aware of Yu Yan'er's possessive and aggressive gaze directed at her brother, a chilling and sinister implication lurking beneath. Moreover, after years of investigation, she had accumulated sufficient evidence. The disappearance of Yu Jia and Chu Tianhe at Magic City University is intricately linked, revealing the perilous nature of the former. Yu Yan'er sensed the unspoken message conveyed through her gaze and lowered her head, revealing a cryptic smile. She had been noticed. But what of it? Ji Qingwei led her brother out of the classroom, whispering a caution in his ear to steer clear of the dangerous Yu Yan'er. Ji Shingchin, regaining his composure, inquired, "Sister, why do you say that?" He was acutely aware of Yu Yan'er's perilous disposition. From their very first encounter, she had evoked memories of a character in a comic he once read, a quintessential Yandere. Her sweet, yet eerie smile sent shivers down one's spine, and the resemblance between the two was striking. Thus, he deduced that she likely embodied a similar obsession, perhaps even one that acted without restraint, heedless of consequence. Drawing from Ji Xingchen's extensive experience with comics, he recognized that such Yanderes were often more dangerous than those who concealed their true nature. They typically possessed some formidable backing or terrifying power, allowing them to act with impunity. Naturally, these musings were originally irrelevant to his previous life, merely a source of entertainment. However, he never anticipated that one day he would find himself ensnared by a Yandere's affections. Escaping such a predicament would not be a trivial task. Therefore, he resolved to understand both himself and his adversary, preparing in advance for Yu Yan'er's potential actions, or perhaps even preemptively eliminating her. A flicker of coldness passed through Ji Xingchen's eyes. He was no longer the same as when he first traversed into this realm. He now had the backing of two prominent families, the Ji and the Tang. While their support was not entirely selfless and often intertwined with their own interests, they would not remain passive when his life was at stake. As for the Zhuang sisters, he preferred to avoid involving them unless absolutely necessary. In response to his inquiry, Ji Qingwei chose to withhold too much information, fearing that revealing too much might alarm her brother, leading to a slip in front of Yu Yan'er that could alert her and provoke a reaction. Thus, she gently advised, "Shingchin, I cannot divulge too much. Just trust me." The Yu family engages in unscrupulous behavior, with most members exhibiting violent and reckless tendencies. Growing too close to her may one day bring you harm. Having received no useful information, Ji Xingchin felt a tinge of disappointment. The Society of Blue Star afforded excessive protection and favored males, rendering many dependent on their relatives and partners, relegating responsibilities to them. This fostered a lack of critical thinking, questioning, and learning, resulting in a state of perpetual infancy, nearly hermetic in nature. Consequently, many men possessed an alarmingly limited understanding of the world beyond their immediate surroundings. In the face of adversity, he would inevitably find himself in a passive position. This was one of the reasons he chose to attend the prestigious Magic City University, fully aware of the lurking dangers. A man of eagle-like stature could hardly resign himself to being a mere lamb in a greenhouse. However, Ji Xingchin ultimately refrained from further inquiries, simply nodding in silence. The Martial Arts Library, situated at the heart of Magic City University, boasts an expansive area and an astonishing collection of texts. Beyond martial arts manuals, it encompasses historical tomes, intriguing anecdotes, rare beasts, comprehensive demonology compendiums, and countless volumes of alchemical texts, totaling billions of books. It could be said that there is nothing unknown that is not recorded within its walls. The towering bookshelves on the first floor reach several meters high, while the library itself extends 10 stories upward, its pinnacles seemingly touching the clouds, as if reaching for the heavens. Upon entering the grand hall of the library, a solemn and majestic atmosphere envelopes one immediately. The hall is spacious and bright, dominated by a colossal sculpture depicting a valiant warrior, with a long sword in hand. His posture is erect, and his gaze resolute, as if bravely guarding this land. Yet, The number of those who know his name and the grandeur of his life story has dwindled significantly. Surrounding the hall are towering bookshelves filled with various ancient texts. These volumes, though aged, exude a faint scent of antiquity, yet they are imbued with the wisdom and dedication of countless predecessors. Here, time seems to stand still, rendering everything else insignificant. Shingchin found himself immersed in this atmosphere, observing his surroundings with a sense of profound admiration. Merely taking a cursory glance around the first floor consumed half an hour, a testament to the library's immense scale. Most of the first-floor collections are available for free borrowing, including demonology guides, fundamental cultivation knowledge, and the basics of alchemy. The crucial manuals on advanced cultivation techniques and martial skills reside on the second floor and above, requiring the scanning of a student ID to verify that one's points meet the minimum threshold for access. While Shingchin held a keen interest in these texts, his foremost priority remained the search for an appropriate martial technique. Staying any longer would merely squander time. He resolved to return to this ocean of knowledge when he had the opportunity. In truth, during his time at the Ji family, he had not been remiss in seeking martial techniques. Yet, the women in his family were reluctant to see him toil excessively, persistently devising ways to ensure he took rest, and refusing to acquiesce. Even his previous venture to the beast arena was only achieved through his unwavering insistence, which finally led to a reluctant concession. It is worth noting that the family inheritance techniques of the Ji and Tang families are known for their fiery and metallic attributes, respectively, both renowned for their overwhelming power. The initial stages of cultivation are excruciating, with meridians feeling as though they are being severed, a torment few can endure. Moreover, what of the delicate and fragile male heirs? Thus, apart from bestowing upon Shingchin several water-related techniques to nourish his meridians, the elder sisters consistently deflected his inquiries about other practices, diverting the conversation and preventing him from cultivating further. Although he felt helpless, he had no alternative but to wait until he arrived at Magic City University to seek out other opportunities. After observing his surroundings, he eagerly pulled the leisurely Ji Qingwei towards the second floor. In the library on the first floor, the female students who had been quietly monitoring him were momentarily taken aback by this development. They quickly pretended to flip through a few pages of a book before returning it to its original place and began making their way to the second floor. Suddenly, the once tranquil and spacious hall was filled with over 30 individuals ascending the stairs. As they passed each other, knowing smiles were exchanged. Zhuang Man, who had only just entered the library, happened to notice this scene and gestured to Zhuang Xiaodai, who was scanning the area for someone. Raising her chin, she indicated for her to look over. Zhuang Xiaodai turned her head in confusion, but soon her eyes lit up as she understood the situation. The two of them promptly quickened their pace towards the second floor.